Hello and welcome. Become a Patreon member and enjoy your favorite novels anytime, anywhere, whether you're working, relaxing, or on the go. With our vast pre-available audiobook library, or by requesting a custom novel, simply send the novel name or link and we'll convert it into an audiobook for you. Unlock this exclusive audiobook benefit by joining our Patreon community.
Jujutsu Kaisen, that time a random OP being transferred the soul of a. Chapter 1, The Lazy God and the Unlucky Boy. They call me omnipotent. I call myself bored. That's how it all began. Somewhere beyond the concepts of life and death, a being sat on an endless white chair in an endless white void. He had no face, no eyes, no mouth, just a featureless white body, holding a glowing pad like some divine office clerk. Next, he said lazily, voice dripping with exhaustion. A glowing circle appeared before him as a transparent human flickered into existence. Number 5318007, the being announced, scrolling on his pad. Huh? Where am I? The newcomer stammered, eyes wide in disbelief. Dead, replied the being flatly. Sleepwalked off your balcony. Now then, tell me, why should I give you a second life? Dead? What the hell are you talking about? Are you pranking me? Where are the Kamer? Noisy. With a flick of his hand, the soul vanished into nothing. The white being sighed deeply. Just how many of these idiots do I have to deal with? I have infinite power, yet I'm stuck here managing dead people. Oh, it's an important job, the balance of the world depends on it. Screw that balance. Let the world collapse for all I care. The air rippled as the void began to quake under his tantrum. Then, a golden light burst open in the middle of the room. The featureless being immediately straightened in his seat. What's going on here? Asked a cold, divine voice from the light. My amazing and super fun job that I totally love doing, sir, the being said quickly. What brings you here? We felt a disturbance. You wouldn't be the cause, would you? Me. He gasped dramatically. Never. I was simply, passionately doing my duties. If anything, I might be too devoted. Enough nonsense. Do not harm the souls. The balance depends on it. As the golden light faded, the white being slumped back in his seat. The balance depends on it, blah blah blah. Balance my foot, he muttered mockingly. Whack tua. He tapped his pad with irritation. Next. Another soul appeared. Number 5318008. A transparent boy materialized mid-scream. Stop. What are you doing? I'm a man. I know you're a man. Why are you yelling that? Anyway, let's see. The being mumbled, scanning his pad. Ah. Died at 10 years old. Huh, dead, the boy whispered, trembling. Yup. Cause of death, got stuck in a washing machine. Your uncle tried to help, pulled your pants down, and right before, well, that happened, an earthquake hit and the house collapsed. You died instantly. The boy's face turned crimson as he hugged his knees, mortified. Weird death, the being said casually. Don't get many like that. He leaned forward. Now then, number 5318008, why should I give you a second life? Can you really do that? Not surprised. No panic. Huh, refreshing. Most souls scream. Well. I'm transparent, so I guess I'm dead. And this place doesn't exactly look like Earth, said the boy cautiously. Finally, someone with brain cells. The being sighed in satisfaction. So then, why should I reincarnate you? I died young. Babies die younger. Try harder. I died in a weird way. Seen weirder. One guy tried to prove humans could charge phones by putting his cylinder in a wall socket. Do I have any reason better than others? The being tapped his chin. Not really. You're average. Slightly unlucky, maybe cursed with bad relatives. My number's 5318008, right? Yes. When you type that in a calculator and flip it, it spells boobies. The featureless being froze. You know what? That's stupid enough to amuse me. Approved. Wait, really? Yeah, I'm bored. You're the most tolerable soul I've met in centuries, he said, snapping his fingers. The boy's form began to shrink into a glowing wisp. Memories vanish, karma reset, fun factor added, now go. Will I return to my old body? Asked the boy nervously. Nope. You're going somewhere new. Let's see. He scrolled his pad rapidly. AOT. Nah, too much death. DXD. Hell no, you're a kid. Ooh, JJK. That'll be fun. The golden pad shimmered as the god grinned for the first time in ages. Alright, off you go. Let's see what kind of chaos you bring to the Zenin clan. Maybe I'll finally get some entertainment out of this dull existence. The boy tried to speak, but his soul was already dissolving into light. Meanwhile, somewhere in the Jujutsu Kaisen world, a small child stirred awake on a futon embroidered with gold threads. His body felt heavy, his mind hazy. Where am I? He murmured softly, his voice that of a 4-year-old. He blinked at the ornate room around him, tatami mats, sliding doors, and the faint scent of incense. Then, he caught his reflection in a polished mirror, short golden hair, fair skin, and sharp, almost regal eyes that didn't fit his tiny frame. He frowned in confusion. Who am I? A flood of memories slammed into his mind, clan gatherings, cursed techniques, arrogance, cruelty. None of them were his. Outside, distant voices echoed through the hallway, proud, harsh, commanding. Naoya-sama, breakfast is ready, called a servant. The boy blinked at the name, tilting his head slightly. Naoya. He didn't understand why, but the sound felt heavy, as if the name itself carried a weight he didn't deserve. Chapter 2, The Heir Who Forgot Himself. A small child stirred awake on a futon embroidered with gold threads. His body felt heavy, his mind hazy. Where am I? He murmured softly, his voice that of a 4-year-old. He blinked at the ornate room around him, tatami mats, sliding doors, and the faint scent of incense. Then, he caught his reflection in a polished mirror. Short golden hair, fair skin, and sharp, almost regal eyes that didn't fit his tiny frame. He frowned in confusion. Who am I? A flood of memories slammed into his mind, clan gatherings, cursed techniques, arrogance, cruelty. None of them were his. Outside, distant voices echoed through the hallway, proud, harsh, commanding. The paper door slid open with a soft shfft. A middle-aged servant bowed deeply. Naoya-sama, breakfast is ready. The clan head awaits. He hesitated. Naoya, that name again. He stood shakily, his little feet padding over the cool floor. The servant straightened, eyes lowered, yet the faint tremor in his voice betrayed unease, fear, even. He followed the servant down a long hallway lined with calligraphy and ancestral portraits. The faces in those paintings all had stern expressions, piercing eyes, and countless weapons displayed like trophies. Every corner screamed of pride and legacy. Finally, they reached a large chamber. An alderman sat near the head of a long table, a cup of tea resting beside him. His posture was relaxed, but his presence filled the room, quiet dominance that came not from volume, but from certainty. The boy stopped short. He knew this man, not from his own memory, but from the ones that didn't belong to him. Naobito Zenin. His father. You're late, Naobito said without looking up. A future head of the Zenin clan should at least know punctuality. The boy hesitated. Sorry. That single word made Naobito finally glance up. His sharp eyes narrowed. Sorry, he repeated, as if tasting the word for the first time. Since when do you apologize? The boy froze, unsure what to say. He looked down, fiddling with the sleeve of his robe. I just didn't mean to make you wait. Naobito studied him in silence for a long moment, the air between them heavy with unspoken judgment. Sit, he said finally. The boy obeyed. The meal was simple, rice, miso, grilled fish, but his appetite was gone. Still, he forced himself to eat, aware of his father's gaze on him the whole time. Normally, the boy in these memories, the real Naoya, would talk constantly, mocking servants or bragging about his future as clan head. But this new Naoya sat quietly, eating in measured bites, occasionally glancing up with uncertain eyes. It didn't go unnoticed. Naobito poured himself more tea. What's gotten into you? Cursed energy training too tiring? The boy shook his head. No. I just don't feel like talking much. Humph, Naobito muttered. First manners, now modesty. Next you'll be thanking the servants. I already did, the boy said honestly. That made Naobito pause, mid-sip. His sharp eyes flicked toward the servants lined along the wall, who quickly looked away. Nobito set his cup down slowly. "Don't tell me you're sick." "I'm fine," the boy said softly. For a moment, the clan head simply looked at him, and then, in an almost imperceptible shift, his tone softened. "Eat well. Training begins again tomorrow. I won't have my son looking frail before the elders." "Yes, father." The words came naturally, yet foreignly, as if borrowed from a memory of someone else's child. Nobito gave a final nod, rising from the table. "If this is your idea of rebellion, Naoya, it's a strange one." Then he was gone, leaving the room in silence. After breakfast, the boy wandered the Zenin grounds. Sunlight filtered through the bamboo, casting dappled shadows on the stone paths. He passed a few older children sparring with wooden swords, their shouts echoing in the courtyard. They didn't greet him. They didn't even look at him, only stopped for a moment, whispered, and continued. He couldn't tell if they feared him or hated him. Maybe both. In the garden, he sat by the koi pond, hugging his knees. The water rippled faintly as fish brushed the surface. The reflection that looked back at him, golden-haired, perfect, unblemished, felt wrong. It was as if he were wearing someone else's skin. He touched his face uncertainly. "Naoya Zenin, that's who I am now." The name tasted strange on his tongue. A gentle breeze stirred his hair. The koi circled lazily beneath the surface, unbothered by the turmoil above. For a long while, he stayed there, a small boy in a golden robe, staring into a pond that refused to tell him who he truly was. And though he didn't know it yet, that quiet moment of stillness would be the last peace he'd have for a long time. He glanced to his side, watching the older men sparring with each other in the name of training. Why are they so brutal? Do I have to fight like them too? What kind of mess have I gotten myself into? Naoya thought, a sigh escaping his lips. Chapter 3, First Day of Training. Morning came too early. The boy, Naoya, was woken by a servant shaking his shoulder lightly. "Naoya-sama, it is time for morning training." He sat up, groggy, hair sticking up in every direction. "Training? It's morning. People sleep in the morning." The servant froze. "Why yes, but your father said if you're late again, the punishment." I'm up. Naoya scrambled out of bed, nearly tripping on the futon as he tried to put on the heavy training robe. "Why is this thing so stiff? It's like armor made of bedsheets." The servant looked like he wanted to laugh but wisely didn't. By the time Naoya reached the training yard, the sun had barely risen. The courtyard was enormous, stone tiles, bamboo-lined walls, and several older clan members already sparring under the watchful eyes of the elders. Nobito stood at the center, arms crossed, his expression unreadable. "You're late." "I woke up late." Naoya offered weakly. "Excuses already," Nobito muttered. "Come here." Naoya stepped forward, feeling the gazes of the older clan members prick at his skin. Some looked curious, others amused. Nobito's gaze finally met his. "Today, we focus on cursed energy manipulation. You must learn to harness the power within you." Naoya nodded, though uncertainty gnawed at him. He had no recollection of ever learning to control cursed energy. The concept was foreign, abstract. Nobito demonstrated the basic stance, feet shoulder-width apart, knees slightly bent, hands held in a specific position. Naoya mimicked the movements, trying to focus, but his mind wandered. "You must feel it," Nobito instructed, frowning as he watched the boy struggle to perform the stance correctly. Sighing, Nobito corrected his form with his stick and asked, "Why do you think this form is necessary?" "Because that's how it's done," replied Naoya. Immediately, soft snickers erupted from the older trainees. The elders and Nobito's glare landed on the said trainees, silencing them at once. Nobito looked back at his son, who was staring up at him with a clueless expression. "The cursed energy within you is the manifestation of your negative emotions, fear, anger, hatred, irritation, and so on. The more uncomfortable you are, the higher the chances of feeling this energy," explained Nobito, giving a sharp smack with his stick on Naoya's hands, which were starting to lower. "Ow." Naoya winced in pain, earning another glare from the Zenin clan head. "Try to get a feel of your cursed energy," ordered Nobito, his gaze firm. Naoya nodded seriously and closed his eyes. "All right, energy of frustration within me," he muttered. He scrunched up his face in deep concentration. Seconds passed. Then a faint grrrkh noise escaped his stomach. Nobito's brow twitched. Are you hungry? Maybe the cursed energy is in my stomach, Naoya said hopefully. Hearing this, the older trainees snickered again until the elders and Nobito silenced them with a single glare. Shaking his head, Nobito sighed and looked back at the boy. Again, he ordered. This time, focus properly. Naoya tried again, taking a deep breath. This time, he felt something faint, a dull, restless pulse deep inside, but it fizzled out as soon as it appeared. Nothing happened. Did it work? He asked, peeking one eye open. No, Nobito said flatly. Oh. For a long moment, Nobito just stared at him, expression unreadable. Finally, he sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose. You've never acted like this before. What's going on with you, boy? Naoya tilted his head. Maybe I hit my head. This time, the clan head facepalmed, not knowing how to respond to his son's words. The training continued, and by the time it ended, Naoya's arms felt like noodles. He collapsed onto the grass, breathing heavily. A servant hurried over with a towel and a cup of water. Naoya-sama, are you all right? Define all right, Naoya muttered, staring up at the sky. Do people normally train before breakfast every day? Yes, Naoya-sama, the servant said hesitantly. Oh. He sipped his water, thinking. Then everyone here is insane. The servant froze again, unsure whether to agree. Nobito's shadow fell over him. You complain too much. Naoya looked up sheepishly. I think I'm allergic to expectations. Nobito's lips twitched, just slightly, the closest thing to amusement he ever showed. Then you were born into the wrong family. Naoya smiled faintly, though he didn't know why. Yeah, seems like it. Nobito frowned at his words. You are weak, he stated bluntly. Weakness is unacceptable. Naoya looked up at him, confusion flickering in his eyes. I don't know how to do this. I can't feel any of it. Nobito's expression softened ever so slightly. Then you must learn. The Zenin clan does not tolerate failure. Later, as the sun climbed higher, Naoya wandered back toward the pond from the previous day. His body ached, his hands and legs slightly bruised from the stick smacks, but his mind was strangely quiet. He knelt by the water again, watching the koi drift lazily beneath the surface. The reflection that looked back at him was still unfamiliar, sharp eyes, fine features, but the faint dirt smudges on his cheeks and the awkward smile made it feel a little more real. But soon, that awkward smile vanished as he remembered his father's words. The Zenin clan does not tolerate failure. What did that mean for him? He thought about it for a while before coming to a grim conclusion. A clan so brutal that they bruise and bleed during training would definitely be far crueler to me if I turned out to be a failure, Naoya thought. He clenched his fists, frustration bubbling within him. He didn't understand why he couldn't access the cursed energy that everyone else seemed to wield effortlessly. But that didn't stop him. He vowed to himself that he wouldn't give up, not until he mastered cursed energy. Growl. Suddenly, his stomach roared from hunger. Maybe he'd start after breakfast. After breakfast, the day continued for Naoya much like his morning, meaning more training. By midday, he had started to seriously suspect that cursed energy was just a hoax made up by a bunch of mentally ill people who enjoyed torturing children. That night, long after dinner, the household had grown quiet. Moonlight spilled gently through the paper doors, casting pale shadows across Naoya's room. He sat cross-legged on his futon, hands resting on his knees. His arms still throbbed from the endless training, but he decided to give it one final push before going to bed. All right, let's try this again, he whispered to himself. He closed his eyes, focusing on his breathing. He remembered Nobito's words, the cursed energy within you is born of negative emotion. So he tried to feel it, the frustration of failure, the irritation toward the people who'd been drilling him since morning, the dull ache of his bruises. Slowly, those feelings gathered in his chest, heavy and raw. Something flickered inside him, faint, but real. A warmth that wasn't warmth, a pulse that wasn't a heartbeat. Naoya's breath hitched. There you are. He murmured. The air around him seemed to stir. His hands trembled as a faint shimmer, like ripples in hot air, danced briefly around his palms. It lasted only a moment before vanishing, but his eyes widened in awe. He had done it. Even if it was weak, even if it barely showed, it was his. Naoya exhaled deeply, collapsing back on the futon with a tired grin. Finally. He whispered to himself. Ding 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 ding. Cursed energy unlocked. Naoya's eyes snapped open, confusion flashing across his face. Have I finally gone mad? He muttered. But before he could think further, a glowing screen suddenly appeared in front of him, floating in midair. Close, X. Name, Naoya Zenin. Title, Body Stealer, Possible Zenin Air Curse Technique, Locked Cursed Energy, 449/450. STR, 10 Dex, 7 Vit, 30 Int, 15 Luck, 10. Extra points, 0. Achievements. Naoya stared blankly at the strange screen for several seconds, his face completely unreadable. Finally, he gave a slow nod, clicked the close button, and muttered, "Yeah, definitely losing it." Then he rolled over and went to sleep. Chapter 4, The System Unveiled. Morning came too early. The first rays of dawn crept through the paper screens, bathing Naoya's room in a pale golden glow. The boy, Naoya, sleeping awkwardly in his futon, was woken by a servant lightly shaking his shoulder. "Naoya-sama, it is time for morning training." He groaned softly, rolling onto his side. His entire body ached, shoulders, legs, even fingers. "Training, more like torture. Every inch of my body hurts," he muttered. "You are gifted, Naoya-sama. Other people can't even move after their first day of training." Naoya got to his feet, only to fall face first because of the soreness in his legs. "Ugh, so this is what being gifted feels like. Tastes like blood," he muttered in pain. "And Naoya-sama," the servant called out in panic, preparing for the worst. "Ugh, just help me," groaned Naoya. The servant immediately picked him up, noticing a trickle of blood running from Naoya's nose. The man paled in horror, while Naoya simply wiped it away with his sleeve. "Do you think they'll let me skip training because of this?" Naoya asked. The servant remained silent. Sighing, knowing what the silence meant, Naoya decided to let fate take its course and walked out of his room. Last night's memory came flooding back, that brief, shimmering flicker of cursed energy dancing across his palms, followed by a floating blue screen that had nearly scared him into passing out. Had it really happened? Or had exhaustion finally broken his mind? He rubbed his eyes and muttered half seriously, "If this is what going insane feels like, it's surprisingly organized." By the time he arrived at the courtyard, the clan's early morning training had already begun. Older Zenin children sparred fiercely, their wooden weapons cracking through the air. To Naoya, it looked less like training and more like a sanctioned brawl. At the center stood Nobito Zenin, calm and composed, his kimono fluttering lightly in the breeze. His sharp gaze immediately found Naoya. "You're late." "I was meditating," Naoya offered quickly. "On your futon again?" "Ah, yes." A long sigh. "Stand properly." The boy obeyed, moving beside his father as they began their morning drills. Nobito corrected his stance with sharp taps of a wooden stick, his tone calm but merciless. "Your feet are uneven." Again. "Your breath is shallow." Again. "Stop thinking and feel it." Naoya gritted his teeth at his father's complaints. "Did you make any progress yesterday?" Nobito asked, eyeing his son. "I got a grasp of it, though it vanished the moment it appeared," Naoya replied. "Show me." Naoya nodded, trying to recall the feeling from last night. Soon, a faint wisp of cursed energy appeared on his palm. The nearby trainees halted, watching the young boy with growing curiosity. The elders did the same, some smiling, some frowning, but one thing Naoya could feel clearly was the awe in their eyes. Nobito smirked at the sight of the wisp and lightly tapped Naoya's hand with his stick. "Ow." And the wisp of cursed energy vanished instantly. "You lack control," stated Nobito. "Well, duh," replied Naoya, only to receive a sharp smack on the palm. "Congratulations, Naoya-sama. Gaining a grasp of cursed energy in just a day, the Zenin clan is sure to flourish." "Indeed." "Congratulations, clan head," added another elder. One by one, the instructors and elders began buttering up Nobito. Nobito, however, merely snorted. "Humph, don't inflate his ego. He only just learned manners yesterday. Why are you all lazing around? Get back to training. A little praise wouldn't hurt," muttered Naoya, earning a glare from his father. The other instructors and elders quickly scattered, returning to their duties. Naoya, focused once again, suddenly felt a hand rest gently on his head. It was Nobito, who gave a rare, brief pat. Widening his eyes, a small smile appeared on Naoya's face. And the wisp of cursed energy vanished again. Smack. Again, barked Nobito. Who do you think is responsible for me losing focus? Naoya thought bitterly, giving his father a side eye. And just like that, the training continued. Still too wild, Nobito muttered. Your control is non-existent. Breathe deeper. Feel, don't force. Naoya groaned. I'm feeling a lot of pain right now. Does that count? Nobito's eye twitched. You talk too much. Finally, Nobito lowered his stick. That's enough. Naoya straightened, panting, sweat running down his temple. You call that training? I call it child abuse. Nobito's brow twitched. Your mouth moves faster than your technique. Then at least I'm good at something, Naoya muttered, earning another glare. Nobito stood over him, arms crossed. You improved slightly. Slightly. Naoya cracked an eye open. So, can I have breakfast now? Nobito sighed. You complain more than you train. I call it expressing my suffering creatively. The faintest ghost of a smirk tugged at Nobito's lips, gone as quickly as it appeared. Get stronger, Naoya. As his father walked away, Naoya stared up at the blue sky, exhausted but proud. He had felt it again, that flicker of cursed energy, a bit stronger this time. After the grueling session, Naoya dragged himself back to his room, collapsing face first onto his futon. Cursed energy, he muttered into the pillow. More like cursed misery. Still, curiosity gnawed at him. That strange glowing screen from last night, the one that appeared after he finally managed to summon cursed energy, was it real? He sat cross-legged, took a deep breath, and whispered, all right, if I'm crazy, then let's confirm it. And as if summoned. Ding. The faint ringing echoed again. A translucent blue window shimmered into existence before his eyes. Name, Naoya Zenin. Title, Body Stealer, Possible Zenin Heir. Cursed Technique, Locked. Cursed Energy, 440/450. STR, 10. Dex, 7. Vit, 30. Int, 15. Luck, 10. Extra points, 0. Achievements, more, plus. Naoya blinked, rubbing his eyes. Okay, so it wasn't a dream. He tapped the Achievements tab, and another small box unfolded. Achievements. Survived 1 year. 1 point, collect. Had a meal. 1 point, collect. Walking on all fours. 1 point, collect. Walking on 2 legs. 1 point, collect. Running on 2 legs. 1 point, collect. Started speaking. 1 point, collect. Hit someone. 1 point, collect. Cursed energy unlocked. 1 point, collect. Naoya blinked in surprise. Deciding to test it out, he clicked on one of the collect buttons. A soft chime rang again, and extra points increased from 0-1. Naoya's brows furrowed. So it's real. And it gives me points for achievements. He looked back at the list and noticed a change. Survived 2 years. 1 point, collect. So it's a progressive achievement, he murmured. He clicked a few more times. The soft chime rang again and again, and extra points rose from 1-4. He leaned back against the wall, thinking. Is this thing judging my life like a video game? After a long pause, he snorted. Well, at least someone's keeping track of my suffering. After fiddling with the system for a while, Naoya gathered a few insights. 1. Some achievements had levels, like age or walking, with progress bars for the next stage, e.g., walking/running 1 kilometer. 2. It recorded basic milestones too, eating, drinking, speaking, but those had no levels. 3. The points per achievement remained the same, no matter the level. After collecting all possible achievements, Naoya glanced at his stat screen again. Name, Naoya Zenin. Title, Body Stealer, Possible Zenin Heir. Cursed Technique, Locked. Cursed Energy, 440/450. STR, 10. Dex, 7. Vit, 30. Int, 15. Luck, 10. Extra points, 18. Achievements. Should I use these points now, muttered Naoya. After more fiddling he came to know few more things. Name, Naoya Zenin. Title, Body Stealer, Possible Zenin Heir. Cursed Technique, Locked. Cursed energy, 440/450. STR, 15, plus 5. Dex, 10, plus 3. Vit, 30. Int, 15. Luck, 12, plus 2. Extra points, 8. Achievements. There was a 10-point limit on stat upgrades per day. When he tried to add more, the screen flashed red with a message: reach point up limit for today, time required to assimilate changes, 2359 HR. So I can only add 10 points per day, thought Naoya, staring at his hands. Did that work, though? I increased my strength by 5 points, not much, but still 50% more than before. He eyed the tatame mats beneath him. Do it, an intrusive thought whispered. He stared at his fist, then back at the mats. But before he could act on it, salvation arrived. Naoya-sama, breakfast is ready, called the servant from outside. Immediately, Naoya's mind shifted tracks. He jumped to his feet. Here I come, he said cheerfully, closing the translucent screen before walking out. Chapter 5, First Clan Meeting. The morning sunlight spilled softly across the Zenin estate, warming the tiled roofs and casting long shadows across the stone pathways. Naoya sat at the breakfast table, chewing on grilled fish while occasionally sneaking glances at his father. Nobito ate silently, his posture impeccable, movements deliberate. Every sip of tea seemed to carry the weight of discipline. Naoya, on the other hand, had the posture of someone being punished by existence itself. His muscles screamed from the morning training, his arms trembled faintly from overuse, and yet, compared to yesterday, he felt just a little lighter. Maybe it was the stat points, maybe it was psychological, or maybe he was just getting used to pain. He didn't care which. Progress was progress. When Nobito finally finished, he spoke without looking up. Training continues after breakfast. Naoya sighed. Can't we just call it a day and say I learned the value of suffering? A sharp glare shut him up instantly. The morning sunlight spilled softly across the Zenin estate, warming the tiled roofs and casting long shadows over the stone pathways. Naoya sat at the breakfast table, chewing on grilled fish while occasionally sneaking glances at his father. Nobito ate silently, his posture impeccable and his movements deliberate. Every sip of tea seemed to carry the weight of discipline. Naoya, on the other hand, had the posture of someone being punished by existence itself. His muscles screamed from the morning training, his arms trembled faintly from overuse, and yet, compared to yesterday, he felt just a little lighter. Maybe it was the stat points, maybe it was psychological, or maybe he was just getting used to pain. He didn't care which. Progress was progress. When Nobito finally finished, he spoke without looking up. Training continues after breakfast. Naoya sighed. Can't we just call it a day and say I learned the value of suffering? A sharp glare shut him up instantly. A short while later, they stood once again in the courtyard. The morning air was cool, the faint scent of bamboo drifting across the grounds. Around them, other Zenin trainees sparred fiercely, their practice weapons colliding with dull thuds that echoed like a heartbeat of violence. Nobito stood at the center, hands folded behind his back. Begin. Naoya took his stance. His movements were awkward at first, but his footing was firmer than yesterday. He focused on his breathing, slow, steady, like Nobito had taught him. Your stance has improved, Nobito noted quietly. Wow, actual praise, muttered Naoya. The wooden stick cracked against his shoulder. Don't speak. Ow, yelped Naoya. He continued, channeling his cursed energy, trying to summon that faint shimmer from before. The emotion came easily this time, irritation, exhaustion, defiance. The air rippled faintly around his hands. It wasn't bright or stable, but it was there. Nobito's eyes narrowed slightly. Better. Naoya exhaled shakily, sweat dripping from his brow. Feels like I'm trying to squeeze fog. Control comes from discipline. Discipline comes from pain. You're learning. Great. I must be very disciplined by now, Naoya muttered. Another light smack followed. And yet your mouth remains undisciplined. Watching the boy struggle to stabilize his cursed energy, Nobito frowned slightly. He's actually become meeker. Has the pressure of training been too much for him? Well, he's still a kid. Probably just another phase, he thought, shaking the concern off. A few hours later, Naoya's small mass of cursed energy finally started to stabilize. Seeing that, Naoya smiled, only for a stick to smack his thigh. His posture immediately broke, but this time the cursed energy didn't dissipate. Good. You can maintain it now. That's the first step to controlling cursed energy, said Naobito with a small nod. Naoya wanted to complain but knew it would result in another hit, so he wisely stayed silent. Now let's move to the next step. Naobito showed both his palms. Cursed energy gathered on one of them, forming a small glowing sphere. Then, slowly, it moved from one hand to the other. Did you get that? Asked Naobito. You made the cursed energy crawl from one palm to the other, replied Naoya. I meant, did you understand how I did that? Asked Naobito flatly. Oh. No clue, said Naoya bluntly. Naobito stared at his son for a moment, unsure if this was politeness or stupidity. After explaining the technique, Naobito stepped back and observed as Naoya tried to replicate it. No matter how hard he tried, the cursed energy refused to move an inch. Training lasted until afternoon. When it finally ended, Naoya collapsed on the ground, panting. You've improved slightly, Naobito said, turning away. Don't let it make you complacent. Don't worry, Naoya groaned. I'm way too miserable to feel complacent. While they spoke, two older trainees sparring nearby lost balance. One accidentally pushed the other with too much force, sending him stumbling straight toward Naoya. Noticing the large boy hurtling toward him, Naoya panicked. As if responding to his fear, cursed energy flared faintly around him, trembling violently before fizzling out. I'm gonna be a pancake, thought Naoya, bracing for impact. Naobito, watching from nearby, sighed. He gathered that much cursed energy and still didn't dodge. He flicked a small burst of cursed energy at the falling trainee, sending the boy sprawling harmlessly to the side. Thud. Naoya blinked. The pain never came. He opened his eyes to find the boy on the ground and his father staring at him sternly, before another flick of cursed energy smacked him on the forehead. Ow. Move away if you're about to be hit, Naobito said flatly. Sorry, just suffering from the pain of training, said Naoya, rubbing his forehead, only to get flicked again. Just because you have good control doesn't mean you need to show off, grumbled Naoya. Naobito smirked. Then learn to control cursed energy soon, he replied, walking away. Nearby, several clan members whispered among themselves. Naoya-sama already showing cursed energy at his age, the heir to the Zenin bloodline, indeed. Though his control still seems unstable. Naoya's ears twitched. He caught every word. I'm literally 4 years old. What do you people want from me, he thought bitterly. Meanwhile, the boy who nearly crushed him was now yelling at the one who pushed him. Do you want me dead? Throwing me towards the clan head. I told you it was an accident. If I died, my parents would've. Naoya watched them bicker, then decided he'd suffered enough second-hand stupidity for one day. Later, back in his room, Naoya sat cross-legged on the futon and exhaled slowly. His hands trembled faintly as he raised them, focusing. A flicker of cursed energy danced across his fingertips before fading again. He frowned. Still not stable. A translucent blue screen appeared before him with a soft ding. He skimmed it, same numbers, same stats. Name, Naoya Zenin. Title, Body Stealer, possible Zenin heir. Cursed technique, locked. Cursed energy, 445/450. STR, 15. Dex, 10. Vit, 30. Int, 15. Luck, 12. Extra points, 8. Achievements. He sighed. So it's not going to hand me power on a silver platter. Figures. The Achievements tab glowed faintly, but no new entries appeared, just the same milestones: walking, speaking, unlocking cursed energy. Guess I'll have to earn the next one the hard way. He closed the screen and lay back, staring at the ceiling. It hurts like hell, groaned the kid, feeling pain course through his body. He rolled up in his futon and screamed into his pillow to vent. A little while later, a servant came to call him for lunch. At the mention of food, Naoya stood up, stretched, and walked out, noticing that despite harsher training, the pain wasn't as bad as before. Seems like the extra stats did help, thought Naoya with a small smile. During the meal, Naobito spoke suddenly. After evening training, wash up and come straight to the main hall. We'll be having a clan meeting. Naoya looked up from his rice bowl, gave a small nod, and went right back to eating. Naobito stared at him for a moment, tempted to smack him, but decided against it. The boy was working hard after all. Eat well. The evening training will be harsher to make up for the missed slot due to the meeting, said Naobito. Naoya looked at him in disbelief. Are you sure you're my father? He thought, then turned toward the servant behind him. One more, said Naoya, holding out his empty bowl. The servant blinked in surprise. Just a few days ago, this same boy had thrown bowls and cursed the staff. Now he was calmly asking for seconds, fifths, actually. The servant refilled the bowl and handed it back. This version of the young master was much better. Training has really disciplined the boy. May the clan head push him even harder so he grows into a great man, thought the servant. A shiver ran down Naoya's spine. He didn't know why, but it felt like someone had just wished for his suffering. Eat some meat too. A growing body needs meat, said Naobito, signaling for the servants. Bring 2 plates, said Naoya, focusing back on his food, making Naobito and the servant exchange looks of disbelief. Wah, mumbled Naoya with his mouth full, noticing their stares. Naobito sighed. Don't talk with your mouth full. I should arrange etiquette classes for him, thought Naobito. Another shiver ran down Naoya's spine. Again, someone's definitely wishing for my suffering, he thought grimly. In the evening. After finishing his training, Naoya washed up and got dressed before being led toward the meeting hall by one of the servants. When they arrived, the servant bowed and stepped aside, sliding open the door immediately. Naoya felt dozens of gazes fall upon him, some curious, others indifferent. Under those watchful eyes, he walked into the room, scanned the gathered clan members, and quickly found his seat. His father sat further ahead, near the center, surrounded by elders and senior members of the Zenin clan. Once everyone except one person had arrived, the meeting began. Naoya glanced at the empty seat beside him, wondering who was missing, but quickly turned his attention back to the front when he felt his father's glare pierce through him. The Gojo and Geto clans' influence is on the rise, one elder began. Well, the 6 eyes and infinity manifested in the Gojo heir. It was bound to happen, another replied. It's the Geto clan we should be wary of. They didn't waste a moment in forming ties between their heir and Gojo's. It's not just that. Rumor has it the Geto clan's heir also manifested one of their core techniques. Naobito fell silent. 2 heirs in the same generation awakening ancient clan techniques. If handled poorly, it could completely disrupt the current balance of power. His gaze drifted toward Naoya, who was barely keeping his eyes open, fighting to stay awake. If only this idiot son of mine awakened an ancient technique. Thought Naobito dryly. The elders, following Naobito's gaze, turned to look at Naoya as well. Some looked at him with deadpan expressions, a few chuckled, but most wore clear annoyance. Naoya-kun, called Oji Zenin, one of Naoya's uncles. Ah. I'm awake. I was just meditating, said a startled Naoya, straightening up. Is the meeting boring you? Asked Oji in a cold tone. Kind of, but I can handle it, replied Naoya while rubbing his eyes. The entire hall fell silent. A vein throbbed visibly on Oji's forehead. Feeling the tension rise, Naobito was just about to step in when another man spoke. How's your training going, Naoya? Asked Junichi Zenin, a tall, muscular man with a long scar across his face. Though older looking, he was actually Naoya's cousin. It's going well, I guess. Though it's a bit much for a small child like me to handle, replied Naoya. Really? Unlocked your curse technique yet? Asked Junichi. No, not yet. It's only been 2 days since I started training. I see, said Junichi, his tone deliberately casual. The Gojo clan's heir unlocked his technique the moment he was born. Whoa, really? Lucky him, said Naoya, genuinely impressed, and a little envious of someone who didn't have to go through daily clan torture, training, to awaken power. Even the Geto clan's heir awakened his technique too, added Junichi, watching closely. He'd heard the boy had a quick temper, perfect for provoking. Good for him then. Is there a problem with them unlocking their techniques? Asked Naoya, genuinely confused. Junichi's expression hardened. His attempt to rile Naoya had failed miserably. Naoya, called Naobito, a small smile twitching on his face. For once, his son's newly awakened manners were saving him. Yes. Naoya turned toward him. Your cousin just means that you should work hard and unlock your technique soon, said Naobito quickly, trying to defuse the tension. Oh. So that's what he meant. You're surprisingly caring despite how you look, said Naoya with a bright smile. Naobito immediately regretted speaking. I take it back. My son's an idiot. Junichi froze for a moment, then his expression turned icy. Being mocked for his looks by a child, and that too in front of the whole clan, was beyond humiliating. Don't worry about that, Junichi said coldly. Naoya. Is that how you speak to your elders? Get out and kneel with your hands raised, barked Naobito, hoping to cut the situation short before it escalated. Naoya looked at his father in disbelief. What did I even do? Then realization dawned. Oh. He sighed. Knowing his father, this was a light punishment. He stood up obediently. Sorry for the earlier comment, he said politely before walking out of the hall. The servant guided him to the koi pond and instructed him to kneel. Naoya sighed deeply as he looked at his reflection in the water. It's seriously not cool to punish such a pitiful child, he muttered under his breath. Out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly caught sight of a man standing nearby, looking in his direction. Their eyes met, and the stranger's lips twitched in amusement. After a few seconds, Naoya frowned. Who are you? The man's brows lifted slightly, surprised, before he started walking toward him. Interesting. He muttered, crouching down beside Naoya and dipping his feet into the koi pond. Name's Toji, said the man with a faint smirk. Chapter 6, The Black Sheep. Name's Toji, said the man, his voice low and amused, eyes half-lidded yet sharp, like a predator that had just spotted something curious. Naoya blinked, staring at the stranger who had the confidence to sit by the Zenin Estate's koi pond as if it were his backyard. Toji. Naoya muttered, the name tugging at the edge of his mind. Wait, aren't you? Yeah, Toji cut in with a smirk. The failure of the Zenin clan. No cursed energy, no blessings, no respect. You could say I'm the black sheep that got away. I was gonna say my cousin, Naoya said flatly. Toji chuckled. Naoya looked him over from head to toe, well-toned physique, visible muscles, a ruggedly handsome face. You don't look like a failure, Naoya said honestly. Toji let out a short laugh. Guess your eyes still work fine. But don't say that too loud, the idiots in the clan won't like it. So what's a runt like you doing here, kneeling this late at night, asked Toji. Got punished for making fun of one of my cousins during the clan meeting, replied Naoya, unbothered by the admission. Ah, right. The meeting was tonight. Toji tilted his head. You weren't there? Naoya asked curiously. Meh. Those guys don't like me anyway. I was only invited out of formality. So, who are you? Toji asked, his tone casual. I'm Naoya. And what does that tell me? Whose runt are you? Toji asked bluntly. Naobito Zenin. Ah, that old man pretending to be clan head. Pretending? Naoya asked, tilting his head. The clan head hasn't been officially decided yet. The old geezer's letting each candidate manage things for 6 months, a test, basically. Your old man's turn must be up right now. Is that so? Naoya nodded in understanding. Yeah. Anyway, how'd you notice me earlier? Toji asked suddenly. What do you mean? When I was standing there, how did you notice me? Toji pointed at where he'd been earlier. Naoya tilted his head in confusion, clearly not understanding. Seeing his expression, Toji smirked. Sharp senses for a kid, he thought. Even seasoned jujutsu sorcerers struggled to detect him thanks to his heavenly restriction. Yet this 4-year-old had caught him sneaking around the compound. So, who'd you embarrass in front of everyone? Toji asked, changing the topic. Junichi Nii-san. That trash brother of mine. What did you say? Toji's grin widened with interest. Feeling slightly relieved that Toji didn't seem close with Junichi, Naoya recounted what had happened at the meeting. Toji burst into laughter. Great going, kid. That bastard really does have an ugly face. Don't laugh so loudly, Toji Nii-san. If they find me, they'll increase my punishment. Naoya hissed in panic. Toji froze for a moment. It was the first time in his life a clan member had called him something other than trash or failure. Much less Nii-san. He looked up at the night sky, a faint smile tugging at his lips. But wouldn't it be funny if I messed things up for you? Toji said suddenly, glancing at the kid beside him. Naoya's eyes went wide with panic. Please don't. I'm already tired from the training. Training, huh? So you've reached that age. How old are you? 4. Damn. I really don't care about clan business, didn't even know you existed. What are you doing here, anyway? Naoya asked. Went out to the city, hooked up with some chick. Just got back. Toji said proudly, flashing the marks on his neck. Naoya blinked. What are those marks? You got injured? Did the girl beat you? Toji's smirk vanished. He stared at the kid, questioning his life choices. Right. 4 years old. Do you know about birds and bee? What are you doing here? The cold voice cut him off. Naoya froze. He recognized that tone immediately. Toji, on the other hand, groaned in annoyance. Sup, old man, greeted Toji lazily. Naobito said nothing, his cold gaze fixed on him. Toji met it without flinching. Yeah, typical Zenin behavior, he thought. He glanced at Naoya, who looked like he was silently praying to every deity that his punishment wouldn't get worse. Then Toji grinned. Naoya's gut dropped. He had a bad feeling about that smile. Your spawn told me he hates your training, Toji said casually, pointing at Naoya. Looks like you haven't disciplined him enough. Naoya's eyes went wide. No. That's a lie. Toji Nii-san is ly. He tried to stand, but his exhausted legs gave out. With a yelp, he fell forward, straight toward the koi pond. Naobito moved instinctively to catch him but stopped when Toji grabbed Naoya by the collar and lifted him up. Don't go swimming so late at night, Toji said with a smirk before flinging him to the side. Yua. Naoya screamed, eyes shut tight, bracing for impact. Only to find himself safely in his father's arms. Ahhhhhhh, he kept screaming anyway, until he realized he wasn't falling anymore. Opening one eye, he looked up to see Naobito staring blankly at him. Hello there, Naoya greeted weakly. Naobito sighed and set him down, turning toward Toji, who was laughing so hard he could barely stand. Your kid's funny, old man. I'll give you that, Toji said, still chuckling, before his expression hardened. Then he looked at Naoya. Change that. He won't survive this den of snakes with that attitude. I'll make sure of that, Naobito said coldly. You don't need to meddle in affairs that don't concern you. Toji shrugged. He was used to the Zenin arrogance by now. He gave the kid one last look. Naoya waved timidly, and Toji's lips curved in a faint smile, gone as quickly as it came. When Toji disappeared into the shadows, Naoya quietly tried to sneak away too. But a firm hand landed on his shoulder. Go kneel. Your punishment isn't over yet, Naobito said. Slumping in defeat, Naoya returned to the koi pond, kneeling again with his hands raised. I don't want those hands lowering for 2 hours, Naobito ordered sternly. Naoya's shoulders twitched. He turned to protest, and froze when he saw his father's glare. Child abuser, he muttered under his breath. Naoya flinched upright, hands raised higher. Naobito stayed a while, then left, instructing a servant to keep watch. Why is my luck so bad? Why do I suffer so much? Naoya groaned. Ding. Kneel for 1 hour, 1 point, collect. Hearing the familiar chime, Naoya opened the screen and tapped collect. This isn't enough compensation for my suffering, he grumbled, before slowly dozing off, still kneeling. Chapter 7, Progress and Problems. The first rays of sunlight crept through the paper windows, gently illuminating the Zenin estate. Birds chirped softly outside, their cheerful melodies completely at odds with the pitiful figure kneeling beside the koi pond. Naoya Zenin. Still in the same position as last night. His head hung forward, drool sliding down his chin, arms trembling slightly even in sleep. The servant who had been assigned to watch him sighed for what felt like the 100th time that night. Young master, it's morning. Naoya's head jerked up, eyes half open. 5 more minutes. He mumbled weakly. You've been kneeling for the whole night, young master, said the servant. Huh. Naoya muttered, still half asleep. He glanced forward, noticing the familiar koi pond. Oh. He murmured before closing his eyes again as his body wobbled forward. The servant immediately moved, catching the boy before he fell into the pond. That woke Naoya up instantly, and he finally realized what was going on. He tried to stand, but his legs wouldn't move. He tried to put his hands down, but the stiff muscles screamed in protest. I can't feel my arms. Naoya said with a dumb look on his face. He tried lowering them, only for pain to shoot through his shoulders. Ah. Damn it, they've turned to noodles. The servant quietly pretended not to hear the young master cursing under his breath as Naoya stumbled to his feet. He winced, stretching his stiff body, before mumbling, "At least it's over." That wish was short-lived as he soon spotted a familiar figure behind him, looking at him with a cold, unreadable gaze. "Let me live," pleaded Naoya, begging his father for mercy. "Go rest. We'll train after breakfast," said Naobito before walking away. "I'm going to start a union," Naoya muttered as he hobbled back to his room, his steps wobbly and dramatic, like a war veteran who'd seen too much. Inside his room, Naoya plopped face first onto his futon. The warmth of the bedding almost lulled him back to sleep. But he decided to shake his drowsiness away, remembering what he had noticed on his way back to the room. He lay on his back and stared at the ceiling, willing the system to appear. Ding! The translucent blue screen appeared before him the moment he thought about it. Name, Naoya Zenin. Title, Body Stealer, Possible Zenin Heir. Cursed Technique, Locked. Cursed Energy, 570/570. STR, 18, +3. Dex, 12, +2. Vit, 33, +3. Int, 17, +2. Luck, 13, +1. Extra points, 9, +1. Achievements, more, plus. So my stats go up naturally as well. I don't need points for that. Reasonable, I am growing naturally, after all, muttered Naoya. He then looked at the timer that still had an hour left before he could add points. He opened the Achievements tab to check if there were any new rewards to collect. Walk 1 kilometer on 2 legs, 1 point, collect. Naoya clicked collect and heard the soft chime. He then checked the list of ongoing achievements. Run 1 kilometer on 2 legs, 1 point, 0.58/1 km. Kneel for 10 hours, 1.7/10 HRS. Walk 1 kilometer on 4 legs, 1 point, 0.3/1 km. Walk 10 kilometers on 2 legs, 1.1/10 kilometer. After going through the list, these were the only achievable ones for now. Sighing in annoyance, he closed the tab and waited for the timer to run out so he could assign his points. Though while waiting, he slowly drifted off to sleep. "Naoya-sama, breakfast is ready," called a voice from behind the door. Hearing no response, the servant opened the door and peeked inside, only to find Naoya fast asleep. After being shaken awake, Naoya was now seated at the breakfast table with his father, who, as always, looked like the embodiment of discipline. Naoya, on the other hand, felt soreness all over his body, though it wasn't as bad as in the morning. While chewing his food, he silently opened his status screen. Name, Naoya Zenin. Title, Body Stealer, Possible Zenin Heir. Cursed Technique, Locked. Cursed Energy, 570/570. STR, 18. Dex, 12. Vit, 33. Int, 17. Luck, 13. Extra points, 10, +1. Achievements. He stared at the screen for a while before he allocated his points. Name, Naoya Zenin. Title, Body Stealer, Possible Zenin Heir. Cursed Technique, Locked. Cursed Energy, 615/615. STR, 20, +2. Dex, 13, +1. Vit, 35, +2. Int, 20, +3. Luck, 15, +2. Extra points, 0. Achievements. Giving one last look at his stats, he mentally sighed as his gaze fell on the 0 next to extra points. "I'll need to earn more soon," thought Naoya. From the side, his father and the servants were watching him with puzzled expressions. The kid was already on his 8th bowl of rice and showed no signs of stopping. Naoya, oblivious to their thoughts, simply ate, worrying about his stressful future. Later that day during training, Naoya noticed that he had made progress in manipulating cursed energy. He was now able to move a ball of cursed energy from one hand to the other, and even summon 2 such balls simultaneously, though the latter was slower. Naobito looked at his son with his usual cold gaze, though inwardly, he was quite satisfied with the progress. "All right, you will learn something new today. Practice your control during your free time," said Naobito. Naoya looked at his father and asked without hesitation, "When do you even give me free time?" The stick landed cleanly on his hand, making him wince in pain. "I give you plenty of rest," said Naobito flatly. Naoya wanted to protest but decided that was a bad idea. Now, you'll work on your cursed energy output. The amount a Jujutsu sorcerer can release at a time almost certainly defines what rank that sorcerer is. You might have a lot of cursed energy, but being unable to utilize it won't make you a high-rank sorcerer, said Nobito in his strict tone. Naoya nodded in understanding. Nobito gestured to a servant, who brought him a stick. Planting it in the ground, Nobito took 10 steps back and gathered cursed energy in his hand. With a wave, the energy shot forward and struck the stick, sending it flying. I controlled my output, but that's the gist of what you'll be doing, said Nobito. That's it? Asked Naoya. No stance, no build-up, nothing. That's it, replied Nobito. Naoya nodded and moved away from the stick. He copied Nobito's actions, gathering cursed energy in his hand before flicking it forward. Nothing happened. The energy didn't leave his hand at all. Naoya frowned at the rippling energy over his palm and flicked again. Still nothing. Make it so that the cursed energy leaves your hand by the end of the day, said Nobito and walked away. Today's training didn't require him to pay special attention to form, so Nobito decided to handle clan affairs. Training his son was important, but clan leadership took priority. Naoya watched his father leave and thought he could take it easy today. However, knowing his father, he immediately scrapped that thought. He was probably being watched already. Naoya continued trying for hours. No progress. Frustrated, he looked at the nearby trainees sparring and walked toward one of them. Hey, Nii-san, called Naoya. Ha. What is it, Naoya-sama? Do you need my assistance? The older boy stammered. A zenin calling him Nii-san didn't sit right with him. Can you fire cursed energy from your hands? Asked Naoya. Yes, I can do that easily, said the boy, realizing what Naoya wanted. How do you do that? I have been trying to fling it off my hands like father, but it's not working at all, said Naoya, demonstrating his sticky cursed energy. The older boy now knew his guess was correct and was about to answer the young zenin. However, before he did, he looked at the instructors and elders around him, wondering if he was allowed to do so. After getting a clear nod from one of the elders, the boy sighed in relief and looked back towards Naoya. Naoya-sama, firing cursed energy is the final step of this training. You need to master the first step first. What's the first step? Being able to gather and mold cursed energy without direct contact, explained the boy. He raised his palm, gathering cursed energy until a small orb formed, floating slightly above his skin. Cursed energy is tied to negative emotions, and since you're the source of your emotions, it clings to you. You should learn to make it detach while maintaining control. Naoya nodded and gathered cursed energy in his hand and tried to follow what the older trainee showed him, only to fail at that. It's difficult, he muttered. It should be, said the trainee. He drew his wooden sword. Perhaps you should start by coating an object. The longer the object, the better, and then slowly move forward from there, said the boy as he coated the wooden sword in cursed energy before releasing most of it, only leaving some at the tip of the sword. Naoya nodded. He looked around looking for a sword too. Only to see none was in sight. He was about to ask the servant to bring him once before his gaze fell on the stick that was impaled in the ground. It's longer than the sword, muttered Naoya, looking at the stick that was bigger than him. Pulling it off the ground, Naoya used his energy to coat the stick in it, and almost instantly the energy moved, coating the stick completely. Tice garnered surprised looks from onlookers. They were not expecting the young boy to be able to do so in the first try. After all, that trick too demanded a fair bit of control. Naoya smiled, seeing that he was able to at least do that, and then tried to imitate what the older trainee showed him. Hours passed by, most of the trainees were gone for their break. It was lunchtime after all. However, there stood a single boy who continued to train diligently. Stay there, damn it, yelled Naoya in annoyance. He had improved from his first try, but he still couldn't stabilize the cursed energy at the tip of the stick. And although the servants have informed him that his lunch was ready, the young zenin didn't move from his spot. He felt like he was close to mastering the trick, and him finishing early meant that he could take the rest of the day easy since his father was not there to monitor him today. Unbeknownst to Naoya, Nobito was looking at the training ground with a satisfied smile on his face. He was confused why his gluttonous son was not present for lunch, but seeing his determination while being on the training ground made him happy. For such a diligent son, he promised himself to train him hard. This one might be worth investing in, thought Nobito. Naoya felt a shiver went past his spine. Again. Who is wishing for my suffering, thought Naoya before focusing back on the training. A few more hours passed as the sun began to set. Naoya still stood on the training ground, now with a triumphant grin. At the tip of the stick floated a stable orb of cursed energy. Finally. I'm free for today, he shouted joyfully. Dropping the stick, he fell onto the ground, smiling. A familiar voice spoke from behind. Sleeping on the ground. Punished again. Naoya turned and saw Toji. No, just finished training. Nisan, where are you coming from? Your clothes are disheveled, Naoya noted. Toji looked at himself, his kimono indeed messy. Hooped my brother's ass after he charged at me, he said with a smirk. Why did you two fight? I laughed at him for being made fun of at the meeting. This won't come back to bite me, right? Naoya asked worriedly. After all, it was him who embarrassed Junichi. It probably will. Best of luck, Toji said casually. Why? It's the Zenin clan. Most of them are moody babies, Toji shrugged. I won't die, right? Naoya asked nervously. Who knows, Toji replied, and Naoya caught the underlying meaning. Toji looked at the panicked kid. He could almost see the gears turning in his head. Nisan. Naoya called suddenly, eyes lighting up with a plan. What? I don't like that look, said Toji warily. You said that you beat your brother, right? Hooped his ass were my words, but sure, replied Toji. Then be my bodyguard and save me from danger, said Naoya as he slowly walked towards Toji and looked at him with puppy eyes. Huh. Toji didn't know why, but he almost felt a bit of pity after seeing those eyes. Too bad for Naoya, Toji too was a cold-blooded Zenin. Huh, no. Too bothersome. Eh? Please. I am nowhere near strong to save myself if I get attacked by Junichi and Ai-san. Sounds like a you problem. You dragged me into this. Me. You were the one who mocked his ugly mug. I just fanned the flames. Please, Toji Nii-san. Save your adorable younger cousin. Where's he? Let me kick him in the face and make him less adorable. Toji deadpanned, looking around. You're mean, Nii-san. Glad you noticed, said Toji with a smirk. Toji smirked seeing the pouting young Zenin. He looked at him for a while before he picked up the stick from the ground. You know what would be funny? Asked Toji. What? Asked Naoya. If you beat the crap out of my trash brother yourself, said Toji, grinning maliciously. I don't like where this is going, muttered Naoya slowly backing away. Toji's grin widened. Want to learn the art of ass-whooping from me? No thank you. I already train enough. Naoya said, backing several meters away. Oh, too bad. Maybe I should tell my brother you called him worse than trash for losing to a failure like me. When did I say that? Asked Naoya. You didn't. But he doesn't know that, replied Toji. You are blackmailing me. I am blackmailing you, Toji confirmed without shame. Why? To cause some chaos in this den of snakes, said Toji as he hurled the stick at Naoya with some force behind it. Widening his eyes in surprise, Naoya immediately stepped aside, the stick whooshed past him and impaled a nearby rock. Seeing that scene, Toji smirked. I was right. His senses are sharp, thought Toji. Naoya on the other hand looked at the stick that was stuck in the rock with horror. One moment of delay and he would have been skewered. What the hell is wrong with this clan, thought Naoya in panic. Come here at midnight, said Toji, walking away without waiting for an answer. Naoya slumped to the ground. Why me, God? What have I done wrong? So much suffering. Have some mercy. Ding. As if answering his prayer, the familiar chime rung. Curse technique unlocked. Chapter 8, They Like Cute Names. Naoya blinked in surprise. What do you mean I unlocked my cursed technique, thought Naoya, not feeling any changes within his body. The moment he thought that, information came rushing into his head, knowledge about his technique imprinting itself into his mind. Naoya stood still for a while, feeling a slight migraine from the sudden rush of information before sitting down once again to process what he had just learned. System, thought Naoya. Ding. Name, Naoya Zenin. Title, Body Stealer, Possible Zenin Heir. Cursed Technique, Projection Sorcery, Active. Cursed Energy, 557/630. STR, 20. Dex, 13. Vit, 35. Int, 30, plus 10. Luck, 15. Extra points, 0. Achievements, more, plus. Naoya looked at his status screen with a pondering expression. He had awakened his curse technique, the same one as his father's, and because of the new knowledge that came with it, his INT stat had increased by 50%. He stood up and tried using his curse technique just as the information in his head instructed him to. The moment Naoya activated it, his surroundings seemed to slow down. He began seeing possible movements and paths, choosing which ones to follow before moving. Naoya felt his speed increase dramatically, every movement smooth and efficient. Once he stopped, he smiled in satisfaction. According to his newfound understanding, he could split a single second into multiple frames, performing predetermined movements seamlessly. The movements couldn't be too exaggerated, but he could still make himself do things that were normally impossible, like jumping over 4 meters and landing back within that same second. Currently, he could move at 12 frames per second, though he knew this would improve with more familiarity and better physical conditioning. From what he remembered, his father could move at 24 frames per second and he is called the fastest sorcerer of the current era. Alright. It's a good technique. If nothing else, it'll help me run away from dangerous situations. Let's collect the achievement point and take a bath, said Naoya, clicking on the achievements window to collect the point for unlocking his curse technique. However, he didn't receive a point for it. Curse technique unlocked, 10 shadows technique, collect. Naoya looked at the screen with a dumbfounded expression. He rubbed his eyes and looked again, still the same reward. Isn't this the ancient clan technique all the Zenins are obsessed with? Naoya gulped, temptation whispering in his mind to press collect. But he hesitated. Jujutsu sorcerers only ever had one curse technique. He had never heard of any exceptions. What would happen if he clicked it? Would his current technique be replaced? Or, best case, would he somehow gain both? Worst case, would his body collapse under the strain, leaving him crippled? He didn't know. After pondering for 15 minutes, Naoya sighed and stared intently at the screen. This system has helped me so far and hasn't done or tried to do me any harm. He muttered. The allure of the ancient clan technique was simply too tempting for a 4-year-old to resist. With some hesitation, he clicked on collect. A soft chime rang in his head before a splitting migraine struck. Ack. Warning, brain overload. INT too low. Switching curse techniques. A red message window flashed before him, and the pain gradually subsided as new information about the 10 shadows technique forced its way into his mind. Name, Naoya Zenin. Title, Body Stealer, Possible Zenin Heir. Curse technique, 10 shadows technique, active, /projection sorcery, inactive. Cursed energy, 553/630. STR, 20. Dex, 13. Vit, 35. Int, 40, +10. Luck, 15. Extra points, 0. Achievements, more, plus. Naoya studied the new status screen. His INT had increased again, but what truly caught his eye was the curse technique section. It seemed he possessed both techniques within his body, though he could only use one at a time. Switching between active and inactive allowed him to access either technique freely. Then his eyes fell on the Achievements tab. Gain 2 cursed techniques, 1 point, collect. Now that was a familiar kind of reward. He clicked, collect, without hesitation. Without wasting another second, Naoya stood up and formed a hand seal, channeling cursed energy. Divine dogs. His shadow darkened and stretched outward. 2 wolves, 1 black, 1 white, emerged from the shadow. Woof. Woof. The 2 wolves barked in unison, greeting their summoner. Naoya's expression melted into a bright smile as he crouched down and extended his hands. The wolves immediately came closer, sensing his intent. So cute, he exclaimed, patting their heads eagerly. Awoo! Both wolves cried in bliss, their tails wagging happily. Naoya stopped reluctantly, much to their disappointment. I'd love to keep playing, but I need to rest. Training with Toji Nii-san starts at midnight, Naoya said, his tone full of regret. Alright, let me introduce myself to you guys. I'm Naoya. Please protect me and stay by my side from now on. Woof. Woof. Good boys. Calling you both divine dogs doesn't sit right with me. Naoya began pondering. Jet black demon and pure white angel, he declared dramatically. Both wolves lowered their ears, giving him puppy eyes. How can you guys do puppy eyes? Ugh, fine, I'll think of something else. After several cool, and definitely Chinibyo, names that were all rejected, Naoya was out of ideas. Cupcake and Frosting, he finally said. This time, both wolves wagged their tails. So they like cute names, thought Naoya, relieved. All right, from now on, your Cupcake, Black Wolf, and your Frosting, White Wolf. The two barked happily before jumping back into his shadow. Naoya then tested switching between his curse techniques and was thrilled to find he could use both seamlessly. The wolves remained unaffected, still responding to their names even after he switched. Satisfied, Naoya headed home, took a bath, and went straight to bed, only waking up when a servant came to call him for dinner. During dinner, Naoya suddenly remembered something. Father, he called. Naobito, still chewing elegantly, glanced at his son. I unlocked my cursed technique. Cough. Cough. Naobito choked violently on his food. Servants rushed to his side with a glass of water. After calming down, the acting clan head looked at Naoya seriously. The nearby servants shared the same look. Depending on what technique Naoya had, the clan's power balance could shift dramatically. What technique do you have? Asked Naobito, hoping it was something significant. If his son's technique was strong, his position as the future clan head would be far more secure. Projection sorcery, began Naoya. Naobito frowned slightly. It was a strong technique, his own, but not influential enough to sway the elders. And the 10 Shadows technique, Naoya finished. What? Say that again, Naobito said, his voice low and disbelieving. Projection sorcery and the 10 Shadows technique, Naoya repeated calmly. You unlocked 2 techniques? Yes. And you can use them both? Yes. Naobito stared at his son, wondering if this was some kind of joke. Are you sick? No. Did you dream about unlocking 2 techniques? Naoya sighed. It was better to show than argue. Divine dogs. 2 wolves leapt from his shadow and landed behind him. Naobito and the servants froze, eyes wide. Then Naoya recalled the dogs and switched techniques, using projection sorcery to appear behind his father in an instant. Naobito barely managed to track the movement. The Zenin clan truly is blessed, Naobito murmured, a satisfied smile forming. Do you believe me now? Naoya asked. Naobito nodded, his smile widening the more he replayed what he had just seen. His future as the clan head was now guaranteed. Bring me some sake. This calls for celebration. Inform the servants, there will be a banquet tomorrow, ordered Naobito. As you wish, a servant replied, hurrying to prepare. Good news should be shared quickly, thought Naobito, already planning how to use this revelation to solidify his standing. I'll have guards placed around him at all times. This boy will be targeted by those snakes soon enough. Unaware of his father's scheming, Naoya simply ate in peace, determined to make up for skipping lunch by eating double. Chapter 9, Learning How to Talk is Important. Dinner was quiet, almost awkwardly so. Naoya sat across from Naobito, eating silently as the acting clan head downed sake with visible joy. Every now and then, he caught a few glances from the servants, whispers spreading like wildfire about the little heir who had apparently awakened not 1, but 2 techniques. He wanted to shout that it wasn't exactly awakened, but more like, accidentally discovered while trying not to die. But arguing at the Zenin dinner table was about as suicidal as juggling live grenades, so he kept eating. Once dinner ended, Naoya was about to collapse onto his bed when a familiar shadow appeared outside his window. Wake up, runt. Time for some ass-whooping classes. Hearing the voice, Naoya didn't reply, he immediately closed his eyes and pretended to sleep. Strange. Was the brat too tired after training that he went to sleep, muttered Toji. Well, can't be helped. Let's shit-talk everyone on the kid's behalf, said Toji in a jolly tone. Coming. Naoya immediately shouted, jumping out of his futon and grabbing his training clothes. Once changed, Naoya opened the door to see Toji standing there with a toothy grin. How do you do, prodigy of the Zenin clan? Asked Toji. So you heard, replied Naoya flatly. Yup. And if I had to guess, the people who needed to hear it already have. Your old man made sure of that, said Toji as he started walking, Naoya quietly following behind. What do you think will happen now, Nii-san? Asked Naoya. More respect and buttering up are to be expected. The clan might increase your budget too. Harsher training, more responsibility, oh, and some scheming, backstabbing, maybe even an assassination attempt or two, you know, the usual. Naoya stared blankly. I hate this clan. Welcome to the club, Toji chuckled. The new prodigy of the Zenin clan saying such words was almost poetic. Well then, let's start, said Toji, taking a few steps back. They were now in a secluded courtyard, a part of the estate rarely visited by servants or clan members. Toji had chosen this area since he lived nearby. Being labeled the failure of the clan had its benefits, people tended to avoid him. Alright, let's see what the Zenin prodigy can do, Toji said, cracking his neck. I never called myself a prodigy. Sure you didn't. But everyone else in the clan is calling you that. Naoya groaned. He was reminded once again that being called a prodigy only made him a bigger target. So what are we doing, he asked. You learned cursed energy control, asked Toji. Naoya nodded and raised his hands, showing the faint glow of cursed energy coating them. What are you showing it to me for? I can't see cursed energy, said Toji flatly. He couldn't see cursed energy, but he could sense it, courtesy of his heavenly restriction. Naoya lowered his hands awkwardly, unsure how to respond. Little brat's pitying me, Toji thought with mild amusement. Who the hell called this kid foul-mouthed and rude? Did you know cursed energy can enhance physical strength? Asked Toji. Naoya shook his head. Haven't reached that stage yet, huh? Naoya nodded. Well, that makes things difficult, for you, said Toji with a grin. What are you planning? Naoya asked, slowly backing away. Nothing much. Just some physical conditioning, that's all I can really teach you, said Toji as he picked up a pebble. See this pebble? Naoya squinted. It was dark, but he could just barely make it out. He nodded. I'm going to throw it. You either catch it or dodge it. Before Naoya could reply, Toji flicked the pebble without warning. Naoya's eyes widened as a sense of danger spiked through his body. He immediately ducked, hitting the ground just in time to dodge the first shot. Then another pebble hit his forehead. Ow. Lesson 1, don't celebrate mid-fight. Hey. Take it easy on me. I'll die. I can't reinforce myself with cursed energy yet, not to mention it's night, I can barely see the stones, complained Naoya. Your foes won't stop just because you're tired. They'll attack when you're distracted or weakest. That's how this cursed world works. Either get strong soon, or get killed. Toji gathered a few more pebbles. Naoya fell silent. He wanted to complain, but Toji's words hit hard. The Zenin clan was cruel, and Toji was living proof of it. If someone as strong as Toji could be treated like dirt, what chance did a weak child like him have? Ready for round 2? Toji asked, smiling ear to ear. You're the worst teacher. Yet you're learning, Toji said with a lazy grin. Hours passed. Naoya practiced sensing his attacks, enhancing movement speed, and even a few attempts at projection sorcery's frame-splitting, though each attempt ended with him either tripping, falling, or crashing into something. Toji really liked to smack his head and knock him down whenever he used his technique. When he finally collapsed onto the ground, chest heaving, Toji stood over him with an amused expression. Better, he said. Still weak, but at least you're not hopeless. Naoya's eyes twitched. I'll take that as a compliment, barely. Toji chuckled, stretching his arms. Rest up, kid. You'll need it tomorrow. Why? The clan's hosting a banquet. Big names coming. And I've got a feeling you'll be the main attraction. Naoya groaned. Oh, great. Can't wait to embarrass myself in front of the entire clan again. Please do. I will really enjoy the chaos, said Toji. Will you be attending? Asked Naoya hopefully. I will get the invitation. Though, most probably, I won't attend, said Toji remembering the sneering looks of the clowns of Zenin clan. Please attend. I don't know anyone there. Father too will probably be busy dealing with the big shots. Naoya pleaded. He wanted to have an insurance that he won't get attacked out of nowhere and who would be better than the macho hunk in front of him. No thanks. I don't have a habit to babysit, said Toji rejecting Naoya. Besides, you should interact with the clansmen more. It would be better for your future if you don't interact with me in front of clansmen, especially at a place like tomorrow's banquet, said Toji. But, you are nicer than the people from the clan. That's a low bar to pass. Still, you should learn how to talk to new people and get them on your side and be on their good side. As things stand, you will probably be the clan heir and one day will take charge of the clan, said Toji. That's absurd. Two techniques can't coexist in one body. It must be a fluke. Fluke or not, the servants saw it, and Naobito hasn't denied it. Tension filled the room. Some looked uneasy, others calculating. Such a child could shift the balance among the clans, one elder murmured. If he truly masters both, even the Gojo clan won't be able to maintain their position. And if he doesn't, another sneered. He'll become a threat to our own order. You've seen how Naoya behaves, arrogant and impulsive. Before the discussion could escalate, the door slid open. Naobito Zenin entered, his presence instantly silencing the room. His gaze swept across the gathered elders, calm yet heavy with authority. I see you've all heard the news. How touching that you're so worried about my son, he said coolly. No one dared reply. We cannot ignore this, Naobito. Two techniques in one person, it's absurd. No one in the clan's history has shown this before, Oji Zenin said sharply. Across from him, Chojuro Zenin crossed his arms. And if it's true? Would you rather suppress talent out of fear? This isn't fear, Oji snapped. It's about control. The boy is unstable. Undisciplined. If left unchecked, he could bring disaster upon the clan. Disaster? Chojuro shot back. It's been generations since a 10 Shadows user appeared. It's our chance to rise above the other clans, and you call it a disaster? Tell me, Oji, are you wishing for the clan's downfall? Oji's eyes blazed. Watch your tongue, Chojuro. Don't forget your place. Enough, Naobito interrupted. You all speak as if the child's existence is a curse. He's my son, and the future of this clan. I'll handle his training personally. One elder hesitated. And if he loses control? If the cursed energy consumes him? Naobito's lips curved into a cold smile. Then I'll be the one to end him. The room went silent. Even the cicadas outside seemed to stop. The message was clear, no one would interfere. As Naobito left, Oji leaned toward Chojuro. You'll see soon enough. That child will either destroy us, or give me the chance to take control when Naobito falls. Chojuro's eyes narrowed. You've always been a vulture. And you've always been naive, Oji replied, standing up. Pray that boy doesn't prove me right. He left, seething, while the faint echoes of his footsteps vanished into the night. Chapter 10, First Friend. Morning came sooner than what Naoya would have liked. With sunlight filtering weakly through the paper screens, faint golden patterns painted across Naoya's futon. He cracked an eye open, immediately regretting it. His entire body screamed in protest. Ugh. I think Toji Nii-san broke my spine, he groaned, rolling onto his side. Even that felt like punishment. The moment he tried to stretch, pain shot through his limbs. His first training session with Toji had left him more bruised than he could count. A knock came from the other side of the door. Naoya-sama, the clan head requests your presence after breakfast. Of course he does. Naoya muttered, dragging himself out of bed. Because why would anyone let me rest when I'm dying? He went through his morning routine half-conscious, occasionally wincing in pain from slight movement that he inevitable made. Breakfast was oddly peaceful. Naobito was reading a report while sipping sake, yes, in the morning, and didn't comment on Naoya's sluggish movements. Afterward, the two walked together through the clan estate, their steps echoing softly against the wooden floors. You look dead, Naobito said without looking up. Thanks, I feel dead, Naoya replied dryly. Good. That means the training worked. I don't see you or others in this much pain. Are you guys not training seriously? Naoya snorted. That's called discipline, Naobito replied, glancing at him with a smirk. And by the way you're talking, you really lack it. You know, showing some concern wouldn't hurt, Naoya said sarcastically. You'll get hurt plenty once you become a jujutsu sorcerer and fight curses. Better get used to pain sooner rather than later. Naoya blinked. That logic is very concerning, father. Naobito smirked faintly. Get used to it. Today's banquet isn't going to be any easier. Rest up till then. Don't embarrass yourself, and definitely don't embarrass the clan. Like the clan needs my help doing that. Naoya muttered. That immediately earned him a glare, making him stiffen up. The Zenin clan is one of the most prestigious and influential families in both the jujutsu world and the common world. Others know better than to get on our bad side. It would be wise for you to learn the same, Naobito said, his tone turning cold. Naoya gave a small nod. Speak. Understood, Naoya replied quickly. Naobito cast one last glare at his son before walking away. Naoya sighed in relief as soon as his father disappeared from sight. Close call. He thought, slowly making his way back to his room. Once inside, he summoned Frosting and Cupcake from his shadows and cuddled the huge fluff balls, much to their amusement. If nothing else, this technique is worth it just for giving me these cuties, he murmured, burying his face in Frosting's soft belly. Cupcake barked loudly, demanding attention. Naoya and Frosting turned to see the black wolf lying on his back, belly exposed. Naoya smiled and gave his belly a few scratches before lying down against the black fur. Name, Naoya Zenin. Title, Body Stealer, Possible Zenin Heir. Curse Technique, 10 Shadows Technique, Active, / Projection Sorcery, Inactive. Cursed Energy, 655/660. STR, 22, +2. Dex, 17, +4. Vit, 36, +1. Int, 42, +2. Luck, 18, +3. Extra points, 1. Achievements. Naoya stared at his stats. He had improved a lot, but somehow the danger around him only seemed to increase. He looked at his single extra point, wondering where to invest it. He'd thought about saving them until he reached 10, since that was the limit he could hold at once. But at his current level, saving might cost him his life. Toji had warned him about assassins and unseen threats. If even a single point could make a difference, he'd use it now. No matter how I look at it, I should put it in strength, he thought. That'll help me fight or escape if needed. He briefly considered dexterity, but without weapons or tools, it didn't seem useful yet. Luck was tempting, it wouldn't show immediate gains, but having Lady Luck on your side could turn battles around. Still, it wasn't something he could train or rely on naturally. After giving it some more thought, he decided to add that point to strength. Slowly but steadily that stat will increase, and he believed that he had better survival chances with strength. Once he was strong enough to not die easily, then he can focus on luck. Name, Naoya Zenin. Title, Body Stealer, Possible Zenin Heir. Curse Technique, 10 Shadows Technique, Active, / Projection Sorcery, Inactive. Cursed Energy, 655/660. STR, 23, +1. Dex, 17. Vit, 36. Int, 42. Luck, 18. Extra points, 0. Achievements. After adding the point, Naoya turned off the system and laid back down. Cupcake, Frosting, protect me while I'm asleep. Keep an eye out for anything suspicious, he murmured. The wolves barked in affirmation, turning alert. Smiling softly, Naoya closed his eyes. The wolves curled closer to him, their warmth a silent promise of protection. By evening, the Zenin estate was unrecognizable. Lanterns hung from every archway, servants hurriedly moved trays of food and sake, and the faint sound of shamisen strings echoed across the courtyard. The Banquet of Shadows, a gathering of the most influential sorcerers and clan heads from Kyoto and Tokyo, was underway. Naoya stood awkwardly near one of the central pillars, dressed in formal black robes with a golden sash. The outfit was uncomfortable, the collar too tight, and the weight of attention unbearable. Everywhere he looked, people were whispering. That's the boy, isn't he? They say he awakened 2 techniques. Naoya resisted the urge to roll his eyes. Great. I'm the freak show attraction. He tried to maintain a neutral face, scanning the crowd. He recognized some of the Zenin elders, Oji, Chojuro, Junichi, along with a few unfamiliar faces from outside clans. One of them, a silver-haired man, was laughing loudly with Naobito. That must have been a Gojo representative. Because of course, Naobito had invited them. Along with the men, Naoya could also see a child around his age standing with the men looking bored. That must be the heir of their clan, thought Naoya. While checking out the surroundings, Naoya's eyes met with Naobito's, who was now surrounded by a few important-looking people. Naoya, come here, called Naobito. Naoya wanted to sigh. He was already feeling pressure from the countless gazes upon him, that coupled with his fear of someone out of nowhere killing him made his stomach hurt. Still being the prodigy of the Zenin clan, Naoya put up a smile on his face. This is my son, Naoya, Naobito said. Naoya, these are the current pillars of the Jujutsu world, the Gojo clan's Masahiro Gojo, the Kamo clan's Shinjiro Kamo, and the Inamaki clan's Arita Inamaki. Nice to meet you, Gojo-san, Kamo-san, Inamaki-san. I'm Naoya Zenin, he greeted respectfully. The three nodded, studying him with curiosity. After all, he was the star of the evening. Nice to meet you as well, Naoya-kun. Hey, introduce yourself too, said Masahiro Gojo, nudging the boy beside him. Gojo Satoru. Nice to meet you, said Satoru in a bored tone, not at all affected by the glare his father was giving him for the lackluster greeting. Naobito, for once, felt grateful that his own son wasn't that brazen. Naoya, keep Satoru-kun company, Naobito said, gesturing for them to leave. Satoru glanced at his father for confirmation, and upon receiving a nod, turned back toward Naoya. Oh, before I forget, this is for you, Satoru said, handing over a bag. Naoya took the bag curiously and found a well-wrapped gift box inside it. Surprised by the sudden gift, his eyes glimmered in excitement. It was after all the first gift that he had ever received. The Zenin clan was rich, sure, but warm. Not so much. Seeing the excited boy, Satoru smiled in content, giving a smug smile to his father. It was after all his idea to take a gift for the kid. Masahiro coughed and looked away, pretending not to notice. Naobito, meanwhile, frowned slightly. He needs to learn composure, thought Naobito. The two kids then slowly walked away from their fathers as Naoya looked towards Satoru. Thank you for this, said Naoya holding the gift. You're welcome. It's a remote-controlled car, by the way. What's that? Naoya asked innocently. You don't know R/C cars? Satoru looked genuinely shocked. No. All right, come on. I'll show you, Satoru grinned. Naoya nodded and led the kid a bit further away from the banquet, though not that far, since being in sights of the adults was also important. Naoya put the box on the ground as both him and Satoru started tearing the gift wrap. Once out of the wrapping, Naoya looked at the box and was amazed. Inside it was a bright red car, almost half Naoya's size. Seeing that reaction, Satoru felt proud of his choice and then started tearing the box. Once the car was out, Satoru checked for the batteries before placing the car on the ground and handing the remote to the blonde-haired guy beside him. Here, what do you think happens when you press that? The car moves. Naoya said uncertainly. You told me you don't know what it is, asked Satoru. It's a car. What else would it do, retorted Naoya back, answering with common sense. He didn't know what R/C car was, but he knew what a car looked like and what it does. Looking at the remote in his hands, Naoya instinctively understood what the remote was for and pushed the button forward. He pressed the button, and the car zoomed forward. Naoya jumped in surprise, eyes wide with childlike wonder. Satoru chuckled. The two spent a while playing until a loud growl came from Naoya's stomach. That was a loud noise, said Gojo in surprise. He had never heard such a loud noise come from someone's stomach. Naoya laughed sheepishly. With all the servants busy, he'd only managed to eat 4 servings at lunch, clearly not enough. Let's go eat something then, said Naoya in excitement, already enjoying Satoru company. Ding. A soft chime echoed. Achievement unlocked, make 1 friend. Plus 1 point, collect. Naoya, surprised by the sudden notification, paused for a moment. He made his first friend today. That realization made him smile even more. Satoru looked at Naoya's bright smile for a bit before he smiled back. He liked this boy's company. People interacting with him because of ulterior motives was nothing new to Satoru, so the genuine feeling that he got from Naoya was very refreshing for him. Let's go then. Let me see how good Zenin family's cooks are, said Satoru. Oh, it's amazing. You'll love it, Naoya promised. The two boys happily walked back to the banquet area and went straight to the table lined with foods, though in between that Naoya handed the gift that Satoru gave him to a servant and asked them to place it in his room. The two soon grabbed plates and started filling it with what they like. You sure can eat, Naoya, said Satoru in disbelief, looking at the mountain of food piled on Naoya's plate. Naoya, with his mouth full, looked at Satoru's plate and snorted. He chewed what he had in his mouth, and picked up some veggies from his plate before putting them in Satoru's. Eat your veggies too. Only eating meat and sweets are bad for the body, said Naoya. Satoru stared at the green pile and carefully separated the veggies from the meat. I won't, he declared dramatically. You should though. Father says that veggies contain power to repel curses and not eating enough of them will attract them more to you, said Naoya. Satoru's eyes widened. He didn't know that. No wonder his father, mother, and rest of the servants in his house tried so much to make him eat his vegetables. Wait. Why am I worried? I am strong. Let them come, said Gojo, realizing who he was before happily eating the food he liked. Naoya looked at Satoru in envy. He too wanted to be that strong that he can dismiss danger like it was nothing. What do you usually do all day? Satoru asked once he'd finished eating. Wake up. Train. Breakfast. Train. Lunch. Train. Dinner. Sleep, Naoya answered casually. Gojo turned silent after hearing that. What do you mean train? Thought Satoru in shock. Satoru blinked. Apart from training and eating, what else do you do? I take a bath and go to toilet as well if that's what you are curious about. Sometimes training time is switched with studying time as well. Naoya said matter-of-factly, not thinking much about it. After all, that's all what he did at his home anyway. Don't you play with friends or something? Naoya shook his head. Northwest one close to my age is here in the clan. I also don't have any friends here. Satoru turned silent. This felt too sad to him. I will be your friend, declared Satoru. Hee, thank you. Let's get along, friend, replied Naoya with a smile and extended his hand to shake Satoru's. Satoru grabbed Naoya's hand and shook it with as much force as he could to convey his feelings. The two smiled brightly and they continued their conversation. What about TV? Asked Satoru. What's that? Asked Naoya back. A square box with a screen. Video and sound came out of it. You can watch movie and anime in that, explained Gojo to the best of his ability. Never seen one. Maybe there's one in another part of the estate. What's anime? Forget it. What about games? I used to play tag with some servants when I was young, said Naoya. You are younger. Satoru exclaimed. What about manga? Before you ask. It's a book with pictures and stories inside it, said Satoru. Oh. You mean newspapers and textbooks? We do have those. I can't read properly yet, but I like the cartoons that come in the newspaper. Textbooks are boring though, replied Naoya. Satoru blinked in surprise. Never in his life he had expected that he would meet such a poor soul from a rich family. That day he finally realized how fortunate he was that he was born in Gojo clan instead of the Zenin clan. Naoya. I will invite you sometime to my home. Let's have tons of fun then, said Satoru with a fire burning in his eyes. He promised himself at that moment that he will make sure that his new friend Naoya experiences youth. Chapter 11, Spear of Affection. 1 year had passed since the banquet, when many from the Jujutsu world had gathered at the Zenin estate. Since then, Naoya's father had only gotten stricter with him, and with his training. The clan hadn't liked the fact that Naoya had gotten friendly with Satoru Gojo, the heir of their rival clan. That alone was enough for Naobito to double down on discipline. His term as the probationary clan head had ended long ago, and his brother Oji now handled clan affairs, making it even harder for Naobito to grant Naoya any leniency. A single mistake could cost him his seat as the next head, so Naobito, now relatively free, made sure Naoya improved. And boy, he did. Name, Naoya Zenin. Title, Body Stealer, possible Zenin heir. Curse technique, 10 Shadows technique, active, / projection sorcery, inactive. Cursed energy, 1800/1800. STR, 52. Dex, 38. Vit, 66. Int, 70. Luck, 25. Extra points, 3. Achievements. Currently resting in his room after dinner, Naoya looked at his status screen as he did every night. Looking at his stats, he smiled. His training with both Naoya and Toji increased both his physical and jujutsu prowess by a lot. His projection sorcery, thanks to his father's expertise, improved a lot. Now, he could move at 20 frames per second, faster than most seasoned sorcerers. Even Naobito had been shocked at his son's natural affinity with the technique. At Naoya's age, he couldn't have achieved half as much, though, to be fair, he hadn't had anyone to guide him either. Still, Naoya had proven he was more than a genius. He was a genius who worked hard. Something rare in the jujutsu world. His other technique had also seen progress, albeit modest. After completing his exorcism ritual, Naoya had successfully gained his second Shikigami, Rabbit Escape. It hadn't been too difficult. The moment the rabbits were summoned, Naoya had immediately jumped at the marked one, the leader, before the horde could scatter. Subduing it secured his victory. Naoya liked this Shikigami a lot. Why? Because right now, he was lying on his futon buried under a horde of tiny rabbits snuggling up to him. You understand it now? He asked the empty room, grinning. Jokes aside, the Shikigami was immensely useful. As the name suggested, Rabbit Escape could summon a horde of rabbits, weak individually but perfect for distractions and cover during retreat. As long as the main rabbit survived, the horde could respawn infinitely. That main rabbit was also adorable, a small, white fluff ball. Though naming it had been an ordeal. The rabbit had refused every cute name Naoya came up with until, finally, it accepted one. Mao, meaning Demon Lord, Naoya called, still half buried in fur. The rabbit leader hopped onto his futon and tilted its head innocently. Go back in. I need to go train. The rabbit nodded, and one by one, the smaller ones leapt into Naoya's shadow. Mao gave a tiny salute before jumping in as well. Such a cute demon lord, Naoya chuckled. Cupcake and Frosting, his ever-loyal divine dogs, came forward and affectionately nuzzled him before retreating into his shadow too. Naoya sighed. Another night of torture. He sat up and picked up the short sword lying beside him within arm's reach. It was a cursed tool, a gift from Nabito on his birthday. Its name, Shursue. A grade 3 curse tool, plain in appearance but well-balanced, perfect for Naoya's hand. Shursue was light, easily concealable, and it helped him enhance his dexterity slightly. The first time Toji had seen the sword, he made it his life mission to beat ******* to educate Naoya in every form of weapon combat imaginable. Swords, nunchucks, staffs, spears, even guns once. Naoya still had nightmares about that day. Though he constantly complained that Toji only enjoyed tormenting him, which Toji happily confirmed, the results were undeniable. His stats had skyrocketed, and the achievement points kept piling up. It was as if Toji were a walking torture achievement generator. Naoya stored Shursue in his shadow, a trick he'd discovered by accident. Once, during training, he'd barely dodged a staff Toji threw at him, and it had landed near his shadow. When Naoya summoned his rabbits to block Toji's next strike, the staff simply vanished, pulled into the shadow space. Toji had immediately suggested they could use that to smuggle drugs and make a fortune. Too bad Naoya wasn't allowed outside the estate. Not that he even knew what drugs were, but if he did, he'd definitely decline the offer. Stepping outside his room, Naoya scanned the area before heading to the secluded training grounds at the edge of the estate. Toji was already there, casually twirling a wooden spear at blinding speed. Watching him, Naoya couldn't help but wonder why such a man was looked down upon. Give him a cursed tool, and Toji could annihilate grade 1 curses with ease. Sadly, the clan's standards were different. A mystery Naoya didn't care to solve. Yo, brat. Ready for another dose of tough love? Tonight's special, Spear of Affection, Toji greeted with a predatory grin. If you dropped that smile, you'd be well liked, Nii-san, Naoya muttered. Ask that girl I met last week. She liked it a lot, Toji smirked. Naoya shook his head. How many girls does this man meet? Toji suddenly grew serious and gestured for Naoya to attack. Naoya didn't hesitate. He drew Shursue from his shadow and activated projection sorcery. Cursed energy wrapped around him as he dashed forward. Toji's spear lashed out instantly, but Naoya had expected it. The world slowed as his technique engaged. After deciding what movements will be optimal for him, Naoya followed the movements perfectly and immediately appeared above Toji for a downward strike. Though Toji was not faster than Naoya's cursed technique, his raw reaction speed and strength was enough for him to easily dodge the attack and respond even faster. The wooded spear's handle came towards Naoya, seeing which he raised Shursue to block it and prevent a direct hit. Though Toji smirked maliciously at the attempt and used the spear as a bat to send the kid flying towards a tree. Naoya barely had time to react. Midair, he switched techniques and summoned the rabbit escape horde, cushioning his fall before the rabbits formed a barrier wall to obscure Toji's vision. Toji, of course, wasn't fooled. His senses were far too sharp. Still, being the generous teacher he was, he decided to play along. Naoya circled silently through the shadows, commanding the rabbits to swarm while Mao stayed hidden in his shadow. Toji waited for a few more seconds for Naoya before deciding to finish this game. However, the moment he was about to rush towards the kid, his senses picked up something behind him and saw two wolves launching at him with their claws and fangs out. He turned around and swung his spear at them, deciding to send the two mutts flying. He turned sharply, swinging his spear to knock them aside, but the moment he made contact, both wolves and the rabbits around them dissolved into shadows. Naoya seized the opening, reactivating projection sorcery and appearing behind Toji with a triumphant grin, slashing down. Too bad for him, Toji was faster than him without his curse technique. Toji stepped forward, pivoted, and delivered a roundhouse kick that sent Naoya flying again. I should play football, Toji muttered, admiring his form. I'd make tons of money. Naoya crashed into the ground, groaning in pain. Thank you, demon army. He mumbled weakly as his rabbits dissolved back into his shadow. The rabbits that were not crushed by him gave him a salute before they too jumped back in his shadow. Nice effort, Toji said, strolling over. Though almost is not good in real fights. I waited long enough for you to make a move. A real fight won't wait for your perfect timing. You either move faster, or die faster, said Toji. Naoya rubbed his forehead. You could just say, good job, you know. Brat, if I ever say that, it means that you are dreaming. Wake up to reality. Now get up. This time, use the spear, ordered Toji. Naoya sighed and dragged himself upright, muttering curses under his breath. Another hour of brutal sparring followed before he finally collapsed, drenched in sweat and pain but still breathing, barely. Toji dropped beside him, stretching lazily. Not bad. You didn't bleed this time. Gee, thanks for the glowing review, Naoya wheezed. They sat in silence for a while, cicadas buzzing softly in the background. Then Toji said, almost offhandedly, Oji's term ends soon. Naoya glanced sideways. Yeah. Heard the servants talking. They're saying Uncle Chojuro might be the next probationary head. That guy. The laughing bastard. Naoya chuckled. That's the one. Figures, Toji said. Father doesn't seem too bothered either since Chojuro-san is on his side, Naoya admitted. But he said something about letting the elders play house for a while. Toji snorted. Sounds like your old men. Let them dance till they choke on their own power games. Because of you, him becoming the next head is almost certain. It's just the elders who are supporting other candidates that are stirring the pot. Naoya's expression darkened. You think they'll try something against me? Toji snorted. You're a prodigy with two techniques, one of them being the one the entire clan lusts after. Of course they'll try something. That's not very comforting. Didn't say it was, Toji said, standing up and dusting off his pants. But here's the thing, you're getting strong enough that killing you won't be easy anymore. That's progress. Naoya gave a tired smile. Not that assuring. Exactly. That's the spirit, Toji grinned, patting his shoulder hard enough to almost dislocate it. Don't get full of yourself and expect the worst. Prepare for it, you will be the one laughing while standing on their dead bodies. Such motivation. You should apply for the post of clan head, said Naoya in a deadpan tone. Hey, this shithole is not worthy of hearing my teachings. Now go rest. Shoo, said Toji as he walked back to his quarters. Naoya stood, looking up at the night sky before turning back toward his quarters. Another day survived. Chapter 12, Outing with My Friend. The Zenin estate was rarely quiet, but mornings like this, when even the wind seemed to hesitate before brushing against the old shoji doors, were rarer still. Naoya had just finished his morning drills when a faint buzz of whispers began spreading across the courtyard. Servants rushed past him, faces pale, as if they'd seen a curse walking through the front gate. He didn't need to guess who it was. Only one person could make the entire Zenin estate collectively groan this early in the day. Naoya, came a loud voice from the main gate, echoing all the way to the training ground. That damn Gojo. Muttered Naobito, facepalming. Naoya smiled helplessly at his father's reaction. After becoming friends back at the banquet, Satoru Gojo visited him about once every 2 months. At first, Satoru had tried to invite Naoya to his own estate, but Naoya wasn't permitted to go. According to the clan, that would mean walking into enemy territory. So instead, Gojo took Naoya on outings, each accompanied by a bodyguard from both clans. It was an awkward arrangement, but one neither side could oppose. Openly rejecting the other clan's heir would be seen as a declaration of hostility. Their only hope was that the Gojo clan would reign in their unruly prodigy. But that was easier said than done. Satoru Gojo walked into the Zenin estate like it was his own backyard. Naobito-sama. Satoru Gojo, a servant came running to inform him, but Naobito raised his hand, already knowing. He looked toward Naoya and glared. Freshen up and change. Keep yourselves within limits, and no matter what, don't drag the clan name through the mud. Naoya nodded, then extended his hands forward with a grin. What? Nobito asked, frowning. Money, replied Naoya cheerfully. Nobito's smile twitched. That damned Gojo is rubbing off on him. Still, he handed over the cash. There was no way he'd have his son looking broke in front of a Gojo. Naoya smiled brightly at the bills in his hand before rushing back to his room. Today was his beloved and much-needed 1 in 2 months break. Satoru, called Naoya, spotting the white-haired boy waiting in the guest room. Naoya. Satoru replied, jumping to his feet. Without wasting a second, he grabbed Naoya's arm and bolted. Bye-bye, Nobito-san. He'll come home late. Satoru shouted as they ran off. Nobito's brow twitched. Look after them, he ordered curtly. One of the Kakuru unit members, the Zenin clan's elite fighters without innate techniques, nodded and followed. Nobito had specifically chosen Kakuru over Hei for this job, to avoid making the Gojo clan think he was trying to intimidate them by sending a high-ranking escort. Of all people, he had to befriend someone from the Gojo clan. Nobito muttered. If not for his cursed technique, he'd already be rotting in the disciplinary pit. Let's just hope this doesn't end with me losing my seat as clan head. A short while later, the two boys were strolling through the lively streets of Nagoya, their bodyguards following from a distance so as not to draw attention. Naoya kept his posture composed, scanning his surroundings out of habit. Gojo, meanwhile, was skipping in excitement. They were headed to the arcade, after all. Seriously, you need to loosen up, Gojo sighed. You're acting like someone's gonna jump out of nowhere to attack you. Oi. Don't jinx it. Naoya yelled. He liked going out like this, rare breaks from the suffocating Zenin estate, but it also came with danger. Outside clan grounds, his safety wasn't guaranteed. The Zenins didn't kill each other inside the compound, but outside. That was a different story altogether. Just relax. Did you read Dragon Ball? Satoru asked suddenly. Read. I devoured it. I'm caught up with the latest release, Naoya grinned. His home didn't have a television, so anime or movies were off limits. Manga, however, had become his loophole to youth, courtesy of Satoru's influence. I also came across a few new ones in Jump, but they were already mid-arc, so I didn't understand much, Naoya added. Which ones? JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, Yu Yu Hakusho, Lucky Man. Those looked interesting. Za Warudo. Gojo shouted out of nowhere. What's that? Naoya blinked. You don't know. You said you read JoJo. Not all of it. Just the latest issue. Ah, that explains it. They're doing Diamond is Unbreakable right now. No wonder. Good taste, Naoya. Let's buy you all of JoJo today, after the arcade, of course. I still owe you revenge. You can try. Not like you'll win, Naoya smirked. We'll see about that. The great Satoru Gojo will defeat you today at Street Fighter. One more game. Gojo yelled, already on his 10th consecutive loss. We should go now. We won't have enough left for manga, said Naoya calmly. It's not fair. Your hands move too fast. You weren't even using cursed energy or your technique. Gojo whined. Hey, don't cry. You're just bad, Naoya teased. That's it. Air hockey. Gojo declared, dragging Naoya toward the table. Not far away, their bodyguards were keeping watch, and, incidentally, playing a game themselves. Take this. This is the might of the Zenin clan, one shouted dramatically. The Gojo guard simply activated his special move, ending the match instantly. Another round, the Gojo guard smirked. Let me get more coins, muttered the Zenin guard darkly. There was no way he'd lose to a Gojo, not when the young master was dominating their air. Far from this unconventional clan competition, the two kids were playing air hockey with all the aggression they could muster. Take this. Satoru yelled, smacking the puck with cursed energy. Ha! Naoya retaliated in kind, sending it back with equal force. The crowd stared, shocked by the sheer power behind each hit. Just let it in, shouted Satoru. No way. Naoya shot back. Their match raged on until Satoru struck one final blow, the puck split in half midair. Naoya caught both halves, staring blankly. Gojo joined him, equally stunned. Ahem. They looked up to see the arcade owner glaring down at them, a vein throbbing on his forehead. It's his fault, they said in unison, then immediately glared at each other. After paying for the broken puck, and much to the Zenin guard's dismay at losing his rematch, the boys headed to the bookstore, each holding half of the broken disc as a memento. Let's make a deal, no more cursed energy air hockey, said Naoya. Agreed. How is that disc so expensive? Gojo groaned, still feeling sad by the unexpected blow to his pocket money. No idea. I just hope I've got enough left for manga, Naoya said, clutching his wallet nervously. Let's hope so, Gojo sighed. At the bookstore, they rushed straight to the manga section, scanning the shelves like hawks. Got it. Naoya exclaimed, picking up JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Volume 1. He checked the price and smiled, he could afford a few. Satoru came over, took the book, and put it back. What? Naoya asked flatly. Satoru wagged his finger. My ignorant friend, that's part 3, Stardust Crusaders. You need to start from part 1, Phantom Blood. He led Naoya to another shelf, presenting it like a treasure. Take this, he said, handing him the proper volume. Naoya checked the price again and ended up buying the first 3 volumes. He wanted more, but volume 4 was out of stock, no point skipping ahead. That's all? Satoru asked. Yeah. I'll get the rest next time, Naoya replied. He didn't mention that he was nearly broke since he didn't want to ruin the clan's image and get punishment later on. They were going to eat after this, so he saved up some for then. Satoru shrugged and they headed to the billing counter. As they approached the counter, the cashier suddenly fired a party popper. Naoya was one step away from grabbing Shursue out of his shadow and jamming it straight through the cashier's throat. That shocked the already panicked boy. Congratulations. You're our 100th buyer. You get a prize, the cashier announced, clapping. Naoya sighed, then smiled politely. Really? What do I get? First, pay for your books, the man grinned. After ringing them up, he led the boys to a glass case of prizes. What do you want, kid? Oni-san will get it for you, he said proudly. Aren't you a little old to be called Oni-san? Gojo deadpanned. The men visibly flinched. I just started college, he thought in despair. Naoya ignored them, scanning the case, until something caught his eye. His face lit up as he tugged Satoru's sleeve, pointing eagerly. Satoru followed his gaze, and his eyes sparkled, too. The clerk smiled knowingly and pulled the prize out. You want this, right? The original Dragon Balls, complete with Shenron figure, said the clerk. Naoya dumbly nodded and took the sealed box from the men. Call me Oni-san first, said the cashier, pulling away the box. Naoya nodded dumbly, accepting the sealed box like a sacred treasure. Call me Oni-san first, teased the clerk, pulling it back slightly. Petty Oni-san, both boys said in unison. The man's smile twitched, but he handed the box over anyway. I should have bought something too, Satoru muttered, regretting already owning the manga he liked back at home. Done with their shopping, the two kids walked out, heading toward a nearby alley so Naoya could store the books and his prize in his shadow. But the moment they stepped in, a surge of cursed energy washed over them. Naoya-sama, stand back. Satoru-sama, you too. Their bodyguards appeared instantly, weapons drawn. Great, Naoya muttered, drawing Shursue. I knew my luck would reward me after winning that prize. Chapter 13, First Fight. The moment they stepped into the narrow alley, the atmosphere shifted. A chill crawled up Naoya's spine as thick, oppressive cursed energy flooded the space. It wasn't clear yet, but the sounds of movement echoed faintly. Whatever it was big. Naoya-sama, stand behind, barked the Zenin bodyguard, flaring his cursed energy as a faint blue glow rippled across his forearms. Satoru-sama, you too, the Gojo clan guard followed, eyes narrowing as his cursed energy pulsed in response. From the shadows, distorted shapes began to emerge, long-limbed figures with mouths too wide and eyes bulging like cracked glass. The stench of rot hit them next, heavy and cloying, like old blood left to ferment. A nest, muttered the Zenin guard. There's a whole cluster here. Probably drawn by the crowd's negative emotions, added the Gojo guard grimly. Someone might have died nearby, and these things came feeding. Naoya felt a twist in his gut. It wasn't fear, not exactly, but something close to recognition. The sensation of cursed energy stirred within him again, raw and unstable, reacting to the curse's presence. Ding. Encounter a grade 3 cursed spirit, 1 point, collect. Encounter a grade 2 cursed spirit, 1 point, collect. Thanks for the heads up, thought Naoya, Shisui already in his hand. The Zenin guard stepped forward, noticing the cursed tool. Stay back, Naoya-sama. I'll handle this. It's for self-defense, just in case. Don't worry, said Naoya, having no intention of joining the fight. Right, Satoru said, but his grin told a different story. He was already bouncing on his heels, eyes glimmering with excitement. Naoya sighed. You're going to jump in anyway, aren't you? You won't, asked Satoru. No. Why? Why not? The two kids stared at each other, neither understanding the other's perspective. A giant centipede-like cursed spirit grinned grotesquely at the prey before it and launched forward. The Zenin and Gojo bodyguards sprang into action. The Zenin guard struck the grade 2 centipede curse with a cursed energy-enhanced blow, pushing it back, and more importantly, away from the kids. The Gojo guard moved to handle the grade 3 curses, 5 in total. Might get a bit tricky to hold these many back, thought the Gojo bodyguard. See that, Naoya? They're outnumbered. It's at times like these that us jujutsu sorcerers should step forward and help, said Satoru. I'm not an official sorcerer yet. Neither are you, replied Naoya. Where's your enthusiasm? 6 feet under. The two stared at each other before Satoru smirked. Curse technique lapse, blue. A glowing blue orb of cursed energy began forming before them. Before it could fully manifest, Naoya smacked Satoru, canceling the technique instantly. Dummy. We're in a narrow alley. Do you want to die under rubble? Scolded Naoya. Then help me take down the spirits. Why are you so insistent I join? Go ahead and do it yourself, said Naoya flatly. Because if I did that, I'd get scolded. But if I said Naoya jumped in first and I had to, reluctantly, join to protect Gojo pride. Satoru grinned. Such thoughtfulness, just to avoid getting scolded, thought Naoya, facepalming. Curse technique lapse, blue. Alright. I'll do it. Seriously, blackmailing your friend, said Naoya, trying to stop Satoru's curse technique. Satoru grinned mischievously. His plan worked. I'll take the left one. You take the right, said Satoru, already cloaked in cursed energy. Naoya nodded, switching his technique to projection sorcery. The alley was too cramped for anything flashy. Both kids launched forward simultaneously. Stand aside. Heroes coming through, declared Satoru, announcing himself to the Gojo bodyguard. The guard glanced back and saw the two boys rushing toward the curses, and sighed internally. Naoya reached his target first and activated his technique, slowing time for himself while freezing the cursed spirit in a frame. Appearing above the spirit before it could react, Naoya struck the suspended frame, shattering it and damaging the spirit. It screeched in rage, but before it could move again, Naoya was already beside it, Shisui glowing with cursed energy. With a clean slash, the cursed spirit was bisected in half. Ding. Defeat 1 grade 3 cursed spirit, 1 point, collect. No fair. You're faster here too, yelled Satoru, locked in close quarters with his curse since he couldn't risk using blue in the narrow alley. Pass, said Naoya, rushing over. Satoru smirked and pushed the curse toward Naoya, who froze it mid-motion and sliced it cleanly. The two high-fived and turned toward the bodyguards. Freed from fighting 1 versus 5, the Gojo bodyguard subdued the remaining grade 3 curses easily and joined the Zenin guard against the grade 2. Now for that one, said Satoru, stepping forward with a smile, only for Naoya to grab him by the collar. No. That one's stronger. Not stronger than me. Still no. Let them earn their keep, said Naoya. Eh? I want to fight the big one too, whined Satoru. They're almost done. Let them finish, said Naoya. Indeed, the bodyguards were close to victory. Moments later, the grade 2 curse fell, and the two guards finally relaxed. They glanced back at their young masters, who weren't even sweating, and sighed again. What's with the kids these days? Already this strong? They thought, though both couldn't help but smile. Their clan's futures looked bright. Done with the exorcism, Satoru and Naoya decided to eat ramen, of course. After finishing his 6th challenge-sized bowl, Naoya finally sighed in satisfaction, while the owner fumed in disbelief. The challenge bowl cost only 100 yen, and the kid had devoured 6 of them. Where does all that food even go? Asked Satoru in disbelief. Being who he was, Satoru had ordered one too, but barely managed a quarter before giving up. Yet his friend, roughly the same size, had destroyed 6 bowls without effort. You're not eating that, right? Gimme. Boss, he'll pay, said Naoya, sliding Satoru's bowl toward himself. The owner and Satoru both gawked. The kid could still eat more. Why am I paying? Asked Satoru, incredulous. You lost. I ate 6, you ate half. Now pay up. Though mine didn't cost much. Satoru sighed. Gojo ended up paying full price, while Naoya's feast had practically been free. Ding. Complete 1 food challenge, 1 point, collect. Naoya dismissed the message and continued eating happily. After settling the bill, the two parted ways and headed back to their estates. At the Zenin estate, Naobito's chamber. That's all that happened today, Naobito-sama, said the bodyguard, recounting the day's events. Naobito listened quietly, eyes narrowing in thought. His son was growing stronger, already defeating grade 3 curses with ease. At this rate, he could probably take on grade 2s with both his techniques, he mused. Maybe letting that Gojo brat take him out sometimes isn't that bad. Muttered Naobito, smirking faintly. Good. You're dismissed. Yes, Naobito-sama, said the guard, bowing before leaving. Naobito looked toward Naoya's room. The light inside was still on. Now, let's make sure he keeps growing, just like this, he muttered. Inside Naoya's room. Today was very eventful, muttered Naoya, letting Cupcake, Frosting, and Mao out of his shadow to stretch and play. He carefully arranged his manga on the shelf, along with the broken puck, its other half still with Satoru. Then, he took out his prized possession from today's outing, the Dragon Balls and the Shenron figurine. He opened the box and began assembling the dragon, placing it proudly atop the bookshelf, surrounded by the glowing orbs. A smile tugged at his lips. Ding. Collect 1 Dragon Ball, 1 point, collect. Collect 2 Dragon Ball, 1 point, collect. Collect 7 Dragon Ball, 1 point, collect. Collect all 7 Dragon Balls, plus 1000 cursed energy, collect. Huh, muttered Naoya in disbelief. So generous, thought Naoya after he finally processed what had just happened. System. Ding. Name, Naoya Zenin. Title, Body Stealer, Possible Zenin Heir. Curse Technique, 10 Shadows Technique, Active, / Projection Sorcery, Inactive. Cursed Energy, 1800/1800. STR, 52. Dex, 38. Vit, 66. Int, 70. Luck, 25. Extra points, 3. Achievements, more, plus. After opening the Achievements tab, Naoya collected everything there was to claim. His extra points jumped from 314. Seeing that his timer was up, he decided to allocate the points. Name, Naoya Zenin. Title, Body Stealer, Possible Zenin Heir. Curse Technique, 10 Shadows Technique, Active, / Projection Sorcery, Inactive. Cursed Energy, 2800/2800, plus 1000. STR, 55, plus 3. Dex, 40, plus 2. Vit, 70, plus 4. Int, 70. Luck, 26, plus 1. Extra points, 4. Achievements. Unexpected rewards always feel nice, muttered Naoya with a smile, wrapped up snugly between Cupcake and Frosting. Suddenly his room's door opened and Toji stood there with a frown. What are you lazing around for? Hurry up, today's as whooping lectures still remain, said Toji. Oh, I still had to do them today. Muttered Naoya and sighed in regret. You cannot get everything in life. Chapter 14, Parting. Time skip, 1 year. Currently, in a slightly isolated area of Zenin clan, Naoya stood alone in the middle of the ground. His eyes were closed in deep concentration. He formed some hand signs as his shadow darkened. Cupcake, Frosting, called Naoya as the 2 wolves jumped out of his shadow. Mao. Be on standby, call the army, said Naoya. The rabbit peeked out of his shadow and gave a salute, and in an instant the entire area around him was filled with rabbits. Everyone ready? Asked Naoya. The rabbits gave a salute in affirmation, while the wolves barked. Naoya gave a final nod and formed a hand seal. 10 Shadows Technique, Exorcism Ritual, Toad. The surroundings around him darkened as Naoya felt cursed energy gathered around him. Soon a chained figure of a large toad appeared in front of them, and before he could even be unchained, the entire demon army jumped upon the toad. A minute later, the giant toad dematerialized into cursed energy. That was underwhelming. Well, better safe than sorry, muttered Naoya, gaining new information about his new Shikigami. Ding. Gain 3 Shikigami, plus 1 point, collect. Naoya dismissed the notification and formed a seal, once again summoning his new Shikigami. Toad. A huge orange toad materialized in front of him. His Shikigami looked different from Megumi's. Ribbit. The toad croaked towards its new master. A chonky boi, muttered Naoya and patted the toad's head. Ribbit. The toad croaked in happiness. Should we name you too? What would be a good name for you? After thinking for a bit, Naoya smiled. How about Twister? Because you have a long and strong tongue, so you can be Tongue Twister, said Naoya. As if responding to Naoya, the toad shot out a tongue in the air and twisted it into a knot before unwinding it and pulling it back in. Worthy of your name, said Naoya with a chuckle. Alright guys, considering that we did the last one too easily, how about doing it once again with a different Shikigami? Asked Naoya. All the Shikigami replied in affirmation as Naoya got back on his feet. He checked for Shursue that was resting on his waist and nodded. This time the Shikigami might be dangerous, so he was not gonna be underprepared, considering that he cannot use projection sorcery during the exorcism ritual or the ritual will be cancelled. Naoya gave a final nod to his Shikigami and formed a hand seal. 10 Shadows Technique, Exorcism Ritual, Great Serpent. Cursed energy gathered once again as a chained figure of a snake materialized in front of them. It was a big Shikigami, maybe too big. Exorcism Ritual, cancel. Not even thinking twice, Naoya cancelled the ritual. The snake was too big for him to consider fighting. He didn't know whether it was strong or it was just huge, but he still decided to let the Shikigami be for now. He will deal with that later, once he got stronger. Alright guys, pack up, called Naoya as one by one all the Shikigami jumped back into his shadow. Naoya sighed in relief, and then called upon to his system. System. Ding. Name, Naoya Zenin. Title, Body Stealer, Possible Zenin Heir. Curse Technique, 10 Shadows Technique, Active, / Projection Sorcery, Inactive. Cursed Energy, 3250/3350. STR, 83, plus 31. Dex, 67, plus 29. Vit, 98, plus 32. Int, 93, plus 23. Luck, 33, plus 8. Extra points, 4. Achievements, more, plus. Naoya clicked on the Achievements tab and collected the extra point that he got just now, making it increase from 4-5. Looking back on his stats once again, Naoya decided to allocate his points. Name, Naoya Zenin. Title, Body Stealer, Possible Zenin Heir. Curse Technique, 10 Shadows Technique, Active, / Projection Sorcery, Inactive. Cursed Energy, 3250/3350. STR, 85, plus 2. Dex, 67. Vit, 100, plus 2. Int, 93. Luck, 34, plus 1. Extra points, 0. Achievements. Ding. Have one stat equal 100, plus 10% potential increase, collect. Increase VIT to 100, plus 10% resistance to poisons, diseases, status conditions, body damage, collect. Naoya blinked in surprise. These type of rewards, he hasn't seen before. Potential increase. What does it do, thought Naoya, not understanding. The second reward he somewhat understood. Deciding to collect the rewards since usually explanation fills his head after getting the rewards. And just as he guessed, the explanation entered his head. Potential increases his body's natural ability to improve in a particular field. Like suppose his body could only reach 200 STR without the help of extra points, then now his body could reach up to 220 STR without extra points. The amazing thing about this was that it was not limited to stats, every aspect of him gained the 10% increase, be it talent in a particular field, like singing, dancing, swimming, etc. Everything's limits increased by the 10%. He just need to work for the talent to improve since those things didn't increase like stats by adding extra points. The second reward was easier to understand but still it was good. Taking less damage and resistance from passive detrimental effects was a good thing. Naoya smiled and then decided to go and take his bath, since dinner time was approaching. The dinner was rather weird today, probably because for the first time his father was not there to eat with him. The servants informed him that Naobito was busy with clan affairs, making the boy nod in understanding. Naobito's absence meant that Naoya could slack off a little on his manners and discipline and eat in peace, which the young glutton enjoyed very much. Done with the dinner, Naoya came back to his room and went straight to his shelf. There stood a game and a cartridge with P***N red written on it. After booting up the game, Naoya decided to play for a while. This was a new source of entertainment for Naoya that Satoru introduced him to, and boy did he loved it. Not only was it fun, but... "There!" exclaimed Naoya, throwing a ball at the mon in the game. The ball opened and started shaking, and because of his impatience Naoya started spamming the B button. "Caught it!" Naoya exclaimed. "Ding! Catch 100 P***N, plus 1 point, collect." Playing games gained him achievement points as well. This was something that made games even more appealing to Naoya. "Great, next time I meet Satoru, I will get the exclusives from his version and have my decks complete," muttered Naoya. He could see that the next milestone for him was to complete the decks to gain the next achievement point, which needed for him to have the other copy. Lucky for him, Satoru was there. After playing for a bit longer, Naoya looked at the clock in his room and sighed. His time for training with Toji has come. After saving a game like a responsible person, unlike me, Naoya closed it and changed into his training clothes once again. In the training area where he usually trained with Toji, Naoya stood there for half an hour, but there were no signs of the man himself. "Is he not coming today?" muttered Naoya. "Runt!" called Toji, announcing his arrival. Naoya looked at him and widened his eyes in surprise. Today Toji was in a different get-up. Usually he came in his yukata, but today he was in a t-shirt and baggy pants, and brought along with him a real weapon, instead of a wooden one. "Nissan. Today we will have a special session. I will fight you seriously today. Your goal is simple. Survive for 10 minutes, or make me surrender," said Toji in a serious tone. "What's happening, Nii-san? You are acting call dash." Before Naoya could continue, Toji already launched at him, making Naoya jump back as well to avoid the sword that was inches away from hitting him. Activating his projection sorcery, Naoya wasted no time and used to move as far away from Toji as possible. During this 1 year, his projection sorcery was finally on par with his father's. He could now move at 24 frames per second. Naoya was now unofficially the fast sorcerer in the Jujutsu world. Once he gained some distance, Naoya switched his technique to bring Shursue out of his shadow before he switched back to projection sorcery. 10 shadows, as versatile as it was, against a Toji this serious will do nothing. Knowing that, Naoya's only viable option was his projection sorcery to move around and avoid Toji's attack, since while using it, he was faster than Toji in pure speed. Toji stopped moving, already guessing what the brat was thinking. Not wasting any moment, he pressed the ground a little harder as cracks started to appear around him and the stones on the ground were flung up. Using his leg, Toji kicked the stones around, firing them like bullets that were causing massive damage to wherever they hit. Naoya, who could see the incoming stone bullets thanks to his curse technique, immediately jumped far up to avoid them. Toji, however, planned that, and took out a gun with a silencer attached to it and fired at Naoya. Seeing the real bullets, Naoya's eyes widened as he switched his curse techniques and formed a shadow around him that swallowed the bullets, causing no damage to him. But that moment was all it took Toji to appear in front of Naoya, who looked at the men with a panicked look on his face. Toji, still with his cold expression, swung the sword at Naoya, who used Shursue, enhanced with his cursed energy, to block the hit. Boom. A thunderous boom occurred and Naoya was launched at full speed towards the nearby building. Seeing the fast approaching structure, Naoya was fast enough to summon the demon army to cushion some of his damage. Ouch. Wadash. Naoya was about to complain, but Toji stood in front of him like a reaper, with his sword raised. With no time to move, Naoya summoned more rabbit that launched out of his shadow and raised him up in the sky like a pillar. Though Toji caught his leg mid-air and threw him back on the ground with full force. He is not allowing me to change techniques, thought Naoya, understanding what Toji's plan was. Naoya cursed at seeing the fast approaching ground. He could already imagine the pain that he will feel if he fell, just like that. However, Naoya called Twister out from the shadows that wrapped its tongue on his leg before swinging him away. Toji, still in midair, was not able to pursue Naoya just yet since he had no footing to launch his body from. Landing on the building's roof, Naoya switched his technique once again, cancelling his summons, and used projection sorcery to appear beside Toji and touching his body to suspend him in the frame. Still being airborne, Toji couldn't move at 24 frames per second. That's what Naoya thought. Toji's hands moved rapidly to strike Naoya. Seeing those movements, Naoya got shocked and covered his body in denser cursed energy. Screamed Naoya as pain coursed through his body. All of Toji's strikes landed on him and sent Naoya crashing through a tree that broke and fell. Never expect your opponent cannot do something, especially when he is stronger than you, said Toji as he landed and walked towards Naoya, who was now stuck under the tree. I surrender, Nii-san. Spare me, yelled Naoya in pain. Someone who is after your life won't stop just because you surrender, said Toji as he stood in front of Naoya and raised his sword to finish him. Seeing his indifferent gaze, Naoya felt a shiver pass through his spine. Show me how you survive, ordered Toji and swung his blade. Naoya, who had changed his curse technique, summoned the rabbits to fill the space between the ground and the tree, lifting it from top of him, setting Naoya free. However, the blade didn't stop just because of that. It cleaved through the rabbits, and was about to slice Naoya, but suddenly his figure disappeared from Toji's sight. Toji blinked in surprise. He looked around, but saw no one in sight. It was as if Naoya disappeared. Runt, called Toji. But no response came. Toji looked around trying to sense the kid but couldn't feel a thing. Oi kid! Where are you? Come out. 10 minutes are up, but no voice responded. Toji was lying trying to bait the kid, but that didn't work. It was also not as if the kid had died, since the rabbits were moving around him, looking at him with caution. Finally, once the 10 minutes were over, Toji sighed and unsheathed his sword and gave a clap. It finally over, kid. This time for real. Come out now, said Toji and looked around to find the trace of the kid. Boo. Naoya yelled near Toji's ear, taking the men by surprise, who immediately swatted him away, making Naoya roll around in pain. What the hell? Why did you do that? Complained Naoya. He was already in pain and now he got hit again by Toji. Your fault for scaring me, said Toji in a deadpan tone, though he was actually caught off guard for the first time in his life. Where were you? Asked Toji. Not telling you. If you don't know, then it's my trump card. Also, I should not expose my tricks lest someone comes to kill me, said Naoya with a smirk. Smart kid. You learned well, replied Toji with a smirk as well. Naoya was actually sunk in his shadow by mistake, though in there he realized that he could move without any issues at all and merged with shadows of other things as well. So he decided to stay hidden inside the tree's shadow, and by how Toji was not attacking him, he knew that even Toji with his superhuman senses could not sense him while he was in the shadow realm. So what's the big deal today? You almost killed me today, complained Naoya. Thought I should test if you can handle your shit in times of emergencies. After all, today is probably the last time that I will teach you the art of swooping, replied Toji. This made Naoya look at Toji with surprise. What does that mean? Asked Naoya seriously. Toji looked up at the night sky with an indifferent gaze. I am leaving the clan, said Toji. Why? Asked Naoya in disbelief. The clan finally decided to cut off my support, so from now on, no freeloading on this shitty place. I need to earn my own money, plus I need a place to stay as well, replied Toji. Naoya didn't know that. Should I ask my father to help mediate this situation? Maybe we can extend it for a while, or I can ask them to appoint you at some position, asked Naoya. Relax, kid. This is the Zenin clan, they won't spare a single coin on me if they have already decided to do so. It's not a big deal, I was planning to leave this shitty place for quite some time now, replied Toji. His gaze then settled on Naoya, though I guess I overstayed because I found something interesting, said Toji with a smile. Naoya's eyes were already filling with tears. Don't go, Nii-san, if you are gone, how will you see the chaos within the clan? Asked Naoya. Hey, that's indeed a shame, replied Toji. Work hard, Runt. I've ingrained some of my teachings within you, but that doesn't mean you should slack off just because I am go dash. Before Toji could finish, Naoya was already hugging him and crying. Damn kid, crying over me, I guess you really were interesting, said Toji. Don't go, called Naoya in between his sobs. Toji was probably the one of closest person to him in the clan. His father was there, but seeing Toji leave made him feel sad. I have to, replied Toji as he placed his hand on Naoya's head. This made Naoya cry even more, knowing full well that Toji's mind was not going to change. Naoya. For the first time, Toji called him by his name. Become strong, and grow well. Be different from the bastards of the clan. Study well, if possible go to school and make friends. Said Toji in a calm tone. For the first time in his life Toji felt sad leaving about the thought of leaving the clan. He continued to give advice to the crying Naoya for a while and then without another word, Toji turned and walked toward the gate. His figure faded into the darkness, leaving Naoya standing there, tears streaming down his face. Creators. Chapter 15, The Request. A few days had passed since Toji left the Zenin clan. Naoya had tried asking around if anyone knew where he went, but got no clue from either the servants or his father. Currently, sitting at the dinner table, Naoya placed his bowl and chopsticks down and looked toward Naobito. Father, called Naoya. Asked Naobito, placing his own bowl and chopsticks aside. I have a request. What is it? I would like to join a school, replied Naoya. That made Naobito look at his son in surprise. He wasn't expecting such a request, nor did he understand the need. The clan provided all the education a Zenin heir needed, especially in jujutsu. Why would you want that? The clan will teach you everything you need to know. You should focus more on your jujutsu training. I don't see any benefit in joining a school, said Naobito. Naoya took a deep breath. Going to school was something Toji had suggested. It would limit his constant interaction with the clan, help him understand how society worked, and let him grow into a somewhat normal person, as normal as a sorcerer could be. But the real reason was more practical. Toji had told him that having verified academic records could be important if the clan ever cast him aside. The Zenin clan could teach him everything, yes, but they couldn't give him a recognized certificate. And if he ever ended up like Toji, clanless and unemployed, he'd face serious trouble finding a job. Jujutsu was important, but being able to fit into normal society mattered too. Toji had learned that the hard way, and he didn't want Naoya to make the same mistake. Father, the clan can teach me academics, said Naoya, but interaction with my peers, and the lessons you learn from that, are difficult to acquire in an isolated space. Especially when there's no one else my age. Naobito went silent. There was truth in Naoya's words, but clan tradition demanded isolation and early specialization in jujutsu. If you go to school, when will you train? If you slack off, others will surpass you. The three great clans, Zenin, Gojo, and Kamo, all focus on jujutsu from this age. What will you do if they move ahead while you're busy, learning to be a good adult? Asked Naobito. You mentioned all three clans do the same thing, replied Naoya calmly. Maybe that's why none of them have pulled ahead. Why not try something different? Maybe that's what it takes to advance. That's a big gamble. You're the only one in the Zenin clan of your age. We can't experiment with you, said Naobito. It's like you said, father, the Zenin clan has only me, while the Gojo clan has several around Satoru's age. He can grow alongside them. But I'm stuck alone. It's boring doing the same thing every day, my motivation fades. I'll train before and after school, and if the results aren't satisfactory, you can pull me out, said Naoya. Train before and after school. How much time will that leave you? And won't it affect your studies if you're tired all the time? Asked Naobito. The time will be reduced, yes, but that's still better than losing motivation and stopping altogether. And as for being tired, have you ever seen me skip training just because I complained about it? I may whine, but I never slack off, said Naoya. That's really not something to brag about, muttered Naobito. He thought about Naoya's words. The boy complained a lot, true, but he never skipped training. If he got bored and started half-assing things, that would be a disaster. Discipline was something Naoya still lacked, and Naobito had tried, and failed, to instill it by force. The disciplinary pit wasn't an option anymore either. Naoya was strong enough to handle grade 2 curses on his own, and the pit only held curses up to that level. Naobito furrowed his brows, deep in thought. Then he looked at his son and said, fine, let's have it your way. I'll admit you to a school. However, at the end of each month, you'll undergo a test to prove the school idea isn't interfering with your growth. What kind of test? Simple. Combat. You'll face members of the Hei, Kukuru, and Akashi units, starting from the lowest ranks. Defeat one opponent from each group to pass. Once you reach the Hei unit, you only need to show improvement, defeating them won't be mandatory. You can't fight the same opponent twice. If you lose once, challenge them again next time. Lose twice, and you fail. Fighting clan members, passing by victory, failing by 2 losses. Agreed, said Naoya. Nobito smirked. Good. Time to drill some discipline through combat. He knew Naoya had trained with Toji, but what could training with a non-sorcerer really amount to? Sigh, if only he knew. If Naoya truly improved, that would benefit the clan. And if he didn't, Nobito could always pull him back and do things the Zenin way. Naoya smiled as well. He got his wish, even if it came with conditions. All he had to do was make sure he kept improving, which he planned to do anyway. On that note, which school do you want to go to? Any preferences? Asked Nobito. I don't know. I don't really know about schools. I just wanted to go to make some friends and play around, along with growing into a good man, added Naoya quickly as his father's glare fell on him. I'll check which school our family sponsors and admit you there. Admission won't be an issue since you're just about the right age, said Nobito. Thanks. I knew I could count on you, said Naoya with a bright smile. Brat, apart from me, who else do you think you can count on? Also, tell me something, said Nobito. What? Why did your cursed energy spike so much? Asked Nobito, frowning. He'd felt it months ago. Naoya's cursed energy had suddenly increased one day, which was abnormal. Cursed energy was supposed to be fixed from birth. The amount that one can use at a time might change, but the total energy remained the same. He had waited to see if it happened again but hadn't felt anything since. It increased. I don't feel it, said Naoya, putting on his Oscar-worthy act. Nobito frowned. Was his son telling the truth? Maybe it's because I have 2 techniques. Did it really increase though? I don't feel any different, asked Naoya innocently. It did, about a year ago. If you truly don't feel it, then it might be something beyond our understanding, said Nobito, deciding to believe him for now. Is that a bad thing? Not for us. But those who dislike you might decide you're more trouble than you're worth, said Nobito. Troublesome. What should we do then? Asked Naoya. What can we do? Just inform me if you notice any changes or another increase in cursed energy, said Nobito. Naoya nodded. Cursed energy increase rewards were very rare. In fact, he only got it once when he collected the 7 Dragon Balls. So it was unlikely that he will need to confront this topic again and again. Done with their discussion, Naoya went back to his room and rested for a while. When the clock hit midnight, he stood up, ready to train with Toji, only to stop midway as he remembered Toji was gone. He sighed. Still, Toji's absence wasn't an excuse to slack off. With renewed determination, he walked toward the area where they used to train. The next day, during lunch, Nobito handed a paper folder to Naoya without saying a word. Naoya looked at the folder curiously before opening it. Setagaya North Elementary School. Naoya read the words aloud. It's a school the Zenin clan funds. Not a grand one, big schools waste too much time. Work hard there. If you've chosen this path, I won't have you underperform, said Nobito. Understood. Thank you, father, said Naoya with a smile. Nobito nodded, though his expression turned serious again. I'll need to assign someone to watch over him at school. Sigh. This boy just keeps adding to my burdens, thought Nobito as he glanced at Naoya. But the faint, genuine smile on his son's face made him feel, just for a moment, that it wasn't such a bad burden after all. Chapter 16, First Day at School. The morning sun peeked over the tiled roofs of the Zenin estate, painting the old compound in soft gold. Inside his room, Naoya stood before the mirror, adjusting his brand new school uniform, a neatly pressed white shirt, navy shorts, and a tie that felt just a bit too tight. After checking his reflection, he turned toward the judges. What do you guys think? Cupcake and Frosting barked happily, Mao and his army gave thumbs up, and Twister croaked approvingly. Good then, Naoya said with a nod. He smoothed down his shirt again and picked up his bag, a simple blue one with the school emblem stitched on the front. Naoya would be lying if he said he wasn't excited. As he slung the bag over his shoulder and stepped out, he found Nobito sipping tea leisurely in the courtyard. So, Nobito began, raising an eyebrow, off to mingle with the brats your age. Naoya rolled his eyes. You were the one who signed the admission papers. I did, Nobito muttered, setting his cup down, and I'm still questioning whether it was the right call. He leaned forward. Remember, no fighting, no curse techniques, no humiliating teachers, and definitely no slacking off. If you're doing this, do it properly. Zenin don't tolerate failure. Naoya nodded. By now, he was very familiar with the Zenin pride. Behave. And if anyone bullies you, Naobito added, his tone dry, break their spirit, not their bones. Naoya blinked. That last one feels oddly specific. You're aiming to be a jujutsu sorcerer, Naobito replied. Don't get beaten by non-sorcerers. Noted. As Naoya walked toward the main gate, the servants lined up to see him off. It wasn't every day that a Zenin heir went to a regular school. Naoya-sama, here, said one servant, stepping forward to hand him a parcel. What's this? Naoya asked. Your lunch, sir, replied the servant respectfully. Naoya looked down at the massive package, nearly a third his height. Do I eat that much? He asked flatly. The servant smiled but stayed silent. The two locked eyes for a moment, Naoya waiting for an answer, the servant determined not to give one. Fine, I'll be going now. Thanks for the lunch, Naoya said, and turned away. The servants nodded fondly. In the entire Zenin clan, he was probably the only one who ever thanked them. The streets were loud. Too loud. Cars honked, vendors shouted, children laughed, the constant hum of life filled every corner. For Naoya, who had spent most of his years within the quiet, disciplined walls of the Zenin estate, it was like stepping into another world. The mornings are too noisy, he thought, glancing around. Children his age and older than him dressed in different school uniforms walking around talking with their friends. Older men and women heading to their jobs, flashy pro*tichutes returning from theirs. These scenes were unfamiliar, yet somehow comforting. More alive than the eerie stillness of the Zenin estate. Soon, Naoya arrived at his destination, Setagaya North Elementary School. The building was modest, 2 floors, clean white walls, and wide windows that spilled sunlight into the hallways. Children's laughter echoed as teachers guided them to class. Naoya scanned the area carefully, old habits died hard, before stepping in. Naoya, who was quite tall and well-built for his age, was being looked upon curiously by the students around him. They hadn't seen him before, so they were guessing he was new, since they would have noticed a student who stood out this much. He continued forward, not minding the gaze too much since he too was looking around. Naoya paused near the shoe lockers, and swapped his shoes there. Once done with that, he headed straight for the teacher's office and opened the door. The teachers in there looked at him curiously. I am Naoya Zenin, I am joining the school from today, said Naoya politely. A teacher, a kind-looking woman in her 30s named Ms. Hayama, smiled warmly. Ah, the transfer student. Welcome, Zenin-kun. We were told you were homeschooled before this. She stood up from her seat and walked towards Naoya. Naoya gave a nod in affirmation and placed his huge lunch down before he opened his bag and gave the admission papers to the teacher. Ms. Hayama smiled and took the documents from him, and after giving it a quick glance she nodded. Follow me, Zenin-kun, you will be part class 1B from today. I will be your homeroom teacher, Ms. Hayama. Let's go and introduce yourself. Naoya nodded, picked up his lunch, which earned quite a few curious glances from the teachers. Naoya gave the rest of the teachers one last nod before he and Ms. Hayama walked out of the faculty room. Zenin-kun, you came 1 term late. Was there a problem? Asked Ms. Hayama. There were some circumstances at home that led to my late joining, replied Naoya, not elaborating anything further. Ms. Hayama gave a troubled smile but nodded in understanding. When the classroom door slid open, all noise stopped. Dozens of 6-year-olds turned to stare. Naoya stepped inside with composed grace, bowed politely, and introduced himself. Hello. My name is Naoya Zenin. I will be joining you all from today onward. Some kids whispered excitedly, while some frowned. The new kid was taller than them and spoke like a samurai from a textbook. And it was true as well, the way the Zenin family spoke with one another was quite old-fashioned. They also noticed that there was a slight air of elegance in Naoya's movements thanks to the disciplined lifestyle at his home. Now everyone quiet down. Get along with Zenin-kun. He joined the school late, so help him out. All right, said Ms. Hayama. Yes, sensei, the children chorused. Ms. Hayama nodded and scanned the classroom. The teacher gestured toward an empty seat near the window. Naoya-kun, you can sit next to Miyamura-kun. Naoya looked towards the seat near the window and then started walking there. He looked at his Nigbur, black hair, black eyes, noddle-like arms, and a distinct air of gloominess around him. After placing his bag down, Naoya took his seat and looked towards his neighbor. "I am Naoya Zenin, let's get along," said Naoya and moved his hand forward. This made the kid surprised, not expecting the new kid to talk to him so suddenly. Nice to meet you." Izumi Miyamura introduced the kid and shook Naoya's hand weakly. The teacher then started to take attendance, after which the classes started. "Miyamura-kun. Where is your textbook?" asked the teacher. Hearing her question, a few students started giggling while glancing at the gloomy kid. Miyamura checked his bag again and again, but was unable to find his book. In fact, he found most of the books in his bag was gone. "If you didn't bring it today, then you can share mine," offered Naoya with a smile. He already grasped the situation a bit. Jealousy and looking down on others was nothing new for him, who was from Zenin clan. "I didn't think this problem was that common. I thought it was just the Zenin clan who were experts in this from young age," thought Naoya. The teacher nodded approvingly. "Good. Move your desk closer, Miyamura." Miyamura looked at the students around him, looking at him with mocking smiles. He then glanced at Naoya, who smiled at him and offered to share his book. He moved his chair and table closer to his and peeked in the book. "Thank you," he muttered. "Don't worry about small stuff," replied Naoya with a smile. Just like that, the classes continued, and much to the surprise of the students and the teachers, Naoya, who joined late, was already answering the questions that were being asked by the teachers. Naoya didn't want to brag, but Zenin clan had already covered most of the subjects that he will be taught, and Jujutsu sorceries already have a better developed brain compared to normal people. That, coupled with the extra points from his system, Naoya was quite smart. "You joined late but already know everything?" asked Miyamura in a quiet voice. "I was homeschooled before I joined. My family is very strict," replied Naoya. Miyamura nodded and stared at Naoya for a while. It was probably the first time he talked with his classmate this much. Most of the time they don't bother talking to him after all. When the bell rang, chaos erupted. Kids rushed to open their lunchboxes, chatter filling the room. Naoya calmly unwrapped his, a multi-tiered bento packed with rice, tamagoyaki, and neatly arranged side dishes. The class gasped. "Zenin-kun, why did you bring so much?" asked one of the girls. "To eat, of course," replied Naoya, chopsticks already in hand. He can compromise with most things, but food was one thing he was very particular about. "Whoa! That looks fancy," exclaimed another kid as he peeked into his box. One by one the other kids came to check the huge lunch box. Naoya looked a bit troubled. He was being treated like an attraction in a zoo. "Can I trade one onigiri for a piece of egg?" asked another kid. Naoya stared. "You want to trade food?" "Yeah. We do it all the time." "Weird custom," he muttered, but handed over a piece anyway. The idea of giving away one whole onigiri just for a piece of egg. The onigiri would have been way more filling than that piece of egg. Still, Naoya decided to eat the onigiri, the kid's loss if he got hungry during the day. "Me too, Zenin-kun. I want to trade too," asked on more kid, and one by one most of the students came to trade their lunches with Naoya's expensive-looking one. Ding. Make 10 friends, 1 point, collect. Sighing at the scene in front of him, Naoya did the deals as soon as possible and got back to eating. "You want to something, Miyamura?" asked Naoya, seeing the kid eat in silence. Miyamura looked at him, not expecting that Naoya would talk to him again when he got popular with other students so soon. Miyamura still shook his head. His lunch was not something that amazing to trade with Naoya's fancy dishes. Naoya peeked at his lunch and got shocked. No wonder the kid was skinny. "Here, 2 carriage on the occasion of our friendship," said Naoya, and placed 2 pieces of chicken in Miyamura's box. "Huh," muttered Miyamura in shock. Friend. That word was foreign to him. "You I don't have anything good but here," said Miyamura hesitantly, but showed his lunch to Naoya. Naoya already looked at his lunch and didn't want to decrease the food in there anymore. Still not wanting to be rude, he picked one of the veggies with a smile. "Thanks, Miyamura." Miyamura nodded and smiled with a blush. Zenin-kun is a good person, thought Miyamura. Once done with the lunch, much to the surprise of all the students, seeing a kid their age eating all that food on his own. "It got a bit cold, but it was good," muttered Naoya, feeling full. After lunch came the PE, and all the students were gathered out in the field in their PE uniforms. "All right, class, today we will be playing dodgeball with Class 1A, explained Ms. Hayama. "Yeah. We will defeat them and win," exclaimed one of the boys. "Zenin-kun, you are so tall." Are you good in sports? Asked one of the girls. Kind of, replied Naoya, hoping he wouldn't accidentally injure someone. Great. With a new player we will definitely win today, said one of the kids. You said that last time, but we lost very badly. One loss doesn't mean anything. We lost before that as well. It is those who fail multiple times who value winning. Naoya looked at his classmates. So I guess we are the losing class, asked Naoya. Don't say that, Zenin-kun. It will bring bad luck. If we lose today it will be because of you, said the boy. How come it's my fault? It is because you jinxed it now. All right. No fighting. Let's get ready for the game, said Ms. Hayama, coming in between before it could escalate further. Let's go, Miyamura. Apparently if we lose today it will be on me, called Naoya. Don't worry, Zenin-kun. They will probably blame me again, muttered Miyamura. All right. We are winning today, declared Naoya and gave a light smack on Miyamura's back. Show some spirit. Oh. That's the most spiritless spurt I have ever seen. Do it again. Oh. Again. OH, yelled Miyamura. All of his classmates turned to Miyamura, making him deflate in an instant. Yeah. As Miyamura said OH, declared Naoya. Oh. Everyone in the class yelled as well, making Ms. Hayama scold them for making ruckus. Still the kids laughed it out and ran towards the dodgeball field. Let's go as well, Miyamura, called Naoya, grabbed Miyamura's hand and ran away as well. Miyamura blinked in surprise, not expecting such a situation to happen. Still a small smile appeared on his face as he ran with Naoya. So, ready to lose again, a kid from class 1A smirked. It's you guys who will lose today. We have got a new player as well. Be prepared for losing, exclaimed the kids and pointed at Naoya, who just waved at the opposing team. Hello. I am Naoya Zenin, I joined today, introduced Naoya. The other side looked at Naoya with wariness. The kid was bigger than anyone amongst them. He looked stronger too. Doesn't matter if you add a new player. We still have the strongest player on our side, taunted the 1A boy. Ack. Don't be proud just because you all have Ayuzawa. We will win with teamwork today. You fool. Teamwork don't help much in dodgeball, said a girl in a taunting tone. That's Misaki Ayuzawa, the strongest player in their class. She is very strong player, explained Miyamura. Naoya looked at Miyamura, wondering why he was acting like a manga narrator. All right. Both classes go to your respective sides, called the teacher of class 1A. All of them nodded and took their positions. Naoya stood at the very back since Miyamura decided to stand there as well. He also wanted to see how strong these kids are and then adjust his strength accordingly. The whistle blowed and the frontliners ran forward, grabbing the balls as fast as they could. Naoya looked at the game while dodging any ball that came his way or catching them and giving it to Miyamura to throw. He could see why that Aizawa girl was called the best player. She was quite athletic and strong compared to the other students, eliminating students left and right. Soon only Miyamura and Naoya stood on their side while the opposing side had 10 students. Zenin-kun. Bring the comeback. Use Miyamura as a shield. If we win, I will give you chocolate. Cheers roared from his class. Why did you protect me for so long? I am feeling nervous now, complained Miyamura. Well, I thought you would like to win, replied Naoya, taking the ball from Miyamura. He now had a grasp of how much he should hold back. Bring it, new boy, taunted one of the boys from the opposing side. Naoya shrugged. They were asking for it. Naoya ran as close as possible to the line, defending them, and threw the ball with a slight spin, making it hit and ricochet multiple people. 3 students down in one hit. Amazing, Zenin-kun. Whoa. Do that again. 1B students got excited seeing that shot. Misaki gritted her teeth and grabbed the ball and ran towards the line to attack Naoya. He was currently too close to the line as well and won't be able to dodge. She threw the ball with all her might, only for Naoya to catch it and throw it right back at her. Misaki blinked in surprise. Bye-bye, strongest player-chan, said Naoya with a smile. 1B erupted in excitement. Misaki glared at Naoya but stepped out of the field. Naoya picked the ball that was once again back on their side. Time to end it, said Naoya with a smile. Naoya proceeded to defeat the remaining players while give Miyamura some chances as well, making the boy eliminate 2 people as well. Class 1B wins, declared Ms. Hayama with excitement. The students cheered and gathered around Naoya and Miyamura, who was looking at his hand with glittering eyes. Maybe I am a dodgeball prodigy, thought Miyamura. However, he soon snapped out of thoughts when he got ambushed by the horde of children. Naoya laughed as well. He really enjoyed this piece of being outside the clan compound. Still, his gaze moved towards the corner of the field. A curse was present there. Although just a grade 4 curse, it could still cause trouble for the children. I will deal with it later, thought Naoya, making a mental note of it. Chapter 17, The Fastest Sorcerer, Unofficially. A month had passed in the blink of an eye since Naoya joined school, and unsurprisingly, he was really enjoying it. The time away from the cold, rigid atmosphere of the Zenin clan was worth every bit of the extra training he had to do afterward. Right now, in the clan compound, Naoya stood dressed in his training clothes alongside the members of the Akashi squad, Zenin clan sorcerers who possessed cursed techniques but weren't qualified enough to join the elite Hei squad. Naoya, called Naobito in his usual strict tone. Naoya stepped forward, standing in front of his father. As per their deal, today was the day Naoya would take his first test. He already had some plans for the situation, and if they worked, he knew his father would be very annoyed. Today, you will fight against one of the members of the Akashi squad, said Naobito. The Akashi members exchanged uneasy glances. Was Naobito seriously sending a 6-year-old to fight one of them? It will proceed like your usual training, continued Naobito. Just with Naoya added to the mix. No need to hold back just because he's a kid. That made them nod, though uncertainty lingered. Still, if Naobito himself said not to hold back, who were they to argue? I'm 6, you know. Naoya reminded, raising a brow. Old enough to take a beating, replied Naobito without even glancing at Naoya, who was giving him a stink eye. All units of the Zenin clan have ranks within their divisions, Naobito continued. Today, you'll fight the one at the bottom of that ranking, said Naobito, making the men who was at that rank flinch and look down. Naoya gave him a sympathetic glance but didn't say anything. If others were stronger, that was that. The jujutsu world was cruel, either you were strong enough to push back death for a while, or weak enough to greet it early. Naobito then ordered the rest of the Akashi squad to continue their regular training while the chosen men stayed behind. Get in position, ordered Naobito. Naoya and the men moved to the center of the training field. Ready. The men drew a wooden sword and took his stance. Naoya twirled his wooden spear and mirrored him. Toji had trained him in several weapons, but the spear felt most natural in his hands, though he could use nearly any weapon decently. Start, declared Naobito. The men immediately covered his body with cursed energy. He might be the lowest ranked in Akashi squad, but he wasn't about to lose to a child. Sadly for him, Naoya was a child who got beaten by Toji on a daily basis. Without wasting time gathering cursed energy, Naoya instead hurled his spear with full force. The weapon shot forward like a bullet, striking the man square in the gut and forcing the air out of him. He stumbled back, gasping, but before the spear could fall, Naoya was already there, catching it mid-air and swinging it like a bat. Ack! The man winced, reeling from the blow. What the hell is this kid? He thought angrily, but his vision blurred when Naoya suddenly appeared in front of him again. Naoya jumped up and kicked him hard in the stomach, sending him sprawling. The blunt end of the spear pointed at the man's chest before he could react. The Akashi member blinked in disbelief. Did I just lose to a kid that easily? And the brat hadn't even used cursed energy, thought the man. Naobito smirked. The man was a grade 3 sorcerer, while Naoya, though unofficially ranked, already had low grade 2 potential. He had an overall better ability, but to beat a man who was twice his size without using cursed energy at all, it was undeniable. Naoya was far stronger than even Naobito had initially thought. Winner, now, began Naobito. I surrender, interrupted Naoya, dropping his spear and raising his hands in mock defeat. Naobito froze mid-sentence, staring at his son in disbelief. The Akashi member looked equally confused. Naoya. What are you doing? Naobito demanded, voice cold. You said I can't challenge someone I've already beaten, right? And I won't be failed until I lose twice consecutively. So, I'm surrendering now. Naoya flashed a smug grin. See you next month, nii-san. Naobito's brow twitched. Was this brat serious? You. Naobito barked, stepping forward, making Naoya jump away. What? I followed the rules you set up. Don't tell me you're going to break your own rules now, said Naoya innocently. You undisciplined little. Come here, I'll train you myself today, roared Naobito, grabbing Naoya by the collar and dragging him off. Still, he didn't refute the logic. Naoya had technically followed the rules, and the Zenin family was built on rules. Meanwhile, the defeated Akashi member sat there, utterly lost. Did I win? He thought, blinking. I didn't even get to use my technique. Later, in the courtyard where Naoya usually trained. You sure know how to rile me up, yelled Naobito, lunging forward with his projection sorcery active. Naoya countered instantly with his own, dodging the attack and sprinting away. To the onlookers the exchange was so fast that they didn't know what was going on. The title of being the fastest sorcerer was nothing to scoff at, and now there was one more sorcerer who attained that level of speed. You set up the rules, Naoya taunted as he ducked a kick. Rules are meant to be cheesed. I did just that. Naoya jumped forward to attack Naobito, who simply caught his leg midair and threw him across the yard. Where is your Zenin pride? How can you willingly lower yourself before those beneath you, barked Naobito. If giving up useless pride lets me delay fighting tougher opponents and get stronger first, then to hell with pride. Naoya shot back, landing smoothly and activating his technique again. I won't do this against someone stronger. But against weaker opponents. I'll use every loophole I can find, added Naoya and dashed forward. Naobito snorted. You're using your brains to be lazy. Pathetic. Such blatant display of lacking discipline. Cursed energy flared around his limbs, his patience had run out. Seeing that, Naoya's eyes widened and he jumped back. Father, that's too much against your cute son, said Naoya. Come here, my cute son. Feel my slap of love, said Naobito darkly. Naoya didn't move. Naobito smirked and dashed toward him. Naoya quickly covered his limbs in cursed energy too, ready to block. The instant they clashed, both activated their projection sorcery. Naobito expected that and the two immediately felt time to slow down and chose what path would be most effective for them to take. Naobito smirked. Even if his son could predict 1 or 2 hits, predicting all 24 hits was not possible for Naoya. Naoya knew this as well but still decided to do his best, but while his technique was active, he felt that something was different. As their movements blurred, Naobito's cursed energy intensified, but before he could strike, his figure suddenly froze mid-frame. Naoya's cursed energy-coated fist moved fluidly and cracked through the frozen frame, sending Naobito flying backward. Both of them paused, shocked. Did you just move faster than 24 frames per second? Naobito asked, eyes wide. Seems like I did. 25 frames per second, to be precise, Naoya said, equally stunned. Wasn't the limit of projection sorcery at 24 frames per second, thought both father and son. But then Naoya remembered something. Plus 10% potential increase, thought Naoya. His curse technique's limit was probably broken because of that. If 24 was normal, then a 10% boost meant he could theoretically reach 26.4 frames per second. At least 26, minimum. So, Naoya said with a teasing grin, am I now the fastest sorcerer? Naobito's brow twitched violently. He wanted to deny it, but his son had, in fact, just moved faster. Show it to me once again and then we will decide that, said Naobito and got ready to strike once again. He was a Zenin and as a Zenin he would not allow any claim of someone taking his title even if that someone is his own son. They clashed again, and once more, Naobito froze inside the frame. The two stared at each other and soon a smirk appeared on Naoya's face. Sup Mr. Second Fastest, said Naoya. Naobito glared at that comment and called his son to come closer to him. Crossed a line there, thought Naoya already accepting his fate. And just as he expected, Naobito smacked his head once he got closer to him making the unofficial fastest sorcerer wince in pain. The next day at school. It was lunchtime, and Naoya was peacefully eating his huge meal with a satisfied smile on his face. You eat this much every day. Is this why you're so big and strong? Asked Misaki Ayuzawa, the same girl who had played dodgeball against his class on his first day. Since then, she'd come to challenge him from time to time, and slowly, she'd become friends with Naoya. Probably. If you eat a lot and work out a lot, you get stronger, right? But Misaki-chan, if you eat too much, you could get fat too, replied Naoya. I know you're just trying to stop me from becoming stronger than you, said Misaki, pointing her chopsticks at him. Ask Izumi if you don't believe me, said Naoya, gesturing toward Miyamura, who looked a lot less gloomy than he had on the first day they'd met. What would this skinny guy even know, said Misaki. I'm not that skinny, muttered Miyamura. Izumi, you need to eat more. You look very weak. One unfortunate fall and I fear your bones might break, said Naoya. Don't say such scary things, Naoya-kun, replied Miyamura. I'll trip you sometime to see if that's true, said Misaki with a smirk. Save me from this demon, Naoya-kun, Miyamura cried, scooting closer to him. He can't save you, teased Misaki. The three continued to fool around for a while until Misaki suddenly realized something. Oh. Next week are the exams. Did you guys prepare for them? Asked Misaki. Naoya simply shook his head. Miyamura looked as if the world was ending. I'll come first in our year, declared Misaki. Are you sure? I need to come first too, or my father will beat me with a stick, said Naoya casually. Then get ready to be beaten by the stick. I'll come first, said Misaki with a victorious smirk on her face. And when I win, you'll treat me to ice cream, she added, pointing at Naoya. And what if I come first? Asked Naoya. I'll treat you, replied Misaki confidently. She didn't doubt for a second that she would lose to Naoya. How can life be so unfair to pair me with these two? Muttered Miyamura, seeing no hope for the future. Best of luck, Izumi. Don't die, said Naoya. Walk carefully, who knows from where I'll come to trip you, said Misaki with a smirk. Stay away from me, you demon, yelled Miyamura in a panicked tone. Chapter 18, Rank 1 and Reality Check. A few days had passed since Misaki's declaration, and right now, all of them were headed to the hallway, to check the results that were posted there. First place. If not that, then at least let me beat Naoya, prayed Misaki. You are such a good friend, Misaki-chan, said Naoya in a deadpan tone. Let me be in the middle. Let me be in the middle, prayed Miyamura. Aim higher, Izumi. What about you? Are you not worried? Asked Misaki. I am, but what difference would it make now? I did my best, so now I can just wait for results, said Naoya in a sagely tone. You're scared, right? Asked Misaki. Very much. If I miss first place, I fear I won't be able to sit properly for a few days, replied Naoya. Why does it feel like the punishment level gets higher every time I ask about it? I asked the same thing of my father. I got a smack as a result, said Naoya. I hope you come first, Naoya-kun. Misaki should be second now, said Miyamura and patted Naoya's back. You are taking his side. Remember this, Miyamura, if I lose to Naoya now, it will be your fault, said Misaki. How is it my fault that you are stupider than Naoya-kun, said Miyamura and immediately hid behind Naoya after seeing Misaki's glare. Good one, Izumi. I'm so proud of you, said Naoya and patted Miyamura's head. Hee. Naoya-kun praised me, chuckled Miyamura with a smile. The three reached the bulletin board and immediately noticed the massive crowd surrounding it. So many people. Mr. Tall, time to put your height to good use, said Misaki and patted Naoya. Naoya made his way through the crowd and, thanks to his height, was able to see the list clearly. Phew, rank 1 achieved, mentally thought Naoya. Ding. Secure a top 3 rank in your first exam, plus 1 point, collect. Secure first rank in your first exam, plus 1 point, collect. There came the achievement notification. This was another reason he wanted to rank high. The system rewarded almost every milestone, and Naoya wasn't the type to miss out on points. He quickly scanned the rest of the list and walked back to his friends. Izumi 23rd rank. Misaki-chan 2nd rank, said Naoya with a smile. Then that means. Muttered Misaki in despair. Bow down to the king. Rank 1, Naoya Zenin, declared Naoya dramatically. Ack. I lost. Miyamura, it's your fault, complained Misaki. No, it isn't. Don't blame me, shouted Miyamura and immediately jumped behind Naoya, using him as a shield. Bleh, said Miyamura and stuck his tongue out. That's it. I will have that tongue of yours, said Misaki and launched at Miyamura. Now, no fighting, mediated Naoya as he held Misaki back and walked away with her. Let go of me. I will teach Miyamura a lesson, said a struggling Misaki. Don't do that, he will break. Come on, leave it. After school, I will treat you both to something on the occasion of my ranking first, said Naoya while pulling Misaki away. Ugh. I will do it. We made a bet after all, said Misaki bitterly. You owe me an ice cream. I will have that after I treat you guys. Don't worry, I will have it from you. After all, I never say no to free food, unless it is poisoned or tastes bad, added Naoya. Humph, okay, replied Misaki as she finally stopped struggling. Good. You are such a good girl, Misaki-chan, said Naoya as he patted her head. Humph. Misaki pouted, but didn't stop him from petting her. Getting praised always felt nice after all. Really? I want yakisoba, then, said Miyamura, finally joining the conversation now that the storm had passed. Why do you get to decide? Yakisoba does sound good, said Misaki after thinking it over. Yakisoba it is then. After school, the three of them gathered together once again and started heading out. There you are. Hearing a familiar yelling voice, Naoya stopped and turned around, only to find Satoru standing there with his arms crossed. Satoru? What are you doing here? I went to your home to call you to play. Your father told me that you started going to school. What's going on? Asked Satoru with a confused look on his face. He didn't understand why someone from a prestigious clan like Zenin would bother attending a normal school. No Ayakuen, asked Miyamura. Is that your friend? Asked Misaki. Satoru looked at the two kids and blinked in surprise. Homewreckers, hissed Satoru and immediately grabbed Naoya. Mine, declared Satoru and looked at the two kids warily. The two looked at the white-haired and blue-eyed boy with a confused look on their faces. Naoya, are you cheating on me and making new friends? Asked Satoru. Yes, replied Naoya flatly. Ack. It was super effective, said Gojo and clutched his chest. Done with your drama. Let's go, then we are going to eat yakisoba. My treat, said Naoya. Okay. Let's go, replied Satoru. Seeing the sudden change in attitude, Misaki and Miyamura blinked in surprise. This kid is weird. Were the thoughts of the two of them. Misaki-chan, Izumi. This is my friend Satoru Gojo. He's a few loose screws, so he might come as a bit weird, said Naoya. Satoru Gojo, the loose-screwed friend of Naoya's. He is mine first. Keep that in mind, Satoru possessively, hugging Naoya tightly. Yup, definitely weird. Thought the two of them and introduced themselves as well. After Satoru joined them, the four of them headed to the yakisoba place that Miyamura recommended. While they were eating, Gojo moved a bit closer to Naoya and asked, so why are you going to civilian school? To get out of my house as much as possible. It's very boring in there. I thought I would die if all I did was training, whispered Naoya. If that's the case, then I can understand. Your place is very lifeless. How did you convince your clan, though? Long story, complicated deals. Just glad that they agreed, replied Naoya. Should I join you too? Forget it, MT clan won't agree, plus my free time would reduce if I go to school, muttered Gojo. How free are you? Does your family not train you? What will they teach me? I learned what they could teach already, replied Gojo. Naoya immediately felt envious of his friend's talent. Just how much of a gap was between them. Unaware of the jealousy, Satoru simply ate and ordered a few more plates since it was Naoya's treat. Naoya looked at his friend, who was burning through his allowance with a happy smile on his face. Sigh, I will take revenge the next time I go out with him. After they were done with yakisoba, Misaki bought an ice cream for Naoya, just like they promised. After that, all of them headed back to their homes. So should I now come on weekends? Asked Satoru. Yes, I will be slightly less busy those days. Though, come in the afternoon. I have to train in the morning since most of the time is spent in school now, said Naoya. Got it. I will see you this weekend. Bye. Bye. The two kids waved at each other, and Satoru soon joined the Gojo clan's bodyguard and headed to his home. Naoya then headed back as well and soon reached his home, only to spot a lady standing in front of the Zenin clan's entrance. The lady was not alone, as a nice car was also parked in front of the gate, and a few people carrying what seemed like gifts stood behind her as well. Naoya decided to stay back and observe the situation from the side. He didn't know who these people were, but if they were dangerous, then he didn't want to be the first one they target. Soon, the clan's gates opened and out came his uncle Oji Zenin. The lady and the servants bowed to him, seeing which the men snorted. His gaze then immediately moved to the side as if noticing something. Who's there? Asked Oji in a cold voice. Good afternoon, uncle, greeted Naoya and walked towards them. His bag, tie, and lunchbox were in his shadow, so right now he looked like a normal kid who had just come back from somewhere. Naoya, huh? Good afternoon, replied Oji in a cold tone. Naoya nodded and then looked at the lady and the people behind her. Good afternoon to you as well, Wani-san, greeted Naoya with a smile. Toji had taught him how to speak to older women, and Naoya followed that advice. Good afternoon, said the lady while the people behind her, most probably her servants, just bowed. They heard him call Oji Zenin his uncle, so deducing his identity was not a difficult task. Naoya nodded, bowed to his uncle, and turned to head back into the estate. Are you curious about her? Asked Oji. He had never seen a Zenin talk so politely to someone before. She's your guest, right? I just greeted her out of respect, replied Naoya. Zenin. Respect others. Who was this kid? Oji gave Naoya a weirded out look, but soon coughed to change the topic. Good. She's Missy Managawa, my fiancée. Treat her with respect since she will be your aunt, said Oji. Naoya nodded. Your fiancée is beautiful. Congratulations, uncle, said Naoya with a smile. All of them looked at Naoya weirdly. Was this how a Zenin acts these days? I am Naoya Zenin. Nice to meet you, Wani-san. I should call you Managawa-san, right? Asked Naoya. Nice to meet you, too, Naoya-kun. You can call me Missy if you like. I will get your family name soon, replied the lady kindly. Naoya nodded and then headed back. He didn't want to intrude much on the couple. However, the moment Naoya was gone, Oji glared at the woman and scolded her right in front of the servants for getting friendly with his brother's/rival's son. The two were competing for the position of clan head, and yet she dared to speak fondly with that hateful brother's kid. Dear father. Look at this and be amazed, declared Naoya and marched right into Naobito's room with his report card in hand. Good. Now go and prepare for training, said Naobito as he gave a glance at the report card. Naoya stared at Naobito, who dismissed his achievement just like that and sighed. He took the report card back from him and went back to his room. For a moment, he forgot how his clan was. Creators. Chapter 19, Progress Report. For years have passed by since the day Naoya met his uncle's fiancée. His life was going well, with him being busy with school during the day and with training at night. Progressing slowly and steadily, Naoya was now almost a grade 1 sorcerer. Though it was still unofficial since he was not assigned an official rank yet. Most people only get their initial assessment for their ranks around the time they join Jujutsu High School, except for the cases of special people called the special grades. Satoru, the Gojo clan heir, was one of them. Naoya only felt worse for himself whenever he compared himself to his friend. A man who shifted the course of the Jujutsu world on the day of his birth. How was he supposed to be on that level? Still losing hope and giving up was not his style. He was a believer that slow and steady wins the race, and his stats were indicators of that. Name, Naoya Zenin. Title, Body Stealer, Possible Zenin Heir, Busiest Elementary Schooler. Curse Technique, 10 Shadows Technique, Active, /Projection Sorcery, Inactive. Cursed Energy, 14360/14360. STR, 183, plus 98. Dex, 190, plus 123. Vit, 247, plus 147. Int, 201, plus 108. Luck, 101, plus 67. Extra points, 0. Achievements. His stats were now leagues apart from the time he first started. His cursed energy control and the amount that he can utilize also increased a lot. And not just the stats, the other perks that he got from the system were great as well. The achievements hooked him with some incredible rewards. Have 2 stats reach 100, plus 10% potential increase, collect. Have 3 stats reach 100, plus 10% potential increase, collect. Have 4 stats reach 100, plus 10% potential increase, collect. Have 5 stats reach 100, plus 10% potential increase, collect. Have 1 stat reach 200, plus 10% potential increase, collect. Have 2 stat reach 200, plus 10% potential increase, collect. Increase STR to 100, plus 10% strength while fighting, plus 10% strength boost when using cursed energy reinforcement, plus 10% increased muscle quality. Increase DEX to 100, plus 10% mind-body coordination while using equipment, plus 10% strength boost while using equipment, plus 10% speed boost while using equipment. Increase INT to 100, plus 10% cursed energy amount, minus 10% cursed energy consumption, plus 10% cursed energy output. The potential increase also increased the duration he had to choose the set of movements and stop his opponents in frame, which meant that he now had 1.7 seconds to choose the movements and 1.7 seconds to trap his opponents in frames. It might not seem much of an improvement, but for Naoya, the unofficially fastest sorcerer, it was a very lethal move in his arsenal. As for his 10 Shadows technique, he had unlocked more Shikigami. Great Serpent, the Shikigami that Naoya gave up on the first time he tried to exorcise it. It was a giant purplish snake with horns and poisonous fangs. It was large enough to occupy almost half of the Zenin estate. A very formidable Shikigami that can turn the tide of battle with its strength and poison. The snake's poison was not that effective on curses, but still, it seemed to make them a bit sluggish. Naoya named this Shikigami Sir Hiss, which the snake seemed to like a lot. He was starting to think that his dangerous-looking Shikigami liked non-threatening or cute names, but still, he liked those names for them as well. Made him feel closer to them. His next Shikigami that he exorcised was Nu, a giant red awl-shaped Shikigami. The Shikigami was capable of flight, making it easy for him to strike airborne foes as well as ride it too. The Shikigami could also produce and fire electricity from its body, making it a strong Shikigami to fight a long-range battle. Nu was also quite big, capable of carrying 2 to 3 people on its back. The name given to this Shikigami was Sparkles. For his final new Shikigami, Naoya unlocked Round Deer, a huge greenish deer capable of using the reversed curse technique, a healing ability only a few Jujutsu sorcerers could master, and here was a deer that could just spam it since it was oozing positive energy. It could also disrupt the curse techniques of other sorcerers since the positive energy that it used disrupted the flow of the negative cursed energy of other sorcerers. This Shikigami was named Senza Bean, or Senza for short. Naoya understood that the sizes of Shikigami and their abilities varied from what he initially knew when he got his curse technique, but with the potential increases that he received, the Shikigami also evolved and got stronger. Cupcake and Frosting could now increase their size if they wanted and were stronger than before. The two can also use a sort of curse technique where they howl loudly and fire a sonic scream at their opponents. A very effective move on all accounts, it's just that it's omnidirectional and thus affects the allies as well. Mao and the Rabbit Army were effective and dangerous than ever. First of all, their numbers increased exponentially, and for some unknown reason, the Rabbit Army got the ability to go boom. And tough not strong individually, when the horde explodes simultaneously, it packs quite a punch. Twister got a power-up as well in its legs. The Toad Shikigami could now jump very high. It also now had 2 tongues, and each tongue for strong enough to lift 2 tons. It might seem mild when compared to other Shikigami, but Twister was dangerous in its own right. He once saw the Toad grab a cursed spirit from 2 ends and tear it apart then and there without any difficulty. Definitely a brutal fighter. The increased potential had made his Shikigami far more dangerous than they already were. And all this, coupled with the ability to use both of his cursed techniques simultaneously, made him a very serious threat to any Jujutsu sorcerer. His versatility itself was something very difficult for others to overcome. And that was all the improvements that Naoya achieved during these years. Right now, he was in his training courtyard. Today was a weekend, so he was busy training himself. His father's term as a tentative clan head was currently going on, making him busy and thus not focusing much on Naoya's training. Not that he needed to do much now. He had given Naoya a direction, and the boy was steadily progressing, shocking even Naobito. Naoya even surpassed him in the technique that he had been using longer than him. At first, he wasn't accepting of it since both the techniques were the same and thus their limits should be the same as well. However, he finally gave up when Naoya told him that his 2 cursed techniques were sort of synergizing and thus enhancing each other for some reason. Naobito accepted that explanation since he couldn't find any other reason for this to happen. He thought that it might be possible to overcome his own limits as well, but if the technique improved, because of synergizing with the other technique his son possessed, then nothing could be done. The fact that even his Shikigami go stronger solidified this proof as well, since the synergizing effect was applied to both techniques. That day, Naoya realized how convenient having dual techniques was in this world where people only had one. He could easily blame the system's doing on that, and no one could prove him otherwise. Still, even if they didn't agree with his theory, what else could they do? It wasn't like they could make him go back to his previous limits. Shaking those thoughts off his mind, Naoya focused back on his training. Right now, he was doing push-ups with a huge boulder on his back. Sweat was dripping from his forehead, but the only way to naturally increase his STR stat was strength training. He had to do that to gain points. There was also the fact that his strength would increase as he aged, but that would just be a minor increase. This training gave more substantial results. Naoya-sama, called as servant. Yes. Naobito-sama had asked me to fetch you at once. Naoya's shadow darkened as a huge snake tail came out of it and wrapped itself around the boulder, and placed it on the ground. Thanks, Mr. Hiss, said Naoya with a smile as the tail descended back into his shadow. The snake hissed in delight as a smaller version of the Shikigami slithered its way and rested on Naoya's neck like a scarf. Mr. Hiss seems to like this spot a lot. The snake Shikigami was also able to reduce its size to not to accidentally crush its summoner under it. What a thoughtful little guy. Is there some emergency? Asked Naoya, wiping the sweat off his forehead, followed by dusting his clothes. I don't know Naoya-sama, though he didn't look mad, replied the servant. Then I might not be in trouble. Should I rush there or do I have time for a quick bath? You should probably hurry. Okay. Thanks for informing, said Naoya, and ran towards the clan head's office where his father was currently working. You called me father? Yes, come in. Naoya nodded and stepped closer to his desk and waited for him to finish what he was doing. Once Naobito was done going through the file that was in his hand, he looked up at Naoya. Your time to join the Hei has come. Take a proper rest today. Tomorrow you will be undergoing the trial to be ranked in Hei, said Naobito with a smile. This soon? Asked Naoya. You are already 10. The Zenin family members are assigned to different squads once they reach 10 years of age. Yours got a bit delayed since you had that whole monthly trial shtick. However, now that you are done with that, you will officially undergo the clan's process. And let me warn you. Don't play around with Hei like how you did with Akashi and Kukuru, said Naobito in a cold tone, hearing which Naoya nodded. The Hei consists of people who will most likely compete for the position of clan head. It may be called a unit, but everyone in this squad has their own personal agenda. They won't show mercy, and if they get a chance to cut down competition, they will happily do so. Be careful and fight the best you can. The higher you rank, the fewer the number of people you need to answer and more authority in your hands, said Naobito with a smirk. Authority was not something Naoya was obsessed with, however, not needing to answer the other clan members was certainly a worthy reward. Naoya went through various scenarios in his head before he stood up and went back to his room to take a break, like his father told him. A rare day off should be enjoyed to the fullest. Chapter 20, Initiation Ceremony starts. The next morning came quickly, and Naoya, currently in his room, was having a strategy meeting with his Shikigami. Mao, be on standby at all times. Deploy the army if I ever seem like I'm in trouble or need a second to recover. Mao, the rabbit, nodded firmly. Cupcake, Frosting, if they bypass the demon army, it's up to you too. Howl as loudly as you can. Don't worry about hitting me, too. The wolves looked reluctant but nodded anyway. They didn't like the idea of harming Naoya, even indirectly. Senzu, if you're healing me and feel like you're about to get attacked, jump back into my shadow. The deer nuzzled Naoya affectionately in agreement. Sparkles, when called, assess the situation. Either grab me and fly away or zap everything around us. Use your judgment. Nu nodded with determination. Twister, no pre-plans for you. Your main job will be to restrain and yank them away when called. The toad gave a deep croak and nodded. Mr. Hiss. You're my heaviest hitter. Put your best effort in today. The snake coiled around his neck and hissed in affirmation. Remember, said Naoya, looking over his small army, our goal is to defeat as many of them as we can, but that doesn't mean any of you should sacrifice yourselves. I'd rather rank the lowest than lose even one of you. Got it. The Shikigami nodded in unison. Naoya smirked and got up. Let's get going then. Naoya walked towards the main training ground that was reserved for official events of the clan. On his way, he spotted his father, Naobito, waiting with his arms crossed. Father. Follow me, ordered Naobito and started leading the way. Naoya jogged up to him to walk beside him and looked at him curiously. What are your plans for today's test? Asked Naobito. Beat as many as I can without injuring myself too much, replied Naoya. You really have a weak mindset, said Naobito and frowned. I am only 10. Why push myself too much against people double my age or even older than that, replied Naoya with a shrug. The Zenins won't care if you are young or old. They will strike you without mercy. I am not someone who will take a beating lying down. Just because I don't want to be injured doesn't mean that I won't fight back. I am a hypocrite, replied Naoya with a smile. The first time you say something worthy of a zenin, and it's to call yourself a hypocrite, Naobito said in a deadpan. The rest of my qualities are normal, replied Naoya. Should I tell you about the curse techniques of the members of Hei Squad? Asked Naobito. You would do so. Please then, replied Naoya with a smirk. Any advantage, even unfair ones, were a welcome one. Naobito glanced at his son. The shamelessness was strong in this one. Maybe the Zenin family was starting to rub on his son, and for some reason, the thought of the current Naoya turning into a typical Zenin made him frown. Maybe I am getting attached to this version of him, thought Naobito, but soon shook his head. You already know about me, but I will introduce all members of the Hei Squad, along with their techniques, now. Rank 1, Naobito Zenin, Projection Sorcery. Rank 2, Oji Zenin, Blazing Courage. He can produce and shape high-temperature flames and control them to a certain extent. Mostly uses the flames to coat his katana and strike foes with it. A simple technique but very deadly in the hands of Oji, who is a master swordsman and very physically strong. Rank 3, Junichi Zenin, Missile Fists. He can fire massive, cursed energy fists that come flying at the enemies. He can add his own physical attacks to the mix to become a very dangerous fighter in both long range and close range. Rank 4, Chojuro Zenin, Earth Manipulation. He can use his cursed energy to manipulate the very ground around him and shift the terrain to his favor. He is the master of large-scale attacks among all members of Hei. These are the special grade 1 sorcerers of the clan. The very pillar and the strongest force that established the Zenin family as the strongest clan in the Jujutsu world. At the moment, no other clan has 4 special grade 1 in their ranks, explained Naobito. Naoya nodded, not caring much about the clan's position that much. The ones below them are grade 1 sorcerers, and the ones you will be fighting today. You won't be asked to fight the special grade 1 sorcerers today, said Naobito. Naoya sighed at that. The truly dangerous ones won't be fighting him today was great news to him. Naobito smirked, seeing his son sigh, and then continued his explanation. Rank 5, Haruto Zenin, Void Puppet. He can use his hair or the hair of his opponents and use his curse technique to make puppets out of cursed energy. The puppets can mimic the abilities and techniques, including the curse technique of the person the hair belongs to, although the puppets made out of other people's hair are toned-down versions of the original sorcerers. Haruto's own puppets are equal in strength and ability to his, but the puppets are not very durable and mostly vanish after a solid hit. Still, it is easy to get overwhelmed by the numbers. Rank 6, Ranta Zenin, Paralyzing Gaze. Any person who comes under his gaze gets paralyzed and will have trouble moving. The effect vanishes once his gaze is off you, but until then, you are just a sitting duck. It's possible to overwhelm him if you are very strong and hard to bind, but that's a tall order. Rank 7, Mako Zenin, Cursed Reversal Field. He can create a 2-meter area around him where the properties of cursed energy are reversed. The negative cursed energy turns positive, reversed cursed energy, and vice versa. Fighting him with a cursed technique is also difficult since the field around him disrupts the technique as well, since the cursed technique is not getting the appropriate cursed energy. Rank 8, Taichi Zenin, Spectral Step. His technique leaves an afterimage on the spot he last stood at. The afterimage takes the form of the last action that the person performed before its formation. The technique, combined with Taichi's speed, allows him to strike his foe from all 4 sides. He also hates us, projection sorcery users, since we are way faster than him, so we render him useless. Rank 9, Kaito Zenin, Recoil Burst. Kaito can store kinetic force in his body from impacts and release it explosively in any direction. If he receives a physical attack, he can store that force, redirect it through his limbs, or amplify his next attack. As for his weaknesses, he also takes damage while receiving attacks, so if he is knocked out before he can release it, then victory is guaranteed. Using long-range attacks is also an effective measure. Rank 10, Juro Zenin, Still World. Juro can designate a 5-meter radius zone around his body where everything slows down to 1/3 RD its normal speed. The slowdown also affects him a bit, but not as much as his foes. However, he cannot use it for long since he will feel and get overwhelmed by the burden from his technique, since he is not slowing down time. He thickens the cursed energy around him, making the zone a very dense area of cursed energy, the space around him sluggish itself. However, for us, projection sorcery users, the 1/3 speed doesn't work since our technique is not speeding us up. It is a constant speed that will happen no matter how much the user tries to slow us down. That 24 frames per second will take place, and you are even faster. An easy opponent for us. These are the current members of Hey. What do you think? How high could you rank? Asked Naobito in amusement. Naoya turned serious and started thinking, going through the information in his head. Rank 7, I guess. Beyond that, I can't guarantee yet. It might be possible, but I would need to see how strong they actually are. Muttered Naoya. Naobito smirked. A 10-year-old and already believing he can take down the best amongst the clan, thought Naobito in amusement, though he also knew it might be possible too. The father-son duo soon reached the main training area, and the first thing Naoya noticed was the huge crowd that was gathered there. From servants to elders of the clan, everyone was here. In the middle of them all stood an old man who was supporting himself with a stick, but was still oozing dignity. Who's the old man? Whispered Naoya. That immediately earned him a smack from Naobito. He is my father and your grandfather. The current clan head, Kagenori Zenin. Mind your manners, said Naobito in a cold tone. Naoya nodded and rubbed the spot where he was hit, and glanced at the old man who was talking to some other elders. Naoya and Naobito soon approached the other members of the Hey squad who were near the elders and the clan head. All of them looked towards the newcomers and gave a nod to Naobito. Clan head called Naobito and gave a respectful bow to Kagenori. Kagenori glanced at his son and then focused on the kid beside him. Introduce yourself, ordered Naobito. Naoya nodded and bowed towards the old man. Good morning, Grandpa. I am Naoya, introduced Naoya. Immediately, the surrounding gazes turned cold and landed on him. Naoya glanced up, feeling the stares, and once again received a smack. Call him the clan head. Be respectful, scolded Naobito. Ow. I will turn stupid if you keep hitting me, complained Naoya. Some of them chuckled at his response, seeing the kid ruin his image in front of the entire clan was a funny scene for them. Naobito frowned and was about to hit Naoya again, but stopped once he saw Kagenori raise his hand. The old man walked closer and held Naoya's face between his wrinkled hands. His eyes are bright. Are you sure he is a Zenin? Asked Kagenori. People like Naoya were a rarity in the Zenin clan, and witnessing one such rarity among themselves, Kagenori was a bit surprised. Well, I should be unless I am adopted, asked Naoya and glanced at his father. Naobito's brows twitched in frustration. He is a Zenin clan head. He has inherited both my projection sorcery and the 10 shadows technique. That should be enough proof, said Naobito. Kagenori nodded but still held onto Naoya's face, moving it from side to side as if checking him out to see if he was a Zenin. It's starting to hurt a bit, clan head, said Naoya. Kagenori let go of Naoya's head and stared straight into his eyes. Why are you being formal now? Call me Grandpa. Or is it embarrassing to call this frightening old man your grandpa? You don't mind? Then sure, I will call you Grandpa, replied Naoya with a smile. The rest of the family looked at the scene with their eyes wide open. What the hell is happening? Has the clan head already gone senile? Are you sure that he is the real clan head? Such thoughts started going through the members of the clan. How old are you? Asked Kagenori. 10. So late. Why are you going through the initiation so late? Asked Kagenori. I was busy training with the other squads, replied Naoya. Kagenori looked at his son, Naobito, asking for an explanation. Ahem, I made him undergo combat training while fighting through the ranks of the other 2 squads. That took some time to finish. He wanted to measure himself against the other 2 squads first before going through the initiation, explained Naobito. Both father and son lied through their teeth, neither willing to tell about the deal that they had made about letting Naoya go to school. A good attitude towards progress. Keep it up, said the old man in a dignified tone. Thank you, Grandpa. Kagenori nodded and then looked at Naobito. Start the initiation, ordered Kagenori. Of course. Naoya, Juro go on the stage, said Naobito. Hearing his words, the crowd around them started moving and forming a circle around the field to watch the fight. Naoya nodded and started walking towards the field, and noticed an older, bulky figure walking beside him. Good morning, Uncle Juro, greeted Naoya. Good morning, replied Juro with uncertainty. Please take it easy on me, requested Naoya. What are you planning? Asked Juro with hesitation. He was confused as to why a Zenin was acting like that. He had seen Naoya during clan meetings, and even there, he never understood what was wrong with Naoya, who acted so differently from the rest of the Zenins. Nothing. Just asking my uncle to hit me too much. I don't like being hurt. It's the Hay Squad initiation ceremony. If you don't like pain, then surrender. Someone like you is not suited for Hay anyway, replied Juro in a cold tone. Naoya deflated. No one was willing to go easy against the adorable him. The two took some distance from each other. Juro took his stance while Naoya took out a wooden spear from his shadows and took a stance of his own. Are you mocking me by using a cheap training weapon? Asked Juro coldly. No. Right now, this is the only spear that I have. If you are offended by it then I apologize, uncle, said Naoya. Juro's look got even colder. Don't expect any mercy from me, said Juro. Start, declared Naobito. Naoya sighed at Juro's words. Well, don't expect that from me as well then, yelled Naoya and immediately activated his projection sorcery and appeared beside Juro. Shocked by the sudden appearance of the kid, Juro was about to smack him away with a cursed energy-reinforced fist. Too slow, replied Naoya with a smirk and activated his projection sorcery once again and stopping Juro in a frame. Cursed energy gathered around the wooden spear, and then in an instant, 36 attacks landed on the suspended Juro simultaneously. Juro broke out of frame and got sent flying. Ack! Juro winced in pain. The frame suspension caused damage to the person while ignoring the cursed energy reinforcement defense. All the 36 attacks that landed on him reached him while ignoring whatever defense boost he got from the cursed energy reinforcement. However, his pain was far from over. Naoya appeared above him before he could even blink and used his curse technique once again to suspend the older men in the frame, and started his attack once again. Crash! Juro's body crashed onto the field as a small dust cloud rose from the impact. Naoya did a smooth landing as well and gathered even more cursed energy around his spear. Naoya smirked widely and swung his cursed energy spear with full force, creating a powerful blast wave of cursed energy. The attack blew away everything in its path, including Juro, who was sent flying towards the audience, all of whom immediately sidestepped to dodge the bulky man. Naoya twirled the spear around him and rested it on his shoulder. So did I win? Asked Naoya and glanced at Naobito. Naobito smirked at his son's comment and glanced at Juro. Winner Naoya, declared Naobito in enthusiasm. Naoya smirked and stored the spear in his shadow. That was a good warm-up, said Naoya and stretched his body. The audience who heard him looked at the kid in shock. That was just a warm-up. Chapter 21, Initiation Ceremony completed. The crowd buzzed with disbelief. A 10-year-old had just defeated one of the Hay members without breaking a sweat. The victory felt too effortless, too overwhelming to accept. Naoya simply waited on the field, calm and poised. This was only the first participant he defeated, now, even more difficult ones will appear. Kagenori's wrinkled face creased slightly in astonishment, not because of Naoya's victory, but because of what he'd seen. Naobito, that boy's projection sorcery, was it faster than yours? Asked Kagenori in seriousness. The surrounding Zenin elders turned toward them, wide-eyed. Even they had failed to follow Naoya's movements, though that was expected, few could track Naobito, the fastest sorcerer of the era. But if his son had surpassed even that. Yes. His projection sorcery is faster than mine, replied Naobito with a smirk. Hoso was 24 frames per second not the limit? Asked Kagenori. Probably not. Even I had a hard time believing when I first saw him, replied Naobito with a sigh. How fast is his projection sorcery? Asked Kagenori. This made the elders and the Zenin family members focus intently on Naobito. Naobito frowned for a bit and then sighed. I don't know. Replied Naobito, feeling a bit embarrassed. You don't know. What does that mean? Asked Kagenori in slight displeasure. Naobito sighed. That idiot son of mine won't tell me. When I asked, he said, where's the fun if I spoon-feed you the answer? This made the Zenin family members blink in surprise. Looks like your son is not that disciplined, quipped Oji. You are spoiling him too much. Want me to discipline him in your place? Asked Junichi Zenin with a mocking smile. Naobito glared at the two of them. Kagenori remained silent for a moment, then chuckled. The boy isn't wrong. Why should he reveal his hand to those slower than him? The elders frowned but stayed silent. They couldn't deny the truth. Even so, none wanted to admit they were slower than a 10-year-old. Contrary to his thoughts about Naoya's arrogance. Naoya already told Naobito about his increasing speed. However, the two also discussed that the fact that both techniques complement each other and boost each other should remain a secret, lest the others become too wary of his growing limits and decide to end him. Kagenori glanced at the zenins near him and sighed. "Send the next one," ordered the old man. Naobito nodded and got back to announcing. Ding. Defeat 1 grade, 1 sorcerer, 1 point, collect. "Naoya, do you wish to continue?" asked Naobito. "Yes," replied Naoya, and got ready to fight once again. There was an unbearably long pause before the announcement. He saw his father talking with the other zenins, but didn't know what they were talking about. Hopefully, not something relating to him. Kaito. "Go to the field," said Naobito and glanced at the man named Kaito. A man with a well-built body and a short ponytail nodded and walked towards the field. Kaito, a branch family member, carried himself with pride. He had fought his way past many main family zenins to earn his place in Hei. He looked at Naoya with wariness. The boy was vastly stronger than what the members of Hei thought of him. Zenins don't focus on other clan members unless they threaten them, and Naoya, who was just a kid right now, not even worth considering for the position of clan head, was not on anyone's radar. Naoya saw Kaito approach the field. However, for some reason, the man was continuously clapping his hands and chattering his teeth. As Kaito got closer, Naoya also noticed him stomping his feet a little harder on the ground. Kaito-san, called Naoya. The man looked at the boy but didn't stop clapping or chattering his teeth. "Are you cold?" "Your teeth are chattering," asked Naoya with concern. He didn't want to catch the man's cold and get sick himself. Kaito looked at the kid's concerned face and didn't know how to respond. From his face, he could tell the kid was worried about him. He stopped chattering his teeth. "My curse technique is called Recoil Burst. It lets me store kinetic energy, and I am doing just that," explained Kaito, fulfilling Naoya's curiosity while also revealing his hand and initiating the binding vow that increased his cursed energy output. Naoya sighed in relief. He could now fight without fear of catching the man's sickness. "Ready," called Naobito, making Naoya draw his wooden spear from his shadow. "Worrying about your opponent, such weak mentality," muttered Kaito coldly. Naoya looked at the men in surprise. "When did I worry about my opponent?" thought Naoya, but swiftly shook off those thoughts once Kaito took a stance as well. "Start," declared Naobito. Naoya instantly coated his spear with cursed energy and threw it toward Kaito. Kaito raised his arms, cursed energy flaring to intercept and absorb the spear's kinetic force. However, his eyes widened in shock when Naoya vanished from his spot as well. He looked around, trying to find the kid, but didn't see a glimpse of him anywhere. While he was distracted by Naoya's disappearance, the spear appeared near Kaito, who simply sidestepped to dodge the incoming attack. However, the moment the spear brushed past him, Naoya emerged out of the spear's shadow, shocking Kaito as well as the other zenins watching the fight. His limbs, covered in cursed energy, blurred with the activation of his projection sorcery. Continuous attacks rained down on Kaito's body, who was sent flying by the onslaught of attacks. Naoya, still at his spot, grabbed the spear that was flying away from him, gave it a twirl and threw it at the airborne Kaito. "You brat," roared Kaito, unleashing his stored energy. Recoil Burst. A simple wave of his hand launched a powerful energy wave towards the spear, destroying it on impact. "I like that spear," Naoya muttered, disappointed, before lunging forward again. Kaito landed on his feet and activated his cursed technique once again. Recoil Burst. Kaito swung his arm, launching another wave of explosive force. Naoya sprinted in a zigzag, frame by frame, dodging each blast with fluid precision. Seeing his attacks being dodged, Kaito turned around and attacked the kid once again. However, the moment he turned his face, a strong punch coated in cursed energy struck his cheek, sending him skidding through the field. Kaito winced in pain from the impact and glared at Naoya, ready to attack him again with his cursed technique, but Naoya was nowhere in sight. "Looking for me," taunted Naoya, emerging from Kaito's shadow and appearing behind him. Before Kaito could react, he got sucked into a frame. The cursed energy around Naoya's fist intensified as Naoya used 35 of his 36 frames to run around and gain momentum before punching through the stopped frame in his 36th frame. Kaito, thrown out of the frame, his body rolling limply. He struggled to get up and glared at Naoya. Naoya, however, was already in motion. His attacks must have given a lot of kinetic energy to Kaito, and he wasn't going to check if he was right or wrong. Naoya jumped on the fallen Kaito and landed on his back. Ack! Kaito groaned in pain from the impact but smirked. He was going to blow up the entire stored kinetic energy in one go. Naoya, however, was faster and stuck him in a frame once again. Cursed energy now coated his legs as he stomped 36 times in succession on the man's back, causing him to scream in pain. Once the 36th stomp ended, he trapped him in frame once again and repeated the process. By the third turn, Kaito was already unconscious. Naoya looked at the men whom he stood upon with his feet covered in cursed energy. Once he made sure that the men did not move, he sighed and jumped off Kaito's back. "Winner Naoya," declared Naobito, still in shock by his son's brutality. The other Zenins were no different. They murmured uneasily. Projection sorcery was already feared, and now it seemed even more monstrous and brutal in the hands of a child. The other members of Hei looked at Naobito. If Naoya could overwhelm a man twice his size, what could the special grade 1 and bigger version of him do? They gritted their teeth. The position of clan head seemed to slip out of their hands ever so slightly. At this moment, the prowess of projection sorcery was even more solidified. Kagenori, though, was more impressed with Naoya's shadow stealthiness and its combination with projection sorcery. Naoya looked at the unconscious and injured Kaito and used his curse technique. Round deer. A majestic, glowing green deer came out of Naoya's shadow. "Senzu, heal him, please." The deer nodded as a faint glow came out of his body. The injuries on Kaito's body started to heal immediately, and in seconds, the men looked brand new. "Thanks, Senzu," said Naoya and patted the deer, who smiled and jumped back into the shadows. The other Zenins looked at Naoya questioningly. Why would he heal an enemy? Kagenori had the same thought, however, unlike the other clansmen, he could openly ask. "Naoya," called Kagenori. Naoya looked at the old man and wondered how the man's voice still sounded so dignified despite his age. "Why are you healing him?" asked Kagenori. "I injured him." "I healed him," replied Naoya with a shrug. "Do you heal every enemy you fight?" asked Kagenori with a frown. "No." "Then why are you doing it now?" "He is part of the family, not an enemy," replied Naoya with a straight face. Kagenori stared at Naoya for a while and gave a nod before looking towards Naobito. "Start the next match." Naobito nodded and turned towards the next participant. Tachi Zen dash. "I forfeit," said the men with a huff of anger. All of them looked at him in surprise. Taichi was a man with a strong hatred for projection sorcery since this technique was the reason why he was not the fastest member of the clan. And right now, the same person forfeited a match against a projection sorcery user. Tachi himself was angry at his choice, but he knew that thinking with his pride here was not the answer at the moment. He was slower than Naobito, and his son was even faster than him. He was not going to make a fool of himself by fighting a losing battle. Next participant then. Mako Zenin. The men stood up and walked towards the field without saying anything. Some servants hurriedly walked out of the field, carrying the unconscious Kaito. "Ready." Mako took his stance. "My technique is called Cursed Reversal Field. Inside the field, the properties of cursed energy are revered," explained Mako, successfully activating the binding vow by revealing his hand. Naoya nodded and took his stance as well. His spear was destroyed, so this time he took out a wooden sword from his shadow. "Somebody bring the boy a spear," ordered Kagenori. All of them looked at the old man with mild surprise. The old man is looking after someone. This was a rare occurrence. "It's fine, Grandpa. In an actual battle, I won't get extra weapons from someone if mine are destroyed. I am quite good with swords as well," replied Naoya with a smile and swung his sword around. "Haha, is that so? Then start the battle," said Kagenori with a chuckle. The entire family froze. The old man laughed. And not while mocking his opponents. A genuine laugh. Naoya nodded and got into his stance once again. "Start," declared Naobito, still a bit flustered by his father's laugh. Cursed Reversal Field. Mako activated his technique instantly, and thanks to the binding vow, the usual 2-meter radius of his zone expanded to 3 meters. Naoya already had a grasp of the man's curse technique and coated his body in cursed energy, reinforcing himself and using his projection sorcery to gain speed while moving haphazardly to confuse Mako. Mako tried to catch Naoya's figure but failed miserably. The moment Naoya entered his zone, he felt his curse technique stop since all his cursed energy changed into reversed cursed energy. Still, he was done speeding up and struck Mako with full force with his wooden sword. It's useless, in here you are not reinforced by cursed energy. With your feeble str- said Mako with a mocking tone. His sentence ended with a choked grunt as Naoya's sword hit him again, sending him tumbling. Was that feeble enough for you? Asked Naoya with a smirk and activated his technique once again, once Mako took the zone with him. He sped up once and approached Mako with his increased speed. Mako looked at the incoming kid and frowned. His wounds were visibly healing because of the reversed effect of his cursed energy inside the field. Naoya's cursed energy surged around him, though it didn't boost him since it got converted to reversed cursed energy. However, because of that, Mako did not dare deactivate his cursed technique and boost himself as well, since he knew the moment he did so, Naoya's strengthened blow would strike him. Naoya's sword struck him once again and sent the men rolling. Naoya didn't give him time to recover. He slammed Mako down, straddled him, and began beating him relentlessly. Yo! Glared Mako, but before he could speak further, Naoya started brutally attacking him with his sword. This was the method Toji taught him to use against those who heal rapidly or those who piss you off too much. Naoya's sword continued to rain down on Mako. Blood spilled out of the wounds on his face. His nose broke and healed again, and again. Mako tried to attack sometimes, though his non-strengthened strikes didn't cause Naoya any pain at all. Each strike echoed across the field. Zenins are known for their no-mercy mindset, but seeing one of the top Zenins being on the receiving end of that brutality made them feel uncomfortable. The audience fell silent, horrified and mesmerized. Even Nobito winced. The unzenin child was perhaps too zenin when it came to combat. Give up, yelled Naoya and stopped for a bit, and looked at the men below him. His own face and clothes had some drops of blood that fell on him, but that didn't faze him at all. Nev, crack, Naoya shoved the sword into Mako's mouth. Give up, or I'll break your jaw. You'll heal, but it'll hurt every single time, he warned coldly. Raise your hands by the count of 3. Or I'll start. If he wanted to, he could use his Shikigami, but he didn't want to reveal his Shikigami unless necessary. Mako's eyes widened. I will count to 3. Raise your hands and surrender. Try anything else and jaw-breaking time, said Naoya, his sword moving ever so silently, threatening to break the jaw any moment. Mako stared at the kid and nodded, and raised his hands after seeing the cold look on his face. Naoya smirked and looked towards Nobito. Winner Naoya, said Nobito weakly. Even the people from his own generation weren't this brutal when they were Naoya's age. You raised him quite well, muttered Kagenori with a smirk. Nobito and the other Hei members looked at the clan head. The decisive mindset to not hold back against an opponent and the wisdom to not escalate things any further than necessary. Both things being present in a sorcerer, and that to a 10-year-old one is quite rare, praised Kagenori. They dumbly nodded but still felt that Naoya was just brutal. Nobito, who knew that Naoya could have easily ended the fight with his Shikigami, remained silent. Send the next one, ordered Kagenori. Ranta Zenin, called Nobito. A relatively younger man stood up and walked to the field where Naoya stood waiting for the next opponent. Ranta Nii-san. Go easy on me, asked Naoya with a smile. Same here, Naoya. You are stronger than I thought. Don't be that brutal on me, asked Ranta with a helpless smile as well. Being the closest in terms of age in the clan, Ranta and Naoya naturally bonded during the clan meetings, and much to Naoya's surprise, Ranta was not a typical cold-blooded Zenin as well. He was a normal person with substantial cursed energy and a cursed technique. Ready, called Nobito. Naoya dropped his sword in his shadow and took a stance. Ranta looked surprised but thought that it was Naoya's way of going easy on him. Start. Paralyzing gaze. Not wasting even a second, Ranta activated his technique, freezing Naoya in place. Naoya, however, expected that and used his 10 Shadows technique to hide inside his shadow and break free from the paralysis. Ranta narrowed his eyes. He could feel that the paralysis was lifted, and now he waited for Naoya to jump out of his shadow so that he could freeze him again. The shadow rippled, seeing which Ranta got ready to use his technique. But instead of Naoya, the one who jumped out of the shadow was a rabbit that had been frozen, but after that, the entire demon army came out of the shadow and blinded Ranta's vision. The rabbits rushed towards Ranta like a tsunami. Ranta cursed, summoning cursed energy reinforcement to fend them off. But they kept coming, overwhelming him. He barely noticed Naoya emerging silently from their shadows, blade pressed to his neck. "Move, and I slice," Naoya whispered. Ranta stiffened, then sighed. "I surrender." The rabbits vanished. The crowd blinked at the sight of Naoya standing behind Ranta with a short sword to his throat. "Winner Naoya," declared Naobito. Finally, a non-brutal fight. Naoya lowered his hand, seeing that Ranta turned around and looked at the kid. "Looks like you are now higher ranked than me," said Ranta with a smirk. "You can call me senpai now," Naoya grinned. "Or boss. Boss works too." Yes, little boss," said Ranta with a chuckle before he left the ground. "Haruto Zenin," called Naobito. "I forfeit," came a lazy yawn from the sidelines. He was a man who was lazy by nature and couldn't bother much about his rank going down by one. The rest of the Hei looked at him with a frown but didn't say anything. "That concludes the Hei initiation ceremony, then. Naoya Zenin, from now on, you are the rank 5 of the Hei squad," declared Naobito. The crowd erupted into applause. Naoya grinned and bowed dramatically. The day had gone better than expected. Honestly, he'd thought he'd have to face the special grade ones too, but if fate gave him a lighter workload, who was he to complain? A day with fewer fights was, after all, a good day. Chapter 22, Kagenori. The next day after the initiation ceremony, Naoya was back to his normal routine, getting ready for school. His position in the clan had grown tremendously. Previously, he was just the prodigious son of Naobito, now, he was rank 5 in the Hei squad. The clansmen were far more respectful toward him, though Naoya felt awkward about the sudden change. Being treated with reverence by adults twice or thrice his age was uncomfortable. Still, he kept those thoughts to the back of his mind and exited the room. While on his way, the people who spotted him started murmuring. Naoya glanced briefly at the whispering clansmen, but seeing that no one was causing trouble, he ignored them. Naoya. He turned to see his grandfather, Kagenori, walking toward him. "Grandpa. Good morning. I was coming to see you. Where are you going?" "It's training time," said Kagenori, scanning him from head to toe. His frown deepened when he noticed Naoya's uniform, clearly not fit for training. "I am going to school," replied Naoya nonchalantly. "School? What school?" "The clan teaches you everything you need, doesn't it?" asked Kagenori, genuinely puzzled. "Academically, yes, but beyond that, the clan's teachings won't help much," replied Naoya. "What else is there?" "Social interaction, common sense, and most importantly, understanding why we jujutsu sorcerers fight. We protect the normal world from curses, but if we don't even know the world we protect, what's the point? I get to meet different kinds of people that way, so it broadens my perspective." Though truthfully, school was more of a way to avoid boredom, the rest was true enough. Kagenori blinked in surprise. Was his grandson really just 10? "Humph, that's quite different from clan tradition," muttered Kagenori, his wrinkled face creasing further. Naoya looked worried. Were his school-going days over? "But not a bad mindset," said Kagenori after a pause, smirking at Naoya's relief. "It's important to know why we fight. So you were leaving right now?" "Yes." "Okay, let's walk," ordered Kagenori and started walking. Naoya blinked in surprise, then jogged to catch up to Kagenori. "What is the name of your school?" asked Kagenori, making some small talk. "Setagaya North Elementary School." Soon, they reached the clan entrance and immediately spotted the servants lined up to see him off. However, the moment the servants spotted Kagenori, they bowed deeply, not daring to look up at all. Naoya looked at the servants and then at his grandfather. Naoya watched them curiously, then glanced at his grandfather. He's either very respected, or very feared. Considering the Zenin reputation, the answer was obvious. "Your lunch, Naoya-sama," said the servant and handed him his lunch box. Kagenori looked at the giant bento, then at his grandson. "You eat this much?" asked Kagenori. "Yes," Naoya replied immediately. "Isn't this too much?" "I could eat more, but the lunch break is not that long," replied Naoya in disappointment. Maybe his grandson was a bit weird. "Let's go," said Kagenori and walked out of the clan's gate. "Will you go with me?" asked Naoya, a bit surprised. Even Naobito has never gone to his school, even on class visitation days. "What? Don't want a wrinkly old man to walk with you to school?" asked Kagenori. "Not at all." "Let's go, Grandpa," replied Naoya, immediately shaking his head and rushing out of the clan gates as well. As they walked, Naoya noticed a few clansmen shadowing them from afar, likely Kagenori's guards. "What's your sorcerer grade, Grandpa?" Naoya asked curiously. "Me. Special grade 1, Kagenori replied. "You're strong then." "Heh. If I weren't, the brats in the clan would have already buried me 6 feet under to steal my seat as clan head," said Kagenori with a snort. "Then you're stronger than my father and the other special grade 1s in the clan." "Of course. I'm the strongest in the Zenin clan. I might be old, but I can still kick their butts with ease," he said with a grin. "How old are you?" asked Naoya, slightly hesitant. The man looked ancient, yet still carried himself like a warrior. 106, said Kagenori, smirking. Naoya blinked in disbelief, scanning the old man from head to toe. He'd expected him to be old, but not that old. Kagenori laughed at Naoya's stunned face. He hadn't expected to enjoy a Zenin's reactions this much in his lifetime, but this odd grandson of his was surprisingly entertaining. Still, the boy was likable. "Work hard, study well, eat and sleep plenty, and you too will live a long life," said Kagenori. "I highly doubt I will live as long as you," replied Naoya. "Don't worry, I hope you live even longer than I," replied Kagenori. Naoya nodded and thanked him for his blessing, and the two slowly walked towards his school. "Naoya," said Kagenori, his tone shifting. "What do you think is the role of jujutsu sorcerers?" Naoya thought for a moment. "To keep curses under control and protect the normal world." "If that's true, then why do you think the clans were formed?" "If a powerful sorcerer gathers other strong people, it forms a force that can fight curses and stop those who misuse jujutsu," replied Naoya. "Then tell me, if our duty is to protect the normal world, why do some people exploit jujutsu? Why do the big clans fight among themselves? People like to feel superior. If they think they're special, that feeling only grows stronger," said Naoya after a pause. Kagenori smiled faintly. "Then do you think you are someone special? Do you believe you deserve respect or power over others?" "Special? Yes. I'd say I am. I'm a Zenin sorcerer with 2 techniques. It's pretty rare. But being respected for that? No. I haven't achieved enough to deserve respect. Being born into the Zenin clan isn't an achievement. Earning respect feels better." He paused, then added, "As for power, it's necessary. In the jujutsu world, both personal and political power matter. Death can come at any moment, from curses or from people." "Haha. The Zenin clan isn't exactly safe for Zenins, huh?" Kagenori chuckled. Naoya said nothing. He wouldn't badmouth the clan, especially not to its head. "Do you think clan superiority matters?" Kagenori continued. "We're constantly competing with the Gojo and Kamo. Is it important?" "Yes," Naoya replied. "Just like I said, political power is vital. If our clan is strong, we can fulfill our duties without fear of other clans and other sorcerers. Curses outnumber us by a huge margin. Many sorcerers would have given up long ago if not for their pride in their clans and the Jujutsu society. That pride keeps us united." Such a deep answer. "Are you sure you're 10? Asked Kagenori curiously. "I'm smart," Naoya said with a smug shrug. Kagenori chuckled at the egoistic answer. "Do you ever think that there will come a day when there will be no curses and there will be no need for jujutsu sorcerers?" asked Kagenori solemnly. "It might be possible, but for that we need to remove all negativity from the world and remove all negative emotions from humans all around the world, so I don't think it will be easy. No negative emotions means no greed for growing, no envy from others that drives us to better ourselves. Life would get dull and the world won't progress much," replied Naoya after thinking for a while. He looked up at Kagenori. "A world without curses would be a utopia, but a utopia is just another kind of dystopia. So no, I don't think it's possible. Still, we can hope. Fighting curses is a hassle, after all." Kagenori blinked in surprise. What kind of 10-year-old thinks so deeply and uses such difficult words? After reaching his school, Naoya looked at Kagenori. The old man was looking around the school. The teachers, students, and their parents all looked at the old man who was oozing authority. "This school, it has relatively less negativity compared to other crowded places like this," said Kagenori. "I clean up curses from time to time." "Maybe that's why," replied Naoya with a shrug. "That's good then. What weapon do you usually use?" asked Kagenori out of nowhere. "Huh? That came out of nowhere. I can use most common weapons, but I'm best with a spear, said Naoya. Spear, huh? Be ready in the evening. We will go somewhere today. Also here, said Kagenori, and brought out his wallet from his kimono. He took out a 10,000 yen note from his wallet and handed it to Naoya like he was giving him some spare change. Naoya looked at the money in his hands with amazement. Consider it a prize for showing me those fights yesterday, said Kagenori, then turned and walked away. Naoya looked at the retreating figure of his grandfather. Maybe Grandpa likes me, thought Naoya as he pocketed the money and walked inside. Chapter 23, Kagenori's Past. Naoya-kun, yelled Izumi as he ran up to Naoya with a worried look on his face. Naoya, yelled Misaki as she, too, came towards him, worried. Are you all right? Asked a panicked Izumi. Who was that scary old man? Asked Misaki. Oh, don't worry. He was my grandpa, replied Naoya with a smile, trying to reassure his friends. That's your grandpa, screamed the two in unison. The people around them turned to the source of the commotion. The teachers glared at the trio, making Izumi and Misaki apologize to the nearby people. Calm down, you two. He is not that scary, replied Naoya. In his opinion, curses looked even scarier. No, no, no. That is scary, replied Izumi. What kind of family do you even have that you don't think your grandpa is scary, said Miski. You two are being rude now, you know. How would you feel if I called your parents scary looking, said Naoya with a small frown. Izumi and Misaki went silent. Sorry. We went a bit far, said Izumi. I should not have said that much. I apologize, said Misaki. Seeing the two of them being apologetic, Naoya sighed. All right. I accept your apology. But it's rude to comment about your friend's family like that. Keep that in mind, chided Naoya. Understood, said the two of them. Good, now let's go, homeroom is about to start, said Naoya and grabbed his friend's hands and pulled them. Izumi and Misaki still looked a bit apologetic but decided to follow Naoya to the class. So how's your sister? Asked Naoya, trying to change the topic. Hey, you won't believe it. Suzuna-chan told the family yesterday that she will become Naoya's bride in future. Dad was totally devastated after hearing the news, exclaimed Misaki in excitement. Naoya and Izumi laughed at the news. A few weeks ago, during an after-school detour, Misaki's mom coincidentally met with the three of them and invited them for a meal. Naoya, being the elegant gentleman he was, decided to bring a nice fruit basket as a gift. Coincidentally, Suzuna, Misaki's sister, seemed to like the fruits and was enchanted by Naoya's appearance and thoughtful gift. Looks like my cakes were not that liked, muttered Izumi in a gloomy tone. Izumi's family runs a bakery, and so Miyamura decided to show up with a box of pastries as a gift. But because of his slightly gloomy appearance, Suzuna-chan stayed away from him and said that fruits were better than cakes. Izumi, the pastries you brought were way better than the fruits, said Naoya. You don't have to, Naoya-kun. No, really. Fruits are something that I just randomly picked up. Your pastries, on the other hand, were handcrafted and showed your parents' skill. No skill was involved in my fruit picking. In fact, I will say that I can eat your pastries every day, said Naoya with a smile. Izumi blushed at Naoya's words. Is this like, I want to drink your miso soup every day, thing? We are both boys, but if it's for Naoya-kun, muttered Izumi. And immediately, Misaki smacked Miyamura. Snap out of your weird thoughts. Suzuna-chan called dibs, said Misaki and huffed at Miyamura. But I know Naoya-kun for a far longer time than Suzuna-chan, declared Miyamura and hugged Naoya possessively. You. Miyamura, you will not get in Suzuna-chan's way, yelled Misaki and tried to pull Naoya away from Miyamura. What about my opinion? Asked Naoya. Huh? You dare reject my cute Suzuna? Asked Misaki in a threatening tone. You will take responsibility for your words, right? Asked Miyamura in panic. The two friends clung to Naoya, making the young Zenin annoyed. In the end, the two kids went through their classes with a bump on their heads. Sister-in-law beater, muttered Misaki. Husband beater, muttered Miyamura. Naoya looked at them with his brow twitching and raised his fist again. The two immediately looked away and started whistling. Later that day, back at Zenin's estate, Naoya, who just returned from school, changed into some comfortable clothes and went straight to the training ground. However, to his surprise, his father, who was currently the acting clan head, was present there as well. What did you do? Asked Naobito in a stern tone. Naoya tilted his head in confusion. He didn't know what his father was talking about. I can't think of anything. Did I do something wrong? Asked Naoya. I got the news this morning. The clan head walked you to school, asked Naobito in a serious tone. Oh, that. Yes, Grandpa did walk with me to school, replied Naoya. Naobito's eyes widened in surprise. What is going on in that geezer's head, thought Naobito, not understanding his father's actions at all. He didn't want to brag, but his father, Kagenori Zenin, was a man known for his cold-blooded nature even by Zenin standards. He took the clan head seat after killing the previous clan head, and since then, anyone who tried to challenge his authority met their end at his hands. The same man was now acting strangely with his grandson. What is he scheming? Thought Naobito in worry. Naoya was his youngest son, but he was also his only son who was alive. The others died during their jujutsu activities or from illnesses. And now that his wife was also dead and his advanced age, Naoya was probably his last son that he could have. Along with that, Naoya was his guarantee to become clan head since Naoya's potential was high and the clan would like to favor his father so that Naoya could grow better and uplift the clan in the future. And because of all these reasons, he made sure to isolate Naoya from the rest of the clansmen, be it for training or having meals together. But now that his father had taken an interest in Naoya, he could not deny being close to his son. I just hope he is not scheming something, thought Naobito grimly. Did the clan head say something? Asked Naobito. He asked me to be ready in the evening. He will take me somewhere, replied Naoya. Did he say where? Asked Naobito. Naoya shook his head. Be careful around him. He may look old, but he is the most ruthless and strongest Zenin out there, warned Naobito. Strong, I get, since he said he was a special grade 1 that can beat all other special grade 1s in the family. Ruthless. I doubt that. Grandpa was nice to me, replied Naoya. Naobito snorted. Ask anyone who has been in the clan for 20 years or more, and you will understand how nice he is. As for his strength, he is a special grade 1 now. 25 years ago, he was a special grade. If not for his advanced age and too much power concentration among the Zenins, his rank would not have been reduced, said Naobito. Ah. Special grade? Asked Naoya dumbly. He knew that even though there was just one rank difference between special grade 1 and special grade, the actual gap was bigger than anyone could imagine. A rank given to a sorcerer is not fixed. Just like how sorcerers get promoted to a higher rank based on their skills and potential. A higher ranked sorcerer can also be demoted if his performance deteriorates, or he is unable to function as they used to. A sorcerer whose curse technique is based on swords will not be as useful if he loses both his hands. The same is with age. A once active sorcerer will get sluggish with age. It's not uncommon for sorcerers to retire at an old age, but those who remain active have their ranks reduced, explained Naobito. Though despite all that, I still think he is a special grade, said Naobito grimly. Naoya gulped and nodded. The way his father told him about his grandfather made him feel fearful as well. Do you think he has some ulterior motives for me? He even gave me pocket money, asked Naoya in panic. Naobito looked at his son with a blank expression on his face. He put a finger in his ear and cleaned it once, and asked, repeat what you just said. Do you think he has some ulterior motives for me? He even gave me pocket money, asked Naoya in panic. Naoya repeated in the same manner as before. Naobito blinked in surprise. What is this spoiling grandpa-like gesture, thought Naobito in disbelief. Did someone take over his body, muttered Naobito. Hearing those words, Naoya's eyes widened. Was his grandpa like him? The father and son went into deep thoughts, both troubled by the same man's actions. After not being able to land on any conclusion, Naoya and Naobito decided to observe for a bit longer before acting. Right now, Naoya was dressed in a yukata as per his father's advice, since he was about to go out with Kagenori. Once he checked himself in the mirror once more, he walked towards the entrance of the clan. Once he reached there, he spotted Naobito and Kagenori talking with each other. You sure have grown some balls, said Kagenori. It's related to my son. I will be careful, replied Naobito. He is my grandson as well, said Kagenori. So now you want to play a good grandfather, asked Naobito. Kagenori was about to reply, but the two of them spotted Naoya. Carry on. I will come back later, said Naoya and tried to walk away. Stop, said both Kagenori and Naobito in unison, making the young Zenin mentally cry from the pressure. Naoya turned around and walked towards the two adults. The clan head is taking you to get a cursed tool for you. Behave yourself, said Naobito in a stern voice. You mentioned you like spear, right? Let's go, said Kagenori with a smile. Naoya nodded and followed Kagenori. The two sat inside a car that was parked just outside the clan's gate. Inside the car, Naoya fidgeted a bit from the silence. You are acting strange now. Did that brat say anything about me? Asked Kagenori as he glanced at Naoya. Naoya didn't say anything and just shook his head. What did he say? Asked Kagenori in a cold tone as his gaze narrowed at Naoya. Naoya immediately understood why his father called Kagenori the most ruthless Zenin of all. Just from his gaze, Naoya could feel a shiver run down his spine. He told me to be careful around you and that you are ruthless even by Zenin standards, said Naoya, relenting to the pressure from his gaze. Humph. Meddlesome brat, said Kagenori and looked away from Naoya. Naoya blinked in surprise. His supposedly ruthless grandfather didn't do anything after hearing the confession. Naoya kept staring at Kagenori, which was clearly felt by the old man. What? If it's not rude, can I ask something, Grandpa? Asked Naoya hesitantly. Humph, still calling me Grandpa, ask away. Replied Kagenori as a small smile appeared on his face. Why did father call you ruthless? Asked Naoya. Did you not find me intimidating? No, you were intimidating. Then did that not answer your question? Just because you are intimidating doesn't mean you are ruthless. I am still in one piece after all, replied Naoya. What? Did you think I would attack you just because you relayed what your father told you about me? Asked Kagenori. Naoya nodded his head in affirmation. I don't know if you're brave or just dumb. Muttered Kagenori. Back in the day, when I was young, the Zenin clan was nowhere as calm as it is now. Zenin clan. Calm. Naoya didn't know these two words could be used in the same sentence. Kagenori noticed his gaze. I mean, the clan's condition was worse than what it is now, said the old man. The clan head at that time, my father, was the strongest sorcerer of his time, and I, his son, surpassed even him. Maybe because I was young and impulsive, or maybe it was the clan's upbringing, I believed myself to be superior to everyone and made sure that everyone, be it someone from the clan or someone from outside, knew it as well. I was infamous among the entire Jujutsu world because of my actions. My father, seeing that the Zenin clan had amassed a strength that eclipsed all the clans in Japan, decided that it was high time that the superiority of the clan was proven, and I, being a staunch believer in superiority, was totally on board with that plan. Our clan fought with the Gojo and Kamo clans. The other clans also joined in to support the two clans, knowing full well that if the two great clans fell, it would be their turn. I was the leader of the Hei at that time and led our clansmen to war. The fights were difficult, considering that our single clan was practically fighting with the entire Jujutsu world, but still, we were never at a disadvantage. I killed countless sorcerers and cursed spirits during my days, and it was during those times I became a father, said Kagenori solemnly. I was overjoyed since my first son was born, and in excitement, I headed to the battlefield alone and almost ended the battle that day, had it not been for my cursed energy being depleted. Naoya looked at his grandfather in amazement. He didn't know if the story was true or not, but if it was, then his grandpa was badass, and ruthless, but more badass. After that day, I decided to take some time off from the fight. I already played a huge part and wanted to spend some time with my wife and son and watch him grow. The clansmen and my father were dissatisfied with my decision, but none dared to argue with me about my choices. 2 years later, my second son was born, Naobito, said Kagenori with a smile. I was overjoyed once again, but this time I decided not to rampage and kill people. The war was coming to a ceasefire since, after my withdrawal, the Zenins were slowly being pushed back. I didn't care much, my name was already etched into the Jujutsu world, and no one dared question my superiority. I felt like I could just go to the battlefield and do away with those who oppose me any day I liked, said Kagenori with a smirk. However, I might have overestimated the fear that my name carried. A few sorcerers infiltrated our clan and came straight to me to kill me. Apparently, their families were killed by me. I didn't care much for those small fries, they were dead before they could make a single move. Like every day, I went to my wife's and children's room after a morning walk, only to find a brutally mangled corpse of my wife. Said Kagenori in a saddened tone. The assassins were still there, probably searching for the children, but my wife was smart. She had hidden the kids well. I dealt with the assassins, though the shock from seeing my wife's corpse made me react a bit too late, and one of those assassins pierced my heart, said Kagenori and showed his chest to Naoya. A stab wound was still there. It didn't matter because I knew the reversed curse technique, but I decided to keep this scar as a reminder of my own foolishness. My kids were safe, however. My older son was distraught after his mother's death. He blamed me for her death, and I, too, blamed myself. A thought did come to my mind to find which clan the assassins belonged to and end that clan entirely, but the fear of someone coming to get revenge again and killing my kids this time stopped me from doing so. I became a pathetic weakling, as my clansmen and father used to call me, since I gave up being a jujutsu sorcerer entirely to raise my kids well. But my elder son probably did not like his pathetic weakling of a father, who let his mother die. Coincidentally, he inherited my technique, another opportunity for the clan to develop a powerhouse. My father offered him a chance to train under him, and he readily took it. However, when I went to check on them one day, I saw him brutally beating my son since he was not up to the mark. That was the day I killed the then Zenin clan head and took on the role myself, said Kagenori. My first order of business was to end the war with other clans. Luckily for me, I became a clan head after killing my father, so I had the perfect scapegoat on whom the entire blame could be passed on and end the war somewhat safely. Many clansmen were against that idea or against me being the clan head. Many came to claim my life and claim the position of the clan head for themselves. Many threatened me with my kids. None survived long to tell the tale. Many of the stronger members of the Zenin clan who questioned my decisions were killed by me. That made the clan weaker in the eyes of the rest of the clans. And because of that, the other clans were dissatisfied with the sudden ceasefire. They believed that they could destroy the clan now, but stopped once the Zenin clan offered to pay reparations. The fact that they won't have to fight a pointless battle was also there. But the biggest factor was that I went ahead and killed the heads of the Kamo and Gojo clans in front of their clansmen and asked them to stop the war. Everything was going well. I had already made up my mind to take upon the entire burden of my clan's misdeeds upon myself, but some were still dissatisfied with the conclusion. One among them was my elder son. He didn't want to be under the men who let his mother die, and decided to reignite the flames of war by uniting the few supporters that were still present in the clan. I, being the clan head, tried to reason with him, but he was unwilling to listen to me. In the end, with a heavy heart, I banished him and his supporters from the clan, hoping that being away from the accursed place might calm his heart, but he came back for vengeance. His small group had become bigger with members from the other clans that wanted to crush the Zenins. They ambushed the clan in the middle of the night, and in the heat of the battle, I killed the assailant that was about to kill Nobito, only to realize later that he, the one who tried to kill Nobito, was none other than my other son, Nataka. Tears were flowing down the old man's face, and it felt like the old man was weak. After the rebels were dealt with, I simply went back to my chambers. I wanted to grieve and blame myself, but as the clan head, I couldn't fall in front of my clansmen. I might have appeared to be ruthless because I didn't shed a single tear then and there, but that doesn't mean that I don't feel. I may be strong, but it doesn't mean that I don't regret my actions. I have sinned and I know that, and there are days when I think that the world would have been a better place without me. But I cannot give up. I still had someone that I want to protect. Nobito may think that I am just a ruthless old man, but I cannot stop worrying about him, said Kagenori. Naoya didn't say anything. He didn't know what to say. He simply moved closer to Kagenori and hugged him. The old man looked down at the kid and smiled with his teary eyes, and ruffled the golden hair of the boy who embraced him. Chapter 24, Curse Tool Shopping. After the emotional hug between the grandfather and grandson was over, the two now sat in their appropriate places. Naoya looked at his grandfather and asked, "You told me that my father is your younger son, right? Then what about Uncle Oji?" "Oji is not my own son. He is the son of one of the clansmen who protected me once and sacrificed his life. Oji didn't have any other relatives, so I took him in," explained Kagenori. "Another question, why are you being nice to me, even going to the point of revealing your past?" asked Naoya with suspicion. Now that his emotions had calmed after the emotional story, he started thinking things through. A clan head who had kept level head up till now was suddenly favoring him and telling him his past. No matter the man's age, he was still a Zenin. Kagenori looked at his grandson, who was looking at him suspiciously. His mind is really sharp for his age, thought Kagenori. Can't I just want to be close to my grandson? Asked Kagenori. Hear yourself and ask whether you will believe those words from a proper Zenin, retorted Naoya. Kagenori's brows twitched. The boy was right, but it still felt bad. He made it seem like the Zenins were cold-blooded creatures that lacked empathy. He was not wrong, though. Kagenori sighed and used his curse technique. A dark, shadowy wall formed around the two of them. Naoya's senses immediately flared up. Was this an ambush after all? Not even thinking twice, Naoya activated his own curse technique and jumped inside his own shadow and slipped out of the car. Once he was on the road, he jumped out and moved away from the vehicle. The car stopped a moment later, and Kagenori stepped out. Naoya already had his hand signs ready to fight. "What do you want?" asked Naoya with a frown. Kagenori looked at his grandson and smirked. "You were trained thoroughly." "I will give that to Naobito," said Kagenori and started walking towards Naoya. "Answer me and stay away," asked Naoya with wariness. "Calm down, brat. If I wanted to, you would have been dead already." "Don't make me prove that the acts from my past were real," said Kagenori in a threatening tone. Naoya turned serious and gulped. Naobito had warned him against the old men, and if that was indeed true, then survival would be difficult if they were to fight. Kagenori continued walking and stopped a few meters away from Naoya. "I have no intentions to harm you. Rest assured about that." "Now get in the car," said Kagenori in a calm tone, trying to reassure Naoya. Naoya stared at the old man for a while before he lowered his hands. "Good. Get back in," said the old man and walked back towards the car. Naoya soon followed, but a small Mr. Hiss emerged out of his shadow and slithered its way inside Naoya's clothes, ready to protect its master when needed. The car started moving once again, and Kagenori used his technique once again to make the shadowy wall. "What is this technique?" asked Naoya hesitantly. "My curse technique is called Solid Shadow." "I guess the name is self-explanatory," said Kagenori. "As for your question earlier, I am favoring you because, 1. You are the user of 10 Shadows technique, 2. You are my grandson, so I need to show that I favor you lest someone decides to try some funny business with you. Your fight yesterday caused quite a few clansmen to be wary of you. You are the future of the clan, we cannot let some idiots in the clan mess with the clan's future. If everything were to go right, you would become the clan head in future," said Kagenori. Naoya looked at his grandpa and then sighed. "So it was for clan business, huh? I thought there was some empathy there," thought Naoya. "I would also like to use you to mend my relationship with Naobito and you too," mumbled Kagenori and looked away. Naoya's ears twitched at those words, and he immediately looked at the old man beside him. The old man refused to match his gaze. "Grandpa is a son," muttered Naoya in shock. Never in his wildest dreams did Naoya expect that he would meet a Tsundere old man, yet here was one sitting right beside him. Kagenori flinched. He didn't know what that word meant, but he could take an educated guess as to what the brat was implying. "You should have just said that from the start. Honestly, act your age for God's sake," said Naoya and sighed. A moment later, he was greeted with a smack to the head. "Is that how you talk to your elders?" asked Kagenori. "Why did you people always aim for the head?" cursed Naoya and winced in pain. He was not expecting such a strong attack from the old man's frail arms. Kagenori snorted and looked away. Half an hour later, the car finally came to a stop, and Kagenori and Naoya stepped out of it. Naoya inspected his surroundings the moment he stepped out. They were probably in a place that is totally out of reach for normal people. The entire landscape around him was traditional and screamed jujutsu, with various sorcerers moving around and many talismans stuck here and there. This is the Kagura Barrier District. The entire area is concealed with cursed energy veils and barriers. The higher-ups of the Jujutsu Society work from this place. Many sorcerers receive their missions from that building over there. There are many shops and other facilities that deal with sorcerer-related stuff here, explained Kagenori. "Follow me and stick close. Don't wander around on your own," said Kagenori and started walking. Naoya nodded and followed Kagenori. Once he was close enough, he saw Kagenori open his hands, gesturing Naoya to grab onto it. Being the obedient boy he was, he followed through with his grandpa's wish and held his hand. The nearby people looked at the duo with surprise evident in their eyes. "You are famous," muttered Naoya, seeing the terrified looks on the faces of many sorcerers. "That's a given. I am the head of the Zenin clan after all," said Kagenori and smirked. He slowly led Naoya to the biggest shop in the area. The moment they entered, Naoya felt the cursed energy emitting from the goods around him. His eyes twinkled in excitement. Weapons and armors lined up nicely everywhere, talismans and other cursed tool accessories were also present in the shop, and for some reason, there were also what seemed like soft toys present in the shop. The shopkeeper looked at the customers with a smile, but it vanished in an instant. Instead, he immediately ran towards them and bowed to Kagenori. "Greetings, Kagenori-sama. How can I help you today?" asked the shopkeeper respectfully. "Show me all the special grade or grade 1 curse tools," ordered Kagenori. About that," muttered the shopkeeper in hesitation. "What?" asked Kagenori in a cold tone. "WWEH have an auction coming up in a few days. The grade 1 and special grade curse tools are reserved. FFF, I apologize." "I will show them to you right this instant," yelled the shopkeeper in fear, the moment he looked into Kagenori's eyes. His glare made him feel like he would be killed right there. The shopkeeper ran deeper inside the shop. "Your reputation really is good," muttered Naoya in admiration. "Heh. I would like to see them defy the Zenin clan head," snorted Kagenori. Naoya chuckled at those words. Soon, another man who seemed to be the boss of the establishment came running as well. "Kagenori-sama. Thank you for your visit. Please follow me," said the man in a suspiciously sweet voice. "Takanashi, teach your employees well," warned Kagenori. "I apologize on his behalf, Kagenori-sama. The experienced employees are busy preparing for the auction. That one is still new. There is no way we would treat the Zenin clan with such disrespect," said the man. Kagenori nodded and gestured to Takanashi to continue. "Follow me, Kagenori-sama said the boss, and glanced at Naoya. "He is my grandson. Treat him well when he visits you in future. Naoya, this is Takanashi. He is the person you find when you need anything jujutsu related. Information, curse tools, anything," introduced Kagenori. Naoya nodded and looked towards the older man. "Nice to meet you, Takanashi-san. I am Naoya Zenin. Take care of me in the future," Naoya introduced with a smile. Takanashi's eyes widened in surprise. He had heard Naoya's name since a lot of information goes through him. He thought Naoya would have been a stuck-up young master, considering how young and strong he was, but in front of him, the boy stood and seemed like a polite and nice kid. "Naoya-sama, I am Kenjiro Takanashi. It's my pleasure to meet you today. Do seek out our establishment if you ever need some help with jujutsu-related business in the future. We even have connections in the normal world as well, so we can aid you in that front too," said Takanashi in a respectful tone. Takanashi stared at the boy who was behaving exactly opposite to what was thought about him. Takanashi also ran a shady establishment that dealt with mostly gray and black areas of jujutsu and normal society. Assassination requests were already submitted for the boy, but seeing the surprisingly polite boy, he almost didn't want to participate in the assassination business this time. Yet, he was only a middleman here. If someone were to bring his head to him, he would need to pay them since it was part of the deal. Still, Takanashi's expression didn't change as he slowly led the Zenins towards the inner part of the shop. The three of them stood in front of a giant gate that led to the storage area. Many talismans and seals were placed on the gate for security purposes. Takanashi started chanting, and soon the talismans glowed and the gate started opening. Because of the auction, the grade 1 and special grade items are already secured inside cases and are locked. Do look through them and inform me if something catches your eye. I will take it out of the display for observation, said Takanashi in a polite tone. Naoya nodded and started looking around curiously. Seeing the excited kid, both Takanashi and Kagenori smiled. Go ahead and look around, said Kagenori and let go of Naoya's hand. Naoya nodded and enthusiastically started to look around. He is a good kid, Kagenori-sama, praised Takanashi. Yes. How many requests? Asked Kagenori in a serious tone. Huh. Don't act dumb. I am asking how many assassination requests have come for the kid. That's dash. Confidential. Alright, I don't want to ruin your business. From now on, anyone who requests his assassination, put in a request on the Zenin clan's behalf for double the offered bounty. This arrangement will be made for the next 5 years, said Kagenori in a calm tone. Takanashi blinked in surprise. The Zenin clan was rich and could afford such a request, but he didn't expect the cold-hearted clan head to do this much for his grandson. I need to reassess my approach with Naoya-sama in the future. I understand, Kagenori-sama. Meanwhile, Naoya was browsing through the display racks one by one. The names and ranks of the cursed tools were written in front of the display, but a few of those tools, which had some additional effect, held a card that noted those abilities. These were the tools that caught Naoya's interest more. If a strong weapon had an additional ability, then it was worth getting even more. And when not a single penny from his pocket was going to be spent, the deal became even sweeter. He made up his mind that he would make full use of this opportunity. Naoya continued looking through the cursed tools and finally started checking the spear section of the display. Muttered Naoya in confusion. Why is there a short sword in the spear section, and this weird, cursed energy? Muttered Naoya. He looked at the display label. Name, Inverted Spear of Heaven. Grade, Special Grade. Additional effect, the cursed tool can transform between a short sword and a spear with cursed energy. A/N, before you guys roast me, I will clarify. In the fight between Toji and Gojo, Gojo didn't recognize the cursed tool. I am guessing that the knowledge about the cursed tool's effect was not known, considering the Gojo clan heir did not know about it. This was later known to others after Gojo reported to the higher-ups. Otherwise, a cursed tool of this caliber would have been kept at an even safer place out of Toji's reach, and once it had been stolen, the news would have been spread, and Gojo would have known. There might be some other explanation as to why Gojo didn't recognize it, but I am going with this explanation. Do tell me if you guys know something else about this. A2 for the price of one special grade curse tool. Muttered Naoya. There were other curse tools with special abilities present as well, but none of them were spears, his speciality, so seeing a special grade curse tool that can be used as a handy short sword as well made him feel tempted. But the cursed energy on this tool is weirder than other tools, is it because it is a special grade, thought Naoya. What? Something caught your eye, asked Kagenori as he came closer. Shall I take it out of the display, asked Takanashi. Kagenori looked at the short sword and read its description. A unique special grade, you have a good eye for things, said Kagenori with a smirk. Naoya nodded and gestured to Takanashi to take it out of the case. Takanashi nodded and took the short sword out of the display case and handed it to Naoya. Naoya grabbed the hilt of the short sword and walked a bit away from the two of them. He gave a few practice swings to the short sword before starting a series of attacks in rapid motion. Good grip and nice weight, muttered Naoya. He then passed cursed energy through the weapon, and immediately his grin widened in delight. The power that he could feel from the short sword that held his cursed energy skyrocketed. He jumped up and gave a simple swing. A blast wave launched from his simple attack, and this made Naoya's smirk widen. Short sword form is nice. Though the main feature of this blade is what matters more to me, said Naoya and willed the short sword to change into a spear as his cursed energy coursed through the weapon. The hilt of the blade elongated, and the weapon changed into a spear. Is there a slightly wider space where I can test it? Asked Naoya. The area was wide enough to practice with a short sword, but using a spear there would not be safe. Takanashi nodded. Follow me, Naoya-sama, said Takanashi and started leading the two zenins. He was a sorcerer himself and was thoroughly impressed with Naoya's movements. He couldn't grasp his movements with his naked eye since Naoya was fast, but he could still feel the finesse in his movements. Naoya-sama will definitely be an important figure in the coming years. I need to make a good connection with him early on, thought Takanashi. His inner merchant took over him immediately on the thought of becoming acquainted with an important person. Naoya practiced with the spear form of the weapon and was thoroughly impressed with its capabilities. The change between forms was fast and flawless, and added a new surprise to fights, and the cursed energy reinforcement efficiency of the weapon was great as well. He had once tried using his uncle's grade 1 katan, but it was nowhere near the inverted spear of heaven's level. He was liking this weapon more and more. After he was done testing the weapon, he browsed through the remaining spears but didn't find one that felt better than the inverted spear of heaven. So is that the one you want? Asked Kagenori with a smirk. Yes, replied Naoya immediately. All right, Takanashi, send a bill to the Zenin clan, said Kagenori and patted Naoya's head. Thank you, Grandpa. Seeing the boy's beaming smile made the old man feel happy as well. As you wish, Kagenori-sama. Should I register the cursed tool under the Zenin clan? Asked Takanashi. No, register it under Naoya's name. It's a gift after all, not clan property, said Kagenori. Takanashi nodded and confirmed his guess even more. The clan head was favoring Naoya, meaning Naoya's rise was almost guaranteed. Ding. Get a special grade curse tool, +1 point, collect. Naoya smiled and held the inverted spear of heaven tightly. Getting the spear made it even more worth it since he got an achievement point. Naoya-sama, Kagenori-sama. I would like to request that you don't publicize that we sold the cursed tool to you directly, said Takanashi. Why? Asked Naoya. Special and Grade 1 curse tools are hard to come by. Openly selling them is banned by the Jujutsu Society's higher-ups. They can only be auctioned or given as a reward for specific tasks. If open sale was allowed, people who get early access might hoard them, explained Kagenori. It's a gift, but don't flaunt it openly for some time, warned Kagenori. Naoya nodded in understanding. The rule was a good one, since he felt like, if given a chance, the Zenins might actually buy all the cursed tools here, which would be bad for the world in his opinion, since that would make the humble Zenin clan even more humbler. Naoya signed the contract for the authorization of the cursed tool and walked out of the establishment. Kagenori got inside the car, and Naoya was about to enter as well, but decided to store the spear in his shadow. However, the moment the short sword's blade touched his shadow, his curse technique stopped working. Huh, muttered Naoya in astonishment. He picked up the short sword that fell on the ground and looked at it in shock. He tried to store it once again, but the curse technique got cancelled once again. I stumbled on an even more amazing item than I expected, thought Naoya as he stared at his weapon. What happened? Asked Kagenori, since Naoya was taking too long to enter the car. Ah, the excitement of the gift made me forget for a while, but I am super hungry now and felt a little lightheaded, replied Naoya and massaged his head. A new trump card should not be easily revealed. You are hungry. You like sushi? Asked Kagenori. I love you, Grandpa, cheered Naoya in excitement, immediately shifting his focus to the important stuff. Chapter 25, It's Kinda Nice. After finishing their curse tool shopping, the grandfather-grandson duo went out for sushi at Kagenori's suggestion. However, after witnessing Naoya's true power, Kagenori silently realized that if he made a habit of treating his grandson to meals, his personal funds might soon be in danger. Later that night, once Naoya was alone in his room, he took out the inverted spear of heaven, and decided to experiment with it for a while. The cursed tool was something more than what meets the eye. He checked the weapon from top to bottom, trying to find a clue that might help him. He used his 10 shadows technique, and the shadow below him turned even darker. He then tried to put the cursed tool inside once again, and just like before, the moment the blade touched the shadow, his cursed technique got cancelled. It is a passive ability of the spear, I guess, muttered Naoya, and tried to put the spear back once again, but this time he immersed the handle first, and the handle successfully started going inside, only to fail the moment the blade touched his shadow. The passive ability resides in the blade only, noted Naoya. He tried the same with the spear mode, and the results remained the same. He then summoned his Shikigami from his shadows. See this, guys. I got a special grade curse tool, exclaimed Naoya. The Shikigami replied in excitement, congratulating their master. The cursed tool seems to have a special ability. I want to test it. Would you guys help me? Asked Naoya. The Shikigami nodded in affirmation. Great, first of all. Mao, bring out one of your soldiers. The rabbit Shikigami nodded, and a rabbit jumped out of its body. The new rabbit hopped towards Naoya and saluted him. Naoya saluted back and poked the rabbit with his spear. The rabbit was still present and looked at the spear curiously. So it doesn't cancel you guys. I will lightly stab you. Sorry in advance, said Naoya and stabbed the rabbit's leg. The rabbit still didn't vanish. Looks like you guys won't vanish when stabbed. Alright, try to go boom, said Naoya and readied his shadow to pull the rabbit back in if he explodes. He didn't want to destroy his room. The rabbit soldier nodded and tried to use its curse technique to explode. However, no matter how much time passed, the rabbit didn't explode. Naoya nodded and slowly retracted the spear from the rabbit's body. The rabbit tried again, and this time its body began to expand. Not even thinking twice, Naoya sent the rabbit into his shadow, where the rabbit exploded. This spear seems to cancel the activation of curse techniques. Senzu, try to use your reversed curse technique. Naoya touched the deer with the spear, but the healing worked just fine. He then lightly stabbed Senzu. The healing still worked just fine. I guess, reversed cursed technique is not affected as well, so is it just activation of curse techniques and active curse technique cancellation, muttered Naoya. Naoya wanted to check the spear a bit more, but the other curse techniques of his Shikami were not something that could be tested in the room. Naoya looked at the spear and held it from the blade side, and tried to activate his projection sorcery, but the technique didn't activate. He then grabbed it with the handle once again and used his projection sorcery, that worked perfectly this time, and while in motion, he grabbed it from the blade end, and immediately, his technique came to a stop. So, it is strictly limited to cursed techniques. Using cursed energy reinforcement and reversed cursed techniques still work just fine even when stabbed, muttered Naoya. Wait, does that mean it can bypass Satoru's limitless, thought Naoya in astonishment. Theoretically, it should be possible since any active technique that was cancelled when struck by the blade was cancelled immediately. Satoru's limitless was also an active technique, so it should cancel that as well. Naoya looked at the blade intently. I picked something far more amazing than anything I could have expected, thought Naoya. He experimented with it for a while and finally found a way to store the spear in his shadow. It was a simple method, too. Cover the blade part with a cloth, wrap it tightly, and voila, the blade didn't come in contact with the shadow and doesn't cancel it. He will get a proper sheath for the blade later, but for now, this makeshift method worked. He would not leave such a precious thing sit openly, ready to be stolen by bad men. The next day, after he was done training, he headed to have breakfast with his father. However, to his surprise, Kagenori was present there as well. The two men were sitting in front of each other, both reading a newspaper. Such a great bonding session, thought Naoya and rolled his eyes at the scene. Good morning, father, grandpa, greeted Naoya and took his seat as well. Responded Nobito. Good morning, replied Kagenori. So how's the curse tool? Asked Kagenori. It's amazing. It will take some time to master form shifting during a fight, but it's a great weapon, replied Naoya with a smile. Kagenori smiled in satisfaction. Seeing his gift being appreciated so much made him happy. Nobito looked at Kagenori's smile and narrowed his eyes. He couldn't grasp what the old man was planning. What did the clan head get for you? Asked Nobito. No, father. You should call him father as well. Clan head seems too distant, said Naoya. He tried to bridge the gap between the two. That's disrespectful. You two should call him clan head, responded Nobito in disapproval. Kagenori's expression didn't change, but he still felt a bit sad. I mean, you can be respectful to him by calling him father as well, right? In a private setting, wouldn't father be more respectful? I call you father, too, right? I am a very respectful boy. Should I call you hey leader from now on? Asked Naoya innocently. Nobito frowned and wanted to say it was fine to call him hey leader if he wanted to. However, he stopped and tried imagining it. He didn't like that. All right, I will call him father in private settings from now on. Is that all right? Asked Nobito and turned towards Kagenori. Kagenori looked away. Do as you wish. I am your father, so I don't think there is any issue with that, said Kagenori. Naoya cringed at the sight of the tsundere old man and drank the miso soup to freshen his mood. Nobito looked at his father and didn't know what to say. Looks like the old man was starting to go senile. So, what did father get you? Asked Nobito. Kagenori's lips twitched at those words. It had been too long since he heard those words. Grandpa got me a special grade spear/short sword. It can switch between the two, answered Naoya and puffed his chest in pride. Nobito's eyes widened, a special grade for a 10-year-old kid. The old man was being too generous. I registered it under his name. The clansman won't have a claim over it, too, added Kagenori. Nobito got even more surprised. A personal special grade curse tool for his son. Aren't you favoring him too much? Asked Nobito. He's my grandson. What's wrong with doting a bit on him? He already lacks discipline, don't make it worse. He might be unconventional for a zenin, but he is a good kid. Nobito looked speechless at that. His gaze then fell on Naoya, who just smirked back. Father is favoring this undisciplined brat, thought Nobito. Nobito didn't know what to think anymore and decided to focus on his tea. Grandpa's super nice. He took me out to have sushi, too. Let's all go together next time, suggested Naoya and winked at Kagenori. He brought up an opportunity, now it was up to the old man. Kagenori felt conflicted. On one hand, his grandson made an opportunity for him, on the other hand, the opportunity included taking Naoya out for a meal again. Let's go to a buffet next time. Sure, let's go out this weekend, said Kagenori. We have a meeting this weekend, reminded Nobito. Kagenori nodded and looked behind him. Shift the meeting to Friday. Inform the other clansmen, ordered Kagenori and looked back at Nobito and then smirked. Nobito's brows twitched. The clan head was acting too differently. He looked at his son, who was now simply enjoying the food, unbothered by his father's gaze. Is it him that's rubbing off on father, thought Naobito. Once the lively breakfast was over, surprising for a Zenin family, Naoya went back to his room and changed into his uniform. Once done, he headed to the clan's gate and spotted his father and grandfather standing there as well. Naoya approached them and took his lunch from the servants. "Thank you," replied Naoya and started to walk out of the clan compound. The servant gave a nod and stood back once again. "Well then, I will get going now." "Bye," said Naoya. "I will drop you," said Kagenori and walked out as well. "What is happening here?" asked Naobito in a slightly loud tone. He was not able to take it anymore. Naoya shrugged his shoulders, not knowing what to say. "I am dropping him. It lets me get some steps as well. I am not getting any younger, I need to stay active," replied Kagenori with a straight face. Naobito looked at his father. He wanted to say something but couldn't find the right words. "Let's go, Naoya. You will be late if we stay here because of this brat," said Kagenori and gave a pat on Naoya's back. Naoya nodded and joined his grandfather, and walked away. Naobito looked at their retreating figures for a while and then massaged his forehead. Something was going on, but he just couldn't prove what it was. Naoya was acting like usual, but for some reason, his father was acting like his son, too. "I need more information," thought Naobito and used his curse technique and launched out of the clan compound as well and joined the two of them. "Father. What do you want?" asked Kagenori. "I will tag along as well," said Naobito. "Huh," muttered Naoya in disbelief. "Don't you have clan duties?" "I know that it is currently your turn as the acting clan head," said Kagenori. "I can do that later. Right now, I will be tagging along," said Naobito. "And keep an eye on you," thought Naobito and stared at Kagenori. Kagenori shrugged his shoulders but smirked internally. His plan to rile up his son worked perfectly. Naoya looked at the two old men behind him and simply smiled. It was the first time he and his father were doing something family-like. "It's kinda nice," thought Naoya as they continued towards the school. "It's kinda nice," thought Kagenori, enjoying the company of his son and grandson. "What is this nice atmosphere?" thought Naobito as he glanced at his father and son. He continued to stare suspiciously at his father before he dropped it. "It's kinda nice," thought Naobito, remembering one of his childhood days when his father took him and Oji to a beach once. The three Zenins didn't say anything, just walked contentedly. Chapter 26, Reunion. The three generation of Zenin continued their walk towards Naoya's school. The nearby people looked at Naobito and Kagenori with wariness since the two of them were looking way too authoritative for their liking. None of them was talking, they just walked in silence. Soon, the trio arrived at their destination, and Naoya bid farewell to the two of them. Kagenori looked at his grandson for a while before turning towards Naobito. "Arrange more guards around him. Many people have placed a bounty on his head," muttered Kagenori. Naobito widened his eyes in surprise and looked at his son carefree talking with the kids. "How certain are you?" asked Naobito as the father and son started their journey back to the Zenin compound. Meanwhile, back at school, Naoya was once again surrounded by Miyamura and Misaki, who were once again worried for him since another scary man came with him, though this time they minded their words. "What does your family do?" "Everyone in there looks so serious," said Misaki, controlling her words. "Oh. Nice save, Misaki," exclaimed Izumi. Naoya fell silent at the question. What should he say now? "My family kills invisible curses to protect others." His friends might start to think that he had a screw loose. "We have a few businesses and many members in the family work for the government," said Naoya after thinking for a while. It was not technically wrong. Jujutsu sorcerers were mostly paid by the government, and the Jujutsu sorcerers came under a government department as well. Apart from that, the Zenin family indeed had multiple businesses set up both in and outside Japan. They were not a prestigious family just for show. They indeed had funds and authority to back them up as well. Izumi and Misaki looked at Naoya with amazement. No wonder he brought such luxurious lunches every day. He was loaded. "Just so you know. It is my family that is rich. I don't get much pocket money," said Naoya. "Doesn't matter, you are still treating us after school today," declared Misaki. "I want ramen today," said Miyamura shamelessly. "Okay, fine," replied Naoya with a sigh. "Such a good friend," cheered Miyamura. "As expected of my future brother-in-law," said Misaki with pride and patted Naoya's shoulder. You are still on about that. Fine, I will tell Suzuna-chan that you are a bad girl and you bully me, said Naoya. Don't you dare lie to my sweet sister about me, said Misaki and started shaking Naoya. See, this is bullying, said Naoya and lifted Misaki in the air, stopping her from shaking him anymore. Put me down, flailed Misaki as Naoya, placing her on the ground. Don't treat me like a kid. Ah. What happened to the sweet Misaki-chan that smiled blissfully when I patted her? Asked Naoya with a hurt look on his face. She grew up, replied Misaki. Oh my, such a good girl, you grew up nicely Misaki-chan, said Naoya and patted her head. Wait no, yelled Misaki and smacked Naoya's hand away. Naoya looked at his hand that was smacked away and looked back at Misaki with a sad look on his face. Misaki's anger faded seeing the hurt look, and she wanted to say something but Miyamura beat her to it. Naoya-kun. You can pat mine, said Miyamura with a troubled expression and showed his head to Naoya. Naoya blinked at the boy's words and soon started laughing before he started ruffling Izumi's hair. Hee, laughed Miyamura helplessly, seeing Naoya enjoy. Misaki looked at the scene and puffed her cheeks before she looked away from them. Soon a hand landed on her head, much to her surprise, though this time she didn't swat it away. It felt nice after all. Naoya may have been their classmate, but being bigger and more mature than them made them think of him as an older brother instead. Later that day, once school was over, the trio of friends headed towards a ramen place on Miyamura's recommendation. Strangely, the boy knew a lot of the niche shops around the town and was their go-to guide for any food-related advice. That's the shop, declared Miyamura. The shop didn't seem to have much foot traffic, which was understandable since it was situated in an alley and not on a main street. Naoya and Misaki were now used to such kinds of setups. The places that Miyamura recommends might seem shady, but the quality of food was always good. Naoya, however, looked surprised, not because of the shop, though. He was surprised by the person standing in front of the shop. Nissan, called Naoya with uncertainty. Huh. Brat, replied Toji, hearing a familiar voice. The two of them blinked in surprise and checked each other from top to bottom. Toji was wearing nice clothes and had a clean haircut, something Naoya never saw him with back at the Zenin clan. Naoya, dressed in a school uniform, was also a strange sight for Toji. Toji Nii-san, exclaimed Naoya enthusiastically and ran towards Toji. Toji, however, stepped aside, dodging Naoya, who ran past him. Still, Naoya, being Naoya, easily changed his direction and jumped on Toji once again. Toji's eyes widened in mild surprise as he simply caught Naoya's head with ease. You have improved, huh? Asked Toji with a smirk. Is that how you treat your adorable cousin at our reunion? Whined Naoya. Adorable. Where is the adorable one? I can't see him. Seeing Toji acting like that, Naoya snorted and smacked Toji's arm with a palm strike. Toji winced and let go of Naoya. Oi. How come you became this strong? Asked Toji with an annoyed tone. Not telling you, said Naoya and looked away. I don't want to know anyway, said Toji and kicked Naoya on the shin. Naoya got on his knees and winced from the strike. Naoya-kun. Naoya. The two kids ran towards Naoya, trying to protect him from the men. More brats. Your friends? Asked Toji as he glanced at the other two kids. Stay away from us, you jerk, said Misaki and stood in front of Naoya to protect him. You okay, Naoya-kun? Asked Miyamura in a worried tone. It's all right. Calm down, you two. He's my cousin, said Naoya as he got up and held Misaki back before she launched an attack and died from an accidental slap. Toji Nii-san. What are you doing here? Asked Naoya as he pulled his two friends behind him. I am waiting for a friend. What are you brats doing at such a shady place? Asked Toji back. We came to eat ramen. Go eat somewhere else. There are other shops in the town. Why? Just because I said so. So unreasonable. You go somewhere else. You're talking back to me. Want me to use the art of swooping on you just like the old days? Try it. It will be different this time. You got cocky in the time I was away. Looks like it is time to fresh dash. Toji, came a yell from behind them. Toji flinched at the voice and looked back. Miyuki. Muttered Toji. What are you doing? Are you harassing the kids? Asked the woman whom Toji called Miyuki as he started approaching them. Me. harass kids. How can you blame me for such a huge offense? I am very hurt, Miyuki, said Toji, pretending to be offended. He was harassing us, said Naoya. Totally harassing us, said Misaki. He kicked Naoya-kun, said Miyamura. Toji blinked and looked at the three kids who ratted him out. Miyuki fumed with anger and smacked Toji's head. Do you have something to say about that? Asked Miyuki. The brats are lying, said Toji with a straight face. Lying so easily, Toji nii-san. I thought you were better than that, said Naoya with a disappointed look on his face. Oi. Don't make it worse, said Toji and glared at Naoya. Don't scare the kids, said Miyuki and pulled Toji's ear. Ow ow ow. Do it harder, said Toji in a dry tone. Miyuki glared at Toji but sighed. She looked at the kids with a helpless look on her face. Sorry about my boyfriend. He could be a bit childish from time to time, said Miyuki. Naoya blinked in surprise and looked at Toji. Hey, said Toji with a smirk while still having his ear pulled by Miyuki. You are Toji nii-san's girlfriend. Not some girl who is a friend, right? Asked Naoya just to make sure. Yeah. And nii-san? Are you his brother or something? Asked Miyuki curiously. Cousin, to be precise. And why him? You could do better than him, asked Naoya, genuinely confused. Oi. Whose side are you on? Complained Toji and glared at Naoya. I know, right? But what can I do? This idiot will be hopeless without me, said Miyuki with a smile and glanced at Toji. Be grateful that I am your girlfriend. Yes, ma'am. Let's go get a room so that I can show you my gratitude, replied Toji with a serious look on his face. Miyuki blushed at his words, pulled his ear harder, making the older Zenin feel the tiniest bit of pain. After bickering for a bit longer, the three kids, along with the couple, entered the ramen place and sat together. You brats really interrupted our date, said Toji in an annoyed tone. I am treating you. Be grateful, said Naoya and snorted. The two of them glared at each other, but soon decided to order. Do you do any challenge bowls? Asked Naoya. The men behind the counter blinked and smirked. He then took out a pamphlet from below the counter and showed it to Naoya. A jumbo bowl of ramen and 40 pieces of gyoza for one person in 30 minutes. All for 500 yen if I complete the challenge. This has my name written all over it. Boss. One challenge bowl, declared Naoya enthusiastically. The shop owner smirked, seeing the arrogant kid. Miyamura and Misaki smirked back at the shop owner who just courted death. Toji and Miyuki looked at the kids with amused expressions. Naoya-kun. It's bad manners to waste food, said Miyuki. Don't worry, Miyuki-san. I don't waste food, replied Naoya with a confident smile. She wanted to stop him, but seeing the adorable smile on his face made her stop. Your cousin brother is so cute. Is he the one you talked about? Asked Miyuki while looking at Toji. Toji nii-san talks about me, asked Naoya with a surprised tone. No. That's some other brat, replied Toji with a firm tone. You told me that there was a kid back home who was sad to see you leave and that he was the first person you cared slightly started Miyuki and Toji immediately covered her face with his hand. That's enough. Definitely some other brat, said Toji and looked at Naoya. Tsundere, said Naoya with a smirk. You little. Said Toji with a frown and looked towards his girlfriend, who was looking at him with a mischievous expression on her face. Toji's brows twitched. He was being toyed with by the two of them. Yet, he couldn't do anything to them. Whose unlucky face did I see this morning, muttered Toji. It was mine, said Miyuki with a smile. Toji blinked in surprise and looked towards the kid asking for help. Miyamura stared hard at the chopsticks, refusing eye contact. For some reason the chopsticks were looking very interesting to him. Misaki simply shook her head disapprovingly at Toji's rash comment. Naoya simply offered a silent prayer for the man's well-being. These King brats, thought Toji as a vein popped up on his forehead. Chapter 27, Toji's Warning. After Miyuki spared Toji for his brash comment, their food finally arrived. Finally, Naoya's jumbo bowl of ramen, along with a tray full of gyoza, was brought out. Remember, 30 minutes to finish it all, said the shopkeeper with a smirk. Miyuki looked at the amount of food and wondered if the kid could even eat a fourth of it. However, her doubts soon turned into shock. The shopkeeper's eyes and mouth were wide open in disbelief. In under 10 minutes, Naoya devoured the entirety of his food. Misaki and Miyamura puffed their little chests in pride. Their friend broke another person after all. What the hell? How can you eat that much? Asked Toji. He had never seen him eat back at the Zenin estate, so this scene was new for him as well. Boss. The ramen was great. Another challenge set, ordered Naoya with a smile on his face. Miyuki started coughing, hearing him order once again. Toji patted her back and offered a cup of water to the helpless girl beside him. The shop owner, on the other hand, started writing something and then showed the pamphlet to Naoya. 1 challenge bowl per person, that's cheating, said Naoya in displeasure. The men changed the rules because of Naoya. My shop, my rules, replied the men. The two glared at each other for a while before Naoya ordered more food. After eating 10 more bowls, Naoya finally stopped. I pity the cooks at the Zenin clan, said Toji. It's fine. They like feeding me, replied Naoya. Is it fine to make him pay? We should at least pay for our portion, said Miyuki. It's fine, Miyuki-san. I said that it was my treat in the first place. I got to meet Nii-san after such a long time, after all. Naoya smiled and continued walking with the couple. Miyamura and Misaki were dropped first, and now it was Miyuki's turn to be dropped. It's fine. His family is loaded, said Toji with a shrug. Act like a reliable older brother. How will you become a role model for him? Chided Miyuki. Me. A role model. His family will disown him if he were to turn out like me, said Toji and chuckled. Miyuki looked at her boyfriend with displeasure. She didn't like that self-deprecatory joke. I apologize on his behalf. Nissan don't have the best of personalities, said Naoya with a helpless smile. No need to apologize, Naoya-kun. Honestly, it's kind of a chore to straighten his personality. Still, once he is reformed, this man will be something I can brag about, said Miyuki and intertwined her fingers with Toji. I am not a science project, said Toji. My handsome science project, Miyuki corrected with a sweet smile. Toji wanted to retort, but seeing her smile, he let it go and smiled as well. Soon they reached their destination. A small apartment complex that looked a bit old. This is it. We live here, Naoya-kun. If you ever want to drop by, you can come to room 104, said Miyuki, ruffling Naoya's hair. I will. Miyuki-san, replied Naoya with a smile. Call me Wani-chan from now on. Okay, she asked warmly. Got it. Miyuki-ne-chan, it is, replied Naoya. Miyuki smiled and whispered, thank you for today. Toji seemed happier than usual to me. Naoya looked at the smiling Miyuki for a while before he looked towards Toji and smiled. Toji heard what Miyuki whispered, thanks to his superior senses, but just snorted in response. This woman knows me too well. Thought Toji. All right. Enough. Get away from my girl, said Toji and grabbed Naoya by the collar. I'll come back after dropping off the brat, he added, walking away. Bye, Miyuki-ne-chan. Bye, Naoya-kun. If Toji troubles you, tell me next time. I'll beat him for you, Miyuki said, flexing her non-existent biceps. Toji snorted at that while Naoya just chuckled. Once, they were quite a bit away from Miyuki, Toji dropped Naoya back on the ground. I can go back on my own, you know, said Naoya. Miyuki will chew me out if I leave you as is. I'll take you near the clan area and head back, replied Toji. Never expected you to be so well-mannered, Nii-san. Miyuki-ne-chan is a great person. Of course she is. Perhaps too much for a person like me. Don't say that. Miyuki-ne-chan will probably beat you. Heh, she definitely will. So, how the things at the clan? Any chaotic event that happened there? Asked Toji. Naoya smiled and started recounting the tales to Toji. I really want to see those prideful shits getting beaten by a kid, Toji said with regret. From what Naoya told him, he had been using his ass-whooping arts to humble several clansmen, and Toji wished he could have watched in person. Enough about me and the clan. How are things going for you? Asked Naoya. Okay, I guess. I thought making a living would be hard, but apparently knowing how to kill is in high demand, and I get a lot of gigs, Toji replied casually. You became an assassin? Asked Naoya in disbelief. Yep. It pays well if you're amazing like me. Naoya was speechless at the confession. To kill someone for money as a job, he didn't know how to feel about that. Change that mentality as soon as you can. Being naive is good for kids, but you are a jujutsu sorcerer first. Right now, you are a hot topic among assassins. A lot of commissions are coming for you these days, said Toji. Naoya stopped dead in his tracks. Wait. What? Yelled Naoya in shock. Why was someone after the adorable him? It's true. The bounties are juicy. Honestly, if you weren't my student, I would have taken the job myself. Though, I'll keep you alive for now for when I need quick cash, Toji said with a smirk. You should think of protecting me, you idiot. Naoya yelled, stepping away from him. My golden egg-laying goose, said Toji in a sweet voice. Naoya felt a shiver down his spine at Toji's sweet voice. Don't worry. I will keep an eye out for you. But still, from now on, sleep with one eye open. Check your food and water for poison. Be aware of your surroundings at all times. And don't enter shady places like you did today, warned Toji. Naoya nodded aggressively. He needs to work even harder from now on. Still be a bit confident in yourself as well. You are now ranked 5 of Hei. Until someone seriously strong comes after you, you should be fine, said Toji and stopped walking. I will go back now, said Toji. Naoya looked ahead and realized that they were already close to the clan area. By Nii-san. I will drop by sometime. Bring a gift when you come, replied Toji without looking back and vanished from his sight in a blur. Naoya looked ahead and gulped. His life might actually be in danger now. System. Ding. Name, Naoya Zenin. Title, Body Stealer, Possible Zenin Heir, Busiest Elementary Schooler, Hei Rank 5. Curse Technique, 10 Shadows Technique, Active, / Projection Sorcery, Active. Cursed Energy, 14360/14360. STR, 185, +2. Dex, 191, +1. Vit, 248, +1. Int, 202, +1. Luck, 105, +4. Extra points, 0. Achievements. Alright, first order of business, getting STR and DEX to 200, thought Naoya. Should I complete the exorcism ritual for another Shikigami, thought Naoya with a serious look on his face. He has formed a pact with 6 of the 10 Shikigami, and though they were strong in their own right, the remaining ones were more offense-oriented than the ones in his arsenal. The remaining ones are the elephant, ox, tiger, and the divine general, thought Naoya. All of them were strong, so he was planning to tackle one of them after all his stats were above 250. But now it seemed like he needed to take a bit of risk. It might entirely be possible that completing the exorcism ritual for some of the Shikigami might not be difficult, but it was never wrong to be more cautious than needed. Naoya rushed towards his home and gave the lunchbox to one of the servants, and headed to his room. He immediately changed into his training clothes and rushed towards the clan warehouse. Naoya-sama greeted the storehouse guards. Good evening. Get me 4 sets of curse-binding shackles, said Naoya. Cursed binding shackles were cursed tools that the Zenin clan used to hold and restrain curses in the disciplinary pit. The shackles are very heavy and make moving around very difficult. The guards looked at Naoya a bit weirdly, not understanding why he would need such a thing. However, Naoya outranked them, so they followed orders without questioning. The 2 chanted a spell and made some hand signs, which made the seals on the warehouse gates open. Naoya got inside and soon spotted the things he was looking for. He stored the 4 of them in his shadow and walked out. The guards registered his name along with the date and time of taking out the cursed tools and closed the warehouse once again. Naoya got back to his training area and took the heavy restraints out of his shadows. Naoya followed that by strapping the shackles on his legs and trying to run around. He was around his physical limits for his age, so easy and normal training was not going to cut it anymore. Turtle hermit way of training it is, thought Naoya, and tried to do a normal workout with the heavy shackles. Even taking a simple step forward was difficult, much less running around at full speed. He could do a bit more with cursed energy reinforcement, but he was not looking for shortcuts right now. The nearby trainees looked at the young Zenin with confused looks on their faces. The boy was getting weirder and weirder for them to understand him. Naoya simply ignored them and continued his normal training. Right now, his survival was back on top of his priority list. Chapter 28, Max Elephant. Around midnight, Naoya finally stopped his training. The rest of the trainees were already gone around dinner time and were now resting. Naoya, on the other hand, skipped dinner and decided to focus on the training. The light meal he had with Toji and the others was enough for him to train without any issues. Ha! Loudly exhaled Naoya. His clothes and hair were drenched in sweat, and his legs and arms were screaming in pain. Using excessive weight without the use of cursed energy reinforcement was difficult for him, and it took him longer than ever to finish his workout. Still, he hoped that at the end of it all, the training would have been worth it. System. Ding. Name, Naoya Zenin. Title, Body Stealer, Possible Zenin Heir, Busiest Elementary Schooler, Hey Rank 5. Curse Technique, 10 Shadows Technique, Active, / Projection Sorcery, Active. Cursed Energy, 14360/14360. STR, 188, +3. Dex, 193, +2. Vit, 248. Int, 202. Luck, 105. Extra points, 0. Achievements. Seeing the increase, Naoya smiled. Just a single training session gave him a 5-point increase. It was a very rare sight for him these days since he had improved a lot, and the growth had started to slow down. He guessed that it was because his body had reached its limit for his age. His overall potential had increased thanks to the rewards, but there was a limit as to what could be achieved at a particular point in time. Not that he could complain much. He was already defeating grade 1 sorcerers, and he actually thought that he was strong for his age, but the jujutsu world was merciless, and he feared that a special grade sorcerer or curse could pop up out of nowhere and, for some absurd reason, aim for his life. He even feared that Toji might come for him if the man was ever short on cash. God, please give Toji Nii-san lots of people to kill, prayed Naoya and finally unshackled himself. His legs and hands were swollen, and it looked painful to watch them. Senzu, called Naoya and formed a hand sign. His shadow rippled, and the deer Shikigami came out of his shadow. Senzu nuzzled its head against Naoya's, making him chuckle at the affectionate deer. The deer then noticed Naoya's swollen hands and feet and immediately started its job. A green hue emitted from its body, and Naoya's injury started to heal. Once he was completely healed, Naoya did a few light jumps and stretches to check his body condition and smiled in satisfaction. Thanks, Senzu. The deer nodded contentedly and rubbed its face against Naoya's. There. One of these days, you need to teach me the reversed curse technique as well, said Naoya and patted the deer. The deer stood back and shook its head. Huh, why? Asked Naoya. The deer looked away from him. If you learn that, what will be my role? Thought Senzu. Naoya, who understood what the deer felt, smiled and walked closer to it and hugged it. You big dummy, you will still be my best healer around. I just need to learn healing myself during a fight or in emergencies. In all other cases, I will rely on you. The deer looked at Naoya and lowered its antlers. Promise, said Naoya and shook the deer's antlers as if agreeing to a deal. Senzu nodded and then jumped back into his shadow. Naoya shook his head helplessly and then looked at the shackles around him. I will return them tomorrow, muttered Naoya and formed a hand sign. Rabbit escape. The rabbit horde burst out of his shadow and towered over him immediately. Spread around and check if anyone is nearby, ordered Naoya. The rabbits gave a salute and spread out to follow Naoya's orders. Mao, the rabbit leader, jumped on top of his shoulder and waited for his soldiers to respond. Soon, Mao gave a thumbs up, seeing which Naoya smiled and raised his hand to form a hand sign. Emerge from the darkness, blacker than darkness. Purify that which is impure. Dark liquid like cursed energy started dripping from the sky, and a barrier started to form around him. Binding vow, entry restriction. The binding vow prevents entry from outside, and in exchange, those inside the barrier can't go out as well. A curtain barrier formed around him, almost a 100 m radius was covered, and the barrier prevented the entry of individuals from outside. Once Naoya confirmed that no one was near him, he called out the rest of his Shikigami. Divine Dogs, Toad, New, Great Serpent. The 5 Shikigami jumped out of his shadows and got ready to receive their orders. Guys, I was planning to delay it for a bit longer, but the situation is different now. We need to exorcise a new Shikigami today. Are you guys ready? All Shikigami, including Mao and the rabbit army, nodded in determination. Naoya nodded and took out, inverted spear of heaven, from his shadows as well and got ready to start the exorcism ritual. I will summon the Max Elephant today to exorcise, understood. We will start with the standard exorcism strategy, explained Naoya. The Shikigami nodded as Frosting and Cupcake grew in size. Their claws and fangs got sharpened, and they took their positions. Sparkles took off to the skies, ready to strike the moment a signal was given to him. Twister jumped away from his spot and stood at the opposite end from Naoya, ready to restrain the opponent. Mr. Hiss shrank even further and stood in front of Naoya. Mao jumped back inside Naoya's shadow while the rabbit army formed a circle around the center of the field. Naoya checked the positions of his Shikigami and nodded in satisfaction. 10 Shadows Technique, Exorcism Ritual, Max Elephant. Naoya formed a hand seal and started the exorcism ritual. Soon, a chained figure of a giant elephant appeared in front of them. However, before the elephant was able to be set free from his restraints, the rabbit horde grew bigger and towered over the giant elephant silhouette. Go Demon Army! Super Rabbits Kamikaze Attack, yelled Naoya. The rabbits, on command, jumped on the restrained elephant. The moment all the restraints around the elephant were removed, the rabbits started to expand rapidly. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. A massive explosion tore the ground apart. Naoya protectively covered his eyes and waited to see the result. Once the smoke and dust cleared, a charred black elephant stood there with multiple injuries around its body. Cupcake. Frosting, yelled Naoya and ran forward. Awoo asterisk. The 2 giant wolves howled and jumped towards the elephant. The elephant, in return, gave out a loud trumpet towards the incoming wolves. Its snout got thicker as water gathered inside it. Cupcake launched towards the elephant first, but the injured elephant still had the strength to take on the wolf head-on. With its tusks, it threw the black wolf up in the air and fired a water jet towards Frosting. Cupcake shrank back to normal size and jumped on top of the elephant. Frosting jumped over the water jet and pounced straight at the elephant. Not missing a beat, the elephant raised its trunk to change its firing direction. However, Cupcake changed back to its big form and chomped on the elephant's trunk, making the elephant wince and bleed. Frosting, who was just in front of the elephant, activated its cursed technique. A loud burst of sonic waves came out of Frosting's mouth, making the elephant's ears burst from the loud voice. The other Shikigami and Naoya were already back in the shadows, protected from the ear-destroying sound. The elephant, in a fit of rage, grabbed Frosting by its trunk and slammed it into the ground. Aoo! Whimpered the wolf from the attack, but got back up to fight back, only to see the elephant's foot coming towards it, ready to stomp it. Not so fast, said Naoya, and he emerged from the shadows and trapped the elephant in a frame. Frosting got back in the shadows, and immediately, a giant Mr. Hiss emerged from the shadows and struck the frozen frame, sending the elephant flying in the sky. Naoya was already beside the airborne target, his spear was covered in cursed energy, and he swung it with full force. Sparkles, and Dash, started Naoya, however, the burst wave from his attack tore through the elephant, disintegrating into cursed energy. Sparkles stood there flapping its wings, some electricity crackling around its wings. It tilted its head before flying towards Naoya and catching him on its back. Sorry about that, Sparkles. You didn't get to fight today, said Naoya and caressed the owl Shikigami. Hoot. The owl hooted in disappointment, though he didn't mind much. As long as its master was safe, it was good. Sparkles landed on the ground beside the other Shikigami. Senzu, heal them, ordered Naoya as the deer Shikigami emerged and started healing the wolves. Their injuries were minor and would heal in a few minutes, but Naoya was not willing to see the 2 cute dogs with wounds. It went better than I thought, muttered Naoya and looked around the training field. It was totally wrecked from the attacks of the Shikigami. Whatever, I will be scolded by father anyway. For the time being, let's meet our new comrade, said Naoya with a smile. The other Shikigami gave way for Naoya to summon their new member and stood beside Naoya. Max Elephant. A giant shadow started materializing in front of them, and soon the elephant appeared there, though now it looked vastly different compared to the form it had earlier, thanks to the potential boosts Naoya got as a reward. Previously, the elephant was black and was around 4 m tall. Now, in place of an elephant, there stood a mammoth covered in black fur and over 6 m tall. The mammoth gave out a loud trumpet in greeting. Whoa! You got so big. And now you don't even look like an elephant. Should I call you Max Mammoth now? Asked Naoya. The mammoth didn't mind anyway. It wrapped its trunk around Naoya and placed him on top of itself. Whoa! Amazing! So soft, exclaimed Naoya as he patted the mammoth's fur. The mammoth smiled in delight at the praise. So what all can you do now? Asked Naoya. The potential boost mostly gave Shikigami some new abilities as well. The mammoth demonstrated, water that turned boiling released steam, cold water and frost, gusts of wind, enlarged, hardened tusks. Water temperature control, wind blasts, and tusk control. Both ranged and tank rolls. A fine set of abilities, said Naoya with a smile. Now time for the complex part. What should I name you? You want a cute name or a strong name? Raise your trunk for cute and let it stay down for strong. The mammoth's trunk hung down. A strong name, since you are a mammoth from the Ice Ages, how about Frisia? Asked Naoya. The mammoth stomped its feet in delight and shook the earth around it, making the other shikami fall. Oi! Calm down. I will fall, said Naoya. The mammoth, Frisia, still wanted to play around. He grabbed Naoya with its trunk and threw him up in the air, and made him float there with a stream of wind and some occasional cold water shots to surprise the master. Naoya let it play for a while, since it was the first time he summoned the mammoth, and he wanted to get on a good start with his shikigami. After a few minutes of playing around and some protests from the other shikigami, Frisia finally put Naoya on the ground, and immediately the shikigami huddled around Naoya possessively. Naoya just laughed at the possessive shikami and played around with them for a while before calling it a day. Chapter 29, Weak Grandpa. A few days had passed since Naoya formed a pact with Frisia, and things were going well for him at the clan. And then he opened his mouth. Grandpa. Father told me that you were a special grade sorcerer and got demoted to a special grade, 1 because of age, asked Naoya while having dinner with Nobito and Kagenori. Yes, replied Kagenori, not thinking much of it. So you got weaker, asked Naoya. Kagenori didn't say anything. Nobito looked at his son with horror, evident in his eyes. On Friday evening, during the clan meeting, Kagenori asked all the Hei members to assemble in the main training ground the following morning. On Saturday morning, all 11 Hei members gathered, waiting for Kagenori to arrive. So does anyone know why the clan head called all of us here? Asked Chojuro. Nobito didn't say anything, just looked towards Naoya, who looked away, making sure not to meet his eyes. He had got a lot of smacks last night after the meeting ended, and he was not going to earn the ire of the others. Soon, Kagenori arrived as well, but this time his getup differed from his usual clothes. He was in black from top to bottom, with black armed guards and was oozing even more authority than he usually did. Those clothes. Don't tell me. Oji and Chojuro, the oldest ones in the Hei, recognized Kagenori's outfit. Clan head, are we at war with someone? Asked Chojuro with a frown. Oji got serious as well. If the situation required the clan head to be involved, then it had to be war. At the mention of war, the rest of the Hei, apart from Naoya and Nobito, got serious as well. They wanted to see who had the guts to challenge the Zenin clan. Kagenori smiled, seeing the determination in their eyes. They were ready to stand tall to protect the honor of the clan. Nothing like that. I hadn't moved a lot for quite a while, so I just thought of doing some light exercise. I will also see how good the Hei of this generation actually is while I am at it, said Kagenori and stretched his body. The Hei members looked at the clan head in confusion, and then realization dawned on them. Chojuro's and Oji's seriousness immediately changed into a look of fear. The new members who had not seen Kagenori in action were not that affected, but they had heard tales of the old man's prowess. Light exercise. Go for a run outside, thought Chojuro. All of you get information and come at me with seriousness. I will hold back just enough not to kill you. That's all. All of them gulped at the declaration, but none of them could refuse the order from the clan head. With a newfound seriousness, the Hei members surrounded Kagenori, who stood in the middle with a smirk on his face. What's going on in the clan head's mind? Asked Ranta. Who knows, replied Naoya, who was closest to him and averted his eyes, but soon got serious. Ranta Nii-san, activate your technique on my signal, muttered Naoya, and got ready to fight. One of Kagenori's bodyguards stood on top of the nearest roof, quite a bit away from the field, to not get caught in the crossfire. 5 grade 1 sorcerers plus Naoya, who was at least grade 1. For special grade 1 sorcerers. 1 special grade sorcerer demoted due to politics. The fight was going to be intense, there was no doubt about it. Everyone ready? Asked the bodyguard who doubled as an announcer. Cursed energy gathered on every Hei member's body. Kagenori simply opened his hand. Will of the Shadows, called Kagenori, and an amulet hidden behind his clothes fluttered out and changed into metallic black katana. Shadow Saber, yelled Kagenori, and cursed energy shot out of the sword. What's that? Asked Ranta in surprise. A special grade curse tool, muttered Naoya and thought to take out his as well, but decided against it. There were many eyes here, and he didn't want to show one of his hidden aces to everyone. Still, Naoya decided to take things more seriously than he had planned to. This was a good opportunity to gauge the strength of a special grade. Start. The moment he yelled, Naoya, Naobito, and Taichi vanished from their spots. Naoya, being the fastest of the three, appeared directly behind Kagenori. Max Mammoth, piercing jet. Water gathered in his hands as a strong jet of boiling water launched from it. Kagenori didn't move. His shadow rose, forming a barrier before the water could hit him. The water splashed everywhere, and the residual force from it disfigured the ground, and steam enveloped Kagenori. Naobito was next to approach Kagenori and decided to use the steam cloud to plan a surprise attack. However, before he could even approach him, multiple fists made of black shadows launched in every direction, striking Naobito and Taichi, sending the two of them flying. Naoya saw the incoming fist and immediately used his projection sorcery to dodge the attack and jumped up in the sky to dodge any subsequent attacks. Nu. The giant owl came out of its shadow, grabbed Naoya, and flew him away from the shadow hands. The steam started to clear up, and finally, the figure of Kagenori came into view. Naoya was hoping to see the steam causing some burns to the old man at the very least, but contrary to that, the man appeared covered in a jet-black shadow armor with his sword resting on his shoulder. A flying shadow. I have one as well, replied Kagenori as he effortlessly blocked Oji's blazing sword with his own katana and followed that with an axe kick. Black flash. Black sparks erupted from Kagenori's kick, and Oji, who blocked the kick with his sword, saw the kick breaking through the blade without any effort at all and was sent flying away. Solid shadows, Shadow Dragon's Ascent. Kagenori's shadow grew in size, and soon a giant dragon made of shadows launched from it towards Naoya. Naoya's eyes widened in shock, seeing the shadow dragon. Sparkles, yelled Naoya and jumped from the owl's body. Purple lightning crackled around Nu's body and launched towards the shadow dragon, engulfing him whole. The dragon persisted for a while before disintegrating into shadows. Kagenori looked at the attack with mild surprise before raising his hand, causing the shadow around him to transform into a wall that blocked the incoming lightning attack. Naoya, who was falling, whistled, making Sparkles stop its attack and grabbed Naoya away from Kagenori. Kagenori looked towards Naoya, who was getting away from him and focused back on the remaining Hei members. You guys are going to try better than the kid at least, right? Asked Kagenori and pointed his katana towards them. Chojuro, Juro, Taichi, and Kaito looked towards Kagenori with caution. Earth manipulation. Chojuro slammed his hands on the ground, and immediately the ground beneath Kagenori cracked up, making the old man fall. Tsuhi, being the fastest of the four, appeared near Kagenori instantaneously. Spectral Step, Fourfold Death. Fortachi surrounded Kagenori and slashed him with cursed energy-enhanced katanas. Kagenori formed a platform with his shadows, jumped up to avoid all the attacks and in quick succession attacked the real Taichi with the blunt side of his sword, smashing him to the ground and knocking him out in an instant. Too impulsive. Retreating after a failed attack is important as well, said Kagenori in a serious tone, and with a flick of his hand, a larger hand made of shadows emerged and grabbed the unconscious Taichi before throwing him away towards one of Kagenori's bodyguards. 1 down, 10 to go, said Kagenori and launched towards Chojuro. Kaito and Juro stood in front of Chojuro and decided to intercept the incoming men. Recoil burst. A giant mass of kinetic energy mixed with cursed energy launched towards Kagenori. The earth around Kagenori transformed and grabbed a hold of Kagenori, making sure that the men couldn't move. Juro ran and hid behind the recoil burst, and once he was in range activated his cursed technique. Still world. Kagenori began to feel sluggish and noticed that his movements were slowed down. The shadows around him morphed and formed a wall to block the attack. Juro, however, appeared beside Kagenori and punched the old man, who was covered in shadowy armor. Kagenori's body shook, but because of Chojuo's earth restraints, he was held in place. Soon, Kaito appeared on Kagenori's other side, and both Juro and Kaito started to repeatedly attack the restrained men. Move away, idiots, yelled Chojuro, making the two stop their assault and look behind them, only to spot giant shadow hands that squashed the two of them together like mosquitoes. Good teamwork. But a low sense of surroundings, said Kagenori, and the two giant shadowy hands broke him free from the earthen restraints. Your technique has gotten stronger, Chojuro, complimented Kagenori as he tossed the two fallen Hei members out of the arena. I am still improving, clan head, replied Chojuro with a smile, though on the inside, he was sweating seeing the old man not even scratched up a bit from the multiple attacks. Go Frisia. The ground around them began shaking, making both Chojuro and Kagenori look towards the source of the noise, only to spot Naoya riding on top of a mammoth that came running towards the old man. Now Nii-san, ordered Naoya, as Ranta emerged from behind him and activated his curse technique. Paralyzing glare. Chojuro didn't miss this chance and used his curse technique to break the ground below the paralyzed Kagenori and trap him there. Good job, uncle, exclaimed Naoya with a smile as Frisia charged ahead, ready to stop the old man. Kagenori looked at the incoming elephant and the excited expression Naoya had. This rude brat is seriously trying to crush his grandpa. Thought Kagenori as a vein popped up on the old man's wrinkled face. A giant arm, dwarfing even the mammoth, made of shadows, emerged from Kagenori's back. It grabbed the charging mammoth before slamming it along with the two brats on the ground. Naoya was quick to respond, and unsummoned Frisia before he used his projection sorcery to throw Ranta out of harm's way, before continuing forward on his own. Thanks to the cursed technique speed, Naoya appeared directly in front of his armor-clad grandpa and trapped him in a frame. His shadow then shimmered as Mr. Hiss came out of it, striking the frozen shadow, breaking it and sending Kagenori flying. Ack! Kagenori's face scrunched in pain as some blood spilt out of his mouth. He looked towards Naoya, who successfully landed an attack that caused him pain. He had not felt that for years. Good. Nobito's voice came as his father ran past him, along with Oji, Junichi, Mako, and Haruto. Ow. Naoya winced in pain as he felt someone pluck some of his hair and spotted that it was Haruto. Void puppet. Haruto activated his cursed technique as multiple spectral puppets, in the shape of all Hei members and an army of Haruto's own puppets. Missile fists. Massive fists made of cursed energy rained down on Kagenori from the skies. Blazing courage, flames of bravery. A long blade of scorching flames formed on top of Oji's broken katana, which he used to attack the old man without hesitation. Paralyzing glare. Ranta, who was saved by Naoya, joined in to restrain the old man. Earth manipulation. The ground split open as multiple massive earthen fists launched towards Kagenori from all sides. Nobito appeared behind his father, ready to trap him in a frame to seal the deal. Ha 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 ha. Kagenori suddenly started to laugh like a maniac. The shadows around him got chaotic and blew Nobito away. Yes. This is what a fight is like. Unless you all go this far. You won't know how much beneath me you all actually are, yelled Kagenori with a crazed expression on his face. The old man easily overwhelmed Ranta's paralysis and started chanting. Let my shadow split and multiply, let every limb become a blade, may the world drown beneath 10,000 killing arms. Maximum technique, 10,000 armed murder. A giant, grotesque figure made of shadows appeared behind Kagenori. On his back were rows of arms that launched in every direction, intercepting and destroying every attack that came towards him. The Hei members looked towards the incoming attacks with horror as punches started to rain down on the entire training field around them. The technique continued for 30 seconds straight, and once it stopped, the entire field was covered in dust clouds. A giant, shadowy hand waved, blowing away the dust, displaying a scene of brutally beaten members of Hei, with all limbs broken and blood spilling out of their bodies. Still, all of them were alive since Kagenori held back a little. I have still got it in me. Take them away and heal them, ordered Kagenori as his bodyguards and a medic unit came to the rescue of the fallen Zenins. I hope that rude grandson got to see how weak his grand dash. New, Max Mammoth, piercing jet. Behind Kagenori Naoya emerged from a shadow totally unharmed and ready to attack the old man. Huh, muttered the old man before the water jet struck him and sent him flying. Naoya frowned. He hoped that the jet would pierce the armor, but apparently the shadow armor was stronger than it looked. Nu appeared over Naoya and fired its lightning in conjunction with the boiling water jet. Asterisk crack. Asterisk. The two attacks combined, and finally, cracks started to appear on Kagenori's barrier. Hearing the cracking noise, Naoya smirked, but he noticed the smirk on Kagenori's face. Domain expansion, Nightmare Shadow Town. Naoya and Kagenori got swallowed inside the domain, and immediately, Naoya's attack was intercepted by multiple shadow dragons that tore through it and launched towards Naoya and the Shikigami. Naoya decided to use his projection sorcery to dodge the attack, but before he could, multiple shadow blades pierced through his body. The attacks missed the vitals, but all his limbs, along with his chest and abdomen, were pierced. Ah! Screamed Naoya in pain as blood started trickling down. You scream too much, said Kagenori as he gave a neck chop to Naoya and knocked him out before using reversed cursed energy to heal the kid. The domain around them disappeared as Kagenori grabbed his grandson and flung him over his shoulder. Be glad that you were my grandson, otherwise, I would have done worse to you than what I did to your father and the others for your rash comment, muttered Kagenori, though Naoya was unconscious and couldn't respond. Kagenri shook his head and then looked down on his own body, only to see a cracked part in his armor and blistered and charred skin, along with some blood around the cracked area. Naoya's attack did land and broke through his defenses. If he were a bit slower, it would have even pierced through him. Another special grade in the family, huh? Muttered Kagenori with a smirk and ruffled Naoya's head. Chapter 31, Will of the Shadows. A few hours later, Naoya woke up. The scenes from the battle were still fresh in his mind, and he immediately started checking the spots that were impaled by the shadows. Relax. I took care of your wounds, came Kagenori's voice. Naoya sighed, seeing that he was totally fine, and then looked towards his grandfather. How can you stab your grandson like that? Complained Naoya. Who was the one who came running enthusiastically towards his grandfather, ready to crush him below an elephant's feet? I didn't crush you, but you stabbed me at multiple locations. The grandfather and grandson glared at each other, neither willing to back off from their point. And how could you use your domain expansion on a kid like me? Aren't you a former special grade? Have some care for your adorable grandson. If not for that, I might have one. Kagenori snorted. The scary part about Naoya's words was that he might actually have done that since he caught him off guard in the fight earlier. An opponent will not hold back against you just because you are weaker than they are. Your foundation is strong, so I guess it is time for you to learn the anti-domain techniques as well. Your speed will not help you dodge the auto-hit effect of the domain after all, said Kagenori. Anti-domains, another thing added to my to-do list, too much work. Too few of me, muttered Naoya and slumped his shoulders. He was already quite busy and had very little time left from his regular training. Just a few days ago, he decided to speed up his training and increase his Shikigami repertoire, and now he had to work on the anti-domain techniques as well. The threat of assassins coming after him to get the bounty made him accept his fate of not being able to rest properly, but when it came to it, he still felt like crying. What are you frowning for? Asked Kagenori. Contemplating the meaning of life. Wondering if fate works against those who strive the hardest to avoid trouble. At the end of the day, we are powerless against the whims of destiny, so is it worth the trouble trying to live so hard? Does it mean less after all? Muttered Naoya. Kagenori blinked in shock, unable to think what was wrong with the brat in front of him. Did I hit him too hard earlier? Thought Kagenori and looked at his hand. Are you having a concussion? Should we drop tonight's plan of going out to eat? Asked Kagenori in worry. An instant later, Naoya stood perfectly straight on the bed and looked towards Kagenori with a smile. For doing my best, I need to get all the energy that I can, declared Naoya, dropping all the negative thoughts for Naoya from the future. Kagenori blinked again. Should I hit him again? Thought Kagenori. Naoya smirked, feeling his grandpa's annoyance, before his gaze landed on the amulet resting around Kagenori's neck. Is that a special grade curse tool? Asked Naoya. Yes. This amulet is called the Will of Shadows, said Kagenori, and he touched the amulet and activated it as a jet-black metallic katana appeared in his hand. It's my personal special grade curse tool that takes shape from the shadows I manipulate. For non-shadow-based technique users, this cursed tool is just a grade 3 tool since they can't control their shadows, and their shadows don't even have special properties, explained Kagenori and pointed his katana towards Naoya as the blade extended towards him and stopped directly in front of his face. Naoya, however, was long gone from his spot and was standing at the other side of the room, ready to fight with the cursed energy gathered around his arms. Kagenori looked at his grandson and had complex feelings about the situation. On one hand, the boy was cautious and was ready to fight, on the other hand, the boy had little trust in his grandfather. You can trust me a bit more, you know. Say that after lowering the weapon. Kagenori sighed and deactivated the cursed tool, turning it back into an amulet. Naoya lowered his hands as well and walked towards Kagenori and stared at the amulet. So shadow technique users, can I try it too? Asked Naoya with slight excitement. Why do I feel like you are eyeing my weapon? Asked Kagenori with suspicion. I don't know what you are talking about. Look at me. Do I look like a greedy, bad kid? Asked Naoya with puppy eyes. Too bad Zenins don't have much compassion. Yes, replied Kagenori with a straight face. Naoya, however, didn't relent. He continued to attack with his adorableness. Kagenori smiled at the scene. This was a new thing for him. A child begging him like that was something he had never witnessed. All right. Stop that. That's not how Zenins should act. I wanted to see how this would react to the 10 shadows anyway, said Kagenori and gave the amulet to Naoya. I love you, Grandpa, cheered Naoya and took the amulet from the old man. Kagenori coughed to hide his embarrassment and looked away, making Naoya chuckle more at the tsundera's actions. Naoya focused on the amulet and checked it all over. What should I do now? Focus your cursed energy into the amulet and will for it to take shape from your shadows, replied Kagenori. Naoya nodded and passed some cursed energy to the amulet. Once he did, the amulet reacted and changed into a katana. The sword was different from what Kagenori manifests. It lacked the jet black color, and it looked weak as well. Focus your shadows. That's the basic form that people without shadow techniques manifest, said Kagenori. I did just that. I willed my shadow to shape the weapon, said Naoya and deactivated the amulet and looked at it with a small frown. Naoya pondered it for a while and tried to will his shadow to change the amulet into something different, but none of that seemed to work. Looks like it does not work with the 10 shadows, all right, hand it back, said Kagenori and extended his hand forward. It looks like the 10 shadows, wait, 10 shadows. I have been trying to use it with my shadow, but what if, divine dogs? The amulet activated once again, but this time, instead of the katana, a pair of metallic arms sprouted out of Naoya's back. Naoya and Kagenori looked at the arms with awe. One of them was black and the other one white, signifying the cupcakes and frostings colors. Don't tell me the amulet will change and give you different curse tools for each shadow Shikigami, muttered Kagenori in disbelief. Naoya dumbly nodded and focused back on his extra pair of arms. He tried doing various movements with them, and they functioned similarly to his normal arms. An extra pair of arms, for Jujutsu sorcerers, this opens a whole new realm of possibilities, muttered Kagenori in a serious tone. Naoya nodded and used his extra arms to summon his Shikigami, and the hands worked normally without any issues. Hand signs with one set, weapons with the other, scratch that, extra arms paired with projection sorcery, this might get too ugly for my opponents, thought Naoya. Should we check out the theory of other forms with other Shikigami as well? Asked Naoya hesitantly. If their guess was right, then technically, he could have 10 special grade tools at hand at all times. 11 if the Spear of Inverted Heaven is counted as well. Better test it out while the other Heim members are out cold. This will not escalate the situation that much. Let's go out in the open to test them, said Kagenori and stood up. Naoya nodded and followed Kagenori, and walked out of the room. After testing all the available Shikigami, Naoya and Kagenori were left thoroughly surprised. The Will of Shadows seemed to be custom-made for 10 Shadows users. Each Shikigami gave it a special form, and all of them were strong in their own right. 1. Divine Dog, Twin Fang Bracers. Can either be equipped or can have them act as an extra pair of hands. The bracers also have a retractable pair of claws that are quite sharp. 2. Rabbit Escape, Horde Glow. A bright glow envelopes the user's hand and can make multiple clones of the arms that can be controlled by thought. Naoya tried it, and many flying fists surrounded him and could be fired at opponents. He could also clone any object that is held in his hand that is covered in the glow and manipulate it as well. 3. Toad, Super Toad Boots. Drastically increases vertical jump and mid-air control. Allows temporary adhesion to surfaces, climb walls like a toad. When stomping, it creates a cursed shockwave similar to a toad's slam. 4. New, Storm Feather Bow. A bow that shoots lightning and lightning arrows. Quite shocking. 5. Great Serpent, Viper Chain Whip. Extends up to 50 meters with a snake-like motion. It can burrow underground and strike from blind spots. If it bites, it injects cursed energy venom that numbs or slows targets. 6. Max Mammoth, Hydrocore Blaster. Fires curse energy blasts and high-pressure water jets, capable of slicing through concrete. Can switch modes, water cannon, steam blast, frost spray. The more cursed energy fed, the larger the water output. 7. Round Deer, Blessing Antler Circlet. Emits a gentle healing pulse that accelerates minor regeneration, cuts, bruises, energy fatigue. Creates a protection veil that dampens incoming cursed energy attacks. Can project small barriers that block and deflect incoming attacks. The Will of Shadows turned out to be a Swiss Army knife and then some for him. Sure, it would take him time to master maneuvering all the modes during a fight, but that felt like he was complaining about having such an advanced weapon. For now, though, Naoya returned the amulet to Kagenori. It was rightfully his, and he would not want his grandpa to face some unexpected danger and suffer just because his grandson was selfish and took his cursed tool. Not to mention, he was already busy enough with his other training and point grinding. Adding mastering a new weapon to all that right now was not something Naoya could afford anyway. Kagenori looked at the amulet around his neck and towards Naoya, who was surveying the destruction caused by testing the cursed tool. Looks like he is not that greedy yet. Well, he will get it after me anyway, thought Kagenori and smiled and patted Naoya's head. Naoya looked up at Kagenori and smiled back, seeing the old man's wrinkly smile. So, where are we going tonight? Asked Naoya. What do you want to eat? Asked Kagenori with a chuckle. He is still a kid, I guess. Meat, exclaimed Naoya with glittering eyes. Alright, let's go for barbecue then. Yay. I love you so much, Grandpa, cheered Naoya. Alright. Let's go and fix that brat Naobito and get ready to go out, said Kagenori and dispelled the curtain barrier around them and went back in to heal his son. Creators. Chapter 32, Congratulating is Bad. A few months had passed by since Kagenori reminded the clan who the real powerhouse of the Zenin was. Although that fight did help tone down the arrogance of many Hei and Zenin clansmen, the prideful Zenins were not daunted at all. Instead, many of the younger clansmen who had not seen the old clan head in action were now even more motivated to reach that level. Among the older members, a sense of nostalgia surfaced upon seeing the old men in action after so long. Naoya was among the crowd of hard-training members as well, however, he was not doing so out of pride for the Zenin clan, but for his own survival. During these months, many assassination attempts have occurred on him. From poisoning his food to hiding in his toilet to end him while he let his guard down. The Zenin family security was top-notch, but still some extremely skilled assassins found their way into the compound from time to time. He and Noabito were even guessing someone from the family was slipping in these assassins to end him. This has brought a lot of changes in Naoya himself as well. He was now familiar with killing humans as well, and although he would like to avoid that if possible, he was not one to hold back from ending a life if it was necessary. His father also started his poison resistance training by giving him small doses to build up his immunity. Although it didn't help much because of the perks he got from the system rewards. That level of poison was not affecting him, so he started taking a stronger dose of Mr. Hiss's poison. He also stopped most of the extracurricular activities that he did at and after school to save more time for training. This affected his point grind, but right now, having a better arsenal at his disposal was more important. Right now, Naoya was in the training ground practicing the anti-domain techniques from the clan. He was already proficient in simple domain, and now he was learning the clan's secret art, Falling Blossom Emotion. Although learning a simple domain took some time, he had to figure out how to use it after assessing Naobito's use of it. For some absurd reason, a binding vow was set up that no one could teach the simple domain directly, but others were free to assess and learn it themselves. He knew that it was to prevent copyright infringement and have every walking mob sorcerer have an answer to domain expansions, but Naoya still felt angered towards the new Shadow School. Still, better late than never. Although the simple domain was weak and could be broken away by stronger domains, against most domains, the technique worked like a charm. Though he could only test it against Kagenori, since at the moment, he was the only one at the clan who could use domain expansion. It lasted a full 5 minutes in his domain, which he considers more than enough to defeat foes. One touch with his projection sorcery active, and it traps the foe in a frame, and with the Spear of Inverted Heaven, breaking the caster's connection with the domain and ending it there. Since domains were special techniques that could only be used once a day for most users, he was mostly safe. It's not like enemies will appear from out of nowhere that can use domains multiple times during a battle. Moving on to his progress. Some of his personal goals were completed in these few months. Name, Naoya Zenin. Title, Body Stealer, Possible Zenin Heir, Busiest Elementary Schooler, Hei Rank 5. Curse Technique, 10 Shadows Technique, Active, / Projection Sorcery, Active. Cursed Energy, 16630/16630. STR, 247, plus 62. Dex, 250, plus 59. Vit, 301, plus 53. Int, 261, plus 59. Luck, 140, plus 35. Extra points, 0. Achievements. The 10% chance of having stats increase by 1 each day was a blessing, and it turns out the higher the luck went, the more likely it was to get that 10% chance. Now he can somehow increase luck in a slightly uniform way as well. As for VIT, it turns out that surviving a strong poisoning repeatedly rapidly increased the VIT stat. Apart from stats, reaching milestone points in his stats also gave him amazing rewards. Have 3 stats reach 200, plus 10% potential increase. Have 4 stats reach 200, plus 10% potential increase. Have 1 stat reach 300, plus 10% potential increase. Increase STR to 200, plus 10% strength while fighting, plus 10% strength boost when using cursed energy reinforcement, plus 10% increased muscle quality, plus 10% defense penetration when fighting, minus 10% impact recoil, plus 10% increased bone quality. Increase DEX to 200, plus 10% mind-body coordination while using equipment, plus 10% strength boost while using equipment, plus 10% speed boost while using equipment, plus 10% movement flexibility, plus 10% increased precision, plus 10% increased senses. Increase VIT to 300, plus 10% resistance to poisons, diseases, status conditions, minus 10% damage from physical attacks, minus 10% damage from cursed energy attacks, plus 10% regenerative power, minus 10% food requirement to survive, plus 10% fatigue recovery rate. The increased potential buffs were now stacked at 10, meaning he had a total of 100% potential increase, which theoretically meant that his projection sorcery now worked at 48 frames per second, and his foes were trapped in the frame for 2 seconds if they failed to match his frame movement. As for the actual speed, he could move at 40 frames per second right now. Reaching 48 will take some more effort. As for the 10 Shadows technique, no new Shikigami were added to the team just yet, but the usage of the Shadows and Shikigami has improved during this period. Now he doesn't need to summon the Shikigami as a whole and can summon a part of the Shikigami to assist him. This included things like summoning the wolves' heads from his back and torso and having them let out a supersonic boom with their mouth, taking the enemies by surprise. Summoning New's wings on his back and flying without riding sparkles, or summoning the wings around his arm and using them to shoot electricity, etc. Overall, the technique got even more versatile to use. As for not summoning new Shikigami, he decided to stop that for a while. At the moment when many assassins were infiltrating the clan and were trying to kill him, one of them tried to take him off guard during the exorcism ritual. Although the assassin died, the exorcism ritual failed in the end since no one else apart from him was allowed to take part in the exorcism. So, for now, adding new Shikigami was on hold, and instead of that, his other jujutsu-related skills were being in progress. Naoya-sama. Naoya, busy concentrating, was interrupted by a servant. Nobito-sama has asked me to inform you about today's clan meeting. Understood, I will be there, replied Naoya, and wiped the sweat on his forehead. He decided to go and freshen up, and once that was done, along with dinner with Kagenori and Nobito, Naoya went to the meeting hall. His seat has been changed now, since he became Hei rank 5, and now he sits a bit closer to Kagenori's seat, beside Chojuro, and although the man looked a bit weird, he was on good terms with both him and Nobito. And just like that, the meeting started. We recently got tasked with looking into a cursed activity in Tokyo. Meiko, Haruto, Naoya, you 3 will be on this case, said Nobito sternly. Although Kagenori was present as well, currently it was Nobito's turn as the acting clan head. The old man was practically looking for a successor and was assessing the prospective candidates. It will be your first task as a member of Hei. Although you are not officially a sorcerer yet. It will be a rewarding experience for you. Learn from your elders, said Nobito in a stern tone. Naoya nodded but raised his hand. What? Asked Nobito in annoyance. Please change, Haruto-san. He is always after me and pulls out my hair. I fear I will go bald, said Naoya and glared at the men on his other side. I need them for my technique. Just let me pluck a few, Haruto said lazily, reaching for Naoya only to have his hand smacked away. A vein bulged on Nobito's forehead. Some members chuckled, others frowned. Learn to cooperate with Hei members. This kind of behavior on a mission could get you killed, Nobito warned. Naoya looked unconvinced by the decision but sighed and nodded in response. Nobito nodded, and the meeting continued. All right, that's it for today's meeting, said Nobito and looked at the clan's higher-ups. Oji. Go ahead, said Kagenori. Yes, clan head. Oji nodded and continued. I will be having my marriage this weekend, so keep things under control for a few days. Look out for illegal entrance in the clan compound. Many people from other clans and the Jujutsu Society will be present here. We cannot have some mishap drag the Zenin name down. Some of them glared at Oji but still gave a nod. Internal disputes were one thing, but clan pride was another. And for the Zenins that mattered the most. Congratulations, Uncle Oji, said Naoya with a bright smile. Everyone turned toward him with strange expressions. A Zenin, congratulating a family member. Considering the clan's history, Naoya being friendly always felt out of place. Some wondered whether he didn't understand that Oji's marriage was mostly political, meant to strengthen his standing as a potential future clan head. Or perhaps the child simply had too much confidence that Naobito's line would win anyway. But Naoya's congratulations were genuine. The thought of marrying for political gain had never crossed his mind. Oji wanted to ask if the boy was mocking him, but Naoya's sincere smile stopped him. Complaining would only make him look petty. Thank you, Naoya-kun, Oji replied. Naoya nodded, then noticed something strange. No one else congratulated Oji. Not a single one. Did I mess up, he wondered, glancing at Naobito. Naobito stared back and glared. I definitely messed up, Naoya thought, now even more confused about how the Zenin clan's logic worked. Chapter 33, First Hay Mission. A day had passed since the clan meeting, and now, as evening settled in, Naoya, Haruto, and Meiko stood outside the Zenin estate, waiting for their ride to arrive for the mission. Haruto and Meiko were dressed in the clan's signature uniform. Naoya, on the other hand, was dressed in clothes that he felt were more comfortable to move around in, although these two were custom-made for jujutsu sorcerers. Naobito and Kagenori soon came in sight, seeing which the older Zenins bowed to Kagenori. Naoya looked at the two and, not wanting to make them feel awkward or insulted, bowed to Kagenori as well. At ease. The three stood straight and looked at the current and the acting clan head. This will be Naoya's first mission, but being the highest ranked of the three of you, he will be leading the team, said Kagenori. Meiko and Haruto's brows raised in surprise. Naoya was no different. He was a competent fighter, but leading others on a jujutsu-related mission might be beyond his abilities. With all due respect, clan head. Naoya is far too young and inexperienced to lead the team, said Meiko. Age has never interfered with protocol. A higher rank member of a squad will assume command during a mission. That's the rule for all the squads within the clan. As for inexperience, he will learn through practical training. It is your job as seniors within the clan to guide him in things he is unfamiliar with, replied Kagenori. Meiko wanted to retort, but fell silent at Kagenori's reasoning. Clan rules precede common norms. Naoya wanted to argue as well. He didn't want to lead when he was the least experienced in the bunch. The same thoughts belonged to Naobito, who looked at his father with a small glare. Bringing clan rules into this situation was unfair of the old man. He picked this group because he believed that Haruto, who had a relatively good relationship with Naoya, would be a good squad member to guide him. The same was with Meiko, he was experienced and had no deep grudges with Naoya and would guide him as well. But out of nowhere, the clan had decided to let the clan rules into his perfect plan and make Naoya the leader of the group. Not to mention, considering that the mission came for the Hay squad, it meant that the threat was at least grade 1 level. Naobito facepalmed and sighed deeply at the situation, not knowing what to do. This gesture was not missed by Naoya, who understood that the mission was a huge trouble and now he didn't want to even go on the mission, let alone lead the team. Safety was better than clan rules. Naoya wanted to ask to let someone else take the leader post, but one glare from Kagenori stopped him. Now go, ordered Kagenori, and as if waiting for his words, a car arrived to pick them up. The three boarded the car with a heavy air around them, and once they were a bit away from the clan, Naoya turned towards the two older teammates. So, how are these things usually done? Grandpa made me the leader, but let's be real. I don't know anything about how these things are usually done. Meiko stared at the kid for a while and was about to say something, but Haruto raised his hand to silence him. Naoya-kun. You are the leader now. You need to make decisions from this point on. We will intervene if things are too out of line and could pose danger, but apart from that, you need to handle this on your own, said Haruto with a serious look on his face. Naoya was taken aback by the serious Haruto, who, in his opinion, was a lazy man not at all bothered by the things going on around him. And yet, the same man was now in a serious mode. Meiko glared at Haruto, not at all satisfied with the arrangement, but decided to shut up. He was the lowest ranked among the group after all, and now that even Haruto had taken the role seriously, he could not push through on his own. Naoya wanted to voice his complaint at such coarse logic, but seeing that both the older Hei members were silent, he kept the complaint to himself and decided to think of what he needed to do afterwards. Soon they reached their destination, and the car came to a stop. Naoya and the other two got out of the car and were greeted by two suit-wearing individuals. The individuals looked at Naoya with a curious gaze, wondering what a kid was doing at the site, but first decided to approach Haruto and Meiko. "HM. People from the Jujutsu division?" asked Haruto. "Yes. Haruto-sama, Meiko-sama. We will be assisting you in this mission and will keep a watch while you perform your duties," said the older-looking of the two. "Speak to our superior on that matter. He is the one leading the mission," said Haruto and gestured towards Naoya. The two looked at Naoya and then back at Haruto, wondering if the man was joking. However, seeing Meiko sigh at the situation, they realized that was not the case. The two looked back at Naoya once again, who gave an awkward wave to the two of them. "Greetings. I am Naoya Zenin, Hei rank 5, and for some god-forsaken reason, the leader of the mission," introduced Naoya. At his introduction, the two men widened their eyes in surprise. Naoya might not be an official sorcerer, but he was already famous in the Jujutsu world as the most likely heir of the Zenin clan and the one who inherited the clan's signature technique. Not to mention the rumors of his stunt of defeating seasoned members of the Hei were circulating amongst the people was there as well, though his introduction as a rank 5 Hei member certified the rumors' claim. "Greeting, Naoya-sama." The two bowed in unison. Naoya nodded back at them. He was used to this kind of behavior now, since the servants back the estate acted in the same manner. "Can you explain the situation at hand? Leave nothing out. Tell me as much as you can," asked Naoya with a smile. The two looked at him awkwardly. They had dealt with all manner of Zenins and were quite familiar with the Zenin humility, but Naoya's attitude caught them off guard. Still, the two were professionals and acted in the same manner and decided to explain the situation at hand. Haruto was bored by the long discussion and was starting to show signs of going back to sleep. The man had a surprising talent for sleeping while standing. Meiko, on the other hand, was already itching to go in. He was not fond of the boring discussion going on right now. Naoya listened to everything intently and had a small diary and pen in hand, noting down every detail the two of them were telling about. He would rather prepare for hours than half-ass things and cause an accident for himself. After the entire discussion was over, Naoya finally stopped writing, making the two personnel from the Jujutsu division look at the kid with weird expressions. Jujutsu sorcerers were weird, they knew that, but an overly cautious sorcerer and that too a prodigy from a major clan, was not something they expected to encounter. Naoya went through the entire notes quickly using his technique and started making a possible strategy. The place they were about to explore was a ruined arms factory that had been caught up in an accident a few years ago and had to be shut down. Some delinquents and Yakuza have been using this place as their personal playground since then, but for quite some time now, the same people have been dying in mysterious ways. The police did some investigations, but they too had not got any results, and even among them, many people have died. The situation was too paranormal for them, and as such, Jujutsu sorcerers were employed. Some sorcerers with reconnaissance-type techniques have investigated this place beforehand and have confirmed sightings of multiple Grade 2 curses and a possibility of higher-level curses being present there as well. Isn't this situation too dire for my first mission? And they want me to lead. Don't they care about their lives? Don't they care about mine, thought Naoya. He looked at his teammates. One was sleeping while standing with his arms crossed. The other was tapping his feet on the ground, clearly displaying his irritation at being made to stand for such a long time. For some reason, I think I should lead anyway, thought Naoya. All right. Let's get this over with. Haruto-san, Meiko-san, called Naoya, making the two older Zenins snap out of their thoughts and look towards their leader. I will be sending out my shikami to do a quick survey of the terrain and check for the possible cursed spirits. After that, we will move accordingly, explained Naoya. Meiko and Haruto nodded, to which Naoya nodded back and summoned the rabbit army from his shadows, and let the rabbits spread out and check the surroundings. Mao, as usual, stayed behind and kept a connection with the army. Soon, the rabbits gave back a response as multiple sounds of explosions were heard from the building. This alerted the sorcerers, and the two older Zenins looked towards Naoya, waiting for their orders. Mao summoned more rabbits from Naoya's shadow as the rabbits arranged themselves to form words explaining the situation to Naoya. The cursed spirits are scattered in 5 places throughout the area, muttered Haruto. Something stronger is present in the deeper area of the factory, muttered Naoya. How are we going to move ahead? Asked Meiko. Naoya thought for a while, then marked off some areas on the makeshift map provided by Mao and the demon army. I will take care of the cursed spirits in these 3 routes. I want you two to pick one of the remaining routes each, and after clearing them, head to the deeper part and deal with the possible grade 1. Is that fine? No issues. Less work for me, said Haruto in a tired tone. Making us fight the stronger cursed spirit. Well, making us fight the real danger really shows the difference in skill after all, said Mako with a smirk. Naoya looked at the men and wanted to remind him of the day he beat him once again. Still, if he wanted to take the dangerous one, then he was totally fine with that. Well then, that's decided. Let's get moving. You both. Set up a curtain and make sure to look out for danger, said Naoya. The Jujutsu division personnel nodded and started chanting to set up the veil. Naoya began stretching to warm up for the battle ahead. Haruto gave himself a few light slaps to blow away the sleepiness, while Mako equipped a pair of fingerless gloves, which Naoya assumed was a cursed tool. Once the barrier was set up, the 3 sorcerers moved towards their respective routes. Naoya secretly sent a rabbit behind them to inform him if something went wrong. While slowly walking towards his first destination, Naoya kept killing some weaker grade 4 curses that were moving around aimlessly. So many cursed spirits? Why are so many gathered in this place, thought Naoya to himself. While he was pondering, he finally reached his destination and was greeted by the sight of multiple grade 2 and grade 3 curses moving around. Some of them were chewing on what Naoya presumed to be humans, considering that a lot of mangled ones were present around him. So that's what happened to the delinquents and Yakuza people, muttered Naoya and looked a bit disgusted by the sight. The curses, on the other hand, were excited to see a new prey. One of the grade 3 curses pounced on Naoya, baring its teeth, ready to chomp off Naoya. However, before it could even touch Naoya, the curse's body split in half and moments later, the cursed spirit dissipated into cursed energy, successfully getting exorcised. Naoya already had Shursue in his hands, and he looked towards the spirits with a disinterested expression. Come at once. I have to deal with 2 more groups after I am done dealing with you, ordered Naoya and gestured for the spirits to come at him. As if understanding his taunts, the curses growled in anger. Some even roared and bared their fangs and claws at Naoya. Shursue's blade simply radiated cursed energy, making the curses even more interested in the prey. All of them launched at Naoya, ready to end the foolish prey. However, Naoya's figure blurred slightly before becoming normal a few seconds later, and an instant later, all the cursed spirits in the room were slashed apart by Naoya, who simply lowered his short sword and walked away without even looking back. The remains of the spirits started disintegrating back into cursed energy, and soon the room was silent, leaving behind only the dead and mangled remains of the humans that the curses killed. Am I somehow too strong, muttered Naoya, wondering about himself. Chapter 34, Fun. After dealing with the first group of curses, Naoya made his way towards the second group. On his way, some mangled human parts were present along with blood stains. Naoya, with Shursue in his hands, felt a bit disgusted and a bit nauseous. The foul smell of blood mixed with the smell of the rotting body parts made it almost unbearable for the young Zenin. Still, Naoya decided to persevere through the problems. If he failed today, the Zenin clan might take a jab at him, and his father, and that was not something he was willing to compromise. Naobito had warned him to make sure that the mission succeeds, now that the time is sensitive and the clan head selection is close by. Oji was about to marry, and in probably a year, he will probably have his kids as well, meaning his position would be solidified to his and Naobito's level. The only saving grace was the 10 shadows technique that he possesses. If his uncle's kids were not up to his level, then the position goes to Naobito, otherwise, the situation at the clan would become dangerous, and for that reason, no smudge in the record could be afforded right now. While still being deep in his thoughts, Naoya finally reached the second cluster of curses, and just like with the first cluster, the group of grade 3 and grade 2 curses attacked him on the spot, only to be diced apart by the young Zenin. Following that, Naoya headed to the third and final curse cluster's location. As he neared the final cluster, Naoya slowed. Voices. Human voices. Someone's still alive, he muttered, quickening his pace. The possibility of someone dying because he was late dawned on him, and that was not a feeling he was fond of. A minute later, Naoya arrived at the location of the cluster. But the moment he got in the area, Naoya's eyes widened in surprise. Instead of spotting some struggling and dying humans, Naoya was greeted by a group of humans with weapons in their hands that had just finished exorcising the curses. What do you know? The kid had the guts to come here all alone. Well, he is the golden goose of the Zenin clan, he should be arrogant as hell. Wow, the child with a golden spoon. I so wanted to be born like that as well. Well, too bad for you, your mother was a WH*re. Still, with the money from this mission, you could buy a few dozen golden spoons. The men started talking amongst themselves, with each of them sneering at Naoya. Naoya had already made up an opinion seeing the men talk. He wasn't sure, but he was a firm believer of swing first, ask later. Shadows swirled in Naoya's palm as a wooden spear came out of it. Seeing the kid take out a weapon, the men decided that it was time to start the mission. Thud. However, before they could even start, one of them was already lying lifelessly on the ground with the wooden spear piercing the man's heart. This made them snap out of their humorous mood and take the situation a bit more seriously. Naoya was already on the move and approached the nearest attacker. Who dash? Taken aback by surprise, the men yelped and tried to counterattack. But by the time he could even make a move, Shursue was already thrust into the man's skull and after a swift kick on the blade hilt, made the short sword peek out of the man's skull from the other end as well. The rest of the assassins were shocked by the brutal attack, which slowly turned into fear when Naoya stomped on the man's skull and yanked the short sword out of the dead man's skull. Consider that as a warning, said Naoya in a cold tone. I will ask you this once. Who are you people? What are you all here for? Who tipped you off about this location? Start answering within 5 seconds, after which I will do the same to one more of you, said Naoya and pointed at the dead man beneath his feet. The men ground their teeth in anger, and being the kind that can't tolerate being taken lightly and that too by a little boy, the men expectedly decided to attack. 1. Naoya started counting. Naoya was not one to like violence and killing, but that was only for peaceful Naoya. Paranoid Naoya doesn't hesitate to end a life. What are you all waiting for? Kill him, yelled one of the men. 2. Naoya continued. The men scattered, and a few of them rushed towards the young Zenin with cursed energy radiating off their blades. 3. One of the men reached Naoya and slashed Naoya with all his strength. The blade sliced smoothly, almost too smoothly. The man was surprised since he didn't feel any resistance. However, an instant later, he realized that Naoya had vanished from his spot and in the next instant, pain surged in his body. Clang thud thud. The man noticed his sword fall on the ground, along with both of his hands fallen there as well. 4. Oh. Blood sprayed out from the man's now absent hands as he screamed like AB*TCH from the pain. 5. Being the man of his word, Naoya swung his short sword in a smooth motion, chopping off the man's head, ending his suffering. Naoya looked at the rolling head and snorted. These rogue grade 3 and grade 2 sorcerers were obviously no match for him. If not for wanting to get some information from them, he would not hold back this much and end the things before something unexpected happened. Offer remains the same. Tell me what I want. Time starts now, said Naoya. 1. The sorcerers were now hesitant to attack Naoya. All of them earlier thought that killing one arrogant kid from a big-name clan would not be that much of a deal. After all, the kid was not named Satoru Gojo. But who would have thought that even Naoya Zenin would turn out to be a monster as well? The grade 2 and grade 3 sorcerers instinctively turned towards their leader, the only grade 1 amongst them. Miyamoto. Nakamura called the leader in a calm tone as he narrowed his eyes at Naoya. Yes, boss. The kid's strength lies in his speed and the cursed tool. Deal with those two, and he would be easy pickings. 5. Naoya finished the countdown and got ready to go after his next target, and activated his projection sorcery. Cursed technique, Land's Grasp. One of the men slammed their hands on the ground as cursed energy flowed through it. Naoya, who was already in motion by the projection sorcery, felt his feet getting stuck, which made him stop. Wadash. Because of failing to complete the set of motions, Naoya got trapped in a frame, and the leader, probably knowing about how Naoya's technique worked, rushed towards the frame. Cursed technique, Remnant Harvest. The man's fist glowed as flames swirled around it as he struck the frozen Naoya with the blazing fist, breaking him out of the frame while causing damage to the kid. Naoya felt a bit of pain because of the added effect of his technique, which removed all defenses, but the pain was still bearable. He focused back on the situation once again and saw the man's flaming fist coming towards him once again. Deciding to dodge it, Naoya tried to move, but his feet didn't follow his wish and remained stuck on the ground. What happened? Frozen still. Let me warm you up, exclaimed the man and struck Naoya with his flaming fist, which ignited into a big ball of flames. Naoya winced in pain but adapted quickly and made a hand sign. Shadows swirled around him as Cupcake and Frosting emerged from the shadows and pushed the men away from Naoya, and launched on the sorcerer who tried to attack their master. Freed from the flames, Naoya's figure became visible as a slightly charred and bruised Naoya emerged out of the flames, though an instant later his bruise and charred skin started to heal rapidly. Reversed curse technique. Naoya narrowed his eyes in seriousness. He didn't know that he would be using RCT so soon after learning it. He then proceeded to look at his feet, which were still refusing to move, and then scan the room. Someone's curse technique was messing with him. Cupcake, Frosting, called Naoya as he noticed that even the wolf's feet were stuck in the ground and were unable to move. Phew, that was a close one. Oi Miyamoto. Use your technique faster. Almost had my balls chomped by those ugly mutts, yelled the leader. Sorry, boss, called the men casually, which made Naoya lock onto the men. He was probably the one with the technique that made his feet stuck. I will deal with you later. Now then, let's get back to business. Kid, my technique is called Remnant Harvest. It allows me to acquire the properties of objects and people I have destroyed/killed, said the leader, completing the binding vow. Following the leader's footsteps, the men with the movement locking technique decided to complete the binding vow as well. My curse technique is called Land's Grasp. Once my cursed energy has flown through the assigned area, I can stop the movements of anyone who is touching the ground. Naoya nodded in understanding and sent his short sword back into his shadows. Ah. Oi oi. Giving up so easily. Make it a bit more fun. Beg FO dash. Naoya didn't wait for the men to finish and clasped his hands together as a shadow swirled inside them. Piercing jet. A sharp and fierce jet of boiling water launched from his hands and sliced the men with the land-stopping technique in half. The leader and the rest of the men looked at the men who was cleanly split in two with shock, and a moment later, that shock turned into horror. You all wanted fun, right? Good. Let's have fun. Though don't bother begging now, replied Naoya in a cold tone. It had been a while since someone had struck him during a fight, and that left a bad taste in his mouth. Naoya's cursed energy surged as his shadow turned darker. Toad, Gnu, Great Serpent, Max Mammoth, Rabbit Escape. Shikigami poured out their shadows one after the other, and all of the Shikigami were as furious as Naoya. The rabbits filled the room and surrounded the rogue sorcerers. Wait. I will tell you what you wanted to know, yelled one of the grade 3 sorcerers in panic. Really? Asked Naoya in an amused tone. The man opened his mouth to speak, but an instant later, Naoya was already in front of him and shoved something in his mouth. Too bad. The deal was already off once your leader struck me earlier, said Naoya in a cold tone, patted the rabbit that he shoved inside the man's mouth. The men tried to speak, however the rabbit in his mouth started expanding, and a second later, the rabbit exploded along with the man's head. The other sorcerers shivered at the sight of another brutal death and were struck in their spot because of the fear, and because of that were unable to focus on the Shikigami that ganged up on them. Twisted wrapped one of its tongues around one of the sorcerers' necks and snapped it without much effort. The wolves pounced on a sorcerer each and tore them apart without mercy. Sparkles grabbed 2 sorcerers in its talons and flew up where it electrocuted them to death. Mr. Hiss crushed multiple sorcerers under its huge body, and so did Frisia. The demon rabbit army swarmed the enemies and blew them away in a kamikaze attack. In just a minute, the entire 20 sorcerer force made of rogue grade 3 and grade 2 sorcerers was dead. Now only the leader remained, who, seeing all the death around him, was already shocked beyond belief. In just a minute, his entire group was annihilated by a kid not even half his age. The kid in question was now walking towards the leader with blood-covered hands and face like a reaper with no expression on his face. Naoya stopped in front of the grade 1 and smirked. Why you bastard, yelled the sorcerer and tried to attack Naoya. However, Naoya had already learned from his mistakes and was not willing to give any chance to his opponents. A shadow swirled in his hands as the inverted spear of heaven in the short sword form appeared in his hands. With a quick set of moments, Naoya unsheathed the weapon, stabbed it in the man's abdomen and then punched the man's face, breaking his nose and a few teeth. Ack! Blood came out of the man's nose and mouth as he looked towards Naoya with hatred. He tried to fight back and tried to activate his curse technique, but because of the spear stuck in his body, the technique didn't activate. You burned my face earlier, I should probably return the favor, muttered Naoya in a cold tone and glared at the men. Naoya bent a bit forward and smiled. Tell me what you would like. Steam burns. Electrocution. Ear-destroying screams. Highly lethal poison. Or being strangled to death, asked Naoya. At the mention of the methods, the Shikigami growled at the enemy. The grade 1 looked at the Shikigami and the kid with slight fear. He had seen quite a lot of gruesome scenes during his time as a sorcerer, and he didn't feel much of it. He himself has caused quite some gruesome deeds to others, and at that time, too, he didn't feel much. But now, when it was his turn, he started to fear such cruelty. He wanted to question how someone can be so cruel, but the words didn't come out of his mouth. The sight of the blood-soaked little Grim Reaper with ferocious Shikigami made those complaints stop, and in its place, the words that came out of his mouth were, I am sorry. I am sorry. Let me live. Please let me live, cried the men. Huh? Are you crying? Why? You wanted to have fun, right? Crying ain't fun, you know. Where's the badman that burned me with a smile? Asked Naoya. Naoya was genuinely uninterested in any form of apology right now. He might seem like someone totally devoid of Zenin's cold behavior, but he had noticed it himself that when it came to his own safety, he was somehow far colder than any Zenin that he had ever seen in the clan. At first, he took the situation a bit lightly, not thinking much of the grade 2 and the grade 3 rogues, but because of that, he almost took an attack head-on. Apart from Toji and Kagenori, no one had landed a solid hit on him since he got stronger, and yet this group of rogues almost achieved that. Spare me? Asked the men in pain. Naoya stared at the men who kept begging like a broken machine, and soon pulled out the inverted spear of heaven from the man's body. Before the men could thank Naoya, Frisia's feet landed cleanly on the men, crushing his head in an instant. Naoya stared at the lifeless body for a while before a sigh escaped his lips. Ugh! I got so dirty. These blood and organ remains will start to stink by the time I reach back, muttered Naoya in a disgusted tone as if the earlier cold-blooded kid who killed all the rogues never existed. What to d-dash, muttered Naoya, but suddenly the ground shook, and a loud noise reached his ears. What now? Chapter 35, Zankyo. Back to when Haruto and Meiko split up with Naoya. Haruto and Meiko, being grade 1 sorcerers from a prestigious clan, faced no difficulty dealing with the grade 2 and grade 3 curses that came their way. Even when ganged up on, the two sorcerers dispatched them without receiving a single scratch. Within minutes, they had cleared the curses along their assigned paths and soon made their way toward the stronger presence lurking deeper inside the abandoned facility. Meiko arrived later and soon spotted Haruto waiting with his arms crossed. You finally arrived. How long were you planning to take? Haruto asked lazily. My technique does not allow me to create disposable clones to rush things, Meiko replied. If you were that impatient, you could have gone ahead and faced it alone. From what I can tell, it is just a grade 1. No real issue for either of us. I cannot, Haruto said with a shrug. The young boss ordered us to deal with this one together. Meiko snorted. You are seriously playing along. Taking orders from a kid. Do you not feel ashamed? I would, if he were an ordinary child, Haruto replied. But he is a higher-ranked member and the most likely future clan head. It is better to form a good relationship with him early. Besides, he is better behaved than most Zenins. You are backing Nobito? Meiko asked. Better than backing Oji or Junichi. Chojuro already supports Nobito. Apart from those 4 special grade 1s, the rest of us do not really have a say. Naoya's existence only strengthens Nobito's position. I am not supporting the men. I am supporting the kid. Every special grade 1 in this clan is obnoxious. The kid lacks the Zenin mindset. Is he really fit to lead the clan? Asked Meiko curiously. He, too, knew that the clan head seat would go to one of the current special grade 1 sorcerers from the clan, and the time to choose a side was coming soon. Nobito, with Naoya's backing, was the most prominent candidate at the moment. However, Oji has support from his wife's family, which was quite influential in its own regard. Not to mention, once Oji marries, he might have kids that might have insane potential just like Satoru Gojo or Naoya Zenin. The fact that Oji was younger and will have a living and kicking wife means that he could have multiple kids who can inherit good potential, which might tip the scale in their favor, since after all, Nobito only has Naoya left, and he is not getting any younger. Both of the candidates were special grade 1s with relatively similar strength, meaning the thing that will mostly decide the outcome is the backing and the possible benefit of the clan in favoring a particular candidate. Snap out of your thoughts for now. We need to deal with the curse right now, said Haruto, snapping Mako out of his thoughts. The sorcerer nodded in response as the two of them entered the chamber from where the curse's presence was coming from. Once in there, the first thing that caught their eyes was the pile of dead humans hanging around the room with wounds all over their bodies. Some had slash marks, others had holes in their bodies. Still, the fact that they were killed brutally and still had their bodies not mangled meant that the cursed spirit might have some level of intelligence. New dummies. The two of them heard an eerie voice, making their focus shift from the hanging bodies. A humanoid, cursed spirit stood before them. Its body resembled rusted metal, cracked and warped. A visor-like object obscured its eyes, beneath which stretched an unnerving grin. A cursed spirit that talks. Quite an intelligent one, it seems, said Mako and got ready for the fight. Intelligent ones always are a pain in the ass. I like the reckless kind more, said Haruto as his hair flowed with cursed energy and popped off from his head, and an army of spectral Haruto clones appeared. The now bald Haruto took a step back and gestured for the spectral clones to gang up on the curse. Oi. If you are working together, let me have some fun too, complained Mako, but Haruto simply ignored him. The faster they dealt with the curse, the faster he could go back to resting. So many dummies. The cursed spirit cheered in its broken speech and, in excitement, released its cursed energy. The curse jumped towards the spectral clone as cursed energy gathered in his hands. An instant later, a sword manifested as the curse began attacking the clones. Upper grade, 1, Haruto muttered. Borderline special grade levels of cursed energy. Still manageable, he added. The curse slashed at a clone, only for the clone to seize the blade and wrench it away. The remaining clones swarmed it, striking relentlessly. Mako watched with irritation. Looks like I will not be needed. Suddenly, one clone vanished. A strand of hair returned to Haruto's head. Then another vanished. And another. Scatter, Haruto ordered. The clones retreated as the battered curse straightened, its grin never fading. Bad dummies die, it said, waving its hand. The stolen sword moved on its own, dragging one clone into another before cutting them apart. Understanding how the attack was working, the rest of the clones got into action once again. Half of the remaining clones launched towards the cursed spirit, while the other half focused on breaking the weapon. The curse adapted quickly, manifesting two swords and attacking selectively. One clone was bisected instantly. That was when Mako struck. He appeared behind the curse and drove his fist into its back, launching it into the oncoming clones. Two clones held the cursed spirit by his arms while another pair yanked the swords from the curse's hand and tried to cut off the curse's hands. Clang. However, instead of cutting into the curse's body, the blades bounced off the curse's body. Seeing that the other clones rushed in to attack the restrained curse, the curse opened its mouth, and an instant later, sharpened stone projectiles started firing off from its mouth. The stones easily pierced through the clones, destroying the bodies in an instant. Once the incoming clones were done, the curse slowly turned its head towards the clones holding him back and smiled sinisterly at them. After firing a stone projectile and destroying the said clones, as well, the freed curse picked up the swords that were stolen from him. Using my weapons on me. Foolish, said the curse and looked towards Haruto, whose head was now half full of hair. Haruto narrowed his eyes. What exactly are you? I am Zankyo, the curse declared. A reminder of humanity's greatest fear. And that would be? Haruto asked. The swords rusted away. In their place, firearms manifested. Weapons. Bullets were fired toward them. Mako stepped forward. Cursed reversal field. The cursed energy bullets struck him and converted into positive energy, healing him instead. Born from such a massive fear, yet only grade 1. Mako scoffed. How long have you existed? Haruto asked. 2 weeks, Zankyo replied. Both sorcerers stiffened. An infant, Haruto muttered. And already nearing special grade. Then we end it now, Mako said, charging. I suppose I should lead the charge. Its attacks won't work on me, replied Mako and rushed towards the curse. Stay still, dummy, yelled Zankyo, formed a spear in his hand and threw it at the incoming sorcerer. Mako, however, not at all alarmed by the attack, simply raised his hand and let the spear strike it, though the moment it struck it changed into positive energy that once again healed him. Mako closed in on Spirit, seeing that its cursed energy attacks were not doing anything, and decided to opt for hand-to-hand combat. Bad move, bastard, muttered Mako and deactivated his cursed technique, and in an instant, cursed energy reinforcement surrounded his limbs. Mako's body blurred as he dodged the spirit's attack and struck the spirit's gut, making the spirit stumble back. Mako didn't stop, though. Taking advantage of breaking Zankyo's stance, Mako stepped in and landed a solid uppercut on the curse, sending it up in the air. The curse spat out some sort of purplish blood-like liquid and glared at Mako, who smirked and gestured for it to look around him. The curse did the same and realized that the army of clones was already in the air and had surrounded him. All the clones simultaneously fired a cursed energy blast towards the curse, leaving no gap for the curse to dodge. Boom. A loud explosion occurred that sent the curse's body flying, with its rusted body cracking up even more. Mako and Haruto looked at the cursed spirit and noticed that even the visor on its head had chipped off, and it was also missing an arm. The curse looked at its missing arm and then glared at the sorcerers who left it in such a sorry state. He then noticed its torn arm and tried to stand up and get it. However, the moment it tried, Mako's feet stomped on his head, planting it on the floor, making spider web-like cracks on the floor. "Stay down there, humanity's greatest mistake," said Mako sarcastically. The curse twisted its head to glance at the human who was stepping on top of him. Hate filled him. "What are you looking at?" asked Mako in a cold tone and stomped once again. Yet Zankyo's hatred didn't lessen one bit, it only intensified with each passing second. Seeing the look on the cursed spirit's face, Mako's own hatred started to swell up. This time, cursed energy reinforced his legs as he started stomping the curse again and again. The rusted skin of the curse continued to crack more and more. The visor was almost shattered, but the curse's expression didn't change one bit. No matter the amount of injuries or pain, the curse never stopped glaring at Mako. Mako was now breathing heavily, tired from his continuous attacks. However, in that instant, the arm that was severed suddenly came to life and turned into a blade before launching itself towards Mako, who was a second too late to dodge and was impaled by the blade. Ack! The sorcerer winced in pain, and taking advantage of the opportunity, the cursed spirit freed itself and kicked the sorcerer away from him. "So, non-cursed energy attack works on you," said Zankyo in a cold tone. "Not good," muttered Haruto, feeling uneasy as the clones rushed towards the cursed spirit. Curse technique, Arsenal of Fear. Curse energy erupted out of Zankyo, sending it in every direction, pushing away the clones coming towards him. Murder Reliquary. The ground glowed and soon countless weapons made of stone erupted out of it, impaling the clones, destroying them all in an instant. Haruto and Mako were struck by the weapons as well, though Mako activated his technique and used positive energy to heal himself and Haruto. The two then moved away from the weapon field and looked towards the curse. "You just had to push its buttons," complained Haruto. He is already injured. He won't last long with using such large-scale techniques anyway," replied Haruto. But as if hearing his words, Zankyo smirked and picked up his torn hand, turned blade. Weapons are such a magnificent creation. Even their creator is not safe from them, not me, though. My weapons won't hurt me. Truly, the perfect spawns any being can ask for," said the cursed spirit and stabbed himself with his blade. The blade slowly started to merge back with the curse, and a moment later, the lost arm was back in its position. The cursed spirit's energy swelled in the surrounding area as all the stone-made weapons erupting out of the ground broke free and hovered in the air, and pointed towards the sorcerers. "And now let's use the dummies for target practice," said Zankyo as the weapons launched towards the two Zenins. Cupcake. Frosting. Speak. A new voice emerged, and a second later, a sonic blast obliterated the weapons, blowing them all away. Mako and Haruto had blood coming out of their ears as the two sorcerers got up from the ground, dusted their clothes and glared towards Naoya. "Don't look at me like that." A second later, "And you two would have been skewered," replied Naoya as he walked in along with the two dogs who were wagging their tails proudly. Mako activated his technique and healed himself and Haruto. The two then looked towards their leader, however, seeing the kid covered in blood made the two stop speaking their complaints. "So what's the situation here? I am already done with my part of the job, and came here after hearing the explosion from earlier," said Naoya and glanced towards the cursed spirit who struggled to stand up. A potential special grade spirit appeared. "Though it is just an infant and not a special grade yet," explained Haruto. "A strong dummy," said the cursed spirit and glanced towards Naoya, however, its gaze immediately shifted towards Naoya's weapon, and an excited smile appeared on its face. "A new weapon," said Zankyo and licked its lips. "So is he a pervert?" asked Naoya and pointed towards the SUS spirit. He is a curse born from the fear of weapons, so I guess he got excited seeing a weapon. Watch out, warned Mako as Zankyo was already near Naoya. It wanted to take the weapon from him, however, his target vanished from his spot, and a second later, it was trapped inside a frame. Naoya punched the spirit with full force, breaking the frame and sending it crashing through the wall. Mako and Haruto looked towards the small kid who sent an almost special-grade cursed spirit crashing through the wall with a single punch, and didn't know what to say. Isn't the kid too physically strong, thought both the sorcerers. Chapter 36, End of the First Mission. What are its abilities? Curse technique, physical prowess, etc., asked Naoya. He can form weapons from cursed energy. Turn terrain into weapons and has the usual grade, 1 level physical prowess. It can remotely control said weapons. It's currently an infant, so I don't think it knows much about its abilities to take full advantage of them, explained Haruto. Meaning he can have some other abilities that might be lying dormant. Muttered Naoya and focused back towards the place where the cruise was sent flying. Naoya's eyes narrowed as he felt something coming towards them, and in that instant, a volley of flying, sharpened stones came flying towards the 3 sorcerers. Mako stepped forward and activated his technique, intending to nullify the technique, however the moment the stones entered his technique's zone, they didn't turn to positive energy. Understanding that the stones were not pure cursed energy, Mako clicked his tongue in annoyance and braced himself for the impact. Naoya, however, had different plans. He trapped Mako in a frame and sent the frame flying while also dodging the stones with ease. Haruto was already out of the way of the attack and had already sent clones towards the cursed spirit. Mako broke free from the frame and looked confused. He was in a different place and had sustained no injury at all. Still, the booming sound coming from the hole where the curse crashed through made him snap out of trance and look towards the source. Boom. In an instant, all the clones that rushed towards the cursed spirit were destroyed, and Haruto's head was full of hair. Naoya and Haruto got serious, wanting to know what happened to the clones. They soon got their answers when a volley of grenades came flying towards them. Shit, cursed Haruto and made more clones from his hair and let them take the hit for him. Naoya was already inside his shadows, out of harm's way. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. All the grenades exploded simultaneously, causing a loud explosion that sent shrapnel flying in every direction. Dummies alive. The curse finally entered the room once again and looked around with a smile. Happy at the destruction caused by his weapons. His gaze swept through the room and spotted Haruto and Mako, who were bleeding from various places that had been hit by shrapnel. Where is the weapon, dummy? Asked Zankyo. Behind you. Naoya emerged from a shadow behind the curse, trapped it in a frame, and a second later, Mr. Hiss rushed out of his shadow and crashed through the frame, sending the curse flying. The curse spat out some blood and felt pain all over its body. It glared at Naoya hatefully and used its curse technique to conjure weapons midair. Swords, spears, arrows, firearms, and many other weapons materialized in the air, all pointing towards Naoya. Naoya looked around, a bit worried. He could go into his shadow to dodge the attacks, but that would not help him in defeating the cursed spirit and would only stall time. He needed to exorcise the curse as soon as possible, since a sudden moment of realization or awakening can alleviate the curse to the special grade category. New. The All-Shikigami emerged out of Naoya's shadows and immediately charged up lightning and fired it towards the cursed spirit. Zankyo, seeing the attack coming towards him, dodged the lightning bolt but failed his chance to fire the weapons towards Naoya. Naoya, seeing that he was successful in delaying the attack, summoned Max Mammoth from his shadows as well and made it to attack the cursed spirit too. Zankyo, angered by the continuous attacks raining down on him, slammed his fist on the ground and activated his cursed technique. Murder Reliquary. The ground glowed with cursed energy, and gigantic swords made of concrete rose from the ground and formed a safe perimeter around him, protecting him from the lightning, while a multitude of the same gigantic concrete swords rose from the ground to slow down the pressurized jet of boiling water from the mammoth. Naoya, seeing that he got an opportunity, used Frisia, the mammoth, as a stepping stone and jumped over the sword barriers to strike the curse. The curse, as if anticipating it, smiled at Naoya and pointed his hand towards him, and soon the hand changed into a giant cannon that started charging up with cursed energy. Feeling the amount gathering in the cannon, Naoya's arm glowed with cursed energy as he threw Shursue towards the curse that flew straight and stuck in the ground beside the curse. Your aim was bad, exclaimed the curse as he looked towards the short sword and then looked towards Naoya, ready to blast the kid away. However, once again, Naoya was not in his sight. And you are too slow, came Naoya's cold voice from beside as the curse turned around and saw Naoya emerging out of the blade's shadow and touching him with his curse technique active, trapping the cursed spirit in a frame. Naoya then took a stance, gathered as much cursed energy as he could in the time frame and struck the stuck cursed spirit, breaking the frame and severely damaging the cursed spirit. Though this time, instead of sending it flying, Naoya activated his technique again and appeared above the cursed spirit and slammed his fist, along with Zankyo, into the ground, making a small crater in the area where the cursed spirit was struck. Ah! The curse screamed in pain, its body hurting all over. However, Naoya didn't give him any rest, and with his already immense speed amplified by the projection sorcery, Naoya started to rain down punches and kicks one after the other, making the crater deeper and deeper with each passing second. Haruto and Mako looked at the scene with astonishment, Mako even remembering the beating he got from Naoya during the initiation ceremony and realizing that he got scot-free when compared to the spirit. However, their expressions suddenly turned grim when the ground glowed. Naoya realized it as well and trapped Zankyo in a frame before jumping away from the curse. But one look at the area around them made the sorcerers panic, as around them, the entire chamber was filled with explosives. "Run," ordered Naoya, only to notice Haruto and Mako were already on the run, with Haruto summoning 2 Nobito clones that took him and Mako away using their watered-down projection sorcery. "Some Zenin pride these two have, leaving behind a kid," complained Naoya as news wings sprouted from his back as he used them with a combination of his own projection sorcery to escape the building. But 2 seconds were already up, and the curse was set free from the frame. The moment it noticed that Naoya was gone, he wasted no time and detonated all the explosives, causing a small earthquake and exploding the entire abandoned facility in an instant. The sorcerers were not out of the effective range of such a huge explosion and were blown away by the force. Haruto and Mako were somewhat safe because of Mako's technique, however, both of them were burned by the intense heat from the explosion and had their ears bleeding because of the loud explosion. The damage was healing rapidly thanks to Mako, but the two were not sure how long and how many more of such attacks they could face. Naoya was safe, already quite far up in the sky, though he couldn't see anything on the ground because of the smoke cloud. That was a suicidal attack. "Did the curse decide to take itself out just to defeat us three?" muttered Naoya. However, unlike the other two, Naoya didn't know that the curse's weapons didn't hurt the user themselves. Zankyo, freed from continuous attacks, looked around, seeing the flames, smoke and destruction everywhere. This is what the true essence of weapons is. The chaos and destruction accompanied by the heat and the smell of smoke, the only thing it is missing is the red tint of blood, said Zankyo and relished in the destructive scenery made by him. He placed his hand on the ground and let his cursed energy spread around. He sensed 2 humans, but the fast one with weapons was not there. Still, he needs to start from somewhere. Arsenal of Fear, Murder Reliquary. Mako and Haruto, who were still in the middle of being healed, suddenly had their limbs impaled by metal swords. The weapon curse, which could only make weapons with cursed energy or the material available to him, was now freely able to make solid metal weapons out of thin air. Haruto and Mako realized this as well, seeing the metallic swords that were not affected by Mako's technique at all. The curse was starting to evolve. Haruto gritted his teeth, and his hair shot out, and the clones appeared near them and broke the swords, freeing the 2 sorcerers. Zankyo felt that as well, but didn't think much of it. He was close to something, he could feel it. A new power was rising within him. "Close your ears," came a loud warning from Naoya, surprising the other Zenins and even Zankyo. Haruto and Mako followed the order immediately and shut their ears, however, 2 swords rose from the ground and sliced their arms off their bodies. Blood spilled and the 2 sorcerers winced in pain. The clones came to rescue as they shut off the ears of the sorcerers, while another one grabbed the fallen arms. Naoya, who was still in the air, had a shadow rippling on his shoulders. From it, the frostings and cupcakes had popped out, and Naoya immediately started charging the dogs with his cursed energy. Divine Dogs, Maximum Output Supersonic Screech. Shadows covered Naoya's ears, protecting him from the damage, and a second later, a strong blast of wind accompanied by a deafening screech came out of the dog's mouth, blowing all the smoke and fire away. The ground cracked from the attack, blowing away the debris, making the entire field appear in clear sight to Naoya. Naoya's gaze immediately landed on the curse that was damaged from the supersonic blast. The curse in turn looked up towards Naoya and, with a Warkri, gathered a large amount of cursed energy in his body and slammed his hands together. Arsenal of Fear, Endless Murder Reliquary. The cursed energy exploded out of the curse's body, and the entire sky was filled with weapons all locked on Naoya. The attack was similar to what the curse tried to use on Naoya when they were still in the chamber, but this time, all these weapons were oozing an even greater amount of cursed energy than before. All of them were at least grade 1 cursed tool level. Naoya looked around and soon realized that he was surrounded. Haruto and Mako looked at the scene in horror. There was literally no escape for Naoya. Die! Yelled the curse, and the volley of weapons, bullets, and energy blasts rained down on Naoya. The Zenin in question took a deep breath and took out his inverted spear of heaven from his shadows and unsheathed the short sword. Fast as possible, muttered Naoya and focused solely on the incoming attacks. He wasted no time in calculating the weapon trajectory and order and activated his projection sorcery. The moment the first weapon got close to Naoya, it got slashed apart by Shursue. The second was destroyed by the inverted spear of heaven. One by one, each of the weapons raining down on Naoya got destroyed by his swift movements. Zankyo looked at the scene of his weapons getting destroyed, but for some reason, he wasn't showing displeasure, he was in a trance. Lost at the sight of Naoya's swift and beautiful use of his weapons. Beautiful, so beautiful, I need that beauty, a weapon forged with that dummy. I want it, screamed Zankyo, and as if something snapped in him, he stopped moving. The weapon slowed down a bit, making Naoya enough time to spare a glance at Zankyo, only to realize something was wrong with him. Haruto and Mako realized something was wrong as well, and immediately, a look of horror appeared on Haruto's face. He was still in the middle of getting his arms attached by Mako, but he got out of Mako's technique. Domain and used his curse technique. Void Puppet, Kagenori Zenin. Immediately, all the remaining cursed energy within Haruto got consumed, and a spectral Kagenori manifested from a hair strand. Haruto had stored it for emergencies, and it seemed like it was time to utilize it as well. Naoya spotted the spectral Kagenori as well and wondered where he came from. His grandpa was bald. Where did that hair strand come from? The spectral Kagenori, without even being told, formed a shadow dragon and fired it towards the curse. The curse simply glanced at it and pointed his hand towards the shadow dragon while still in a trance. A cursed energy blast came from him and intercepted the dragon, nullifying the attack. I need more weapons, muttered Zankyo, and was enveloped in a cursed energy that started filling him up. Soon his body, which was starting to dip low on cursed energy, was full, more than full. So much power, muttered Zankyo in amazement, feeling the power surging within him. He looked up at Naoya destroying the last of his weapons, and pointed his finger at him. You. I am Zankyo. The manifestation of humanity's fear of weapons. What is your name? Asked Zankyo. Naoya took a deep breath, feeling a bit drained, and replied, Naoya. Naoya, rejoice Naoya, you will become my first masterpiece, yelled Zankyo and formed a hand sign. Domain expansion, Grave of the Unsung Soldier. Naoya, who was still in the AI, suddenly found himself in a different location. The entire world around him smelled like blood, and the ground was red with dried blood mixed in the soil. For God's sake, target the other two as well, complained Naoya and activated the anti-domain technique. Secret art, Falling Blossom Emotion. A thin layer of cursed energy covered him, cancelling the auto-hit effect of the domain. Naoya was considering landing on the ground as it would provide him more mobility with his projection sorcery, but the cursed spirit had made the entire ground a minefield. Suddenly, Naoya's ears picked up a loud noise and spotted tanks and missiles approaching him. Another second later, he was surrounded by machine guns aimed at him once again. Shit. Naoya. Show me more of your beauty before I turn you into my craft, demanded Zankyo. I am not feeling safe with him alone, muttered Naoya and started moving as the bullets, tank shells, and missiles started raining down on him. At first, he was able to neutralize the attacks, but the longer he fought back, the more weapons Zankyo formed and attacked Naoya with them. A few of them soon started to get past him and strike him as well, making Naoya resort to RCT. Faster, thought Naoya, and increased his focus even more, actually going up to his 48 frames per second limit. A stray missile suddenly hit him, exploding in his face, yet Naoya held on with determination to survive and live and RCT. Faster, complained Naoya, and decided to get even more serious. Binding vow, I renounce my power to use my legs to halt things with my projection sorcery. In exchange, I want my technique to function in 0.5 seconds rather than 1. As if an imaginary shackle held onto his legs, Naoya felt his ability to stop things with his legs to be restrained. In return, the 48 frames per second speed of his technique changed to 48 frames in 0.5 seconds, effectively doubling his speed. The sudden speed boost caught Zankyo off guard, and before he could form even more weapons to play with, he found Naoya already in front of him. Die! You bastard! Yelled Naoya and stabbed the inverted spear of heaven in the curse's chest, cancelling the domain and the technique. Naoya. Show me mo asked Zankyo in a feverish tone. Shut it, you pervert, yelled Naoya, silencing the spirit and deciding to end him. Curse technique reversal, shadow containment. Shadows emerged from below Zankyo and grasped the cursed spirit before pulling him inside and tearing his body apart. Zankyo tried to scream, but no voice came. The shadows made sure that no sound escaped outside. Naoya looked at the cursed spirit struggling inside. He finally slumped on the ground and looked towards the sky, feeling drained. You okay, little boss? Need a hand? Asked Haruto and offered one of Mako's chopped hands to Naoya. I am in no mood for those jokes, retorted Naoya. Want mine instead? Asked Haruto, and this time offered one of his chopped hands. Get healed and inform the Jujutsu division to deal with the cleanup. Deal with the formalities. Let me rest, ordered Naoya. As you wish. Here, Mako, catch it, said Haruto and tossed Mako's hand to him. The two sorcerers walked away, and once they were out of sight, Naoya sat up and looked at all the destruction that was caused by the cursed spirit. So this is what a cursed spirit around a special grade is capable of, a good addition, muttered Naoya and formed a hand seal. Zankyo. His shadow expanded, and Zankyo's figure came out of the shadows and looked towards Naoya. Master, called Zankyo, though this time, instead of a cursed spirit, the one standing before Naoya was a Shikigami. Bend down a bit. Zankyo followed the order and bent down before a smack landed on his head. That's for actively targeting me. Now go back, ordered Naoya, still a bit pissed at the weapon curse. Understood, replied Zankyo and went back inside Naoya's shadow. Chapter 37, Grandpa said yes. Be ready, you snitches. After the Mako and Haruto were done with the formalities with the Jujutsu division, the three Zenins were on their way back home. Do you two want to stop somewhere to eat? Asked Naoya, feeling hungry. I am good, replied Mako. I want to go back and rest. I think you should drop the idea as well. People will be uncomfortable seeing a child covered in blood, replied Haruto. Naoya blinked and then looked at himself and realized that he was in no condition to go out for a meal at the moment. He sighed in disappointment and shrank back into his seat. Once the car stopped in front of the Zenin estate, the three were immediately greeted by the servants from the Zenin clan. However, the moment the servants noticed a bloody Naoya, they went into panic. Seeing a sorcerer coming back bleeding was not an unfamiliar sight for them, but for them, Naoya was still a kind boy who was nice to them, and seeing him having possible severe injuries made them worry a bit. Unknown to them, the blood on him and his clothes belonged to the rogue sorcerers who attacked him and were brutally murdered by him. Naoya didn't focus on their expression, as right now he was too hungry to focus on useless stuff. Dinner. Extra portion, ordered Naoya, and slowly trotted towards his room. Hearing the weak order, the servants immediately got into action, with one of them immediately going to inform the kitchen staff, while another went to prepare the bath for Naoya. Little boss. You need to report the mission details to the acting clan head, informed Haruto. We'll do so later, replied Naoya, not much bothered by the proceedings. He can meet Naobito and Kagenori later and will inform them then, no need to rush at the moment. Right now, he needed to focus on the current important matter at hand. Currently in the bathroom, which was surrounded by the rabbit army from all sides. After an assassination attempt in the bathroom, Naoya made sure to have the rabbits keep an eye on the surroundings so that he could relax a bit. After he was done cleaning and was relaxing in the bathtub, Naoya finally looked at the ceiling with a blank gaze. Today's attack meant that someone from the clan or Jujutsu division informed them. Muttered Naoya, not understanding why his clansmen and people from Jujutsu society were after him when he, of all people, was good to all of them. He has not done anything to offend or make enemies with anyone in the clan or anyone actively for that matter, yet they were after him. Am I looking like an easy target to them? Muttered Naoya and glanced towards the dried blood that he scrubbed off his body. The bathroom grew silent, with only the sound of dripping droplets echoing. After taking a long dip inside the water to clear his head, Naoya got out of the bath, dried himself and got dressed up. Once he was clad in fresh clothes, Naoya headed straight towards Naobito's office and entered without any notice, making the acting clan head and the other people working in the room surprised by the rude behavior and look up from their documents. Naoya. Naobito raised his voice to warn Naoya of the disrespect he just shown, but Naoya simply clapped once with cursed energy reinforcement, making a loud noise and stopping Naobito from speaking further. Naobito blinked in shock, not expecting Naoya to act so rudely. The same was the case with other elders and Zenin clansmen who looked confused, only to turn angry towards the rude kid. One of them was about to scold Naoya, however, Kagenori, who was present in the room as well, stood up, making the others hold their tongues. He walked up to Naoya and gazed into his eyes before turning towards the others present in the room. "Let's do the rest tomorrow," ordered Kagenori. The elders wanted to protest, seeing that the clan head was not scolding or punishing the rude brat, but none of them voiced their complaints. They simply bowed and walked out of the room. Naobito huffed in annoyance, seeing that his father was promoting Naoya's disrespectful behavior. "What is all this commotion for?" asked Naobito, knowing well that Naoya wouldn't act like this unless something was wrong. "Did you know where the mission was going to take place?" asked Naoya in a serious tone. "Yes. Since I am acting as the clan head for this term, I did read through the mission document from the Jujutsu division," replied Naobito. "Apart from you, is there anyone who knew where the mission was going to take place?" "What are you getting at?" "What happened at the mission?" asked Naobito. Naoya didn't answer, he simply stared at Naobito. The elders and the clansmen who were present here just a moment ago also went through the documents. Apart from them, the mission came from the Jujutsu division, so the ones who handle the mission filing and record keeping should know about the location of the mission as well, replied Naobito. Would the people from the Jujutsu division know who all from the clan were assigned to the mission, or do they simply know that the Zenins are handling the mission? Before the mission, they should have only known that the mission was assigned to the Zenin clan. After the mission is over, the members of the Jujutsu division at the site would record the names of the participants and pass the details to the Jujutsu division, replied Naobito. So it is someone from the CLA, and then, thought Naoya grimly. Anything else? Asked Naobito. Naoya shook his head. Good, now tell me what happened at the mission for you to ask these questions, asked Naobito. Kagenori's focus was on Naoya as well. He already had some ideas as to what might have happened, but he needed to hear things first. Naoya nodded and started giving the details about the mission to the two of them. From splitting up in groups, to fighting against a group of rogue sorcerers, and finally, the encounter and eventual defeat of the potential special-grade cursed spirit. Naobito and Kagenori were surprised by the turn of events. From what Naoya told them, the kid had almost single-handedly won against a cursed spirit that had the potential to reach special grade. Kagenori was already expecting Naoya to reach special grade level by the time the age for evaluation came, but it seemed like the kid was already about special grade level. Now for the more serious matter at hand. It seems like one of the elders or the ones who deal with the paperwork is leaking information. Muttered Naobito grimly and glanced at Kagenori. This ought to look bad in his evaluation for the seat of the clan head since such a huge scandal came up during the time he was acting as the clan head. He looked towards Naoya, and for a moment thought that he should not have notified this news in the presence of Kagenori. Naoya, on the other hand, was already somewhat aware of Naobito's thoughts. He knew that his actions might cost him some points in his father's clan head evaluation, but he also knew that if he didn't create a scandal in front of Kagenori, Naobito might have put the matter off until the end of his term. For better or worse, the ones who were vying for the position of the clan head were trying their best to make sure that their records were clean, and that meant either working well or making sure that the dirt was not visible. Kagenori, though, was not thinking about such matters. The old man was considering whether he needed to remind the clansmen, who were acting as they pleased, that there were consequences of the actions. He was favoring Naoya and Naobito and was openly showing it as well, and yet some people in the clan had the balls to try to harm his grandson. Should I? Pondered Kagenori and glanced towards Naoya, wanting to gauge what the kid was expecting. Kagenori's gaze met Naoya's, and a small surprise appeared on his wrinkled face. The kid was looking at them, not with a pleading gaze but with determination. The kind of gaze that somehow reminded Kagenori of his younger self. What do you want to say? I don't think you are here to just complain to your father and grandfather and ask them to console you, asked Kagenori. I wouldn't mind if you both did that, but for now, I am here to ask you permission to act against some clansmen that might be involved in leaking secrets about the clan and clan seamen to outside forces. Who knows how much they have shared and how much more they would share. They need to understand that there is a reason why no one messes with our clan and why we have survived for such a long time, said Naoya and looked towards Kagenori. Clan head. Let me end the low lives who dared to betray the clan, said Naoya and got on his knee. Naobito was in shock at Naoya's request. His son was actually asking to kill some clansmen, and the scarier part was he was making it seem like a big issue by involving the whole clan, not a personal vendetta, effectively avoiding all allegations of pointless infighting amongst the clansmen. Is he actually more of a Zenin than I actually assumed, thought Naobito. This situation does seem like it needs to be handled with care since the clan's security is at stake, said Kagenori with a serious tone before looking towards Naoya with a huge smile on his face. Seeing that smile, Naoya smiled back, already getting the answer. The grandfather's and grandson's smiles, filled with malice, made Naobito shudder a bit. I don't know what is worse. Father becoming more like Naoya or Naoya becoming more like father, thought Naobito, already dreading about the future. Grandpa said yes. Be ready, you snitches. Chapter 39, The Bug Hunt begins. The next morning, Naoya, along with Kagenori, was walking towards the clan's central field, the one used for organizing official clan duels and other such events. Naobito, already dreading the things that his father and son were planning to do, was ordered by Naoya, the men in charge of the cleanup, to bring some documents to him. Right now, during the mission, Naoya was higher ranked than Naobito, who was currently acting as the clan head, making Naoya only below Kagenori, the actual clan head. Who knows what the crazy grandfather and grandson are planning? Thought Naobito grimly as he saw the two of them enter the field. Seeing the two of them, Naobito gave a curt bow to Kagenori and a small glare to Naoya. Naoya noticed the glare and widened his eyes before looking towards Kagenori and pointing towards Naobito. Kagenori, noticing his pitiful grandson, gave a nod before a shadowy black hand extended from his back and flicked Naobito. Ack! Naobito winced in pain and yelped, not expecting the sudden attack. Is that how you act in front of your superior? Asked Kagenori. Naobito blinked in surprise as he stared at the duo. One was scolding while the other was puffing his chest in pride. Naobito wasn't sure what to say. He simply gritted his teeth and sighed, deciding not to think much about it. Sorry, said Naobito. He was in the wrong since Naoya was technically higher ranked than him, but because of their usual interaction, he was not able to abide by that just yet. Seeing his father apologize, Naoya felt bad and immediately shook his head. No. Don't apologize. Sorry for taking this so far, father, apologized Naoya. Seeing the father and son apologize, Kagenori sighed. At least these two are close, thought Kagenori, and mentally smiled at the scene, wanting to have a similar relationship with his own son as well. It's good that you two are close, but Naoya, you need to understand the Zenin way. You are currently higher ranked than Naobito. A higher ranked person has the right to discipline a lower ranked one when they are out of line. And Naobito was out of line, said Kagenori. Father is right. Just being strong ain't enough. If people don't understand your authority, all the strength is in vain. Strength and authority go hand in hand. Always keep that in mind, added Naobito. Naoya nodded understandingly. He was a kind person, and maybe because of that, his clansmen and other people were targeting him. Satoru, who was in a similar condition to him, was also once a target of constant assassination attempts, but he actively made sure to make others realize how superior he was to them, and now he was rarely targeted. Maybe it's time to do what Toji Nii-sen taught me, thought Naoya. Here. This is what you asked for, said Naobito, and offered 2 sets of papers to Naoya. Naoya took them and went through the pages. The papers contained the information about all the active clan members and relatives currently in and out of the clan. The other contained the information about all the servants working for the clan. Okay. Let's start, stated Naoya and glanced towards Kagenori. Kagenori nodded and snapped his fingers. Immediately 5 bodyguard that were secretly trailing them emerged and bowed to the clan head. Call all the clan members and the servants here. Make sure none of them are left behind. Make sure to tell them that it is an order from me. You are free to rough up anyone who disobeys, ordered Kagenori. The 5 of them nodded and went away to follow their orders. Seeing that they were gone, Naoya made a hand seal and started chanting. Emerge from the darkness, deeper than night. Seal all paths and deny all return. Bind those who tread within, none may walk beyond. Expose the unseen, and map every living shadow. A curtain-like barrier started to descend from the sky surrounding the entire clan compound. Kagenori and Naobito looked at the curtain as it descended and were now prepared to see how things were going to unfold. As time passed, one by one, the people present in the clan began to arrive in the field. They knew that something important was going on, considering that the clan head called them. Not to mention the barrier that descended upon the entire clan compound just a few moments ago made them realize that the matter requires grave confidentiality as well. Naoya was looking at the gathered members intently. He was hoping to spot anyone acting suspiciously, but unfortunately, the people were acting normally. Within 15 minutes, all of them were gathered. Naoya went through the list provided by Naobito, and after he was convinced that everyone was gathered, he nodded and gave the list back to Naobito. The clansmen and the servants were kind of surprised seeing Naoya standing with the clan head and the acting clan head, but knowing his relationship with the two, they didn't ponder much about it, thinking that the kid was probably acting as an assistant or something. Kagenori stepped forward immediately, gathering the attention of everyone present there. All of them stared intently at the clan head, wondering what the man was about to say. As you all know, the Zenin clan is the most prestigious in the Jujutsu world. Not only are we the strongest, but we also have a lot of influence in the say of both the Jujutsu and the normal society, started Kagenori. The clansmen and servants nodded. Some of them were even filled with pride hearing those words. As the rule of the world goes, once a certain faction gets too strong, the weaker bugs surrounding it start to act up against it, not understanding their place. The Zenin clan is not unknown to such hardships. We have faced that for quite some time. From time to time, it is important to make these bugs realize why they are the bugs. At that, all the Zenin clan members got serious while the servants got worried. From the way things were progressing, they were expecting that they might be going to a war or something similar. However, things are a bit complicated, added Kagenori, causing a wave of confusion amongst the crowd. You see, it is easier to spot and kill bugs that are buzzing outside the body. What hurts the most and causes the most damage are the bugs that lie within the body and cause harm from the inside. The entire field turned silent at those words. None of them was stupid enough not to realize what Kagenori was trying to say. Even the Zenin clan members were as shocked as the servants at the revelation. Kagenori's gaze swept around the crowd, gauging everyone's reaction. I am expecting that all of you might have already guessed what I am saying, but I will be blunt as well, said Kagenori, and immediately his shadow expanded and shadowy arms emerged out of it, grasping the necks of each and every one of them. A cold chill went down their spine as an invisible pressure descended upon them. Just because I have been remaining quiet for quite a while doesn't give you the right to act as you please. You are nothing more than bugs to me, and let me make this clear for anyone who is the bug or is planning to be one in the future. The Zenin clan will not tolerate this kind of treachery, said Kagenori in a cold tone. The shadowy hands grasped tightened a bit, making some of them almost piss themselves. However, the hands retreated into the shadows without causing any physical harm to the crowd. Mentally, though, they were already quite bewildered. The warning was unexpected for them, which, combined with Kagenori's threat, was too much for them not to have their minds shaken. On that note, Naoya, being the one being directly harmed by these bugs, will now be taking over this mess, said Kagenori, making the Zenins shocked once again. The old man was actually giving such a responsibility to a kid, and that to Naobito's kid. It was as if saying that he was favoring the men to take over his seat in the future. This was not unnoticed by the other candidates, and OG immediately stepped up. Clan head. What? I believe that right now is not an appropriate time to go forward with this. In a few days, a lot of guests will be arriving at our estate because of my marriage. A major incident like this will surely ruin the clan's reputation. I promise you, after the marriage, I will personally handle all these bugs that dare look down on the clan, said Oji with determination. Kagenori eyed Oji with mild annoyance, but before he could say anything, Naoya stepped forward. Uncle Oji, called Naoya with a smile. Hearing the kind voice, Oji internally smirked, thinking that the kid was going to agree with the claim. Yes, Naoya. Don't war dash. Bang. Silence, said Naoya in a cold tone as gunshot resonated in the air. Naobito, Kagenori, and the rest of the clan blinked in shock, seeing the kid fire a gun at Oji's feet, barely missing him. Just so you know. I didn't miss that, said Naoya with the gun still pointed at Oji. A vein popped on Oji's forehead. Naoya, however, didn't bother with the man's anger and asked. Is your marriage more important than the security and the integrity of the clan? Asked Naoya in a cold tone. All of them heard the question and looked towards Oji. It indeed seemed like Oji was prioritizing his marriage over such an important issue. Oji felt their gazes as well and clenched his fists in anger. I am not worried about my marriage. Be within your limit, brat. I am worried about the image of the Zenin clan in front of the entire Jujutsu society, yelled Oji. What image are you trying to protect? The one where, despite knowing that there are some bugs within us, we still let them be. Important clan information is circulating out of the clan to the potential enemies, and you are asking us to wait. What happens when these bugs flee during the time that you are asking for the matter to be postponed? Are you willing to take on all the responsibility? Don't tell me that you are involved as well and were planning to do just that, and flee, asked Naoya in a cold tone and readied the gun to fire at the men once again. Realization dawned upon all of them, and everyone near Oji stepped away from the men. Some of the Zenins even prepared themselves to attack the men in question. Kagenori and Naobito looked at Naoya with surprised expressions. The kid had a great talent for cornering opponents. Oji now literally had no choice but to give in at this point. Oji knew that as well. If he acted on the suspicion rashly, it will only get worse. He didn't know whether there was a trap from the beginning, but he knew that he had walked into one that had no way out. I overlooked such an important detail, I apologize. Though let me make it clear. I am not involved in such a lowly act. I stake this on my name as a Zenin, said Oji, albeit a bit bitterly. Naoya slowly lowered his gun and snorted. I will be the judge of that. Anyone else who has issues with this arrangement, asked Naoya and looked at the crowd. None of them said anything. The kind boy they knew was looking quite dangerous to them all of a sudden. Good answer. Now let's get this over with. I won't take up much of everyone's time. I know that all of you are busy. How many of you don't know what a binding vow is? Asked Naoya. Hearing his question, almost all the servants and some of the lower-ranked clansmen looked confused. Quite a lot. Well, it's a lucky day for you. You all will be getting a live demonstration. Aren't you all lucky? Said Naoya with a smile and raised his hand. I will initiate a group binding vow now. I will be very detailed about it, so don't worry. All right. Cursed energy swelled up within him as he started dictating the vow. Binding vow, I vow to judge none present here unfairly. The ones who didn't sin will be left unharmed, while the ones who betrayed the clan will be judged as such. In exchange, all the people present here must answer truthfully whether they acted either directly or indirectly in giving away the information about the clan. From directly passing the information to the one trying harm the clan or clansman, or passing the information onto some middleman within or outside the clan, everything will be considered as indirect means. The means of passing information consider all possible means, speaking, writing, secret codes, cursed techniques, or any other special means known to the person in question. If anyone voids the vow, let the cursed energy within them burst their left eye. So was that detailed enough? I worked quite a lot on blocking any loopholes. Now don't be shy. One by one, when called, accept the binding vow by saying, I abide by the binding vow. You will have 5 seconds each to accept it. Anyone who doesn't do so within that time, well, this gun doesn't have an ammo limit. All of them blinked in surprise at the kid's words. Isn't this too much of a shift from the kind kid we knew, thought all of them present there. Naobito and Kagenori also felt the same, even though they were somewhat familiar with that side of Naoya. Don't worry. It won't hurt you if you haven't done anything wrong. My father and the clan head will show you by accepting the vow, said Naoya and looked towards the two of them. The two snapped out of their thoughts and raised their hands. I, Kagenori Zenin / Naobito Zenin, abide by the binding vow. I have not divulged any information to any party that can harm the clan either directly or indirectly. The cursed energy within them reacted to the vow and imaginary chains shackled around them, but none of them suffered any consequences. Now let's start. From the left side, one by one, do the same. Remember 5 seconds or bang, said Naoya, and looked at the men in the front, who was surprisingly Oji. Oji followed Kagenori's and Naobito's example and accepted the vow, and, similar to them, didn't face any consequences at all. Have I proven my innocence? Asked Oji and looked towards Naoya. Yup. Thanks for your cooperation. Now the one behind him, do the same, ordered Naoya. One by one, they contracted the binding vow until someone hesitated. Hesitation, not a good sign for your innocence, said Naoya and walked towards the men. The person in question was a Kokuru unit member. 1. Accept the vow, threatened Naoya. 2. The men gulped. He knew how binding vows worked and did not want to be the one to demonstrate to others how the consequences worked for them. What in the cases of divulging information to a fellow clansman for a grudge he has against someone in the clan? What about such a case? Asked the men. If that information reaches someone from outside the clan, and you had no idea about that, then the clan head will decide. Don't worry, I can heal your eye back perfectly through RCT, only after proper questioning though. Remember, you need to tell everything about this matter truthfully. Before each question, I will heal your eye. You lie. Pop, said Naoya with a smile. The man gritted his teeth, seeing that Naoya caught onto his farce. The Hay members who were in the clear were now behind Naoya, eyeing the men intently. I dash. What do you know? 5 seconds passed, said Naoya and fired a bullet at the man's foot. Screamed the man as blood spilt out of his foot. The onlookers looked surprised at how easily Naoya hurt the clansman, and that the gun was real as well. Naoya, however, was unbothered by the man's scream or the gazes, grabbed the man by the collar, before tossing him to the side. Stay there quietly and reflect on why it is important to follow orders. Next, ordered Naoya with a smile and looked at the next man. The people, still in shock, were not able to register what Naoya just said. 1. The moment Naoya started counting, the man snapped out of his thoughts and recited the vow and was proven innocent, making him sigh in relief. Good boy. Next. Just like that, the process continued, and within half an hour, nearly 24 people had their eyes popped or foot shot and were tossed to the side. That was the last one. Now then, let's deal with these, muttered Naoya as he finished with the binding vow ceremony. He then walked towards the injured bunch and formed a hand seal. Round deer. Senza heal them, asked Naoya as the deer looked towards the injured bunch and used RCT on them, healing them perfectly. Now then, since you are all good and healthy, let's have some question answers, said Naoya and picked the Kokuru member who questioned him earlier. Time to prove your innocence, big guy. Answer me truthfully, and you will be totally fine. Let's start with your question first. Did you knowingly give some sensitive information to a guy that can directly or indirectly connect you to someone from outside the clan? Asked Naoya. The men looked at Naoya hatefully, to which Naoya just smiled. No. Pop. The man's eye burst open, spilling blood and eye matter around. Naoya, who was closest to him, had some spilt on his as well, making the kid look a bit disgusted, and he wiped the blood off him. Don't lie so blatantly. Senzu, said Naoya as the deer healed the man once again. Whom did you give the information to? Asked Naoya. The men didn't answer this time. More than 10 seconds passed, but the men didn't answer. Such a loophole. Should have added a clause of having one finger exploding every 10 seconds. Oh well, not like we can't do that now. Naoya raised the gun and fired it, making the bullet cleanly tear through the man's finger. Why does it feel like he intentionally left that loophole, thought the onlookers, and Nobito silently shuddered in fear. Kagenori was shocked as well, though he felt some pride seeing Naoya's actions. Will you answer? Asked Naoya, making the man who was bleeding glare at him, when finally he was unable to take it anymore, as he lashed out and tried to attack Naoya. Before he could do that, though, wolf heads emerged out of Naoya's shadow and chomped off the man's legs, making him fall. Tell me when you are willing to talk. I will heal you after you give the information, said Naoya and walked towards the next candidate. The next man was already surprised by Naoya's actions. Naoya, however, simply smiled at him. Though to the men, Naoya's smile didn't seem reassuring at all. Chapter 40, Pathetic. Alright, you all are free to walk away. The clan head will deal with your verdict later, said Naoya as he let the ones who didn't give away the information to someone outside walk away. Naoya's initial display of mercilessly attacking them was enough to let most of them talk. The ones who had something to hide were a bit more reserved, but even amongst them, there were quite a few who started speaking after they saw Naoya take out a shotgun and a chainsaw from his shadow once he felt that the fear from his normal handgun was lowering. The new Shikigami was quite convenient in this department. He even insisted on letting him do the dirty work of injuring the bad people, but for this time, Naoya decided to do it on his own to send a message to everyone present in the clan. If they didn't like the kind and easygoing Naoya, then he was going to make sure that they wouldn't want the bad and merciless Naoya either. Naoya, I think it is enough for today, said Kagenori. Naoya looked at his grandfather with surprise, evident on his face, though to the onlooker, the kid only seemed horrifying because of all the blood stains on his white garments. The image that the Zenin clan had of Naoya was slowly crumbling. To them, he was probably the most un-Zenin person in the clan. He was strong, sure, but the kid was always kind to everyone in the clan, no matter their standing, but right now, all that seemed like an illusion. Firing bullets through fellow clansmen without hesitation, making their eyes pop again and again by healing them repeatedly till they spoke the truth, and even almost using a chainsaw on one of them. It almost seemed like he was venting. Grandpa, just give me some more time, and they will speak, pleaded Naoya. Kagenori didn't speak, just stared at his grandson. Naoya's fist clenched in frustration, understanding what his grandfather meant. I understand, clan head, muttered Naoya, a bit disappointed. Kagenori sighed. He knew that his grandson was trying to appear as someone who could not be easily messed with, but the method he was using was not correct. I will need to teach him later, thought Kagenori, and walked towards Naoya, and patted his head. You did well. You singled out the traitors of the clan. Leave the rest to us. We will take it from here, said the old man reassuringly. Naoya nodded and sent his weapons back into his shadows. Can I ask one last question to them? Asked Naoya. Go ahead, replied Kagenori. Who among you all gave away the information about yesterday's mission? Asked Naoya. The injured clansmen stared at Naoya, and soon, realization dawned upon them. The rest of the clansmen also started to realize what Naoya was trying to say. Wait a minute, did something happen during yesterday's mission? Asked Mako and turned towards Haruto. I didn't encounter anything strange, by your tone, you didn't either. So my guess is, said Haruto and looked at Naoya. The rest of the Hei members put two and two together and realized what Naoya was implying. Assassination attempt, murmured Ranta. The silence made that murmur seem like an announcement, and in an instant, the entire crowd started buzzing. Assassination attempt on Naoya-sama. During a mission. Someone tipped off the assassins. That's why he is acting like this today. The servants started buzzing. They were the ones who were most distant from this kind of work, and to them an assassination attempt on someone seemed like a taboo, and that too on a little kid. The clansmen, though, had different thoughts. All this ruckus just because of an assassination attempt. Is this kid for real? Just because the clan head is favoring him a little. Pathetic, stated Oji, clearly making the entire crowd silent and focus on him. Ranta and a few who sympathized with Naoya looked at him with shock, but apart from that, the rest of the Zenin had the same thought as Oji. None of them voiced it, but the expressions they had spoke volumes. The servants looked surprised at their employer's reaction, but then they realized what sort of place they worked in. The place was filled with these cold-blooded people who chew out people with even a tiniest bit of empathy within them. And right now, Naoya, the young boy, was on the receiving end of that treatment. Nabito frowned at Oji's words but didn't voice his complaints. Naoya knows better what sort of place the Zenin clan was. Showing even a moment of weakness was enough to have these hyenas gang up on that. Kagenori glanced at the crowd and noticed the gazes of most of the clansmen on his grandson. If he wanted, he could easily curb these, and frankly, he was planning to do so. But Naoya suddenly spoke. Pathetic, huh, I guess it truly is pathetic. Muttered Naoya as his face lowered. Oji snorted at the response. To be so weak and spineless against a kid that not only do you need to tip off assassins but even sabotage jujutsu missions and betray the clan, such a pathetic display, said Naoya and glanced at the clansmen he had beaten earlier. He then looked towards the remaining clansmen who were looking at him with their cold looks and glared back at them. To berate a clansman, much less a kid, to stand up against the traitors who try to sabotage our clan and clansmen by selling important clan secrets, truly pathetic, said Naoya and specifically glared at Oji. Oji's and everyone's expression shifted, all of a sudden, they were the ones who were getting blamed. Naoya took a step forward. To be so stuck up in clan politics and self-benefit, to not even look at the big picture, and being so brain-dead that when someone even tries to fix those mistakes, you make them feel bad for doing the same, so pathetic. The entire field was silent. Not even the sound of breathing was heard. The entire crowd stood in shock. The brat that was being scorned by the majority of the clan had suddenly turned the tables on them and had even insulted them openly in front of everyone. They were unable to register it for a while. You brat, yelled Oji in anger, and that made all of them snap out of their shocks. Is this how you speak to your elders? What did you just call us? The crowd started to rage. One of the Zenin elders yelled, and soon the other elders joined in. Oji and Junichi cursed Naoya as well. The remaining people remained silent. Although still a kid, Naoya was higher ranked than they were. Naoya looked at the crowd and snorted, making the angry mob turn silent once again at that disrespectful action. Calling themselves the clan elders, working for the betterment of the clan, overlooking all the important clan affairs, yet overlooking these bugs working right beside and under you. Maybe you pathetic bunch should retire. You all are getting senile, said Naoya. The clan elders gritted their teeth, they couldn't retort to what Naoya said. Naoya then turned towards the other two barking dogs, Oji and Junichi. And you too, the oh-so-great special grade one of the clan, called Naoya, making the two stop. To think these are the leading candidates for the position of the clan head just because they're stronger than others in the clan, well, with how self-centered and dumb you two are becoming, the clan head is too out of reach for you two, so pathetic, finished Naoya with a smirk. The crowd gasped at that. The last insult was too much. And it seemed like the ones who were insulted felt the same. Without wasting even a second, Oji and Junichi flared their cursed techniques. I will kill you today, said Junichi coldly, with cursed energy already gathered around his fists, ready to activate his curse technique. You should have been within your limits, muttered Oji coldly and unsheathed his katana as flames surrounded the blade. Stop it, you two, yelled Kagenori, trying to defuse the situation. He wanted to see how the situation would unfold, but it seemed like his clan really was filled with a pathetic bunch. The two sorcerers, though, didn't heed the old man's warning and launched towards Naoya. Seeing the two approaching, Kagenori activated his technique, but before they could even take a single step more, Naoya was already in front of them with a cold expression and cursed energy starting to gather around his fists. With his projection sorcery active, he was way too fast for anyone within the clan to follow. Enough playing the good guy, muttered Naoya coldly and punched the two in the chest. Black flash. Boom. The cursed energy around his fists glowed black, and an instant later, the two special grade 1 sorcerers were sent flying through the crowd, making some of the other clansmen get caught up in the attack as well. Oji and Junichi, who received the full brunt of Naoya's already insane strength, amplified by the cursed energy reinforcement, which was further amplified by the black flash, were blasted through multiple walls of the clan and already had most of their ribs shattered. The people in the crowd who were safe from Naoya's attack looked at the scene with shock. A kid just a decade old sent two special grade 1 sorcerers flying with just a single punch. Naoya, though, was not focused on the two who were sent flying and was instead looking at his fists. So that was the black flash, let's do some practice and see if I can land any more of them, muttered Naoya, and started walking towards the two whom he just sent flying. Naoya, that's Ino dash, called Nabito. I challenge the Hei members who are above me for their position, replied Naoya and cut off his father's words. Nabito was speechless at that declaration. Naoya was openly defying him now. Naoya looked back at his father. He knew that he was more worried about the clan politics, but to see him remain silent when almost the entire clan was trying to berate him for acting up against his potential killers still hurt him. He started at Nabito for a while, his gaze turning colder by each passing second before looking away from him and focusing his gaze on Chojuro. You are the one ranked above me, Chojuro-san, what do you say? Will you stand in my way? Asked Naoya coldly. I forfeit Naoya-sama, said Chojuro calmly and bowed to Naoya. It seems like it is time to switch sides. Thought Chojuro and decided to follow Naoya instead of Nabito. Then next is Junichi, followed by Oji, muttered Naoya and started walking towards the two. But suddenly a hand dropped on his head. Not aggressively, but gently. Naoya stopped and glared at the person who tried to stop him, only to notice it was Kagenori. I don't think I am breaking any clan rules right now. I formally challenged the Hei members for their position. It was also those two who tried to attack me first. I attacked back in self-defense, said Naoya calmly, trying not to be disrespectful to him. Kagenori suddenly bent down and enveloped Naoya in a hug. I am sorry for being so incompetent that you need to go this far, muttered the old man in a slightly trembling voice. This made Naoya widen his eyes in surprise. The truly pathetic one is me, I should have managed the clan better. You did well, Naoya, added Kagenori. Naoya's eyes trembled a bit. He was angry, so much so that he wanted to beat all the people who were glaring at him earlier. For the entire time he stayed in the clan, he never even once did anyone wrong, talked politely to them, tried to help and contribute in any way he could. Yet despite that, they were blaming him for trying to act against the ones who were trying to kill him. He was starting to believe that Toji was right and the Zenin clan actually shouldn't exist. He knew that not everyone at the clan was at fault, and killing everyone was wrong, but he could still kill the two who tried to kill him just now. Yet, now his grandfather's words were making him waver. Let me go. I have a duel I need to finish, muttered Naoya calmly. But Kagenori's hug only tightened at those words. Kagenori knew what Naoya was feeling. Amongst everyone in the clan, he was the one who knew best what that feeling was. But because of that, he also knew that what Naoya was planning to do was not the right answer either. Let me go. Asked Naoya again. I understand how you are feeling, Naoya. I actually do. Clan head, let me go, or I will kill every single person in the clan, said Naoya. He could easily break free if he wanted, but he didn't have the heart to push the old man away. I will fix everything, muttered Kagenori. Naoya made a hand sign. Zankyo. The Shikigami emerged out of Naoya's shadow and waited for the order. Domain, muttered Naoya, and the Shikigami nodded. Domain expansion, grave of the unsung soldier. Immediately, all the residents of the Zenin clan who were gathered there, along with the injured Junichi and Oji, who were slowly walking back towards the Naoya to fight back, were transported inside Zankyo's domain. Those who understood what was happening and could counteract immediately deployed their anti-domain techniques. Naoya glanced at all the Zenin clansmen who had their anti-domain technique activated and snorted. His gaze then moved to Kagenori, who was still hugging him without his domain or anti-domain active. Not going to cancel the sure hit effect of the domain. Not like it will work with what I am going to do. Zankyo, deploy a miniature little boy. Cursed energy gathered in the sky as a meter-long nuclear bomb appeared in the air. Let's see if they can remain intact after taking on an attack from the pathetic little me, muttered Naoya and chuckled to himself. Kagenori was the only one who heard what Naoya was speaking, and he sure knew well what little boy could mean. He had seen the power of the real one with his own eyes. A miniature version would still pack more than enough power to decimate everything and everyone within the clan. Do you really want to do this? Asked Kagenori. Why, getting cold feet now. If you want, you could strangle my neck right here, right now. I am in range, replied Naoya and laughed. Kagenori loosened the hug and moved his face away to look at his grandson. And just as he guessed, the boy already had tears in his eyes. I will say this again. I will fix everything. You don't need to push yourself. I might have been late to act as your grandfather and have started to act like one just recently, but I promise you, I won't be one you will ever be ashamed to have as your grandfather. So, can I ask you, will you let me take on this burden, Naoya? Naoya stared at the old man who was smiling warmly at him, and slowly, tears started to fall from his eyes. So much dust, muttered Naoya and wiped the tears as the bomb slowly disintegrated back into cursed energy. Kagenori smiled at Naoya and patted his head. So much dust, muttered the old man as the domain crumbled and vanished. Chapter 41, Clan's Cracks. Later that same day. After nearly getting nuked by a 10-year-old, Kagenori let all except the guilty go back. The guilty ones who still had some confessing to do were taken in by Kagenori's bodyguards and were taken somewhere for further questioning. Now the only ones standing in the field were Kagenori and Naobito. Naoya was sent back to his room to rest and reflect on his actions. The father and son remained silent. Naobito kept glancing at Kagenori, wanting to guess what the old man might be thinking. The situation was already quite complex from his standpoint, and Naoya's earlier stunt only made it more complicated. He won't be surprised if every clansman now views him as an enemy. He was worried about how this would affect his standing, but the thing that preoccupied his already worried mind was the gaze that Naoya looked at him with at the end. What was that look? Thought Naobito. He had seen Naoya from quite a young age and had seen various expressions on the kid as well, but the one he saw today was a first for him. But the expression wasn't one he didn't know. The expression he had was one Naobito had seen before. Not recently, but quite a while back. He looked like how big brother Nataka looked at father with that expression, thought Naobito and looked at Kagenori. Naobito. Hearing his name being called out made Naobito snap out of a trance. Yes, clan head. Call the elders, the administrative folk, and the Hei members except Naoya, of course. We are going to have a clan meeting, said Kagenori in a calm tone. Oji and Junichi should still be inj-. Are my orders unclear? Asked the old man coldly and gave a side glance to his son. I will call them immediately, replied Naobito hurriedly as a shiver went down his spine. He could tell. Kagenori was angry. Without speaking another word, Kagenori started walking away but halted midway. Naobito, called the old man once again. Yes, clan head. I know that I have no right to say this, but still, I guess I need to say it to you. Naoya doesn't have a mother. Don't make him feel like he doesn't have a father as well. He might be strong, but he is still a kid, said Kagenori and walked away. Naobito stood still as his eyes widened a bit. Naoya, who was supposed to be in his room, descended into his shadow and, silently, without informing anyone in the clan, got out of the estate. After what happened, he didn't want to stay in the clan for a while. I caused quite a big scene back there. We'll need to keep a low profile for a while. Where to go now? Muttered Naoya and walked aimlessly around the town. He first thought of going over to his friend's house, but swiftly dropped that idea. Satoru was out of the question, considering that going to the Gojo clan after the mess he caused might aggravate his clan even more. Izumi would be busy helping his family in the bakery. Misaki's family was going through something, and going there unannounced might be bad. There were other friends from his class as well, but they were not that close for him to drop by their home. While pondering, a voice suddenly called out to him. Naoya-kun. Naoya snapped out of the trance, and his gaze moved towards the person who called him. Miyuki Ne-chan. Hello, greeted Naoya, recognizing the lady who called him. Hello, what are you doing here with such a long face? Something wrong? Asked Miyuki worriedly. She crouched down to Naoya's level and checked him for any injuries. Seeing the older sister worry so much about him, Naoya strangely felt happy and chuckled. It's all right, Ne-chan. I am totally fine. I was wait, this ring. Said Naoya, but stopped mid-sentence when he saw a ring on Miyuki's hand. Oh, this, said Miyuki as a beaming smile appeared on her face. Toji proposed, answered Miyuki with an ecstatic expression on her face. Really? Nisan. Really? I didn't know he had it in him. He went totally on one knee and asked me to marry him. Seeing her so happy, Naoya held back his question of whether Toji was sober while doing that. To him, it seemed quite unexpected. Congratulations, Ne-chan. Hee, thank you. Please take care of me in the future, my little brother-in-law, said Miyuki jokingly. Omo. Don't worry. I will do my best. If you want me to beat the crap out of Nii-san. Just tell me to do so, replied Naoya assuringly. At that, Miyuki grabbed Naoya by the cheek and pulled it. Now, that's my fiancé you are talking about. And would you really take my side over his? Asked Miyuki. Knowing Nii-san, most probably it will be his fault, replied Naoya with confidence. Haha. Don't be too doubtful of him. He has changed a lot. He even cleans the house and does laundry now. He is becoming too attractive to handle. Said Miyuki while she muttered the last part to himself as a faint blush adorned her cheeks. Sadly for her, Naoya's senses caught on to what she said at the end, making Naoya look at her with a deadpan look on his face. Hey, anyway, what happened? What are you doing here all alone? Asked Miyuki, snapping out of her thoughts. I was just walking around. You know, trying to clear my thoughts or something, said Naoya with a soft smile, not wanting to worry his would-be sister-in-law. Miyuki stared at Naoya. He was acting shady like Toji did from time to time. She knew something was going on, but couldn't prove it. If he were anything like Toji, he was not going to answer her anyway. What to do? Oh. Got it. Naoya-kun. Are you free right now? Asked Miyuki with a smile. Naoya narrowed his eyes. He could sense that something was going through the lady's head, but didn't know what. Yes. Good. Then would you please help me with shopping for groceries and carry them back home? Asked Miyuki. I can, replied Naoya, deciding to go with the flow for now. Great. Let's go. I will make a feast today. I wanted to celebrate my engagement with someone, cheered Miyuki and grabbed Naoya's hands with gratitude and shook him violently. Affected by the momentum, Naoya was pulled into excitement as well. For a moment, the thoughts that were clouding him earlier vanished. Back at the Zenin estate, clan meeting hall. Kagenori and the rest of the Zenin higher-ups were gathered in the hall. Some were fine, some were injured by Naoya earlier. The ones with the worst injuries were Oji and Junichi, who were in the middle of treatment, but were called because of Kagenori's order. Kagenori, sitting at the center of the entire group, glanced around. There was an odd silence amongst the group. Mako. Yes, clan head. Fix them, ordered Kagenori and pointed towards the injured members of the meeting. Yes, replied Mako and activated his technique. Oji and Junichi immediately used the reversed cursed energy to heal themselves, which was soon followed by the elders. Once they were healed, Mako and the others sat straight and waited for Kagenori to speak. First order of business. A major cleanup of the clan will be done. Juro, Kaito, Taichi. You three will deal with those who, the traitors of the clan, are giving information to. Understood, replied the three of them and gave a bow to Kagenori. Second order of business, every personnel dealing with the sensitive information regarding the clan affairs, dealings, politics, etc. will need to undergo very stringent binding vows. Chojuro, you will be the in charge of coming up with the conditions of the vow. Make it so that no one in the future even thinks to mess with the Zenin clan. I will do so, clan head. Might I ask you to add Naoya-sama to this as well? He came up with a wonderful binding vow today, asked Chojuro with a smile. The way Chojuro called Naoya respectfully was not missed by anyone. All of them eyed the strange man and understood that the political power was shifting once again. Ask him if he is interested in helping the clan. With how everyone acted against him today, I hardly believe that he would be very willing to help the clan, said Kagenori and glared at Oji and Junichi specifically. The elders and most of the Hei members clenched their fists in anger. On that note, the next order of business, Naoya is being promoted to Hei rank 1 effective immediately. The moment he said that, everyone in the room was shocked. Chojuro was expecting him to be ranked higher than him since he surrendered earlier, but he was ranked 1. That was going to cause quite a stir. Clan head, I cannot accept this, complained Junichi. Me too. What is the meaning of this? There is a procedure for how these things happen, added Oji. The remaining people turned towards Nobito, waiting for his response, since he was being outranked by someone, too. But Nobito didn't react at all. He was simply silent, observing everything, and maybe lost in thoughts as well. Procedure for these things, like how you two charged at him without any warning, without any hesitation, with the intent to kill, asked Kagenori. This silenced the two complainers. They indeed jumped on a Hei member while he was doing his duty. Naoya asked for an official duel earlier, after you both were subdued quite easily by him. Considering how badly you two lost and that he could have annihilated you two, along with the entirety of the Zenin clan, today, I have decided to assign rank 1 to him. All of them were silent. They didn't know that Naoya nearly dropped a nuclear bomb on them, so hearing Kagenori boast about the kid so much and even unilaterally giving him rank 1 made them angry. Clan head, are you doing favoritism here? Asked Oji. Every member present in the hall looked at Oji with shock. They never expected him to be so direct to Kagenori. I am, replied Kagenori nonchalantly. This made all of them even more shocked. The clan head openly claims to be showing favoritism. That's unfair for the rest of us. What do you think will this set a sentiment for the rest of the clansmen? Asked Oji. Unfair? My favoritism? No. That's not unfair. What's unfair is the clan not supporting a fellow clansman to clean up the traitors of the clan. What's unfair is that the experienced clansmen, instead of guiding the younger generation and protecting them, are trying to kill off these younglings, even directly jumping on the kids to kill them, said Kagenori. That's the way of the Zenin clan, clan head. The strong survive while the weak stay put or perish if they act up. Going after fellow clansmen in such a manner as to humiliate them in front of everyone while trying to hide behind you. That sets a bad image for the clan. Not to mention Naoya, while being a lower-ranked Hei member, dared to disrespect not only the higher-ranked members but also the elders of the clan. That calls for disciplinary action, replied Oji. Going by that logic, should I kill you since you are being disrespectful to me right now? Asked Kagenori as shadows erupted out of him and aimed towards Oji. I was only pointing out what was right for the clan, replied Oji. So did Naoya, replied Kagenori. A vein popped on Oji's forehead. Tell me, what did the kid say that was wrong? Everyone here. Feel free to enlighten me, said Kagenori and retracted his shadows. The hall turned silent. They tried to recall what Naoya said back in the field, but none of them could find words that were actually wrong. He insulted and hurt their pride, sure, but factually speaking, his words were not wrong. That's the Zenin clan's way. I have been hearing these words for quite a long time. Ever since I was young, even. When the Zenin clan first came into existence, it didn't have the Zenin clan's way. Back then, the sorcerers gathered together to form a clan to fight back against the curses that were causing havoc in Japan. Being alone, even while being strong, often resulted in death. That helplessness led to sorcerers banding together and forming a clan, started Kagenori. As time passed by, the Zenin clan gained a proper footing and stability. Some more time passed, and our clan became famous. Some more time passed, and our clan was recognized for the exceptional sorcerers we used to produce. That didn't sit well with other famous clans and that led to rivalry amongst the sorcerer clans all around Japan. Somewhere since then, this Zenin clan's way came into existence. Being cold to the weak since they tarnished the reputation of the clan in front of the other clans. Being ruthless to the enemies was a necessity, but soon that transformed into the Zenin nature, so much so that even fellow clansmen began scorning one another and seeing each other as adversaries. We slowly turned into a clan only in name. No comradeship with one another. The only reason the clan still exists is that we are not yet to the point of killing one another for our own benefit, or arrogance, or any godforsaken reason, but I guess only I was just deluding myself, said Kagenori. The ways of a clan might change in times of need and war. I won't deny that I myself have not caused such atrocities. But just because me, you, or our ancestors have walked on a wrong path, doesn't mean the next generation needs to do the same as well. A clan, after all, is not a place where even clansmen, much less kids, live in constant fear of getting killed by the ones with whom they live, said Kagenori in a deep voice. The hall was silent. Some gave Kagenori's words a deep thought, some dismissed them altogether. Kagenori knew that would be the case as well. After all, he could not ask people to change their way of life just because he gave a speech. Change takes time after all. We all are the leading figures of the clan. It is our job to keep the clan's esteem high and the clansmen safe. Today might be marked in the clan's history as a shame, but how we change the clan from this point on will be what the future generation of the clan will remember us by. Go on, give this a thought. Meeting dismissed. Oji, don't fret too much. Your marriage is on the weekend. Focus on that for now, said Kagenori and stood up before walking out of the room. The rest of them remained seated for a while before, one by one, they too started to walk out as well. Chapter 42, so much for not getting Nei-chan involved. Back to Naoya. After Miyuki and Naoya were done with their shopping, where even Naoya contributed a bit since he felt bad seeing Miyuki buy extra food to take care of Naoya's appetite. She saw him eat back at the ramen shop, and judging by that, she would need quite a few ingredients to satisfy her little brother-in-law. Knowing that Naoya decided to pay for his portion of the ingredient but being the responsible adult she was, Miyuki vehemently refused. Truly a wonder, how such a wonderful lady got entangled with Toji. Still, Naoya was stubborn as well and eventually won by using the legendary, "Look, a UFO is flying there," technique to distract the gullible sister and pay before she could do anything. By the time she realized that she had been bamboozled, it was already too late. She complained a lot and tried to pay him back, but Naoya refused to take the money. She was already being nice to make food for him. He didn't want to be more of a burden to her. The two of them continued to bicker on their way back, both slightly enjoying the pointless banter as well. Miyuki looked at the little kid carrying more than double the amount of stuff as her and wondered if everyone from Toji's family was a monster. Still, she felt glad that Naoya was finally not mulling over thoughts that she felt were sad. She slowly placed her hand on Naoya's head and ruffled his hair. "Since you are refusing to take back your money, I will put in double the effort to make today's feast. It will be the best food you will ever have," said Miyuki with a smile. Naoya looked at his older sister, who was smiling warmly at him. Somehow, he felt that her smile was infectious, and a second later, he too was smiling. The two soon reached her apartment complex. Once they climbed the stairs and Miyuki opened the door to her apartment, a pair of arms appeared for a moment before they moved towards Miyuki. Without wasting even a second, Naoya dropped the groceries and pulled Miyuki away from the danger that came out of nowhere. His shadow darkened, and the wolves were about to emerge and tear through the enemies. "Get away from me, oh, it's you. What the F***ck are you doing here?" asked Toji as he almost pulled out the gun he had hidden behind him. "It was just you. Don't surprise me like that, Nii-san," replied Naoya and sighed in relief. He thought they were under attack from someone after his life. Miyuki, who was still behind Naoya, blinked in surprise. She was not even able to register what just happened. A moment ago, she was opening the door, and saw a pair of arms, and a moment later, she was standing behind Naoya, who seemed to be standing in front of her protectively. Wait. What happened just now?" asked Miyuki. Toji looked at her with a confused look and replied. "I heard your voice, so I opened the door," said the older Zenin. The lie came way too naturally. "What the hell do you mean by that? I was the one who opened the door. I was just standing there a second ago." "You sure, Miyuki? You were behind the brat all along." "Are you tired?" asked Toji worriedly. Naoya blinked in surprise. How the hell is this man lying without any shift in expression? Huh? No, I wasn't. Was I? Naoya-kun. You tell me, asked Miyuki and turned towards the kid. Toji looked at Naoya as well, but signaled a death threat to him. Naoya didn't need to be told twice and looked towards Miyuki. You were there from the start. You were stopped all of a sudden when Nisan opened the door. Maybe you got lightheaded because of the sun. Rest up for a bit, said Naoya. Miyuki looked a bit surprised. Was she really that lightheaded? She pondered for a bit longer before she accepted the boy's words, successfully getting gaslight by the two of them. Toji took the groceries from Miyuki and led her inside to rest. Naoya soon followed, and as the older Zenin closed the door behind them. Once inside, Miyuki lay down to rest a bit. Toji placed a glass of water for her before going away to put away the groceries, and pulled Naoya by the collar alongside him. What the hell are you doing here, you brat? Asked Toji. Hello, replied Naoya and waved at Toji. The older Zenin glared at Naoya before dropping him on the floor. Landing perfectly on his feet, Naoya helped Toji place the groceries. Pretty mean of you to lie to Nei-chan back there. On that note, congratulations on the engagement, muttered Naoya. Thank you. It's better for her if she doesn't know about this stuff, replied Toji. Then, why did you act like that in front of the door? Almost got her involved. Your fault, brat. I smelled someone with blood and gunpowder on them near her. Almost gave me a heart attack. Why the hell are you smelling like blood and gunpowder? Naoya's eyes widened in surprise. He knew that Toji's heavenly restrictions enhanced his senses, but to think that he could even smell blood on him after he changed his clothes. Stuff happened back home, replied Naoya. And? What's that supposed to tell me? Speak clearly. Forget it, said Naoya and continued to place the groceries on the counter for Toji to keep them in place. Toji looked at the kid for a bit, deciding if he should knock some sense into the disrespectful brat, but held back, seeing that the kid was not in the mood. The two Zenins slowly worked in silence without uttering even a word. Miyuki, who was resting, looked at the two brothers and wanted to smack Toji for making all the progress she made with Naoya go down the drain. Once Naoya was done placing all the groceries on the counter, he walked back to the living room and sat down. Thank you for the help, Naoya-kun. You should be thirsty, right? Toji. Get something for him to drink, said Miyuki. Glass there, tap there. Drink water, ordered Toji and kept working with the groceries. Naoya snorted at the overconsiderate hospitality. Miyuki popped a vein seeing Toji act like that after she boasted about him to Naoya earlier. You want more water, Nei-chan? Asked Naoya and picked up her glass from the table. Eh? Ah, okay. Thank you, Naoya-kun, replied Miyuki with a helpless smile. Naoya nodded, brought water for both of them, and sat back. Once Toji finished placing the groceries, he came back and sat down beside Miyuki, who punched Toji the moment he sat near her. Toji felt a slight itch and scratched the spot where he was hit, making the lady even more pissed at the tactless man. So, what are you doing here? Any reason? Asked Toji. Don't be rude. He is a guest. I invited him, scolded Miyuki and sat straight as well. Naoya was seriously wondering if this man had the tact to propose. Whatever, not my place to question their relationship, thought Naoya. Guest. What for? I called him over to celebrate our engagement. I promised to make a feast for him, declared Miyuki. Toji looked at Miyuki with a deadpan expression. He needed to warn her more about Naoya and his family background. If a random Zenin bastard were to get a whiff of their place, then it would be bad. Are you so free that you follow her? Asked Toji and turned towards Naoya. Sorry for the random intrusion. She told me she wanted to celebrate. I would leave if you want me to, replied Naoya with a smile. Honestly, right now, his situation was probably as bad as Toji's, and he wouldn't be surprised if some of the more zealous people from the clan came after him. He felt happy when Miyuki invited him over warmly, but he would be sad if she were to face danger because of him. Naoya started to stand up when suddenly the table and the floor shook. Both Toji and Naoya looked up and saw Miyuki, with bangs covering her eyes. Both could feel a very distinct feeling of intimidation from her. You both hateful bastards. You sit. You shut up, ordered Miyuki. Naoya didn't waste a second and sat back down. Toji followed suit and covered his mouth with his hand. I called him over. You have a problem. Toji shook his head obediently. You need to go somewhere? Naoya shook his head vigorously. Good. Now sit tight and wait. Toji. Entertain him. One more hateful comment and you are sleeping out for a week. Both the Zenin men nodded without complaints, making Miyuki give them one last glare before walking away to the kitchen. That was something, muttered Naoya. Yes. Ain't she hot? Muttered Toji. Naoya looked at his brother and wondered if he heard him correctly. Soon, Toji brought a deck of cards to pass the time with Naoya while Miyuki started cooking. Soon, the smell of food started to waft out of the kitchen and reached Naoya, making the kid excited. He had not eaten anything since morning, which for him was too much of a sacrifice. Miyuki's soft humming came also soothed the atmosphere, making him feel even more relaxed. Here. Show me your cards, yelled Toji. If only he weren't here, thought Naoya, feeling annoyed by the brute. To him, Toji seemed like a black spot on an otherwise beautiful white blank canvas, disturbing his calm with his constant complaining. Here. I win, said Naoya and showed his cards and raked in his winnings. Damn it. How the hell do you keep winning? You cheating? Asked Toji, annoyed. He proposed they play for money, thinking that it would make things more interesting. But to his annoyance, Naoya kept winning. He suspected him of cheating, but Naoya wasn't able to prove it. Naoya wasn't cheating at all. His luck was just too good while Toji's was bad. Suddenly, both his and Toji's senses perked up. Toji stopped his complaints and looked around before his gaze landed on Naoya. Naoya caught his gaze and noticed Toji gesturing towards Miyuki. Naoya gave him the okay, making the older Zenin stand up and walk towards the door. Miyuki, I am going to get something to drink. Want something? Asked Toji and put on his shoes. At this hour? Dinner is almost done. Just felt like it. Want to cool my head off after losing so much, replied Toji. Then get a bottle of cola. Naoya-kun, you are fine with that, right? Yes. Here, Nii-san. After losing that much, you won't have much money, right? Take this, said Naoya and threw something towards Toji. What the hell are you talking about? I have N.O. Thanks. I was short. Toji was about to complain, thinking that the brat was making fun of him for being broke, but seeing a gun with a silencer being thrown at him made him stop and accept the weapon with gratitude. Toji pocketed the gun and walked out to deal with the trouble. Naoya wondered who the people who were gathering outside were, and was hoping that they were not here trying to find him. Fortunately or unfortunately, the trouble wasn't there because of Naoya but because of Toji. Because of his dealings with the shady side of society, many were dissatisfied with him and had a grudge against him. Similar episodes had happened in the past, and today was one such episode as well. The only change was that now they somehow had found where he lived. Am I getting dull? Thought Toji and punched yet another bastard who tried to kill him. These were regular people, something not even worth it for him to use his gun on. The group was unalived quite easily by him, and after he made sure that no one else was nearby, he vomited a cursed spirit out of him and stored the dead bodies inside. After storing the spirit back and hiding the traces of the fight, Toji walked away to get the cola like he was told. A few minutes later, two people arrived on bicycles. I told you to have the tank filled. Because of you, we are late. The others will yell at us now, yelled the one at the back. Would you shut up? Look around. We are here first. No one in sight, retorted the other one. They parked the bike and looked around, trying to find their friends, but didn't spot a single soul. Men, talk about being late. They don't know what punctuality is. Are we sure that we aren't just too late? The two stared at each other and blinked in surprise. The two remained silent for a while before each of them took out a dagger and headed towards Toji's and Misaki's apartment complex. Only one way to find if we are too late or not, said one of them and kicked open the flimsy door. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Hearing the door snap open, Miyuki, who was just finishing her dish, jumped up in surprise and came out with a knife and ladle in hand for self-defense. What happened? Who the hell are you two? Asked Miyuki with wariness and moved towards Naoya, trying to hide the kid behind her. The girl's still here. The man's not in sight, though. They got a kid as well. Well, let's get them first. If they don't have the men, then we've got hostages. If they do, well, the woman ein dash. Suddenly, Naoya's figure blurred into existence as he appeared above the two of them and gave a neck chop to both of them, knocking both of them out cold. Thud thud asterisk. So much for not getting Nachon involved, muttered Naoya in annoyance, wanting to smack Toji. Chapter 43, Fearless Miyuki. Need something to tie them. "Nei-chan, do you have chains or ropes that could be used?" asked Naoya. "Ah. Ropes. Wait. What ropes? What was that? Who are these people? What are you? How did you do that?" asked Miyuki in panic. The scene that she just witnessed was far too much for her to process. Some goons entered her house and were talking about something shady, and out of nowhere, Naoya somehow teleported near the two and knocked the two of them out cold. "Shall we restrain these two first?" asked Naoya with a helpless smile. Miyuki looked unconvinced at the question, but looking at the goons who broke into her home, she sighed and went to find something to tie these two up with. Naoya looked at the men and wondered what Toji did to piss them off, and why he let two of them escape. If he had gone out, then there was no way he would have let these two be free. Wait, these two didn't know whether Nii-san was here or not, meaning he didn't meet them when he went out. They must be part of another group or arrived later than the initial group, thought Naoya. Still, now how do I explain the situation to Miyuki Nei-chan? Just how long are you going to take to get cola? Thought Naoya and scratched his head in frustration. While he was contemplating, Miyuki came back with the ropes and tried to tie the men herself, but Naoya took them from her and decided to do so himself. Once tied and frisked for any weapons that the two might have, Naoya left the two of them by the entrance and looked towards Miyuki, who was sitting at the table and waiting for Naoya to finish up what he was doing. Naoya sighed and took a seat as well. The two remained silent, neither speaking up first. Miyuki had many questions in her mind, and she didn't know where to start. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, she spoke up. "Who are these people?" asked Miyuki. "I don't know. Judging by their words earlier, they had some business with Nii-san. Probably some grudges," replied Naoya. Hearing his answer, Miyuki covered her face with her palms and gave a deep sigh. "Just what is that idiot doing? Messing with these kinds of people," muttered Miyuki. "He is probably as bad as these guys," thought Naoya, but decided to keep his comment to himself. His brother was a killer and might have a lot of bad habits, but he was decent in his eyes. Naoya has seen quite a lot of trashy people in his life, and Toji, by comparison, was much better than they were. "And you? What are you? A ninja? A samurai? Or an alien from another planet that came to conquer Earth? A scion? Wait, is Toji a Saiyan as well?" asked Miyuki. "Why the fixation on scions?" thought Naoya. I am just strong because Nii-san taught me. I am no ninja, samurai." "Unfortunately, not a scion as well," replied Naoya, deciding not to divulge information about the Jujutsu Society to her. In the first place, it was Toji's responsibility to deal with those questions. "Don't give me that. I know something's up with you and Toji." "What is it? I deserve to know." "I almost got attacked." Yelled Miyuki. Suddenly, the front door opened. "I am back," said Toji and noticed the two bodies fallen on the entrance. His gaze immediately moved to check whether Miyuki was fine or not, and a sigh escaped once he saw her uninjured. The relief vanished in an instant when he noticed the pissed look on her face and the kid facepalming at his bad timing. "I forgot to buy milk," said Toji and tried to close the door. "Toji." "Yes." "Sit." "Yes, ma'am." The older Zenin got inside, closed the door, took off his sandals, stepped on the unconscious man and sat beside Naoya. "What's going on?" whispered Toji and asked Naoya. "You tell us." "They came to find you," replied Naoya. Smack. "What are you two whispering?" The two flinched from the sudden yell and looked at the woman who was seething in anger. "I will say this one, Toji. Come clean," warned Miyuki. Toji stared at his fiancée who was looking angry and serious. After contemplating for a while, he sighed and gestured for her to ask her questions. After Miyuki was done with her interrogation, she held her head. She was feeling that a migraine was coming. "So, you two are from a family of magicians," started Miyuki. "Sorcerers to be precise," corrected Naoya. "Naoya here is a sorcerer, but Toji was born with no magic ability and was thus exiled from the family," continued Miyuki. "Cursed energy," Naoya corrected again. "And this idiot decided that the only efficient way of earning money was murder," continued Miyuki. "Assassination," corrected Toji. "You don't get to correct me," yelled Miyuki. Toji looked hurt by the difference in treatment. Why does he not get to correct Miyuki while Naoya does? Anyway, these people come here today to deal with Toji. Probably. Why? Don't know. Probably got their contract or killed someone from their side or something, replied Toji with a shrug. Miyuki looked at Toji with a frown and wondered if he had a few screws loose. In my defense, I have stopped those activities for quite some time, said Toji. Really? Since when? Just now, asked Miyuki sarcastically. Since the day I asked you to marry me, replied Toji with a straight face. Miyuki blinked in surprise at the answer, and after a moment, once she finished registering, her face turned crimson from embarrassment. Naoya looked at Toji with astonishment. His brother somehow turned the interrogation into flirting, and it worked as well. Anyway. What are we supposed to do now? You killed some of their guys, right? Isn't this going to be bad? Won't more of them come after them? Asked Miyuki and tried to shift the topic. Don't worry about that, once they wake up, I will personally ask them where their location is and pay them a visit, replied Toji. Probably change your locations. The walls here are thin, so interrogating them will cause too much commotion. Look for an abandoned factory or building, suggested Naoya. True, maybe I should take them to the area I used to get jobs from. Are you sure? They may have friends and acquaintances there. Naoya pointed out. Miyuki looked at the duo of Zenin men planning to torture and kill people right in front of her and didn't know what to do. She was somehow entangled with some superpowered, super weird, and super shady people, and she was going to become family with them too. Are these things so normal for you? Even a kid like Naoya is not bothered by killing stuff, asked Miyuki. You get used to it if you are constantly being targets of assassinations, see curses and people kill other people, or encounter other horrible stuff that happens. Jujutsu sorcerers and the cases involving curses and sorcerers are kept away from the normal populace for a reason. The reality will be too gruesome for normal people. Sharing information about our side is also not allowed, so I will ask you to keep this to yourself, replied Naoya. Wait. Assassination attempts. On you. Quite common. So much so, I am planning to learn to sleep with one eye open. It is getting quite troublesome lately, replied Naoya. Miyuki looked at Naoya with shock. Despite being a kid, he was on the receiving end of such danger constantly. Why are they after you? You are just a kid. I ask the same thing as well, replied Naoya with a slightly sad tone. He is the clan's ticket to glory. Thus a big target for many in the jujutsu world. Better to nip the bud when it is young after all, replied Toji with a shrug. You don't get to say that. You told me you would do the same if you are ever short on cash, complained Naoya. Huh? Asked Miyuki with shock. She didn't believe Toji to be this bad. Oi. I only meant that as a joke, retorted Toji. Well, it didn't seem like one. Because of your threat last time, I have been constantly on edge, complained Naoya. The two Zenins glared at each other. Miyuki was questioning reality itself. Invisible monsters, magicians, government secrets, murderers and assassins. In just a single afternoon, she came across quite a lot of things she never even expected to encounter. Anyways, first things first, you two need to find a new place to stay. Toji Nii-san will be fine since he is strong, but I don't want Nei-chan to be in any danger. If today, instead of normal people, sorcerers had come and I was absent. Dealing with these scums can wait, reminded Naoya with seriousness. He might not have known Miyuki for a long time, but he was not going to just wait for such a kind person who welcomed him openly to be in danger. Miyuki blinked in surprise and started thinking. Naoya might be right about changing homes. You don't think I can protect Miyuki? Asked Toji in a slightly annoyed tone. I don't care if you can protect her or not. You won't be with her 24/7, and even if you are, if you were to get overwhelmed by numbers or if she is taken hostage or gets caught up in the middle of it. Not to mention, after knowing our reality, it is entirely up to her if she wants to associate with us anymore. We aren't exactly the safest people to be around, stated Naoya with a slightly dejected tone. At those words, reality struck both Toji and Miyuki. Toji looked at Miyuki with surprise. He didn't even consider if she would even be willing anymore to stay with her, knowing his truth. Miyuki looked surprised herself. She was so caught by the flood of information that she didn't consider what she would do going forward. She thought for a while and stood up and walked up to Naoya. You brat. Are you trying to get rid of your sister-in-law? Too bad. You won't be getting rid of me that easily, teased Miyuki with a smile. Toji and Naoya blinked in surprise, not expecting such a reaction from her. Are you really fine, Miyuki? Asked Toji. What? Want to get rid of me? Asked Miyuki with a glare. No. In fact, I beg you not to leave me. I will make sure that you are safe, sound, and satisfied, replied Toji. Good. And no more shady stuff. Do a normal, good people's job. I am the goodest of the good boys out there, said Toji with an innocent face. Miyuki and Naoya looked at him skeptically, making the older Zenin's lips twitch. Miyuki clapped her hands and stood up once again. Anyway, let's finish dinner first. Toji deals with the two of them. We need to pack stuff after that and start house hunting soon. Toji nodded and grabbed the two people who were at the door and took them away to store them somewhere else. While he was gone, Miyuki turned towards Naoya and asked. So you can do magic, right? Sorcery. Same. Show me a trick, asked Miyuki with slight excitement. Naoya blinked in confusion. This sister was probably quite fearless, not fazed by the information she just received. Naoya sighed and decided to entertain her for a while. Chapter 44, Nini. Time skip, 5 years. A few years passed by since Naoya encountered those goons at Miyuki's and Toji's place. Quite a lot has happened since then. Mainly, his personal progress has improved quite a lot, and he was officially given special grade status by the Jujutsu HQ. Name, Naoya Zenin. Title, Body Stealer, Possible Zenin Heir, Busiest Middle Schooler, Hey Rank 1, Special Grade Sorcerer, Big Brother, Little Uncle, Hey Captain. Curse Technique, 10 Shadows Technique, Active, / Projection Sorcery, Active. Cursed Energy, 43780/43780. STR, 508, plus 261. Dex, 515, plus 265. Vit, 544, plus 243. Int, 501, plus 240. Luck, 340, plus 200. Extra points, 0. Achievements. The stat increase was starting to slow down since grinding was getting difficult, but thanks to the occasional passive increases, he was getting stronger steadily. The milestone rewards were stacking up nicely as well. Have 5 stats reach 200, plus 10% potential increase. Have 2 stats reach 300, plus 10% potential increase. Have 3 stats reach 300, plus 10% potential increase. Have 4 stats reach 300, plus 10% potential increase. Have 5 stats reach 300, plus 10% potential increase. Have 1 stat reach 400, plus 10% potential increase. Have 2 stats reach 400, plus 10% potential increase. Have 3 stats reach 400, plus 10% potential increase. Have 4 stats reach 400, plus 10% potential increase. Have 1 stat reach 500, plus 10% potential increase. Have 2 stats reach 500, plus 10% potential increase. Have 3 stats reach 500, plus 10% potential increase. Have 4 stats reach 500, plus 10% potential increase. For particular stat bonuses, I will just club them together. He still gets the buff for each milestone, meaning for 300, 400, and 500, he gets the bonus one time for each. Increase STR to 300/400/500, plus 10% strength while fighting, plus 10% strength boost when using cursed energy reinforcement, plus 10% increased muscle quality, plus 10% defense penetration when fighting, minus 10% impact recoil, plus 10% increased bone quality. Increase DEX to 300/400/500, plus 10% mind-body coordination while using equipment, plus 10% strength boost while using equipment, plus 10% speed boost while using equipment, plus 10% movement flexibility, plus 10% increased precision, plus 10% increased senses. Increase VIT to 400/500, plus 10% resistance to poisons, diseases, status conditions, minus 10% damage from physical attacks, minus 10% damage from cursed energy attacks, plus 10% regenerative power, minus 10% food requirement to survive, plus 10% fatigue recovery rate. Increase INT to 300/400/500, plus 10% cursed energy amount, minus 10% cursed energy consumption, plus 10% cursed energy output, plus 10% cursed energy and cursed technique activation, plus 10% cursed energy recovery, plus 10% faster brain processing, minus 10% damage from mental attacks. Increase LUK to 200 to 300, plus 2% chance to increase all stats by 1, once a day, plus 2% chance to revive from death with recovery from the attack, plus 2% chance to avoid fatal injuries, plus 5% chance not to consume cursed energy for an attack, plus 5% chance to not lose a Shikigami upon Shikigami's death. Become a special grade sorcerer, plus 1000 cursed energy. Become the captain of the Hay Squad, plus 2 to all stats. The increased potential buffs were now stacked at 23, meaning a total of 230% potential increase. This translates to 79 frames per second theoretically, and trapping the foes for 3.3 seconds if they failed to match his frame movement. For the 10 Shadows technique, 2 new Shikigami were added to the roster, the Ox and the Tiger, and just like he had hypothesized, these Shikigami were truly strong. The Piercing Ox, it was just pure brute strength. In terms of physical might, the Ox was stronger than any Shikigami he had. That, combined with the hardening abilities that it got after receiving the potential increase, made it almost too broken. The only thing holding it back from being too broken was that the hardening could not be applied to the whole body at the same time, and that it was initially slow. Though once the Ox started charging, both its speed and power started increasing as well. The scary part was that there was no limit to how fast or how strong it could get. He just needs to keep running. Given such amazing power, the Ox was named suitably as well. Broly. The Funeral Tiger, this Shikigami looked like a simple white tiger, just a tad too big, with very sharp fangs and claws and bloodshot red eyes. The tiger was, in simple terms, an executioner. She can mark a target with cursed energy, and no matter how far away or under how many barriers the target is hiding, it won't escape the tiger's detection. The injuries caused by the tiger won't heal by natural healing or with medicines, even RCT becomes less effective on those wounds. Another terrifying ability that it gained was a 100% defense ignoring move, though it had a downside of causing self-damage if it misses, but the risk was worth it. There was another ability as well, though Naoya was not too keen on using that ability anytime soon. If a Shikigami died, the tiger's overall powers increased. Useful, sure. Needed right now, no. The tiger was named Snow White because, for some weird reason, this executioner wanted a cutesy name. Apart from this, his projection sorcery was now more versatile. Now, instead of freezing his foes in frame, he could make them undergo forced movements when using his technique on them. This was useful in redirecting potential AoE attacks from opponents or making their limbs move in an unexpected direction, and causing them cause self-harm. Works well against foes with tougher defenses. Overall, the techniques were progressing nicely. Now, only one Shikigami was left to be exorcised, and even though he was confident in exorcising it, the collateral damage that would be caused by it made him delay it for now. Now for the changes around him. The clan was now calmer than before, thanks to Kajinori's reforms and active monitoring. He was now somewhat feared in the clan, but considering that the attacks on him had decreased by quite a lot, it was a good exchange. He was now also given more authority and responsibility in the clan since he became Hay Rank 1, and the captain of the squad. Many were dissatisfied with his sudden promotion at first, but after failing to even graze him, they accepted reality. Nobito, being officially named the next Zenin clan head, further silenced complaints. The competition was quite close, considering that both Nobito and Oji were quite similar in strength, but Nobito's change in attitude and temperament after the clan meeting that day gave him an edge. Not to mention, Naoya's support was there as well, since many believed that Nobito was made the clan head only because Naoya was too young and once he was of age, the position would be handed to him. At the moment, Naoya had more supporters than Nobito in the family. Many hated him because of what he did that day, but after they had time to think things through, they realized what Naoya did was beneficial to the clan, not to mention that Naoya was an idol amongst the younger generation of the clan. Seeing someone around their age standing at the top of the clan made them feel more excited about their own prospects. Speaking of the clan politics, Junichi was still vying for the position of the clan head, but knew that the opportunity for that wouldn't arrive soon. Oji, on the other hand, was initially very vocal about his displeasure with not being chosen when he was no worse than Nobito. However, once he became a father then changed. Not because he was turning into a great husband and father, far from that. His firstborns were twins, girls at that. Twins were a taboo for sorcerers, and the orthodox Zenin family gave little favor to girls born in the family. Now, instead of blaming the clan and the clan head, he was blaming his wife and kids for not being chosen as the next clan head. And true to being a big baby, the men made sure that his anger was vented on the kids. Naoya did not have a good impression of his uncle in the first place, but this was taking things too far in his opinion. The clan was not going to step in, considering there was no merit to take sides of the twins, who had very bad potential as sorcerers. Their mother also had abandoned the kids in name, not that Naoya could blame her, she was already suffering too much being the one taking the full brunt of Oji's anger. She was too pitiful herself, and if she cared for the kids even after that, there was a chance that the man could vent his anger on them as well. Not liking the way the kids were being treated, Naoya decided to take responsibility for them. The two were his cousins, so it wasn't going to cause too many issues in the clan if he decided to raise them. Oji didn't mind much, as well, considering he didn't want to associate himself with the failures anyway. And just like that, Naoya gained the responsibility of raising the two girls, Maki and Mai. Honestly, apart from having bad talent as sorcerers, the kids had no other flaws. They were cute, laughed beautifully, and brightened the atmosphere in his otherwise dull clan life. Sure, taking care of them was quite tiring, but the feeling of not wanting them to grow like he did made him step up for the cause. Meanwhile, Toji and Miyuki got married. Good for Toji. The two were living happily, with Toji leaving his shady past behind. The men decided that it was time for him to act maturely for his family and was now working as a model/stunt double/actor. Initially, Naoya was surprised by the career he was in. Stunt double, he could understand, but modeling was not something he was expecting Toji to do. Turns out, someone scouted him during his stunt double gig, and he agreed to model, considering the pay. Weirdly enough, he was quite a popular model as well. Turns out a lot of girls were fond of his looks. One thing led to another, and he was now a small-time actor in various plays and was about to work in a TV show as well. Toji still didn't like this work much, but it paid well, and was clean money too. Something he decided was now his priority. He didn't want to put his family in danger, which has now increased, considering he recently had a son, officially making Naoya an uncle. The kid's name was Megumi, and he was around the same age as Maki and Mai. Truthfully, according to Naoya, the sisters he was raising were cuter than his nephew. The boy was good, but the girls were better. Though, because of his short-sightedness, he mentioned that to Miyuki, and for some reason, the two were now competing over whose kids were better. Spoiler, Naoya's. Leaving that aside, Toji and Miyuki also played a huge role in helping him take care of the kids. Naoya had school and could not look after the two all the time, and leaving them behind at the clan was asking for trouble. Miyuki came to the rescue, as she offered to help look after them during his school hours. She was now more than aware of the amazing Zenin upbringing and was more than willing to help Naoya. Naoya readily agreed, though not for free. Zankyo, the weapon curse, turned Shikigami, was also left behind at their home as well and was told to help with the chores around the house, so that Miyuki was not that burdened with work. Cleaning, laundry, and other such tasks were handled by Zankyo, not to mention the security that he provided to them. Even Toji agreed to letting Miyuki help look after the girls, considering the security that the Shikigami provided. And just like that, the time passed for him. Nini. Naoya, who was currently getting ready for school, was suddenly tackled by the two bodies. Seeing the two like that, Naoya smiled at the kids. They were now 2 years old and were able to hold basic conversations. Woke up on your own. Let's get you two ready as well. Naoya then looked at their futon, and as expected there was a giant wet stain. Let's get you two cleaned first, muttered Naoya and sighed. He made a hand sign, and rabbits popped out of his shadow. They looked at Naoya for instruction, to which he glanced towards the futon. The rabbits understood their assignment and gave a salute to Naoya and got to work. Once done with his preparations and having the girls ready, Naoya left the clan compound to head straight to the Fushigiros. Chapter 45, Take Me With You. After getting out of the clan area, Naoya looked around to see if anyone was looking at them before scooping Maki and Mai in his hands. "Ni, fly," asked Mai cutely. "Fly fly," cheered Maki. Smiling at their adorable action, Naoya made a hand seal, and his shadow darkened as sparkles, the new, came out of it. Strangely, the All Shikigami had a contraption on his back that seemed to be a seat for the two kids. Placing the two girls in their seats before fastening their seat belts, Naoya got on top of the All two and formed a hand seal once again. Emerge from the darkness, blacker than darkness. Purify that which is impure. Surround your master, conceal his presence. A miniature curtain barrier surrounded Naoya and the new, hiding the Shikigami and the sorcerer from the eyes of other. "Let's go, Sparkles." "Nisan's house," said Naoya, making the Shikami nod and take flight. Wah! The girls were excited by the air hitting their faces, opened their mouths playfully to let the air in. Naoya closed their mouth instantly lest the two bite their tongues. "No," chided Naoi. Maki and Mai looked at the fun police with astonishment before the two puffed their cheeks in protest. Wah! Maki opened her mouth again, only for Naoya to close it. Even more surprised at the audacity, Maki looked at Naoya with slight displeasure. No. Maki-chan is bad. Maki-chan good, complained the kid. Mai-chan good, asked Mai cutely. Mai-chan is good. She doesn't do bad things when told not to, complimented Naoya. Maki-chan good, complained Maki, not feeling happy at being called bad, and shut her mouth tightly on her own. Wow. Such a good girl, cheered Naoya and patted the two girls, making them smile proudly. Seeing the two gullible kids, Naoya smirked. Soon, the trio reached the Fushigiro's house, and after dropping the two little girls and playing with the little Megumi for a bit, Naoya departed for school. Though the waterworks from Maki and Mai made him waver to skip today, he resolved his heart. Miyuki looked at the dramatic teen and wondered whether it was important to do this bit daily. Megumi, Maki, Mai. Naoya will come in the afternoon, don't need to cry, coaxed Misaki, but the girls continued to shed tears. Megumi, on the other hand, looked at Miyuki with betrayal and wondered why he was included when he wasn't crying. Back to Naoya. Currently, Naoya was on his way to his middle school. Today was his last day there, and he wanted to play with his friends for one last time. After this, he would join Jujutsu High and naturally drift apart from them. Arriving in front of his middle school, Naoya looked around, trying to find someone familiar and immediately noticed a familiar person walking by. Hide Nori. H.M. Zenin-kun. Sup. The brown-haired bespectacled boy greeted Naoya and walked towards him. Sup. So, how are you feeling about the last day? Who starts like that? Kinda bad, I am going to an all-boys high school, my chance at romance is slim, muttered Hide Nori in a depressed tone. Damn, I wasn't thinking about that, now I am realizing that my chances are slim as well. Muttered Naoya, realizing that Jujutsu High has even fewer students compared to normal schools. The two boys sighed when suddenly Hide Nori felt an arm wrap around his neck. What are you two so depressed about? Yoshi take. Replied the depressed Hide Nori and told his worries to the blonde boy. Hearing his words, Yoshi take joined the depressed duo, and the three started walking towards their class. So you two are going to the same school? Yup. Tadakuni too. What about you? Which school are you going to? Don't know. My family is strict and might pull me out to go to some isolated place where people become uptight for the rest of their lives, replied Naoya, lying without even flinching. Seems sad. Will there be girls at least, said Yoshi take. Hard to say. Replied Naoya. Hide Nori patted Naoya's shoulder, feeling that his life might be sadder than his. The three of them entered their class, and Naoya spotted Izumi and Misaki already seated. Seeing the two, Naoya bid his farewell to the other two, who made their way towards Tadakuni, who was already present as well. Naoya. Good morning, greeted Izumi with a smile. Izumi, cut your hair. You are going to be a high schooler now. Don't remind me of that. I still haven't accepted the reality that you won't be with me in high school. Besides, if I cut my hair, my tattoos and piercing will show, complained Miyamura and clung to Naoya. Miyamura. What about me, came a voice. Ah. Shindu, it's fine, replied Miyamura, instantly changing to a cold look. Gah. It hurts. Miyamura left me. Naoya. I challenge you to a duel. If I win, then I will claim Miyamura's heart, declared Shindu. Idiot. My heart already belongs to Naoya, yelled Miyamura and walked up to Shindo and smacked his head. Default win, exclaimed Shindu and deflated in defeat. What the hell is actually going on? Muttered Naoya. They are being idiots like usual. So. How is it going? Found the school you will be going to, asked Misaki. The result isn't there yet. Still, it won't be as fun without you all there, replied Naoya with a sad smile. Oi. Don't be sad. It's not like we won't meet. You know where I live and my number, just give me a call and show up, replied Misaki and smacked her chest proudly. Naoya smiled at that. Misaki and Izumi knew about his Jujutsu High ordeal, considering Naoya had to step in because a cursed spirit set up a base at Misaki's home after they had trouble. Her father apparently left his family with a massive debt, and because of that, a lot of negative emotions converged in their home, making it a delectable place for cursed spirits. If not for Misaki consulting him, it might have turned into something bad. Miyamura came to find out since he heard Misaki and Naoya talk about the situation back at her home. Since then, Naoya made sure to instill in them the fact that telling about this to anyone was prohibited. They had troubles at first, though. Knowing their friend was a superpowered person was too much for them to digest. Still, repeated head choppings and forehead flicks whenever it seemed like they might slip up did the job. Misaki-chan is going to become independent, muttered Naoya and bear hugged the girl. Oi. What do you mean by independent? Am I someone who needs supervision? Asked Misaki and tried get out of the bear hug. Without me and Izumi around, you would probably go around beating boys and making their lives hell, muttered Naoya. Only if they deserve to, muttered Misaki, not being able to refute the claim. There. Misaki-chan is a good girl. Good girls don't beat others without reason. Ugh. Let go of me. Don't treat me like a child, complained Misaki and tried to push Naoya away. Seeing her futile struggle, Naoya looked at her face and smirked, making the girl even madder. Not wanting to make her angrier, he let go of her and flicked her forehead. Ow. What was that for? Call me if you need help. Don't be shy, okay? Ugh, so clingy. That, my foolish child, is called friendship. Be glad that you are my friend. It's you who should be glad. I am though. I am seriously gonna miss you all. Me too. Muttered Misaki and looked at Izumi and the rest of the class. What? What is that? Is that demon smiling? Asked Miyamura. Immediately, a fist landed on his head, smacking him hard. Ow. Naoya. Misaki is bullying me, complained Miyamura. You deserve that one. Betrayal. Take it as one last memory beating before high school. I don't want that memory. Silent. Suddenly, a roar silenced all of them as they looked forward only to spot their homeroom teacher already there. The students immediately ran towards their seats and sat down, not wanting to be scolded again. After the closing ceremony was over, the students started leaving. Naoya was gathered together with Izumi and Misaki, who were waiting for their families. Today, they were going out with their family since they were graduating from middle school. Naoya wanted to enjoy with them a bit longer, but decided not to mess with their family time. Once they spotted their families, they bid their farewells to Naoya and went away, leaving Naoya alone. He looked at the crowd of students and parents talking happily and then looked at his middle school one last time before heading to Fushigiro's home to pick up Maki and Mai. On his way, he stopped by a bakery to get some cakes for everyone there. A sort of small celebration. Soon, he arrived at their place and rang the doorbell. Coming, came Miyuki's voice. Naoya could hear the footsteps, and the door opened an instant later. Greeting him with a warm smile, Miyuki pulled him inside, closed the door and pushed him inside. What's the enthusiasm for? Asked Naoya. Just you wait. Kids. Naoya's home, announced Miyuki, and soon 3 kids came running. Nini called the kids and unfolded a sheet of paper each. On the paper were some very artistic pictures along with a misspelled congratulations. Same mistake, definitely copied each other, thought Naoya, but still smiled at their actions. Naoya immediately crouched down and smiled at them. For me? Really? Asked Naoya. For you, cheered Mai and Maki, and gave their cards to Naoya. Naoya smiled and looked towards Megumi, who acted shyly before coming forward and giving his card as well. Naoya admired each of their cards for a while before pulling the 3 kids in a hug. Thank you so much, you 3. It's amazing. Hee hee, laughed the girls while the boy just looked away shyly. Miyuki smiled at the scene and rushed inside to get the camera to capture the moment. After taking some pictures, they went to the kitchen, and Naoya spotted a feast already in the making with Toji working there, wearing an apron that had "Kitchen Daddy" written on it. Nissan. HM. Congrats on graduation, replied Toji casually before throwing a wrapped present towards Naoya. Easily catching the present, Naoya looked a bit surprised. He wasn't expecting a present. Can I open it? As you wish. Me. Maki will open, declared Maki and clung to Naoya's leg. No. Mai will open, declared Mai and clung to his other leg. Naoya looked at the two acting pitifully and smiled. Seeing his smile, the girls smiled as well, only for it to vanish once Naoya opened it on his own while they were still clinging. My gift, replied Naoya and smirked at the girls, making them pout in defiance. Seeing them like that, Naoya took out the box of pastries from his shadow and handed it to Miyuki. I brought cake for everyone, said Naoya in a sing-song way. Cake. All the kids cheered, even Megumi, who looked at the box in Miyuki's hand with sparkles, immediately losing interest in Naoya's gift. Freed from their grasp, Naoya opened the box and spotted a new pair of sneakers in there. Like it? Asked Miyuki. Yes, thank you. Toji picked them, added Miyuki. Naoya was surprised once again, making him look at the older Zeni, who just snorted and looked away. Tsundere, commented Naoya. What the hell was that brat, retorted Toji, ready to fight. Naoya stared at the angry man for a bit before showing a shit-eating grin to him, making Toji clench the ladle a bit too tightly, making it bend. Toji, called Miyuki with a smile. Wow, I want some cake. Let's go to the other room, kids, called Naoya and took plates and forks before rushing out of the room. Oi. Take me with you, called Toji, only to feel a hand on his shoulder. Creators. Chapter 46, Sacrificial Binding Vow. Later that evening, after Toji was thoroughly scolded by Miyuki, the Fushiguros hosted a feast for Naoya's graduation celebration. After partying with them and helping the reluctant Miyuki to clean the dishes, Naoya and the sisters said their goodbyes and left for the Zenin estate. Maki and Mai were already asleep, tired from playing around and were being carried by Naoya. Well, today was eventful. Muttered Naoya with a soft smile and continued walking. Suddenly, his phone buzzed, making Naoya snap out of his thoughts. He made a hand sign as Zankyo emerged from his shadow. Show me who's calling. All right. Zankyo took out the flip phone from Naoya's pocket and opened it, showing that it was Satoru who was calling him. Connect it. Zankyo followed and placed the phone near Naoya's ear, making him tilt his head and hold the phone in place. Zankyo, finished with his task, descended back into the shadows. Moshi Moshi Satoru Gojo Diso. Wrong number. My dear friend Naoya Zenin. What are you doing on this fine day? Just ate, going back home. Need something? I most certainly do. What? Your time. Tomorrow at noon. Now that you are free from school, let's go on a trip, said Satoru. Trip? What do you have in mind? Asked Naoya. Let's go to Okinawa. In this season. Hey. The less the crowd, the more fun we will have. Let's rent a boat and go on a search for the One Piece. I will be the captain. You can be the vice captain. What about Maki and Mai? Bring them. They will be the grunts on the ship. You serious? Whatever, I will ask someone to look after them. So where should I meet you? I will come to your house and kidnap you from there. Come around noon. I will have to fix up Maki and Mai's situation first. Okay. My time of goofing around with you is finally coming. Once we start Jujutsu High, we will do even more stuff together, declared Satoru. Sounds good. By the way, did your clan agree to go out with me? Haha, you are funny. Does anyone in the clan have the guts to stop me? Asked Satoru. Your mom. I swear to God Naoya, stay away from my mom, threatened Satoru. Naoya didn't say anything. Satoru's mom was a very beautiful lady. She was his first crush, but once Satoru revealed that she was his mom, Naoya felt his heart break. He totally thought she was his elder cousin or something. Satoru, are you sure you don't want to be my son? I will kill you. Relax. I am kidding. I will see to that. Bye. Meet you tomorrow. Bye. After ending the call, Naoya let the phone fall into his shadow, only for Zankyo to emerge with the phone and put it back into Naoya's pocket. Just like that, he finally reached the clan compound. The servants greeted him as Naoya gave his empty lunchbox to them. Ah. No need to prepare one from tomorrow, informed Naoya. Was something wrong with the meal, Naoya-sama? Asked the servant. No, it was great as usual. Today was the final day of middle school. I won't be going from tomorrow. Ah. Understood, replied the servant in realization and sighed in relief that nothing was wrong with the food. I already ate out, so did the girls. We won't need dinner today. Understood, Naoya-sama. The bath is already prepared. Thanks. After putting the girls in their futon and leaving behind Zankyo and the wolves as their guards, Naoya went to take a bath. I need to do some packing too. How am I going to convince the kids? Thought Naoya. He had made plans for a trip with Satoru, and he needed to prepare accordingly. Money wasn't an issue. He was earning thanks to his jujutsu missions and the salary from the clan that he received. Being a member of Hei and their captain at that, the clan paid him pretty well. He also had 1 or 2 business setups in his name that Kagenori passed down to him. The old man had too many personal businesses, separate from the clans, and he had secretly written them to be passed down to Naobito and Naoya in his will. That reminds me, today is, muttered Naoya. Later that night, Naoya slowly made his way to Kagenori's room and knocked on the door. "Grandpa. You in?" asked Naoya. "Come in." Hearing the reply, Naoya opened the door only to find the old man who looked even older and weaker. "So late at night? You were not there for dinner, too?" asked Kagenori. "Ate out and wasn't hungry. Leaving that aside." "Happy birthday, Grandpa," exclaimed Naoya with a smile and handed the gift to the old man. "Ah. My birthday? Today?" asked Kagenori. "Yup. The first one to wish you, as usual, is this one and only Naoya." "Ha ha. I guess it must be today. I don't remember those things much." "Don't be like that. You are a 112-year-old birthday boy. If not for your diabetes, I would have brought cake too," said Naoya and sat down near the old man and placed the gift in front of him. Kagenori sat up with a bit of difficulty. Age was finally catching up to him. Naoya helped him sit up as the old man traced the gift with his hands. "Thank you," replied the man with a soft wrinkly smile and patted Naoya. "Open it." "Open it," cheered Naoya with a smile. The old man nodded as shadows emerged from him and started unwrapping the gift. Inside the wrapping, a brand new kimono, along with a new calligraphy set. Kagenori had a hobby of doing calligraphy, and though he had many sets, a new one never hurt, especially one from his grandson. "Isn't red too much for an old man like me?" chuckled Kagenori. "What are you talking about? Wear this and go for a stroll. 10 out of 10 grannies will definitely check you out and catcall you," replied Naoya with mock shock. Kagenori stared at his grandson before a shadowy fist smacked Naoya. "Don't make fun of your elders." "What? I am telling the truth, you know. Want me to hit you again?" "Nope. Anyway. How are you doing these days?" "How old are you now?" asked Kagenori. "I am doing fine. Busy with taking care of the kids and hay duty. School's finished as of today, so I have some free time. I am 15 now." "15, huh? Around time for you to join Jujutsu High. Where are you going? Tokyo or Kyoto?" "Don't know. I have not got any news regarding that." "Still, there's time," replied Naoya with a shrug. "My time is coming too. Stop that depressing talk. What's true is true, people can feel when their deaths are approaching them." Naoya didn't speak. He simply looked down. "When the time comes for me to be exorcised with jujutsu, don't hesitate, okay? I cannot do that, Grandpa, not to you. What needs to be done should be done. You all won't be able to take me on if I return as a vengeful cursed spirit," replied Kagenori with a chuckle. "Still, that's not something I can do, why not ask someone else? I don't want to die at someone else's hands. You and Naobito are the only ones. Seeing another one of my kids try to kill me, I don't think I would be able to bear that." "That only leaves you," said Kagenori and ruffled Naoya's hair, who was looking down. "You are a good and brave kid, Naoya. Because of you, the clan is finally improving a bit. I know that you will become a great sorcerer. Maybe even the strongest one there is. But you need to learn to steel your heart. Tough decisions will always come at you, and you cannot always run away from them," said Kagenori. "Just because I am strong doesn't mean I don't care about people I love. You are too cruel to ask me to kill you when you yourself can't have your son kill you. There should be another way." "No other way, boy. Sorcerers with cursed energy need to be killed with cursed energy, or their immense cursed energy might turn them into vengeful cursed spirits. In my case, I am a special grade sorcerer with too much cursed energy. Too dangerous to be allowed to turn into a cursed spirit. So, the cursed energy is the issue. Is there no way to get rid of it permanently?" asked Naoya. "No traditional way, one can release cursed energy out of them, but it will generate within them again. To permanently get rid of it, I don't think there is a safe way for that. How about a binding vow? Can't you vow to get rid of your energy in exchange for something? If there was such an easy way out, then such a custom of killing sorcerers with cursed energy would not have existed, vast amounts of cursed energy when it enters the world might give birth to more and stronger cursed spirits and even make the cursed spirits stronger. Just like how the world became different when the Gojo boy was born. The only possible ways are either making me a cursed object and have my cursed energy stored in it or giving away my energy to another vessel and have them be cursed, explained Kagenori. What do you mean by have them be cursed? If a huge amount of cursed energy is given to someone, there is a high possibility that they will be cursed and can change into a curse. So you are telling me that there is a chance that they won't change to cursed spirits? Asked Naoya hopefully. Small chance. Wait, what are you scheming? Asked Kagenori. Make a binding vow with me. Have your cursed energy transfer to me. I already have a lot of it, so I might not be too affected by it. I am also very lucky. Did you even hear me? You might turn into a cursed spirit. I won't. Trust me. To become a cursed spirit, there is also a factor of having a lot of negative emotions. We won't have that. That only matters when the cursed energy transferred is small. Not as much as mine. Cursed energy is inherently negative. With the amount I have, forget it. Just kill me when the time comes, said Kagenori and used his shadowy arms to push Naoya out of the room. Grandpa. I am warning you, I won't do it or let anyone else exorcise you, either. Form a binding vow with me, said Naoya, and broke free from the shadows. Brat. When did you get so defiant? Just do as you are told. This is for your own good. Yeah. Killing my own grandpa. So much good for me, snorted Naoya. I swear, I will remove you from my will, threatened Kagenori. Use that threat on someone else. I am not nice to you because of your money. TCH. Such a thick-headed kid. Muttered Kagenori and clicked his tongue. Let's set up the binding vow. If it looks like it is failing, we will cancel the vow. Mutual cancellation won't be too bad. Kagenori looked at Naoya and wanted to hit him hard, but the look on the kid's face made him stop. He was looking at him with worry, and that wavered him a bit. Naoya, you have a whole life ahead of you, you have to take care of the clan, there is Maki and Mai too, right? True, but I have a 112-year-old man to take care of, too, you know. If I know that there was a chance that you could have avoided being killed by someone, and had to be exorcised because I was too much of a wuss to do so, I don't think I will ever be able to overcome that regret. Time is a heartless thing. With time, you will overcome dash. Did you overcome Grandma's and Uncle Nataka's loss? Asked Naoya. Kagenori stopped talking as his arms trembled a bit. Sadness started creeping into his mind when, suddenly, he felt a warm touch on his hand. I too won't be able to. So please, if not for you, then for me. And who knows, if this vow works fine, then I will have your energy along with mine. I will be unstoppable. Said Naoya with a smile. Kagenori looked at the soft smile on his grandson and sighed, raising his hand. We will cancel the moment it turns dangerous. Hearing those words, Naoya's smile widened. I, Naoya Zenin, vow to take in all of his cursed energy in entirety. I, Kagenori Zenin, vow to give all of my cursed energy in entirety. The cursed energy within both Naoya and Kagenori burst out, sending everything within the room flying. Invisible chains descended upon them and pierced their souls. The cursed energy within Kagenori started leaving his body and moved inside Naoya's, and immediately Naoya felt the surge as well as the pain that came along with it. Ack! A pained expression came on Naoya's face, but he gritted through the pain. Round deer. Naoya's shadow darkened, and the deer came out of it and immediately started healing Naoya, making Naoya's expression ease up a bit. See, it's totally fine, spoke Naoya, but suddenly screamed when he felt the cursed energy within him starting to act up. Naoya. Let's sto dash. Shut it. Let me focus, scolded Naoya and tried to stabilize his energy. The rampaging energy calmed down a bit, but he was still being hurt by the energy. At the moment, he could not use RCT on his own, and Senzu was his only form of healing at the moment. 10 minutes later. After enduring for 10 minutes, the process finally ended, and Kagenori collapsed from exhaustion. Naoya looked at the old man and tried to help him, but the moment he took a single step, blood came out of his mouth. Crap! Muttered Naoya as he felt pain and exhaustion. He also felt the surrounding cursed energy trying to corrupt his weakened body. The cursed energy he gained was still not stable and was trying to rip him apart. From the accumulated negative energy, the surrounding cursed energy also gathered and tried to curse Naoya. As if, Senzu. The deer, on being called, glowed brightly, and the surrounding cursed energy got pushed away. Senzu's positive energy was too effective against cursed energy and could even kill a grade 2 spirit in a matter of seconds. Ding. Perform a sacrificial binding vow, 1 point, collect. Survive a sacrificial binding vow, 1 point, collect. Gain 3 cursed techniques, 1 point, collect. Huh, muttered Naoya before he fell unconscious and made a final set of hand signs. Great Serpent, Funeral Tiger, Rabbit Escape. 3 more sets of Shikigami emerged out of his shadow and surrounded Naoya and Kagenori protectively. Chapter 47, Your Mom Can Tag Along as Well. The next morning, Naoya, who had been knocked unconscious because of the binding vow, slowly started to wake up. Naoya. Naoya. Hearing the noise around him, his eyes trembled a bit in frustration. The more conscious he got, the more frustration and pain he felt all over his body. Ack, winced Naoya as his eyes opened up. So much pain, muttered Naoya. What greeted his eyes was the face of a huge green deer that was looking worried sick. Senzu, muttered Naoya, but the pain in his body made him frown. He touched his mouth and felt hardened blood around it. The same was the case with his nose, ears, and eyes. So much blood. Naoya slowly sat up. It was difficult, but it wasn't too bad. He checked his body and could feel that the cursed energy with him was trying to rampage around, hurting him from the inside. With his eyes closed, he took a deep breath and tried to stabilize the rampaging energy, and with Senzu's help, the energy somewhat got under control. He then followed that by slowly releasing the excess energy out of him, but that took a turn for the worse when everything near him was sent flying. Nobito and Kagenori, who were looking at Naoya from the side since the Shikigami prevented anyone from getting close to Naoya, also felt the energy burst, and Kagenori, who was now weaker than ever, was blown away only to be caught by Nobito. Shit, controls messed up, muttered Naoya with a frown and tried to reel in the energy and control the output. Once it was under control, he started using RCT, which he felt was more difficult to use than before. Cursed energy control is haywire for now, I will have to master it to control this much energy again, muttered Naoya and looked at his arms, which were coated in a steady flow of cursed energy. In fact, his whole body was oozing cursed energy. He was trying to release most of the energy within him to reach back the manageable level, but the cursed energy was decreasing at a very slow pace. Have I become a monster or what? Muttered Naoya. System. Ding. Name, Naoya Zenin. Title, Body Stealer, Possible Zenin Heir, Busiest Middle Schooler, Hey Rank 1, Special Grade Sorcerer, Big Brother, Little Uncle, Hey Captain. Curse Technique, 10 Shadows Technique, Active, /Projection Sorcery, Active, /Solid Shadow, Active. Cursed Energy, 98372/102830. STR, 508. Dex, 515. Vit, 544. Int, 570, plus 69. Luck, 340. Extra points, 0. Achievements, plus. Naoya stared at the screen in disbelief. First of all, noise. Secondly, WTF, thought Naoya and looked at the amount of cursed energy within him, along with the new curse technique listed on his panel. Grandpa's technique. Thought Naoya and looked to the side where Kagenori was standing. Snow, Mr. Hiss, it's okay. Let them through, said Naoya. The Shikigami who heard the orders let the old men through. Nobito and Kagenori approached Naoya, and immediately, Kagenori smacked Naoya. You brat. We promised to stop if it got dangerous. You got so weak. Muttered Naoya, not even feeling any pain from Kagenori's hit. A vein popped up on Kagenori's wrinkly face. He knew he was weaker than ever now that he had lost his cursed energy. He was now at the level of a normal old man, albeit better trained, but still a normal old man. Would any of you now tell me what happened? Asked Nobito with a frown. He had wanted to ask his father about what happened in his room when he heard the old man shriek out in horror when he woke up in the morning. He rushed towards his room as soon as possible and found the old man being blocked by his son's Shikigami. Grandpa was being all depressing. Talking about death and exorcising. We got a crazy idea and mutually decided, with both of us agreeing, without any sort of pressure or threatening or guilt-tripping, that it was an idea worth exploring. Said Naoya. With each passing word, Kagenori's blood seemed to boil hotter and hotter. He wanted to ask where this shameless brat learns these kinds of things, but decided to hold himself back. Naoya explained what they did, and by the end of it, Naobito was looking at his father and son as if he were looking at a pair of the world's greatest idiots. "Are you going senile?" asked Naobito and looked at his father. "Huh? Whoa. Is that how you speak to your father?" asked Naoya with surprise. Kagenori raised his hand to strike his disrespectful son, but no cursed energy gathered. "You really lost your cursed energy," said Naobito. "Naoya, strike this rude brat," ordered Kagenori. Naoya, who was still sitting, followed the order, and a shadowy hand emerged from his shadow and flicked Naobito hard, sending him flying. "Damn. Forgot, I can't control my power right now. Did you use my technique?" "Well, looks like I got a bonus along with your cursed energy," replied Naoya with a shrug. Naobito, who blasted through the wall, came back inside with his forehead bleeding. "Senzu, heal my father." The deer nodded and walked towards the old man to heal him. Once done, the deer came back to Naoya and nuzzled with him. He had been on the lookout for the whole night, trying to heal and stabilize its host as much as it could. If not for it, Naoya could have gotten severely injured or even died because of blood loss and rampaging cursed energy. Naoya patted the deer with a smile and looked at the clock hanging in his grandfather's room. I am getting late. I should get going and take a bath. I need to wake up the girls, too. Well, Grandpa, Father. I will be seeing you in a few days, stated Naoya and started walking out of the room. Kagenori could no longer see the cursed energy around Naoya, but Naobito did. The energy emitting from Naoya was immense, not to mention the one within him was even more huge. "What do you mean by see you in a few days?" "I am going on a try-**** training journey with Satoru. Will return in a few days." "Bye-bye," said Naoya and ran away, only to crush the floor below his feet. "Sorry about that." "Lack of control," said Naoya, and now tiptoed out of the room. Naobito and Kagenori saw the kid leave the room awkwardly and remained silent for a while. "He was going to say trip, right?" asked Naobito. "He most certainly did," replied Kagenori. "He is not in condition to be planning to go on a trip," added Naobito. "He most certainly isn't," replied Kagenori with a nod. "Shouldn't we stop him?" "Can you?" The room fell silent once again, but both of them knew. Letting Naoya move freely at the moment was not an option. He could seriously injure common folks by mistake if he is not able to control his power. Later that day, after almost destroying the entire bathroom while taking a bath, Naoya now stood in front of his room, cursed energy still oozing out of him, with a huge predicament in front of him. "Nini!" Maki and Mai were crying out loud while being held back by Zankyo. They wanted to rush up to him and hug him as they did daily, but because Naoya was unable to control his power, he didn't want to unconsciously hurt the two of them. "Bad Zankyo. Hate you," yelled Mai and glared at the Shikigami. Zankyo, becoming unexpectedly hated, looked at its contractor. Naoya simply looked away, feeling guilty. "Maki-chan, Mai-chan," called Naoya softly and sat down near them, though he made sure that he was a safe distance away from them. "Ni-chan is sick and doesn't want to get you too sick as well. Zankyo is just following my order." "You are good girls, right?" asked Naoya with a smile. The two nodded with tears still in their eyes. "Good. Being good girls, will you two please follow my words and stay away from me for a while? Once I am not sick, let's go out for ice cream," said Naoya with a smile. "Nini hurt?" asked Mai. "Yes. Nini is hurt and sick. I don't want to make you too sick." "Nini pain?" asked Maki. Pain. Me. Haha, Nini is the strongest. "I won't be in pain just from a sickness," said Naoya with a confident smile. "Nini amazing. Nini strong." The two kids cheered with delight, making Naoya puff out his chest in pride. Naoya talked with the girls for a while before turning to Zankyo. "Zankyo, take these two to Nei-chan and Ni-san's house. Look after them for a while. I will need time to be back in action," said Naoya. "Understood, master." Naoya nodded and summoned sparkles for Zankyo and the girls, and sent them off. Once they were gone, Naoya looked back at his cursed energy-covered body, and then summoned his system. Name, Naoya Zenin. Title, Body Stealer, Possible Zenin Heir, Busiest Middle Schooler, Hey Rank 1, Special Grade Sorcerer, Big Brother, Little Uncle, Hey Captain. Curse Technique, 10 Shadows Technique, Active, /Projection Sorcery, Active, /Solid Shadow, Active. Cursed Energy, 96343/102830. STR, 508. Dex, 515. Vit, 544. Int, 570. Luck, 340. Extra points, 3, plus 3. Achievements. Cursed Energy recovery has increased a lot as well. With this level of full body reinforcement active all the time, and still, he wasn't feeling drained at all. He carefully took out his phone and speed dialed Satoru. Yo. Excited for the trip? Asked Satoru with excitement. Yeah, about that. Stop. Don't say another word. I have a bad feeling. Talk after I am done kidnapping you from your place, and we are at Okinawa, said Satoru seriously. I messed up big time, Satoru. Lilicon, asked Satoru. F***ck no. Then what? Can't go into details because of clan matters, but at the moment, I am unable to control my cursed energy and powers. I am destroying things while walking if I am not careful. So. Destroy everything. I don't think it is a big enough reason to drop the trip with your best buddy, replied Satoru. People might get hurt by accident. Let the people go to hell. Satoru. Don't Satoru me, you bastard. I am already done packing. We are going on this trip. You don't know how hard it was to convince Mom to let me go. She was insisting on tagging along as well. Wait. Your mom is coming too, asked Naoya, feeling slightly more inclined to the prospect of letting the people get hurt. Naoya. Forget that. You need training to help you control your power properly. Be right there. I am coming to beat the crap out of you. We will do this trip after that, said Satoru in anger. Yay. I wanted to ask that too. Let's go on the trip later. Your mom can tag along as well, said Naoya happily. I am coming there. Don't you dare run, threatened Satoru and cut off the call. Naoya smiled and flipped the phone shut, only for him to break it by accident. Chapter 48, Spar with Satoru. Later that day, Satoru arrived at the Zenin estate, ready to pummel Naoya. The servants tried to stop him and inform the clan of his arrival, but Satoru ignored them entirely and headed straight for Naoya's room. I'm here, you what the hell? Satoru yelled, only to freeze the moment he saw the cursed energy pouring out of Naoya. Yo, greeted the young Zenin, but the Gojo heir simply stared at Naoya. What happened to you? What's with this amount of cursed energy? Are you okay? Asked Satoru as he approached Naoya and started checking him out from all directions. Like I told you. Stuff happened, and now I have this much cursed energy that I can't control. I am not like someone who has magic eyes that let them control any amount of energy. Hey, don't feel bad. Not everyone can be as amazing as me. So you are now back to rookie levels of control, asked Satoru and patted Naoya's head. Naoya smacked his hand away in response, only for Satoru, who didn't have his infinity active, to be blasted into the wall. Ah. My bad. My bad. You okay? Asked Naoya in panic. Satoru got off the wall and looked at his palm, which was now swollen, and looked at Naoya with disbelief. F***ck rookie, your control is worse than that. Shut off your reinforcement, complained Satoru and showed his hand to Naoya. Naoya in turn summoned Senzu to heal the white-haired boy inside. If I did that, then the cursed energy would start damaging me from the inside. It is acting very aggressively, and I have no passive control over it at the moment. I am trying to expel it as much as possible, but it is a very slow process. Muttered Satoru and checked Naoya carefully with his 6 eyes. Damn, it's way too messed up inside you, and this is not your energy entirely either. Something is mixed in with yours. Concluded Satoru. I will be fine, right? Asked Naoya, wondering if his decision to help his grandpa was correct or not. You should be fine, the cursed energy is slowly matching your wavelength, but the rate is slow. Better expel a lot of it and have it be generated within you naturally again. I have the perfect idea how to do that, said Satoru with a smile. Naoya looked at the excited smile on Satoru's face and smiled back. We beat the crap out of each other, asked Naoya. We beat the crap out of each other, replied Satoru. The two of them chuckled at their ideas and suddenly looked towards the room's door. Satoru Gojo, spoke Nobito seriously. He arrived as soon as possible once the servants relayed the news to him. Sup, uncle. Long, see no time, greeted Satoru with a smile. Nobito was already feeling his blood pressure rising. "Father, can we borrow a training ground, possibly one quite far away from the clan and the clansmen?" asked Naoya. "Why? We were planning to have a spar. You won't like the estate or the people to be caught up in our fight, would you?" asked Satoru with a smile. Nobito looked at Naoya, wondering if this was true, to which Naoya nodded and stood up as well. Satoru said that it would be better for me to have this excess energy expelled first. I need to learn to control it as well. "Where would I find a more durable dummy than this guy?" replied Naoya and slapped Satoru's back, only for his hand to be stopped by Satoru's infinity. "Dummy? Me. I will show you within minutes who out of the two of us is the real dummy," replied Satoru with a smirk. Both of them glared at each other. Their competitive spirits were rising by the moment. Nobito looked at the scene in front of him and wondered how to make sure that this confrontation would be discreet. Whom am I kidding? Two special-grade hot-headed kids, it will cause quite a lot of disturbance, thought Nobito and facepalmed. Both of you. Make sure you two don't destroy the estate. No promises. I don't have control right now, stated Naoya. Restraint. Me. You know me well enough to know that is not my strong suit, said Satoru. Nobito had veins pop up on his forehead. He wanted to give a piece of his mind to the two kids, but knew well that either of the kids was stronger than him. How bad is the future going to be for kids this young to be so strong? Thought Nobito. I will raise the curtain now. Father, please move away for your safety, said Naoi. Once Nobito was far away from their location, Naoya erected the curtain barrier and strengthened it as much as he could. This is great. Our first fight with curse techniques included as well. This time, it is your turn to be defeated, said Satoru. The two of them had fought before, but at that time, they had limited themselves to the use of cursed energy and not their techniques, and without his broken technique, Satoru was defeated by Naoya. Turns out, fighting someone who has been on a constant beating session from someone like Toji, and has survived those as well, was quite an unfavorable scenario. Satoru knew that firsthand. So, what all is allowed? Cursed energy, cursed technique, cursed tools, asked Naoya. No tools. Our goal here is to make you expend as much energy as you can. I don't want to break your cursed tools because of our serious fight. Let's limit ourselves to our techniques only, said Satoru. Naoya stretched his body and nodded. He knew that apart from his inverted spear of heaven, no other cursed tool would work on Satoru anyway, and he was not in the mood to reveal it just yet. Not to mention, for now, his priority was to get back control of his energy and test out his new technique. Satoru was done stretching as well and took off his glasses. No holding back from here on, Naoya, said Satoru. No fatal attacks though, added Naoya. Obviously. Though I hardly believe that without the intention to kill, you would be able to even touch me, said Satoru. What do you know? I was thinking the same thing. Heh. Being the great Satoru Gojo, I give the first move to you, said Satoru and gestured for Naoya to attack. All right. Let me check out some new stuff. Curse technique, solid shadow. New Shikigami, asked Satoru. Naoya didn't respond, the shadows around him gathered, and with a single gesture, the mass of shadows launched towards Satoru. Black wave. The shadows crashed into Satoru, destroying everything in their way, though Naoya could feel that the shadows near Satoru were stopped while the rest of them continued to raze through everything in their path. Naoya deactivated the technique, and as he expected, Seiru stood unscathed and admired the destruction caused by Naoya's technique. Wow. A new shadow attack. Too bad. Doesn't touch me, replied Satoru. He then proceeded to raise his hand as a floating mass of blue cursed energy gathered in his hand. Cursed technique lapse, blue. Naoya stared at the massive ball of cursed energy that attracted everything towards itself and used his technique as well. Shadows near his feet gripped onto him and merged with the land, making Naoya counter the attractive force from blue. Acting tough. Take this, exclaimed Satoru and launched blue at Naoya. The moment Satoru launched blue at Naoya, the Zenin in question blurred from his spot using the projection sorcery, and was already standing in front of Satoru. Solid shadow crush. The mass of shadows, released from Naoya's hands, surrounded Satoru and trapped him within a jet-black, shadowy barrier. Naoya then proceeded to crush Satoru within the barrier by making it smaller and smaller. Satoru, on the inside, saw the barrier trying to crush him and used his infinity to blow the barrier away, only to see that the shadows weren't budging an inch. Naoya, on the outside, felt his barrier being pushed away and increased the force with which he was crushing the men inside. The solid shadows technique was, as they were named, just solidified shadows. Naoya's shadows, though, were different, and now he had mixed his shadows in this new technique. Once enclosed completely, the entire space occupied by the shadow's boundary became part of the shadow dimension, and in the shadow dimension, there was no concept of space, meaning the outside was isolated from the inside. Satoru, who was manipulating the remaining space within the barrier, could not do so for the space outside the shadows because the shadows separated them. With enough power, the boundary could be broken, but because of the potential increases from Naoya and his own cursed energy that was overflowing into the barrier, it was quite difficult for it to be broken down now. Naoya knew quite well that Satoru's spatial techniques wouldn't push away the shadow barrier. He had worked quite some time on finding a potential way to neutralize Satoru if he were to be Majin Vegetaed in some way. One such way was dragging him into his shadows, but now that he had this new technique, he could mimic the effect of his shadows. It could be broken, but it won't be that easy. Both of the special grades continued to push each other's techniques away, but nothing significant was happening at all. Though Satoru was at a disadvantage here because he had limited air inside the shadow barrier. Just like that, within half an hour, Naoya felt his shadows budge in, and soon the shadows took the shape of Satoru, fallen on the ground. Naoya deactivated his technique, and indeed, the boy was knocked unconscious. "CK," yelled Satoru, and in his excitement, punched Naoya as hard as he could. The moment his fist touched Naoya, Satoru messed up. Already expecting such a move from Satoru, Naoya was not surprised at all and let the boy punch him. The moment his fist connected, Naoya activated his projection sorcery, and Satoru got trapped in a frame. Naoya immediately took a stance and stared at the frozen frame before punching the frozen boy away with as much restraint as he possibly could at that moment. In the frames, all active techniques ceased to work, meaning that no infinity barrier would stop Naoya's blow from connecting. Once the fist connected, Satoru's body flew away at a rapid pace, crashing through several trees and destroying anything that came in Satoru's way. The boy himself was coughing up blood. Despite Naoya's restraint, he was not able to hold back enough because of the rampant cursed energy within him, and Satoru was not durable enough to remain unscathed. "Shit. I hit him too hard," muttered Naoya. At this point in time, Satoru didn't know RCT, so the injuries were going to remain until Naoya heals him. "You okay, Satoru?" asked Naoya with concern. Satoru, who had his infinity reactivated, was lying in the middle of debris and was looking at the sky with a pained look on his face. "Am I okay?" he asks. "Who the hell does so after hitting like that?" complained Satoru and lifted his shirt to see the ugly bruise where Naoya struck him. "A few ribs probably cracked," muttered Satoru and stood back up. He looked at Naoya, who was quite far away, though thanks to Six Eyes, he could see him clearly. The bastard is genuinely worried. What the hell is with techniques? It seems to be tailor-made to counter mine. Is that how it worked in ancient times? Muttered Satoru. Come on dude, you are Satoru Gojo. You can do it. Reverse curse technique activate, yelled Satoru and tried to use RCT. Nothing happened. Naoya was now walking towards Satoru with worry. He was now able to see the bruise where he struck him and the blood coming out of Satoru's mouth as well. What the hell are you doing? Lie down, yelled Naoya and called out Senzu to heal Satoru. Who the hell hits their best friend like that? Asked Satoru in anger and smacked Naoya. Naoya tried to strike back, but was blocked by the infinity. Hey! Let me touch you, Satoru. My Naoya want to bad touch me. Kaya, replied Satoru. I will release the infinity. I will bad touch the hell out of you, said Naoya with seriousness. No, no, no. No touching until the third date. The two argued with each other for a while. Senzu, who had already healed Satoru, got back into the shadows, not wanting to stay for the boys' banter. After a while, once they were done arguing, the two started fighting once again, though now that both of them knew about each other's tricks none of them was getting caught off guard, and neither of them was getting damaged. Satoru kept a distance from Naoya and refused to straight up punch him. Naoya tried to trap Satoru, who kept running away the moment he tried to capture him. He was faster than Satoru, sure, but Satoru himself was fast enough to dodge before he could be fully trapped or could just take control of a large amount of space before Naoya could bind him within the shadow barrier. Just like that, the night arrived, and Naoya's reserves were finally in manageable levels, which made the perfect time for them to stop. I never knew fighting with my technique could be this boring, said Satoru and looked at Naoya with annoyance. Tell me about it. I mean, just fight me without your infinity active. It would have been over a lot sooner if you were manly enough to take me on. Ah. Are you suspecting my manhood? You are the last person who should be suspecting me. You have seen it multiple times, yelled Satoru back. Not by my choice. You still saw it. You have seen mine too. And you did that intentionally. I totally did. I thought I would be humbling you. Hearing that, Naoya blinked in surprise and then smirked. And who got humbled? Damn it, yelled Satoru and stomped his feet angrily on the ground. Chapter 49, Daddy. 2 weeks passed by since Satoru and Naoya had their spar. It took a week for Naoya to adapt to his new levels of cursed energy and get it under control, and once it was under control, Satoru dragged Naoya to Okinawa along with him for the promised trip. After 1 week of vacation, the two boys were now returning while riding on Sparkles. So, how are we splitting the loot? Asked Satoru. Well, first of all, we will divide it in half, after that you will pay the locker and handling charges. While they were on vacation, the two did rent a boat and went in search of One Piece, and by some obscure luck, they indeed found a treasure buried deep within the ocean. Satoru, with his 6 eyes, said that he could see some weird, cursed energy at the bottom of the ocean and then dragged his vice-captain along with him to check out the oddity. At the bottom, there was a barrier of cursed energy protecting something, and a cursed tool that was sustaining the barrier. Probably a sorcerer from ancient times stashed their treasure there and died somewhere without retrieving or passing on the whereabouts to someone. Welp, finders keepers. What do you mean by locker and handling fees? I found it, complained Satoru. Hey. Capitalism. You pay me for my services, replied Naoya. Then I demand the extra payment for my service of finding the treasure. I brought it to the surface. I could have done that too. Should have thought so before dropping the task on me. 50-50, final offer. 50-50 and you call me daddy, negotiated Naoya. Huh? No way. It is clear that I am the daddy in our relationship, retorted Satoru. Since when? Last I remember, it was me who hooped my son's ass, son. You only did that because of your hacks technique and caught me off guard. That's how daddies work. They know ways to whoop their son's ass. If you have an issue, though, we can go 60-40. Ugh. Fine. I just have to call you daddy, right? Yup. Alright. Daddy. Now give me my share. Naoya immediately smacked Satoru, who had conveniently deactivated his infinity. Is that how you talk to your father, you ungrateful brat? Satoru stared at Naoya in disbelief, shocked by the sheer audacity on display. Suddenly, Satoru smirked and clung to Naoya. Daddy hit me harder. I have been a bad boy, said Satoru in a sweet voice. A shiver went down Naoya's spine, and without any hesitation, Naoya kicked Satoru off the shikigami. Stay away, you creep, yelled Naoya. Satoru, floating in the air, laughed out loud at Naoya's reaction and immediately flew and clung onto Naoya. After a while, the two finally arrived at the Gojo clan. Well, we are here. Should I drop the luggage here? Asked Naoya. Huh? Cut the nonsense. Come inside. Have a meal before you go, said Satoru. Don't mind the formality, I should go and meet the kids. They should be missing me by now. Satoru pushed Naoya towards the clan gates, forcing him to come with him. Just come, you little. It's no issue at all. You are practically family, said Satoru. What do you mean practically? I am your father. Yeah, let's go in, daddy, said Satoru and stopped pushing Naoya. What is this daddy talk? A new voice joined the conversation, making the two boys stop and look towards the person who spoke. I am back, Mom, greeted Satoru. Good afternoon, Ruriko-san, greeted Naoya with a smile. The person in question was Ruriko Gojo, Satoru's mom. The lady smiled gently at Naoya, making his heart flutter seeing the lady smile. Satoru. What is all this? How did you get this tanned? Did you not use sunscreen? Asked Ruriko with a frown and checked Satoru from every corner. Meh, real men don't use those flimsy creams, declared Satoru. Ruriko stared in disbelief before turning towards Naoya, who too was tanned. You too, Naoya-kun? Asked Ruriko. Well, Ha ha ha, replied Naoya and laughed awkwardly. Humph. Like father, like son, stated Satoru and clung his arm around Naoya. What is this father-son stuff? Asked Ruriko curiously. Well, long story short. The two of us had a deal, and now I have to call him daddy, replied Satoru and sighed. Ruriko looked at the two boys and wondered what was wrong with the two of them. Seriously, you boys, I am glad that you two are good friends, but still, muttered Ruriko and sighed. She then looked back at them and saw Satoru smiling brightly while arguing with Naoya, and gave a soft smile as well. Seeing her son enjoying a genuine friendship was nice, considering the environment that they live in. Naoya, who was arguing, suddenly felt his arm being held and turned around to see that Ruriko was the one holding it. Well, since you are the new daddy, then am I the mommy here? Or is it dash? Before she could even finish her sentence, Naoya had already clasped her hand. Ruriko-san is enough for me, replied Naoya with a smile. Oh my, such a flirt. Are you fine with an old lady like me? Asked Ruriko. No matter from what angle I see you, I don't see an old lady at all. If I didn't know better, then I would have thought that you were Satoru's sister or cousin, replied Naoya and slowly moved his other hand to grasp Ruriko's other hand. My, so much flattery, said Ruriko as a faint blush adorned her cheeks. She was just messing around with Naoya, knowing that the boy had a crush on her, but hearing the praise from him still made her feel giddy. Satoru stared at his daddy and mommy and gave a sagely nod. He took a stance and, without any warning, punched Naoya in the gut with full force, pushing Naoya away from Ruriko. Mom. Don't play around with my friend like that. He might take this seriously, complained Satoru. Naoya, on the other hand, glared at his son and wondered why this ungrateful brat could not let him live in happiness. Fufufu, I was just messing around a bit, replied Ruriko and looked at the fallen Naoya, giving him a playful wink. Naoya's heart took critical damage, and he wondered if he should confess. Before he could spiral further, both he and Satoru sensed incoming cursed energy. The two turned towards the source and noticed two bird shikigami flying towards them. What are those? Asked Satoru. Don't know. Should we attack? Asked Naoya. Probably a message from the Jujutsu division. No need to panic, explained Ruriko. The birds flew closer and soon one of them perched on Satoru's shoulder while the other one perched on Naoya's. Messages for us? Asked Satoru. Jujutsu high news? Asked Naoya. They then noticed a piece of paper wrapped around the shikigami's feet. They untangled it and opened the paper, only to find it empty. Though a moment later, the shikigami birds pecked on the paper, and words started to appear on the paper. They could have just sent a letter by post, muttered Naoya. Well, the higher-ups like to be fancy and shit, replied Satoru and immediately got smacked by Ruriko. What sort of language is that? Asked Ruriko in anger. Not in front of Naoya, complained Satoru. Don't mind me. Smack him again, said Naoya and gestured for Ruriko to continue. You bastard, yelled Satoru and immediately got smacked again. Seeing that Naoya smirked, making Satoru glare at the Zenin. The shikigami then flew away, signaling that their job was done. The two boys looked at their letters and went through them. Naoya then snatched Satoru's letter, handed it to him and went through it. What the F***ck, yelled both the boys simultaneously. Surprised by the sudden outburst, Ruriko looked at the two with confusion before deciding to peek into their letters and soon realized why the two acted like that. I am going to storm the HQ, said Satoru in anger. Oi. Don't be stupid, said Naoya and held Satoru back. Let me go, Naoya. I have to give those old bastards a piece of my mind. How dare they? How dare they ruin my perfect high school life? Tell you what. You come as well. Let's turn that place upside down. How dare they separate the two of us, yelled Satoru. The letters that the two of them received were their invitation letters to the Jujutsu High. It wasn't surprising since the two were expecting the news to come anytime anyway. What the two didn't expect was that they would be sent to different locations. Satoru was allotted the Tokyo branch while Naoya was given the Kyoto branch. This totally messed up their plans to have fun together in high school. Let's not take aggressive actions from the start. Let's make a request first, and if they make up some nonsense, then we will see what we should do, advised Naoya. What is there to discuss? I will destroy them. Separating the two of us just for their politics. I will not forgive them. Naoya didn't say anything. He knew that politics might be a major part of why the two of them were separated. It wasn't a secret that the two of them were great friends, and this threatened the higher-ups greatly. If the possible heir of the Gojo and Zenin clan, who were special-grade sorcerers as well, were to end their clan rivalry, then the political power would shift a lot. Ruriko looked worriedly at the boys. Though on the inside, she was cursing the higher-ups for messing with the boys. She knew politics was a package deal that came with being part of the big three clans, but she still hated seeing the two boys suffer because of that. "Should we use clan pressure?" muttered Ruriko. Naoya and Satoru heard the murmur and looked at Ruriko with surprise. "Mom's taking our side." Such decisiveness. As expected of mommy. Satoru looked at Naoya and wondered why he was friends with such a guy. Chapter 50, Visit to the HQ. After dropping the idea to storm the Jujutsu HQ that day, on Ruriko's advice, who just told them to go tomorrow after doing some proper planning. After having lunch together with Satoru and Ruriko, Naoya bid them farewell and made plans to meet with Satoru the next day. After that, he went to the Fushigiro's residence to pick up Maki, Mai, and Zankyo while passing on the souvenirs he brought for them. Megumi got an octopus onesei, Maki got a shark onesei, and Mai got a dolphin onesei. Originally, the shark one was for Megumi, but Maki smacked the kid, snatched his and gave him hers. Megumi looked at his aunt with anger since he would have given her the onesei if she had asked him nicely, and started crying and fighting against Maki. If not for Naoya stopping them, Megumi would have been beaten brutally by the physical monster girl. He then had to pamper his nephew for a while to calm the kid down and secretly give him some sweets to make the kid feel better. From that day, Naoya made a mental note not to buy different things for the kids as souvenirs. Well, coming to Miyuki, she got a local jewelry piece, while Toji got liquor. The man was happy with that. Just like that, the day passed. Right now, Naoya was dropping the kids off at Toji's place and was preparing for the confrontation at the Jujutsu HQ. Toji, who was leaving for work, said goodbye to Miyuki while the kids were busy with Naoya. The two Zenin men walked together, and Toji asked, "Why the serious face?" "I am probably going to have a confrontation with the higher-ups at the Jujutsu HQ. Such a massive bomb drop. What did those F***ers do to earn them such honor?" asked Toji. "You know Satoru, right?" "Ah, the highest bounty sorcerer at the moment." "Of course. Do you really remember people by their bounties?" "Only men, women though." "I will tell Nei-chan." "You want to die?" "Well, back to the issue, the two of us are going to the Jujutsu High this year, but both of us are assigned to different branches. We suspect political pressure and are going to ask them to assign us to the same branch. The issue is, Satoru is probably gonna wreck things up if things go in our favor, which by extension will reel me in as well," said Naoya. Toji stared at Naoya for a while wondering if the kid was serious or not. "Are both of you alright in the head?" asked Toji. "What do you mean by that? You do realize that what you both are planning to do is absolutely childish. Just because you two are going to different schools, you are going to attack the Jujutsu HQ. See, I don't give a damn about sorcerers or Jujutsu division, but still, this is just insane," said Toji. "Hey, I am just asking them to reconsider our placement. It's Satoru who will be attacking them." "Well, if that's what you both are gonna do, then do it. Just make sure it won't bite my family in the butt. It will set a bad image of you to the higher-ups, though, so keep that in mind," said Toji with a shrug. Naoya fell silent and thought for a while. Toji's point made sense after all. If they acted based on what Satoru said, then they would be acting just like how Maki and Megumi did in the morning. Like immature little kids. The two parted ways midway, and Naoya headed to the Kagura Barrier District, the place where the HQ was located. Outside the district's entrance, Satoru was waiting with his hand in his pocket while various sorcerers and non-sorcerers were checking him out, wondering why the Gojo clan heir was heir. "Yo," greeted Satoru, noticing Naoya approaching him. The crowd looked towards the newcomer and became even more surprised, seeing the Zenin clan's special-grade sorcerer being there as well and acting friendly with Satoru Gojo. The two ignored the surprised looks and made their way to the HQ. "Satoru, promise me you won't escalate things if they don't go your way." "Naoya, you know I can't promise that." "Satoru, think for a second, if we attack them, we are gonna make enemies of the Jujutsu division, just because they didn't allot us the same schools. That's not quite the deal to make these many enemies for. It is not me making them my enemy. It's they who will make me their enemy," replied Satoru. Naoya looked at Satoru and wondered where his son got so much confidence from after getting his ass handed to him constantly. "Naoya, you are acting suspiciously. Do you not want to spend the rest of our high school lives together? Asked Satoru. The nearby people who were eavesdropping on the conversation between the two special grades looked at them with shock. The two special grades were involved in a forbidden relationship. Why are you making it weird? Of course I do, but, well, let's just talk it out with them first. Who knows, they might even approve our request. Avoiding answering. Are you planning to cheat on me? Asked Satoru and got smacked by Naoya. The two arrived at the HQ and headed to the reception, where the sorcerer working was already sweating from the pressure. Seeing the big shots from two of the three great clans coming here together, and with the two being special grade sorcerers as well, was too much for someone like him. What can I help you with, Gojo-sama, Zenin-sama? Asked the receptionist hesitantly. We want to have a talk with the one who handles Jujutsu High admission and raise a request to them, said Naoya with a smile, while Satoru was standing beside Naoya in the most threatening manner he possibly could, trying to intimidate the people there. Naoya so wanted to act like he didn't know the idiot beside him, but it was probably too late for that. Let me check, replied the receptionist and went somewhere. After 10 minutes, the men came back and looked at the two of them with a sheepish gaze. I will lead you two to the waiting area. You are going to make us y-dash. Sure. Lead the way, replied Naoya and covered Satoru's mouth and dragged him along. The two got seated and were served tea by the same men who walked out of the room and let the two talk among themselves. Naoya partially summoned Senzu and used its power to purify the tea of any possible poisons. The dear Shikigami was now very versatile and was capable of purifying things as well. Satoru and Naoya sipped and drank in silence, neither speaking anything, simply enjoying the tea. The tea is nice. It really is. Fragrant as well. So, my good friend Naoya. Yes, my good friend Satoru. The two boys smiled at each other. Why the hell are you stopping me from doing my thing? Asked Satoru with the smile not leaving his face. We are here to get things done. Don't wreck them apart. Think rationally for a bit. Rationality is for the weak. Strong people are irrational. You are just an idiot. How dare you call the greatest mind of the century an idiot? Like this. Idiot. The two were about to argue when the door opened, and a serious-looking lady entered the room. More importantly, the lady had a huge personality. Both Satoru and Naoya got speechless at her entry, and Satoru immediately looked towards Naoya. Naoya in turn was looking back at him. You saw that, thought Satoru. How could I not, thought Naoya. Are they trying a honey trap on us, thought Satoru. It is working, thought Naoya. The two didn't speak any words but were somehow able to understand what the other one was saying. Greeting, Gojo-sama, Zenin-sama. I am Yui Nanes from the Jujutsu High Department. You wanted to have a meeting, asked the lady, and gave a curt bow. Jiggle. Naoya and Satoru got momentarily tranced but soon returned to the bow. Greeting, Nane-san. I am Naoya Zenin, and he is Satoru Gojo. I am aware. So what is the issue that you two might have? I believe that you two must have got the letters of admission yesterday, asked the lady as she took a seat. The two boys took their seats as well, and Satoru spoke up. We got them, but the issue is that you allotted us different branches. I want you to put both of us in the same branch. We would like to attend the same school, said Satoru in a slightly authoritative tone. I see. Muttered the lady, and looked at the boys for a while. Satoru was trying to be superior while Naoya was just looking at her neutrally. That would be a difficult request to approve, replied Yui. Really, you just have to shift one of the students from one of the branches and put one of us there. That's it, replied Satoru. The school hasn't even started yet. I don't see it being a problem, added Naoya. Yui gave a nod and started rummaging through the documents in the file that she brought. She then placed some documents on the table and slid them towards Naoya and Satoru. What are these? Asked Satoru while Naoya started going through them. These here are the reports regarding the cursed spirits-related events happening all around Japan. If you both go through them, you will notice that the incidents involving semi-grade 1 and grade 1 curses are increasing and have spread across the country as well, said Yui. Naoya went through the documents while Satoru waited for Yui to continue. Frankly speaking, we don't have enough capable manpower to handle the number of cases. The number of grade 1 and special grade 1 sorcerers is simply not enough to be spread out to manage the cases. Semi-grade 1 sorcerers and below can group up and help deal with the grade 1 and semi-grade 1 spirits, but that will be neglecting the other lower-ranked cursed spirits, explained Yui. That's where you two special grade sorcerers come in. You two might just be high schoolers, but in terms of prowess, you both are cut far above the other sorcerers, said Yui. Hearing the praise, Gojo smirked, while Naoya narrowed his eyes. It seemed like things were getting more serious than he had initially imagined. Placing the two of you in the same location will limit our ability to mobilize you two. If we have a special grade sorcerer at the two prime locations, our action speed will be increased quite a lot. You two might be high schoolers, but you are also sorcerers. Your first responsibility is to make sure that the threats from the cursed spirit are minimized, said Yui. The two turned silent. The HQ using logic against them was not something the two were expecting. Naoya placed the documents on the table and asked. You are saying this, but I know for sure that there is another special grade sorcerer currently active in Kyoto Jujutsu High. You are referring to Yuki Tsukumo-sama. Yes, she is currently in Kyoto Jujutsu High and will be in her final year this year, but she has clearly expressed that after graduation, she will be moving separately and won't take missions from us. It is regrettable, but we cannot interfere in this, replied Yui. Naoya looked at Yui for a while, trying to gauge if she was telling the truth or not. It will somehow work out. Just because jujitsu work is important, you don't expect to ruin our high school life, right? Asked Satoru. Certainly, while you two are sorcerers, you two still have the right to enjoy your high school life, but does that mean that you two can only enjoy it if you two are in the same school? Looking at you two, seeing how the two of you came all this way to ask us to change the allotment, your friendship is certainly strong. I don't think it will change just because you two will be in different schools. Enjoying high school also means making new friends and having fun with them. Not to mention being sorcerers, you two will get many chances to work together during missions. I will personally make sure that you two get assigned on a mission together whenever possible, said Yui with a smile. Satoru and Naoya turned silent and looked at each other, not knowing what to say to that. I hope that you two understand. Protecting the common people of Japan is our foremost priority. If the situation had not been this bad, we wouldn't haggle this much. It's just that we don't have enough capable sorcerers. The number of curses is increasing too rapidly. So, that went in a totally opposite direction than what we were expecting, muttered Naoya. Yeah, I didn't think that they would use logic against us. I mean, where was the snot-nosed arrogant dumbass, complained Satoru. Want me to show you a mirror? Asked Naoya. Did you call me a dumbass? Asked Satoru. Naoya just shrugged in response, making Satoru even angrier. Sigh, whatever, looks like we are going to different schools in the end. My plan to cause chaos along with you is foiled. Don't be too down. We will do missions together. We will have vacations and holidays to play around. Not to mention, there will be goodwill events as well. Honestly, it would have been too boring if both of us fought from the same side, replied Naoya with a smirk. Huh, I didn't think about that. True, apart from you, who can be my rival, said Satoru in realization. Rival? Are you dreaming, son? Asked Naoya with a mocking smile. Oh. Don't you worry, Daddy, you will be the one who will be sorry at the goodwill event. I will make sure of that. Don't slack off if you don't want to lose too badly, and don't go making new best friends there while I am not looking. That spot is mine, warned Satoru. There is no rule that one cannot have multiple best friends, but sure, I will try. You too, though. Don't go cheating on me and make new best friends, said Naoya. Heh, I am popular, that might be difficult. I mean, just look at me, how can one resist the temptation to have a taste of me? Not even a second, and already planning to cheat. Let's drop this and get back to the important matter. Nane-san gave me her number, said Satoru with a smile and showed a paper slip with her number written on it. Ah. No fair, complained Naoya. Hee, bow down in front of the great me, yelled Satoru and pocketed the slip. Damn it. Forget it, I already have Ruriko-san for me. Forget goodwill event, I will end you before that, yelled Satoru and pounced at Naoya. Jujutsu Kaisen, that time a random OP being transferred the soul of a. Chapter 51, Jujutsu High. A few days passed by since Naoya's and Satoru's visit to the HQ. Right now, Naoya was busy washing Maki and Mai, who were refusing to go to the bath. Too bad, the two were gullible enough to be lured into the bath for a bribe. Once the three were done and dressed, Naoya gave the two girls a task to keep them busy. Alright, Maki-chan, Mai-chan, here you two get 2 bags each. Start packing the important stuff that you will need. Nee. Toys. Games. The two declared in unison. Naoya looked at them and flicked their foreheads. Clothes. Underwear, said Naoya. No need, declared Mai. We were the same. Toys are more important, declared Maki. The two got flicked again, making the twins glare at Naoya and launch an attack on him. Too bad Naoya retaliated with tickling, rendering the two powerless and causing them to fall. It is an important mission. Do it properly. Understood. Mission. We do mission. The two saluted, probably learned that by copying the rabbits. Naoya chuckled and ruffled their head, making them smile, and then left the room for the two to complete their mission. Zankyo, their babysitter/bodyguard, was left behind to look after them and ensure that they actually packed the right stuff. Naoya made his way to the clan head's office and knocked on the door. Come in, came Naobito's voice. Naobito was promoted from the heir to the actual clan head recently, considering Kagenori was getting less active and would have trouble managing the clan now more than ever, considering that he lost his cursed energy. The clan knew that the old man lost his cursed energy and that it was Naoya who helped contain the old man's energy within him, acting as the vessel. There were some dissatisfactions within the clan about this, but neither Kagenori nor Naoya cared much about criticism. They knew very well that those who were criticizing didn't have the guts to act against them anyway. Kagenori's guards were still serving him, being loyal to him rather than the clan, while Naoya was simply F***king too strong for them to do anything against him. Naoya opened the door and entered, and spotted Naobito, the elders, and the clan administration personnel working. Kagenori was sitting there as well, though now he just acted as the advisor. I will be leaving for Kyoto in the afternoon, informed Naoya. I have already informed the Kyoto branch of the clan to prepare for your arrival. Use the branch estate as you see fit. While you are staying there, you will be acting as the head of the branch estate. Mind your position and actions, said Naobito. All right. The girls will be going with me as well, so do keep that in mind. Inform uncle and aunt if they ask about them, replied Naoya. All right, let's take a break. We will resume the work after lunch, announced Naobito and stood up. The rest of them followed as well and left the room, leaving behind Naoya, Naobito, and Kagenori. Do you want me to assign some guards? Asked Naobito. No need. Jujutsu High won't look kindly at Zenin's interference. It will be okay, hopefully nothing huge happens there. What about the kids? Won't they be a hindrance? The two are manageable, no need to worry about them. I would be worried more if I left them behind, replied Naoya with a shrug. Naobito looked skeptical, but refrained from speaking further. He knew his son was protective of the girls and didn't trust the clan enough to let the two be taken care of by them. Kagenori, who was looking at the exchange, finally spoke. Maybe a trip to Kyoto would be a nice change of pace, muttered the old man. Naoya and Naobito looked at the old man who was barely holding himself with a stick. You coming with me, Grandpa? Asked Naoya. I haven't been to the branch estate in quite a while. I suppose going around meeting a few friends would be nice, replied Kagenori. Are you in a condition to move around as you please? Asked Naobito. Heh. You doubt me. I still have enough life left in me, replied Kagenori. Naoya and Naobito looked at him with concern. The old man was very frail, and the two didn't want him to exert himself and worsen his condition. Kagenori knew that too, but now that his time was coming near, he wanted to spend his time in a relatively peaceful environment, which the main house certainly wasn't. The kids would be moving to Kyoto, so he could move there and spend time with them and feel more like a grandfather rather than a clan head. His main regret of not having a good relationship with his son was mostly resolved. He was not at the age where he could ask for more, considering that Naobito himself was quite old for them to restart. Naoya, on the other hand, was very close to him, since the kid helped him time and time again to mend ways with Naobito, and rather than treating him like the clan head, the kid always treated him like a grandpa. The kid also made sure that Maki and Mai had a good relationship with him, making him have more casual connections within the clan. The girls might not have known him for a long time or might not remember him in the future, but he still wanted to do as much as he could for his 3 grandchildren. Oi! Don't look at me like I am a pitiful old man. I can very well manage a trip or two, complained Kagenori and struck his stick on the ground, making the two snap out of their thoughts. Kiyoshi, called Kagenori. One of his bodyguards emerged out of nowhere and bowed to him. Ask someone to prepare my luggage. You all too. Pack your bags, ordered Kagenori. The bodyguard nodded and signaled the rest of the bodyguards who appeared as well, and gave a nod and left to pack their luggage, leaving only one of them behind to protect Kagenori. Once the room was silent, Kagenori slowly made his way towards Naoya. "Lower your head for a bit," said Kagenori. Naoya looked in confusion but still followed. A moment later, he felt something around his neck and noticed that it was the Will of Shadows, his grandpa's curse tool. "Now that I don't have cursed energy, it was just an accessory for me, make good use of it," said Kagenori with a smile. Naoya traced the amulet around his neck and held it tightly. I will make sure to use it to beat the crap out of anyone who faces me." "Thank you, Grandpa," replied Naoya with a smile. Kagenori smiled as well and raised his fist. Naoya's smile widened as he fist-bumped the old man. Nobito looked at the two of them a bit awkwardly. He knew that the two of them were quite close and didn't know where he fitted. "Nobito," called Kagenori. "Yes, father. I know that this is not a cursed tool. But still have it," said Kagenori and handed a small box to Nobito. Nobito took the box and opened it. Inside it was quite an artistic wristwatch. Isn't this?" asked Nobito. "Yes, still, I want you to keep it," said Kagenori softly. Nobito stared at the watch for a while before taking it out of the box and wearing it. "So, what is the time?" asked Naoya. "The battery's dead," replied Nobito with a chuckle. "Thank you, father," said Nobito with a smile. Kagenori stared at Nobito for a bit before he smiled in satisfaction and walked out of the room. A few days passed by. Naoya, the girls, and Kagenori, who came to the Kyoto branch of the Zenin clan, were finally settled. Right now, Naoya was heading to the Kyoto Jujutsu High for the entrance ceremony. After climbing a massive number of stairs, Naoya finally spotted the top where the school was located and noticed that someone was already there. He reached the top as well and checked out the boy who looked around his age, and he guessed that he was a fellow first year as well. "Hello. I am Naoya Zenin, a first year," greeted Naoya with a smile. The boy looked surprised and looked around before pointing at himself. "HM. Yes, I am talking to you," replied Naoya and thought that the boy was a bit weird. The boy had light blue hair and a fair complexion. He was shorter than Naoya but looked quite built compared to average high schoolers. "Nice to meet you. Tetsuya Kuriko. First year as well," greeted the boy. Naoya nodded and noted that the boy was a civilian sorcerer. "Well, no clan issues with him, I guess," thought Naoya. He was about to talk with his fellow first year when he heard the sounds of footsteps. Naoya turned around and noticed an old man approaching them. "HM. Naoya Zenin." "Right on time," said the old man. "Yoshinobu Gakuganji-san, right?" "Nice to meet you," greeted Naoya. "Nice to meet you. Welcome to Kyoto Jujutsu High. I hear you and the Gojo kid caused quite a commotion at the HQ. Learn to separate love-related issues from serious ones. Being young doesn't give you an excuse to be dash." "Wait. What do you mean by love-related issues?" asked Naoya, cutting the old man in between. "Rude. The news going around is that you and the Gojo kid went to the Jujutsu HQ to complain about putting you both in different schools and that you two are deeply involved with each other to the point of promising to spend the rest of your lives together. I guess that isn't true," said Gakuganji as he saw Naoya's jaw dropping more and more, and a look of horror appearing on the kid's face. "Of course that's not true. The only thing that I even remotely like about Satoru in that way is his MOM, yelled Naoya and immediately took out his phone and called Satoru. "Yay. Now dash. You King bastard," complained Naoya and started arguing with Satoru over the phone. Satoru, who was on his way to school, got the news about his tastes and was as much if not more surprised than Naoya. He remained silent for a while and said, "Well, if it is with Naoya, I don't mind." "I do mind," yelled Naoya. "Well then, hubby, talk to you later. Have a great day. CKU. Have a great day," replied Naoya and ended the call. Chapter 52, Checking the School Premises. "A loud one, are you?" said Gakuganji as he stared at Naoya with a deadpan look on his face. "Could you have remained calm if there was a rumor going around that you were involved with someone you weren't with?" "I don't know about you, but I don't swing that way," replied Naoya. "Fair enough. Anyways, let's wait for the other student to arrive. They are taking quite some time," said the old man. "I am here," responded Kuriko. "Huh." Gakuganji turned around with surprise to see the boy appear out of nowhere. Are you fine? He arrived even before me, you know, stated Naoya. Ah. He has been here the whole time, asked Gakuganji. Yup. You should get your eyes checked. I apologize, I didn't notice you, said the old man. It's fine. I have quite a low presence. Most people don't even recognize that I am there, said Kuriko before turning towards Naoya. Naoya looked back at him with confusion. What? Your spatial awareness is good. Thanks, I guess. The two of them talked to each other, but the old man coughed to interrupt them. Let us go to the school first. I will introduce you to your teacher as well. Naoya and Kuriko nodded and followed the old man towards the school building. This here will be your main school building, where you will be attending classes, said the old man and guided them inside. Naoya and Kuriko looked around and wondered why they had such a huge area when there was literally no one in sight. Naoya could feel some presence in the school, but they were nowhere near enough to justify the area occupied. Kuriko had the same thoughts as Naoya and was wondering if he made a mistake joining this school for superpowered people. He was happy playing basketball, but got intrigued by the powers that he demonstrated by accident and was contacted by some sorcerers. Good morning, Principal. A new voice drew their attention. The man who approached was tall, broad-shouldered, and wore an eye patch. Ah, Nagino. Great timing. Here, these two will be under your care during their time at the Jujutsu High, said Gakuganji and gestured towards Naoya and Kuriko. First years, huh? Greetings, I am Kensuke Nagino, and I will be acting as your teacher here, greeted the old man with a smile. Naoya Zenin, nice to meet you. Tetsuya Kuriko, please take care of me. Nagino nodded and looked towards Gakuganji. Only two of them. Yes, replied the old man. That means a total of 4 in our branch. How many are at Tokyo? 4 as well. 3 joined this year. The two talked amongst themselves, leaving Naoya and Kuriko out of their conversation. Naoya and Kuriko remained silent and heard what the two were talking about. Apparently, the second-year students at the Tokyo branch got caught up in some high-level curses and died on duty recently. Naoya looked at Kuriko, who looked a bit shaken by the revelation. Not that he could blame him, the boy came from a civilian background after all. He might not be well aware of the dealings of the jujitsu side of stuff. Should we look around while you two talk? Asked Naoya, thinking that it might be better for Kuriko not to hear much for today and settle down what he already heard. Ah, we got caught up amongst ourselves. Sorry about that. I will guide them around the principal. You can rest assured, said Nagino. All right, I leave these two to you. Give them their uniforms as well, said Gakuganji and walked away. Come along, said Nagino and led the two kids. After the two of them toured the main school building and collected their uniforms, Nagino took them to the dorm area. On the way, Nagino suddenly asked, so what ranks do you two have? Zenin-kun is special grade, that I know. What about, wait, where is Kuriko-kun? Here, said Kuriko and raised his hand, suddenly appearing in Nagino's vision. Is that a curse technique? Asked Nagino. No. I just naturally lack presence, replied Kuriko. Ah, I understand. Sorry for ignoring you. No need to apologize. Anyway, I am currently grade 3. That's what the people at the HQ told me anyway, replied Kuriko. Naoya looked at the boy. He did possess around average grade 2 level cursed energy and didn't look very intimidating. Still, he felt that grade 3 was not his actual rank. Nagino looked at Kuriko as well. He, too, felt that grade 3 was a bit off for him. What about you, sensei? Asked Kuriko. Me. I am a grade 1 sorcerer. Weaker than Zenin-kun but still reliable, replied Nagino with a laugh. Kuriko looked at Naoya, who just gave him a thumbs up. Well, you will learn more about jujitsu here later, Kuriko-kun. Don't worry about it. Ask the other students or me here if you are unsure about something. They might be young, but they are quite knowledgeable about jujitsu-related things, said Nagino, and stopped in front of the dorms. Here, these are the boys' dorm area. It might look a bit old, but the rooms are quite cozy. Come in. You can choose any room you want. No room is occupied at the moment, said Nagino and led them inside. After checking out each room, both of them chose the ones they wanted, though Naoya didn't mind much since he would mostly be staying at his clan estate. However, having a room in case of an emergency was good. After dropping them off at their rooms and giving them their schedules, Najino took his leave. Well, Kuriko-kun, want to look around the other areas? Asked Naoya. Kuriko, though, was already closing the door of his room, feeling tired of walking around since morning. Well, looks like I am on my own, muttered Naoya and walked out of the dorm room. The entire school compound was too big for its own good. Well, considering that these grounds were once used for battles, it makes sense that they are this big. Naoya checked out the forest and the lake that were present in the compound, as well as the cafeteria, which, according to him, was more important to him than the school itself. Being the light eater he decided to check the food quality of this place, and needless to say, the cooks were thoroughly annoyed by the new student. Though they were excited as well, since they did get to cook quite a lot, which was rare for them. Naoya noted that the food was comparable to his clan's cooking and had balanced nutrition as well. Best part, it was subsidized as well. The cafeteria cooks didn't know why, but they felt that their future was going to be hectic. After having his light meal, Naoya paid and complimented the chefs, making them happy, and left the cafeteria. While exploring a new area, he suddenly heard someone calling him. Hey, you blonde boy. Naoya stopped in his tracks and turned around, and saw a black-haired shrine maiden looking at him with her arms crossed. Yes. This way leads to the girls' dorm area. Men are not allowed, said the girl. Oh. My bad. I didn't know. I came here just today, replied Naoya. First year? Yes. Naoya Zenin. Nice to meet you, greeted Naoya. Nice to meet you. I am Yutaheim Iori. A third year, replied the shrine maiden. Yutaheim checked Naoya from top to bottom and narrowed her eyes. Zenin, from the Three Great Clan. Yes. The special grade. Yes. Just so you know, clan hierarchy doesn't work in the school, warned Yutaheim. First of all, it absolutely does. If a high-ranking clan member were to get offended, they could absolutely do stuff to others. If not on school grounds, then off grounds. Don't worry, though. I am not offended at all, Iori-senpai, replied Naoya with a smile. Yutaheim, though, was already looking at Naoya with wariness. She may not be from a big clan, but her family were sorcerers as well, and they had told her well enough about the Zenin's compassionate nature. That, coupled with Naoya's words and smile, made her even more wary of the boy. Well, I should get going. See you later, Iori-senpai, said Naoya and turned around. Yutaheim looked intently at Naoya, wondering if he would attack her out of nowhere. Suddenly, though, a new person entered the area and looked at Naoya with confusion before looking towards Yutaheim. Your boyfriend? Asked the blonde girl who was coming towards the two of them. Of course not. Tsukumo-senpai, yelled Yutaheim with a blush. No need to get that worked up, replied Yuki Tsukumo, the other special grade of Kyoto Jujutsu High. Yuki looked towards Naoya and checked him from top to bottom before a smirk appeared on her face. You. Who are you? Naoya Zenin. First year, Yuki Tsukumo, I presume. The special grade from the Zenin clan. Yes, I am Yuki Tsukumo. Now then tell me, Naoya-kun, what kind of girls do you like? Asked Yuki. Naoya stared at the girl with confusion and blinked in surprise. Yutaheim facepalmed at the question, making Naoya turn and look at her. Is she serious? Was the face Naoya made. She was the face Yutaheim made. What are you waiting for? Tell me, asked Yuki with excitement. In what sense are you asking? Asked Naoya, not even questioning why she was asking this. Sorcerers were eccentric, and that is more so the case for the strong ones. What do you mean by what sense? Sense in the meaning that a girl whom I would like to date, or someone who passed by me and made me turn around, say, hot damn, asked Naoya. Is there a difference? Asked Yuki. There absolutely is. Think about it. You might like an idol or actor/actress based on their looks or their role, but you can't be sure that you would like to take them on a date or something, said Naoya. Yuki turned silent and started thinking. Yutaheim, on the side, was looking at the two special grades and was wondering why even this topic was being taken this seriously. Certainly. I didn't think this through. I will need to think deeply about mine as well. Anyway, tell me both, replied Yuki. Muttered Naoya and started thinking deeply.